At the corner of Sunset Town in Youqian Prefecture, two women leaned against the wall, chatting idly while cracking sunflower seeds. Did you hear? That young man at 689 5th Street is gone. You have no idea. I've seen that guy, and he's built like a tank. Such a shame, though. In the end, he got taken by the pharmaceutical company. His life is pretty much over. Look at our town. Every year, at least 800 young people come here chasing their dreams after failing their exams. But how many actually succeed? Meanwhile, in a cheap rental apartment on the third floor of a neighboring block, a handsome young man around 20 sat cross-legged. His forehead was veined, and his eyes shone with a determined, desperate light. This is my last chance. I must succeed. Break through. Ye Youqian's shout was hysterical. Suddenly, he staggered and collapsed, fainting. At this critical moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. From where he had been sitting, 9 radiant beams of light, like auroras, appeared out of nowhere. They intertwined and merged, eventually forming the shape of a book, hovering quietly in the air, as if waiting for its owner to awaken. Half an hour later, Ye Youqian slowly regained consciousness. His eyes first showed a trace of despair, but when he caught sight of the floating book, they instantly lit up with dazzling brilliance. No, I did it. I've finally broken through to the Lingquan realm and officially become a Beast Master. This is Luotian King Domain, a Beast Master world that has existed for 50,000 years. Here, Beast Masters are classified into 5 realms: Lingquan, Linghai, Lingtai, Yuanhua, and Yuanjia. Beasts are categorized into 7 levels: Servant, Wild Monster, Fierce Beast, Elite Monster, Overlord Leader Monster, Marquis, and Emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 stars, and at this moment, Ye Youqian is a 1-star Lingquan Beast Master. Eagerly, he opened the Beast Master manual, revealing 9 humanoid statues. 8 were gray and sealed, but one was a vibrant green, resembling him closely. This indicated his exceptional talent, allowing him to contract 9 beasts that would never betray him, far surpassing the average standard of Youqian Prefecture. The unsealed green statue stood at 20 centimeters tall, a remarkable size. It could produce 2 cubic meters of Lingquan daily, valued at 2,000 yuan. Ye Youqian was both pleased and worried, as taking a forbidden pill worth 200,000 yuan to break through had left the other 8 statues sealed. As an orphan adopted by a humble orphanage, Ye Youqian's name, reeking of commercialism, was given because he was found late at night. Now he packed his simple belongings, ready to head to the secondary Beast Master Association backed by the Sunset Forest. The association was led by a president at the 9-star Linghai realm, rumored to have a Lingtai realm expert in the shadows. In this land, citizens who reach the Lingquan realm before the age of 25 can receive a wild monster or fierce beast level beast, along with a reward ranging from 3,000 to 10,000 yuan. What? $100 for one ride, and it doesn't even cover the return trip? Why don't you just rob me? Ye Youqian stood on the roadside, his eyes wide with anger as he haggled with the coachman. His expression was as if he'd been mugged, his eyes blazing with fury, seemingly ready to brawl with the coachman at any moment. The coachman was a middle-aged man wearing a black hood, with an unremarkable yet distinct appearance. His slightly cross-eyed gaze, crooked lips, and slightly protruding nose were accented by a marble-sized black mole on his right cheek. Sir, it's a 10-mile journey. If it were anyone else, I'd have taken off without a second thought. This price is already quite low, the coachman explained, his voice tinged with helplessness. Next to them wasn't an ordinary vehicle, but a slave-class mutated husky. This beast was large and well-fed, almost comparable to a full-grown Alaskan Malamute, clearly well cared for by its owner. Ye Youqian held a tantalizingly aromatic roasted chicken leg in his right hand, waving it teasingly in front of the drooling husky. Meanwhile, his left hand gripped the coachman's shoulder tightly, showcasing his superior bargaining skills. In this world, beast masters weren't weaklings. The energy from the spirit springs not only strengthened their bodies, but also enhanced all their attributes, even granting them sustained explosive combat power. An ordinary person, even a skilled driver, was no match for Ye Youqian. The subdued coachman could only bow his head in resignation. All right, let's go. I'm in a hurry. Ye Youqian reluctantly agreed, pulling out 10 crumpled bills from his pocket, each worth $10, totaling 100. His expression was one of genuine pain. Alrighty, hold tight. We're off, the coachman exclaimed, swiftly pocketing the fare and securing it tightly before shouting. Ye Youqian deftly leaped onto the husky, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Too bad I haven't mastered beast control yet, otherwise I'd try hitching a free ride, he mused to himself. The coachman carefully chose the official road, and about 10 minutes later, they reached their destination. Watching the mutated husky drift away in a 180-degree spin, Ye Youqian sighed with heartache. $100, just like that? The world's hardships often stem from poverty. Ye Youqian wasn't stingy. He was just painfully aware of his financial struggles. The first 15 years of his life after crossing over were spent in an orphanage, where the largest bill he'd seen was $100, never having the chance to hold it himself. Though the Luo Tianwang domain was strong and generous, allowing impoverished citizens to attend public schools for free for 3 years, this was the only chance for the poor to change their fate. Only by breaking through to the Spirit Spring realm and becoming a formal beast master could one join the ranks of human elites. Failures often ended up as cogs at the bottom of society, dedicating their lives to their boss's extravagant lifestyles. At 18, Ye Youqian, like most of his peers, failed to graduate. Unwilling to accept defeat, he turned to borrowing for cultivation. For 3 years, buried under debt, he prepared to make one last gamble. He signed a life-risking deal to obtain a soul-reversing pill. By a stroke of luck, he succeeded. The reverse soul pill is a mysterious elixir that can stimulate the soul of the consumer, burning their essence and spirit. It can induce an out-of-body experience, allowing the user to perceive the primal forces of the universe. The pill in Ye Youqian's hand is a third-grade reverse soul pill worth 200,000, which, according to the seller, has a 30 chance of enabling a breakthrough, a 30 chance of failing but surviving, and a 40 chance of resulting in death. Some might question why heartless capitalist institutions like moneylenders would offer loans to these thrill-seekers. However, the truth is that for individuals like Ye Youqian, who is not yet 25 and has already spent nearly $1 million in loans on cultivation, almost becoming a beast master, they are seen by pharmaceutical merchants as ideal test subjects. This reverse soul pill was a new product developed by these merchants. Even if someone dies from it, it is merely a necessary cost for gaining experience. If the user survives by chance but fails to break through, that would be the most ideal outcome. The merchants can use this to improve the formula, and those unlucky souls who signed life-risking contracts become legitimate human test subjects. If someone successfully steps into the Spirit Spring realm, congratulations are in order, as the Luo Tianwang domain gains another young beast master. The bank manager might even personally visit, fearing anything might happen to this breadwinner. Can't pay back the loan? No problem. There are 3 options for you: quality test subject, treasure-seeking pioneer, or star in the entertainment industry. Thinking of running away? Huh, a newly minted Spirit Spring Beastmaster. What right do they have to flee? In the center of Sunset Town stands the Beastmaster Association, a 5-story building covering nearly 100 acres. Its walls, made of the expensive sunset wood, gleam with a golden hue in the sunlight, showcasing the association's grandeur and opulence. Currently, beside the association's outer wall, an elderly man around 60 is riding a peculiar-looking beast, telling stories to a group of children. This beast resembles a pig but has 2 heads, making it particularly strange. Those were the days, Ye Youqian sighed inwardly. I remember when I was a young man, eagerly hoping to contract a legendary beast. Now, after facing the harsh realities of life and burdened with astronomical debt, a sense of melancholy washed over him, as if an invisible weight was suffocating him. The stories told by the old man were ones Ye Youqian had heard countless times, with over a dozen variations. The protagonists included not only ancient beastmasters, but also a dozen legendary and mysterious beasts and major ancient forces. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, before the establishment of the Luo Tianwang domain, during the ancient times, a massive golden meteor suddenly fell from the sky over the ancient empire's territory, which included Yiyan Prefecture and its 4 neighboring prefectures. This meteor, containing terrifying energy, turned an area equivalent to 5 prefectures into ruins in an instant. The fate of Yiyan Prefecture was the most tragic, as the ancient empire with hundreds of billions of beasts and tens of billions of people was obliterated in a moment, becoming dust in history. Simultaneously, a terrifying beast tide swept across the ancient continent. Dozens of legendary beasts, such as the Cloud Dream beast roaming the Thousand Skies Sea, the Earth Vein beast ancestor wailing beneath the Rift Valley, and the 10,000 Tribulations blood butterfly in the Netherflower Sea, seemed to be summoned by some force, converging here in frenzy. The endless ocean was dominated by the Azure Dragon Emperor, who brought with him storms that covered thousands of miles. Alongside him, dozens of other oceanic titans made landfall. At the same time, numerous ancient beast tamers arrived from faraway lands, accompanied by thousands of high-ranking beast masters. Their target was singular, the mysterious golden meteorite. Ye Youqian was completely absorbed. This version of the story was fresh and unique, rich in detail and tightly woven in logic. The old man's depiction of legendary beasts was so vivid that even their appearance, skills, and attributes were thoroughly described, as if he had experienced it all himself. Ye Youqian thought to himself that this version was much more credible than the ones he had heard before. With a mindset of gaining something for nothing, Ye Youqian sat quietly like a child, listening intently. Time slipped by unnoticed as the story reached its climax. Suddenly, the old man clapped his hands loudly, startling the children who were entranced by the tale. "Time to pay up, run!" shouted a mischievous child in red shorts as he bolted away. The other children quickly snapped out of their reverie and followed suit. In the chaos, a little girl with rosy cheeks and bright eyes tripped over her own feet and fell face first onto the ground. She cried loudly, tears and snot mingling as she lay on the floor, adorably licking at her own mess while anxiously patting the ground. Wait for me. Xiaoya has no money. Don't let them take me to the dark room on the street, she wailed. But the crafty kids had already vanished, unable to hear her cries for help. Ye Youqian chuckled, stood up, and shouted to the little girl, "Look out! The medicine merchant ghost is coming." Instantly, she sprang up as if electrified, running to the nearest corner without looking back. She even turned to stick out her tongue at Ye Youqian and the storytelling old man. Haha, these little rascals are just like they used to be. Ye Youqian shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The street and the medicine merchants were nightmares for many commoners, giving rise to countless sad stories. Through adult warnings, they became childhood fears for many kids. The old man looked at Ye Youqian with interest and tempted. "Young man, want to hear the rest?" "Sure." Ye Youqian nodded, then added, "I don't have money, but I've got my life." The old man's enticing smile froze, and he jokingly cursed, "Get lost, you cheeky brat, trying to mooch off an old man like me. Fine, I'll go. I've already gotten a free story, so it's not a loss." Ye Youqian replied with a smug smile, making the old man narrow his eyes in annoyance, his sparse beard trembling with indignation. The old man stood, intending to teach this impolite young man a lesson, but Ye Youqian had already dashed into the Beast Master Association. He wasn't foolish. The two-headed pig was obviously the old man's beast, indicating his identity as a beast master. Given his age, he was at least a 9-star spirit spring rank, a level Ye Youqian couldn't contend with. Darn it. Why are youngsters nowadays all so money-minded? The old man muttered, spitting on the ground as he rode away on his beast, leisurely reciting a couplet as he left. Poor in wealth, empty in talent. Medicine breaks the 9th heaven's gate. Regret lingers through the years, only increasing eternal woes. What a pity. What a pity. The old man chanted his impromptu poem, seemingly having insight into Ye Youqian's situation. This poem? No way. Could that old man really be a master? Ye Youqian suddenly realized, took a deep breath, and rushed back to where he had been before. Unfortunately, the old man had vanished without a trace. Darn it. The old man's golden opportunity is gone. Ye Youqian lamented, filled with regret. The old man with the golden finger disappeared, leaving Ye Youqian with a sense of loss, as if he had missed a significant opportunity in life. He sighed and trudged towards the Beast Master Association, his mind replaying the first part of the story told by the eccentric old man. One legendary beast in particular captured his attention. It was a legend about the ghostwood. In the ancient heart of the underworld stood a colossal ghostwood, with branches and leaves spreading like the blue sky. Its core was blue, extending for miles, and its wisdom rivaled that of immortals. The ghostwood nurtured 2 butterfly-like beasts, one of which was the fearsome 10,000 tribulations blood butterfly, dreaded by the 4 major kingdoms. The ghostwood possessed enchanting and illusory powers, transforming into human form during full moon nights to absorb lunar energy. Once, one of its butterflies merely approached within 100 miles and fell into an illusion, sleeping for 60 years. Even more astonishingly, the ghostwood's branches bore fruit that, upon falling, would explode and draw all living beings within a region into a dream, experiencing a millennium without harm. After hearing this story, Ye Youqian couldn't help but marvel at the beast's power, akin to mythical divine trees. Although reason suggested it might be an exaggerated legend, he couldn't suppress the desire within him. He imagined how his circumstances might improve if he could form a bond with such a beast. Just then, a deafening roar thundered across the sky. Ye Youqian looked up abruptly, seeing the once blue sky instantly enveloped in a deep blue hue, rippling like leaves. This strange phenomenon covered the entire Luotian kingdom in a second and expanded to the other 3 kingdoms in 3 seconds. 5 seconds later, the blue sky retreated like a tide, revealing the clear sky once more. Ye Youqian stared in awe at this miraculous change, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Not only him, but half of the Luotian kingdom's people stood frozen like puppets, gazing at the gradually fading blue leaf sky. Meanwhile, in the Luotian palace, a middle-aged man with commanding features and a steely demeanor was also stunned by the scene. This was the newly ascended Source Realm King of Luotian, struggling to swallow as he was overwhelmed with awe. The most powerful beast, an Emperor-level 1-star terror, was leisurely chewing on a Junhao-level crystal core. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, it collapsed inside the Beast Master Manual, clutching its head with both hands and not daring to move. Luo Tianwang gasped, his heart pounding. A tale about that ghostly tree flashed in his mind, and his face changed instantly. Damn it! Get out quickly and take me to the old man, Luo Tianwang thought, and a bright red pair of shorts appeared midair. A fox head, with a sly and crafty look, emerged from it. Damn, I just got the job, haven't even had a chance to get started with the palace and harem. And now there's a terrifying story of divine reincarnation or revival. Luo Tianhuang's iron-blooded demeanor disappeared, cold sweat pouring down as he hurriedly mounted a white nine-tailed fox and sped away. He babbled on, full of grievance. Boss, if you're going to resurrect, just do it. But why in my Luo Tianhuang domain? This place is tens of thousands of leagues away from your netherworld flower sea, just a minute's journey. The anomaly in Luo Tianhuang's domain quickly spread to the neighboring Sakura domain, Ying domain, and Han domain. The three kings immediately issued a strict order: find out the cause at all costs. On the Blood Moon continent, there are 4 dynasties, surrounded by major forbidden zones and oceans. They have one thing in common: they all descend from ancient families. Thus, they remember well the ancient war that nearly destroyed 9/10 of the Blood Moon continent. This is a compulsory lesson for every qualified royal member, and they know the intelligence on the most terrifying existence in that battle. It was a realm that trillions of creatures could only look up to, the realm of gods. Stories of resurrection and reincarnation are not uncommon. Meanwhile, over the roaming cloud sea, a scruffy old man was riding a 2-headed pig, swaying and singing poems, occasionally sipping strong wine, enjoying himself. Suddenly, he flew out, headfirst into a mud pit, his skinny backside sticking up. Gurgle, gurgle. The old man struggled out of the mud pit, cursing. Barely half full, damn you. Today it's either you or me. He wiped the mud off his face and froze the moment he opened his eyes. His beast, surpassing the emperor level, had its 2 bloated pig heads buried deep in the ground, its 4 legs kneeling, trembling all over, not daring even to whimper. Damn, this is the blue leaf heaven described in the ancient texts. The old man gasped. Hiss. Just resurrected and already so powerful, the heavens and earth resonate. Seems I was too conservative with my boasting before. He stood up and kicked the 2-headed pig a few times, cursing. What are you afraid of? That one just resurrected. No time to bother with your kind. Get up, hurry and take me back to the sect. The one in the ancient forest of falling sun is the real problem. The 2-headed pig, having been kicked a few times, seemed to regain some courage as the phenomenon faded. It looked around, stomped its feet, and vanished 100 meters away. Damn, I haven't even gotten on yet. The old man puffed out his cheeks and glared, cursing. Hiss. Can't stand it, really can't stand it. The 2-headed pig returned, grew into a pig-headed dragon the size of a small mountain, lowered its head, grabbed the old man's upper body, and leapt 1,000 meters in an instant. The ground within 100 miles trembled as if hit by an earthquake. Drip drip. Saliva with a herring can smell poured down like rain, giving the old man a free shower. Damn it. I must have been blinded by pig oil back then to contract with this stupid thing. The old man cried out in anger. After a long time, the old man pried open the pig's saliva-covered tongue and settled into a quiet, safe spot to sit cross-legged. One phenomenon arises, and all phenomena follow. Now that this one has resurrected, the others related are probably not far behind, and those sleeping in the sea might awaken too. The old man muttered to himself. Such a grand era. The ancestral beasts in the sect originating from the Qinyu continent must be relocated quickly. 1,000,000 years of fear etched into their blood. If summoned by that one, the consequences would be unimaginable. He took a deep breath, a hint of reverence flashing in his eyes. Though the body is dead, the residual power lasts 10,000 years. Such a realm. Terrifying indeed. What the hell is going on with the celestial phenomena in this world? Ye Youqian cursed under his breath, his right foot suspended in midair, a flicker of terror in his eyes. He stared incredulously at the scene before him. The soul contract on the last remaining spirit spring statue had vanished, replaced by a contract with a servant-class plant-type beast. It was like a cruel joke played by fate. A servant-class beast, the lowest of the low, often referred to as cannon fodder, was almost fated never to advance to the level of a wild beast. Among millions of servant-class beasts, only one might evolve to the wild beast level by a stroke of luck. Forming a contract with such a beast was akin to a death sentence. Ye Youqian's mind raced through the centuries of accumulated knowledge of the Luo Tianhuang domain and the precious wisdom left from ancient times. They had indeed discovered countless ways for beasts to advance and evolve, even finding paths for fierce beasts to evolve to emperor-level bloodlines. But who would consider evolving a servant-class beast? That would be sheer folly. Even the knowledge paths for evolving wild beast bloodlines were scarce, let alone for a servant-class one. A servant is a servant. Hoping for a turnaround was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Relying on that 09 million chance? It was a naive and laughable notion. Ye Youqian's thoughts continued to race. Even if a servant-class beast advanced to 9-star servant level, how much could that bit of feedback energy enhance a spirit spring realm Beast Tamer? 2 stars? 1 star? It was utterly useless. As for cultivating on his own, where would the money and resources come from? It meant a shorter lifespan, a damaged soul, and once the details of the 9 spirit spring statues were exposed, death was certain. His heart pounded violently, his expression twisted, veins bulging on his forehead, breathing heavily in anger. Ah, no. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a 252-month-old kid. I don't believe this. I must be dreaming. Ye Youqian's eyes were fierce as he raised his right hand and slapped himself hard. Slap. A sharp crack echoed. Immediately after, a shrill voice, almost feminine, rang out in anger. Are you insane? A fair-skinned, handsome young man in a male student uniform grabbed Ye Youqian by the collar, his phoenix eyes blazing with fury. Being inexplicably slapped by a stranger, if it weren't for his special identity and the fear of exposing his spy status, Li Qingyi would have skinned this jerk alive. Humph, a good-looking but annoying guy, he thought inwardly. It's over. It's real, Ye Youqian murmured in a low, despairing voice, as if his spirit had died. Slap, slap, slap. Li Qingyi frowned slightly, lifted his slender arm, and slapped Ye Youqian a few more times. Unfortunately, the other party seemed lifeless, showing no reaction, his eyes dull and lifeless. Bad luck, running into a lunatic, Li Qingyi muttered, releasing his grip and turning away, biting his lip. With a thud, Ye Youqian fell to the ground, staring blankly at the clear blue sky for a long time. Blue sky, leaf-like patterns. His vacant pupils moved slightly, a glimmer gradually returning. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness into the beast taming manual in his mind. There, on the only spirit spring gushing from the bluish-green statue, the main beast contract had disappeared. In its place was a small tree about a meter high, entirely blue, with even the leaves and trunk in blue. At its core, a dazzling blue light shimmered, resembling a beautiful blue crystal. At the top of the blue branches, a few blue buds faintly appeared. This small blue tree was quite peculiar. Its branches unfurled like flower buds, revealing a streak of golden light hidden beneath the leaves. The blue branches flexibly wrapped around the golden light and gently extended it to the statue's forehead. In an instant, the entire space of the Beast Mastery Compendium shook violently, as if struck by a terrifying earthquake. After careful sensing, Ye Youqian discovered a phenomenon that filled him with ecstasy. The space was rapidly expanding. Originally, the space was about 1 acre in size, but it was now inexplicably ballooning at an incredible rate. Within just 10 seconds, it expanded to 100 acres, and it showed no signs of stopping. Even more astonishing was that the statue, representing the potential of a beast master, seemed to have consumed some legendary golden fertilizer, growing in all dimensions from a height of 20 centimeters. It reached 40 centimeters, then 80, and 1 meter, eventually stopping at an astounding 100 meters in height. The space of the Beast Mastery Compendium expanded to about 1,000 acres, and there were not just one, but 9 spiritual spring statues of 100 meters each. The only regret was that the other 8 remained sealed, and Ye Youqian could not unlock them for the time being. The changes were simply unbelievable. A single star in the Spirit Spring realm possessing a 100-meter spiritual spring statue in 1,000 acre space was a dream even a 9-star Spirit Sea realm beast master wouldn't dare to envision. It was utterly outrageous. To put it in perspective, a 20-centimeter spiritual spring statue produces 2 cubic meters of spirit spring water daily, worth 2,000 coins. A 100-meter statue would yield 1,000 cubic meters a day, valued at 1 million coins. That's 30 million a month, and an annual income of 360 million. And there were 9 statues. Ye Youqian panted heavily, struggling to stand up from the ground. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably from excitement. People in the Beast Master Association began to distance themselves from this seemingly deranged young man, while many women looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Such a handsome young man, driven to madness, what a pity. Suppressing his inner excitement, Ye Youqian quickly left the association. He wound his way to a secluded, unfinished building. There, he finally burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the empty structure, as if releasing years of pent-up tension. He lay back, unconcerned about the dust covering him, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Memories floated through his mind, his voice barely a whisper, occasionally muttering to himself. 15 years of a harsh orphanage life, only eating a full meal during New Year. Those meals of chaff and vegetables mixed with rice had become a delicacy in his memory. Then, 3 years at a public academy living under someone else's roof, obsessively pursuing the chance to break through to the Spirit Spring realm, only for his dreams to shatter. At that time, he truly believed he was worthless, but he was unwilling to accept it, truly unwilling. Another 3 years, he went all in, embarking on the much-maligned path of borrowing for cultivation. The mockery never ceased. Even half-grown children would spit at him, claiming he lived worse than a dog. His peers fell one by one, some died, some left, and some became test subjects for drugs. Success stories were few, maybe 2 or 3 out of 1,000. Fortunately, he succeeded, winning a round against fate. Yet, He was supposed to be one of the top 5 geniuses among a million new students at Youqian Prefecture, but only one spiritual spring statue was usable, while the other 8 were sealed. Such achievement was even less than the last-ranked freshman. Millions in debt, thousands in daily interest, a ruined top genius. How could he ever repay it? Ye Youqian sneered. He could repay it, certainly could. After all, as a top genius, such a test subject was rare even in the thousands of years of history in the Luotian King domain. How precious. But was there a future? Certainly not. The drug merchants would never agree. Ye Youqian suddenly sat up, his right hand clenched into a fist, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He growled softly, I'm free. Anyone who disagrees, I'll smash their head. After a long time, Ye Youqian, the young man burdened with debt and traversing through time, suddenly sat up straight. His expression was cold and his eyes clear, like a fool having a moment of enlightenment. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind on the Beast Master manual within his consciousness, directing his attention to the servant-level plant-type beast. This beast was entirely blue, with a tree heart as beautiful as crystal, and branches and leaves bearing fruit. Ye Youqian's thoughts drifted to the legendary battle for the golden meteorite from ancient times, the eerie flower sea, and the blood butterflies mentioned in the old man's tales. He recalled the strange blue sky phenomenon covering vast lands, the rippling blue leaves, and his own murmured words from the past. All the clues converged into a startling possibility. This servant-level tree beast wasn't born out of thin air, but was drawn by some force, reappearing in the world through his soul contract. Whether it was the legendary Yomu or its descendant no longer mattered. What was crucial was that this seemingly ordinary servant-level beast was far more complex than it appeared, and the benefits brought by the golden light far exceeded Ye Youqian's imagination. A daring hypothesis took shape in Ye Youqian's mind. Perhaps his golden finger was the ability to resurrect beasts that once existed through a mysterious soul contract. Or perhaps it was his extraordinary innate gift. Ye Youqian looked up, his gaze profound. He remembered a legend told by the old dean when he was a child. The story spoke of a special race on the Blood Moon continent, whose difficulty in becoming beast masters was 100 times that of other geniuses. But once successful, they gained talents comparable to divine powers. This race ruled the world for tens of thousands of years until the strongest fell and other forces rose against them. Despite enemies studying their bloodline for millennia, the mystery remained unsolved, and ultimately, the entire race was exterminated. This ancient legend should have been an unrealistic tale, but now, to Ye Youqian, it seemed astonishingly similar to his own experiences. He couldn't help but chuckle. A time traveler with an orphan's background. Maybe I really did inherit that race's bloodline. Perhaps this is my golden finger. With a thought, the book-like Beast Master manual emerged from Ye Youqian's brow like a green stream of light. Upon closer inspection, 8 extremely faint, dim lights of different colors could be seen. The manual unfolded, chaotic like a messy ink painting. About half a meter wide and a meter long, the scroll was bordered by smooth, colorful luminous pillars, with irregular black and white glows at the top and bottom. In this scene visible only to Ye Youqian, a blue little tree about a meter tall sat atop the head of a 100-mid-turtle spirit spring statue, exuding a mysterious aura. Not only the leaves and branches, but even the roots were a soft shade of blue. At this moment, a blue root quietly slipped into the mouth of the spirit spring statue, resembling Ye Youqian, subtly pulsating as if it were a lively blood vessel absorbing energy. Ye Youqian's eyelids twitched slightly as a sense of unease rose within him. His thoughts raced. Could it be that this creature was feeding that glimmer of gold to the spirit spring statue as an investment, with the goal of gaining more spirit spring in return? Seriously, he screamed internally. Boss, don't do this. Leave some for me. I still owe millions in loans. If this continues, I'm done for. And it won't be good for you either. Ye Youqian quickly immersed his consciousness, attempting to communicate with his beast through their soul contract. A faint mental wave arose, conveying feelings of refusal and dissatisfaction. Ye Youqian's mouth twitched as he sighed helplessly, focusing his consciousness more intensely on his beast. Suddenly, a flood of detailed information surged forth. Confounded tree. Rank, servant level 1 star. Status, newborn weak. Evolution potential. Skills, confounded fruit bomb, servant level. Devour eclipse level. Divine transformation, eclipse level. Note, the remaining 100,086 skills require evolution to higher levels for gradual unlocking and integration. Ye Youqian quickly analyzed this information. In this world, the bloodline and rank of a beast are closely linked. Servant level means a servant level bloodline, and a wild beast level corresponds to a wild beast bloodline, with strict hierarchies. Generally, a 1-star fierce beast level beast, considering its status and newborn factors, would likely struggle against a servant level 9-star beast. But by 2 stars, it might hold its own, and by 3 stars, it could easily defeat its opponent. However, Ye Youqian's servant level beast was clearly extraordinary. Its evolution potential was marked with 2 question marks, and it possessed the highly restricted divine skills Devour and Transformation of the unheard-of Eclipse level. The name alone suggested it was no ordinary creature. With sufficient resources, it could probably reach Servant level 9 stars in no time. Even more astounding was the final note: over 100,000 skills waiting to be unlocked. Ye Youqian couldn't help but wonder, can a single beast truly possess so many skills? The entire plant-type beast skill set likely doesn't even approach that number. At this moment, Ye Youqian was completely sure that his servant-level plant-type beast was the legendary Yomu. Images of reincarnation novels he'd read in his previous life flashed through his mind: Heavenly Emperor reborn, pampering his wife sweetly, Empress reincarnated, falling in love with me. Ye Youqian's mouth twitched, quickly dismissing these ridiculous thoughts. He carefully examined the beast before him. Its entire body was blue, with a radiant blue heart, reminding Ye Youqian of a wild creature from a game in his previous life. Confounded tree, he muttered. Well, that's a name. To make it easier to call you, as your beast master, I'll give you a nicer name. Let's call you Blue Mama. After speaking, Ye Youqian waited for 5 seconds. A segment of azure blue foliage elegantly extended to the ground, writing 2 words in the soil: Yudi. Yudai, is that your real name? Ye Youqian was a bit disappointed. What a shame. The name I came up with was so good, and now it's wasted. The confounded tree remained motionless, thinking it wouldn't bother interacting with this naming-challenged master if it didn't have to. Ye Youqian secretly calculated. Legend has it that the Yomu can take on a human form, and if it could transform into a fairy-like appearance, that would be a huge win. This was also the fundamental reason he didn't name the confounded tree Blue Papa, hinting at a certain special expectation. As night fell, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Ye Youqian stepped into the Beastmaster Association, thinking to himself, how could I pass up free resources? A tall woman approached, the sound of her high heels crisp against the marble floor. Her appearance was refined, with a professional smile on her lips. Hey, handsome, we only cater to Beastmasters here, you know, she teased. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, suppressing years of accumulated nervousness, and replied in a steady voice. I've just become a Beastmaster. I'm here for certification. A flicker of interest flashed in her eyes as she leaned in closer with a playful laugh, her fragrance enveloping him. Just say you're here for the perks. Why so shy? Which public academy are you from, little brother? Instinctively, Ye Youqian took a step back, recalling the old dean's warning. Beautiful women are dangerous and demanding. Don't get close without enough means and strength. Noticing his reaction, the woman pouted slightly, extending her well-manicured hand. TSK, let me see your ID card. 2 minutes later, her tone softened, though a hint of pity crossed her gaze. All right, head to the 3rd room on the left on the 2nd floor. Someone will assist you. Clearly, she had seen through his financial situation, given the association's high level of access. As Ye Youqian turned to go upstairs, he heard her sigh softly behind him. Such a handsome young man, yet he's chosen such a difficult path. Becoming a beastmaster, and what for? Just to work for a bank all his life. What a shame. Reaching the designated room, Ye Youqian politely knocked on the door. An elderly but strong voice called out, come in. Inside, a man in his 50s sat upright. His beard was graying, his eyes sharp, and his demeanor robust, clearly a formidable beastmaster. There's a chair. Sit wherever, the man said coldly. Hand over your ID card, and I'll verify it. There's a document on the table. Read it yourself, so I don't have to waste my breath. Ye Youqian picked up the paper, noting the writer's professionalism in the neat handwriting. He carefully read each word, not wanting to miss any valuable information. He was always focused when it came to benefiting himself. The document was concise. 1. Present your citizenship card from the Luotian King domain. 2. Summon your Beastmaster Codex. Those unwilling to undergo potential assessment can receive 3,000 yuan and a random wild beast-level creature. Those without an awakened innate Beastmaster Codex must pay a 100,000 yuan fee, can defer payment for a month. 3. Those accepting potential assessment can receive a choice of a wild beast-level or fierce beast-level creature's offspring. Incentive money ranging from 3,000 to 100,000 yuan. Qualified individuals may join the Beastmaster Association. Ye Youqian silently noted the information, weighing his options. In the Luotian King domain, with its 36 provinces and nearly 4 billion people, even a random person on the street could read. And here he was, standing on the threshold of becoming a true Beastmaster, facing a pivotal decision. Ye Youqian stood in the office, facing an elderly man with piercing eyes. The old man's tone was severe, like a sharp blade. Listen, even someone like you, from a poor background, who has taken the wrong path with loans, if you have enough talent, I can help you with some troubles within my authority. Thirdly, don't ramble on. I have a bad temper. After listening carefully, Ye Youqian couldn't help but feel a bit of affection for the old man. Suddenly, the old man looked up, a flash of helplessness and anger in his eyes. He rubbed his nose and said impatiently, "Lone kid, if you have questions, ask them quickly. I'll give you 10 minutes." Ye Youqian's expression relaxed slightly, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. The old man's demeanor reminded him of the old director at the Xinyu orphanage. He spoke softly. "Sir, I don't want anyone to explore my potential. I just want to know if I can exchange my beast for money, even if it's just 70 of the market price." The old man snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Humph. You really think I'm some low-level employee interested in your freeloaded 30? Embarrassed by the piercing gaze, Ye Youqian wisely chose to remain silent. The old man continued his reprimand. "Kid, why don't you choose a proper path instead of this crooked one? You can work, save some money, and do business. It's not impossible to earn money. Many have made fortunes through business, bought resources, and become beast tamers." Suddenly, the old man shouted sharply, "Brat, lift your head. Look me in the eye. Are you planning to gamble on beasts in the black market?" Ye Youqian lifted his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The words, the scolding tone, were so similar to those of the old director at the Xinyu orphanage. The pressure was palpable, as if he could be punished for a single wrong word. Emotionally moved, Ye Youqian chuckled lightly, then clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Sir, I've encountered some opportunities, and I already have my main beast. Now, I just need money to buy time. The people from the bank are probably already on their way." The old man tapped the table, giving a clear answer. "All right, how you choose is your business. For me, it's just a nod. A wild-class beast cub is priced between 50,000 and 200,000. I'll give you an average of 100,000, which should keep the bank at bay for a while." Then he curiously asked, "Kid, why did you laugh just now?" Ye Youqian replied honestly, "Your tone, temper, and demeanor reminded me of the times I got scolded by an old man at Xinyu orphanage. I used to resent it, but now it's just nostalgia." "Xinyu orphanage? Are you one of those orphans taken in by the old ghost?" the old man probed. "Yes," Ye Youqian nodded. The old man's expression suddenly darkened, a dangerous glint in his eye, as if ready to give Ye Youqian a piece of his mind. Just as the tension peaked, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," the old man said in a low voice. A middle-aged man in a suit entered, looking proper and clearly a diligent employee. He smiled and said, "Mr. Wei, you're covering for your granddaughter again? Don't worry, I keep things to myself and won't tell your wife." This was Su Wenbin, the bank manager responsible for Ye Youqian's loan. He came with joy, having received the notification the moment Ye Youqian's ID registered on the Beast Tamer Association's network. Out of his 1,000 employees, finally, someone promising had appeared, and Su Wenbin couldn't be happier. Mr. Wei impatiently said, "Hurry up with the test, and leave. Don't waste my time." His words were sharp, giving no regard for courtesy. "Hurry up and get it done. Don't waste my time." Wei Lao snapped impatiently. "All right," Su Wenbin replied with a professional smile as he approached Ye Youqian. From his canvas bag, he took out a device resembling a book, marked with a hand-sized imprint in the center, surrounded by 9 crystal-like stones that glimmered faintly in the dim light. "Congratulations on reaching the Lingquan stage," Su Wenbin said calmly, though a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. "I'm just here to follow protocol according to the contract, so there's no need to worry." Ye Youqian sighed inwardly. As someone with no background, he knew he had no choice but to pay for his past decisions. In the presence of a behemoth like the bank, a one-star beast master at the Lingquan stage was insignificant. "Manager Su, what do I need to do?" Ye Youqian asked, trying to appear composed. "It's simple," Su Wenbin replied with the same smile. "Just place your hand on the imprint and release a little Lingquan. It won't take much of your time." Suddenly, Su Wenbin's gaze sharpened, becoming as dangerous as a snake's. Casually, he added, "Yi, you owe quite a bit. Now that you're a beast master, don't make the mistake of borrowing to repay loans anymore." "Manager Su, I will change my ways. Thank you for the reminder." Ye Youqian forced a smile, fully aware that this was a debt warning. He knew the bank wouldn't lend him more money. His future held only 2 paths: sell himself or leave it to fate. "Humph," Wei Lao snorted disdainfully, glancing at the two with contempt. No surprise, raised by that old fox, all the same. Ye Youqian flinched involuntarily, regretting mentioning his upbringing in the orphanage. Su Wenbin, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, noting to dig deeper into Ye Youqian's background. After all, anyone who caught Wei Lao's attention was worth investigating, especially when pharmaceutical companies were in dire need of quality test subjects, with prices 30 higher than last year. As Ye Youqian placed his hand on the device, a drop of Lingquan, like white liquid, was absorbed instantly. Suddenly, the 9 crystals on the device lit up in a dazzling display. 8 gray, 1 gold. Su Wenbin was momentarily stunned, sweat beading on his forehead. He fumbled for his phone and, with trembling fingers, pressed the red button at the bottom center. "Don't you dare!" Wei Lao roared, lunging at Su Wenbin like an enraged lion. In an instant, he had Su Wenbin by the throat, slamming him against the wall 2 meters away. The hard wooden wall cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading, a testament to Wei Lao's deadly intent. Wei Lao. Su Wenbin coughed up blood, yet maintained his professional smile. He struggled to lift his right hand, waving his phone in front of Wei Lao. Wei Lao's eye twitched, his voice seething with anger. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right here? Su Wenbin had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression weary, yet his eyes were fixed on Ye Youqian with a flicker of wild joy. He spoke with difficulty. Cough. Elder Wei, you know the rules of the bank. I'm just a small figure with no choice. Get out. Elder Wei shouted harshly, releasing his grip on Su Wenbin. Su Wenbin spat out another mouthful of blood, swaying as he got to his feet. He staggered towards the door, pausing briefly beside Ye Youqian, and said in a complex tone, Mr. Yi, don't blame me. I was once just an ordinary man fighting for survival, just like you. With that, he left the room. Only Elder Wei and Ye Youqian remained inside. Ye Youqian's eyes flickered, having roughly pieced together the situation. The revelation of the secret of the 9 spirit spring statues had caused Elder Wei's fury, far exceeding his expectations. Ye Youqian realized he knew too little about the upper echelons of the Beast Master world. The potential of a Beast Master was judged by 2 criteria, the number and initial height of the spirit spring statues. The instrument Su Wenbin brought was evidently for assessing the number of springs. As an ordinary person with no background, Ye Youqian understood he couldn't refuse the bank's legitimate demands. As for Elder Wei, someone he'd just met half an hour ago, how could he easily trust him? Navigating both sides was the best strategy. Elder Wei approached Ye Youqian, towering over him with his nearly 6-foot frame like a dragon looking down on an ant. He rebuked, why didn't you tell the truth? Even if you were foolish, you should know that among the millions of candidates in Yuyuan province each year, fewer than 5 awaken to such a degree. Ye Youqian looked directly at Elder Wei, his gaze deep and inscrutable. I know. But Elder Wei, honestly, would you believe a stranger you've just met for half an hour? Even if I told you, what kind of treatment would the Beast Master Association offer a genius with such rare talent? Elder Wei sneered, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the treatment might not be much better, but at least there's a chance to turn things around. Do you know who you're being targeted by now? He turned and returned to his seat, his sharp eyes fixed on the unfortunate young prodigy. Suddenly, Ye Youqian lowered his head, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, as if seeking forgiveness from an elder. Elder Wei laughed heartily. Huh? No wonder you were taught by that old ghost. This shamelessness and ability to assess the situation are unmatched. Very well, the grudges of the older generation shouldn't involve the young. I'll lend you a hand. With that, Elder Wei took out his phone from the drawer and dialed a number. Xiao Su. I've got a prodigy with a rare talent here, and some people have already set their sights on him. If you're interested, come over. The person on the other end asked. From a civilian background? Elder Wei confirmed. Yes. The response was quick. Elder Wei, I'll be there right away. Please hold them off for me. After hanging up, Elder Wei stood up, saying solemnly, Kid, though I'm with the Beast Master Association and have some authority, this is too deep a trouble for me to get involved in. Come with me, and you won't lose what's rightfully yours. Ye Youqian replied sincerely. I will remember this kindness forever. Outside, Su Wenbin crouched by the wall, a cigarette burning between his fingers. His gaze wandered, smoke swirling around him as a few cigarette butts lay scattered on the ground. A middle-aged cleaning lady in a uniform approached with a mop, her tone impatient. Sir, smoking is prohibited here. The fines are hefty. Su Wenbin didn't lift his head, leisurely asking, how are the fines calculated? The cleaner replied, 500 each time. You've already racked up at least 3,000. If it were me, that would be my whole month's salary. Su Wenbin pulled 2 large bills from his wallet and tossed them on the ground, his tone icy and his eyes steely. That's 20,000. I'm going to keep smoking for a while, so stay away from me. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly swept the money into her dustpan with a smile, saying, all right, before hurrying away. The door creaked open, and 2 people emerged. Wei Lao threw an apparatus resembling a book next to Su Wenbin, who picked it up silently, carefully wiping it with his sleeve before clutching it tightly to his chest. He leaned back, sitting on the ground like a beggar, gazing up at the ceiling with a satisfied smile. Wei Lao glanced at Su Wenbin with disdain, muttering brat, under his breath, seemingly put off, and quickened his pace to leave. Ye Youqian gave Su Wenbin a complicated look before following Wei Lao. Soon, Su Wenbin was alone, hugging the slightly worn book to his chest, a look of profound security spreading across his face, as if he were a fool. 5 years ago, Su Wenbin had come to this room with the same apprehension as Ye Youqian today. The difference was, he met not Wei Lao but his granddaughter, a kind and beautiful girl raised in a sheltered environment. Back then, Su Wenbin's potential was mediocre, but he had managed to break through 4 spirit spring statues by luck, without taking the soul reversal pill. The kind-hearted girl, upon learning of his massive debt, offered him some assistance, provided extra subsidies, and promised to keep the 4 spirit spring statues a secret. However, much like Ye Youqian's experience, the moneylenders soon came knocking, easily seeing through Su Wenbin's potential, treating him like a lamb to slaughter. The struggles of life often stem from poverty. Both Su Wenbin and Ye Youqian knew this, but they were smart and had some luck on their side. By a stroke of fate, Su Wenbin managed to gain the favor of the new supervisor at the moneylender's office. The astronomical loan no longer accrued interest, and he could repay it slowly. The trade-off was becoming a competent salesman, a loyal subordinate to his boss. He received a decent salary, with bonuses for good performance. Resources for beast training and self-cultivation were also secured. His once estranged parents returned to him, and the family was reunited in happiness. Yet, all this was built upon Su Wenbin's current standing. A single mistake or being laid off could bring it all crashing down. As Su Wenbin was lost in his memories, the urgent sound of high heels echoed, the footsteps laced with a mix of urgency and discontent. At the corridor's corner, a woman with a noble air and a commanding presence approached swiftly. Her appearance was strikingly beautiful, easily scoring an impressive 80 out of 100. This woman, named Wen Yu, immediately spotted Su Wenbin, scrutinizing her subordinate slumped in the corner with a piercing gaze. Su, report the situation, Wen Yu asked directly. She was quite satisfied with Su Wenbin, a diligent and reliable subordinate who had become almost a confidant. After his current assignment, Wen Yu planned to take him to the provincial capital and offer him a leadership position. At that moment, Su Wenbin looked disheveled, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his once tidy suit now in disarray. He appeared dazed, chain-smoking with a mountain of cigarette butts at his feet, silently testifying to his anxiety. Normally, Wen Yu would reprimand him harshly for this. However, given that they were at the Beastmaster Association, a place for distributing free resources, and considering the circumstances, she realized there must be a valid reason for her usually composed subordinate to trigger the emergency alert. A startling conclusion emerged among the many investments under the bank's umbrella. A genius had been born. Wen Yu patiently approached, gently tapped Su Wenbin's face, and asked teasingly, Su, have you lost your mind? Su Wenbin snapped back to reality, quickly stood up, and apologized respectfully. Director 1, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Wen Yu waved it off, her eyes narrowing slightly as she smiled. No problem, get to the point. Without a word, Su Wenbin handed over the book he had been clutching to Wen Yu. On its pages, 9 luminous crystals shone brilliantly. Hiss. Wen Yu inhaled sharply, her eyes instantly sharp, fixing on Su Wenbin as she asked in a low voice, is it real? The spirit identification book has never been wrong, Su Wenbin replied with certainty. Wen Yu's eyes gleamed with appreciation, and she softly said, good. Su, you've done a great job this time. They'll take care of the remaining debts for you. Also, go choose a fierce beast-level young beast, prepare yourself, and break through to the Spirit Sea stage soon. Don't worry about resources. Once this matter is resolved, prepare to come with me to the provincial capital. You're too talented to stay here. Thank you, second miss, Su Wenbin replied respectfully. Yes, you deserve it. Now, tell me everything in detail. Wen Yu prompted him to continue. Su Wenbin's eyes shifted as he pondered his words. Then he began to recount the information about Ye Youqian. 3 years in a public academy, consistently top-ranked, always in the top 10. Fell short 3 years later. After 3 years of arduous cultivation, he successfully broke through with a new type of reverse soul pill. Unfortunately, this prodigy ended up with only one of his spirit springs intact out of 8. Reverse soul pill? The kind where all test subjects died after 1,000 trials. Wen Yu's eyes widened with shock as she asked urgently. Yes, I personally gave it to him. Ye Youqian is a talent I value greatly, and I even mentioned him to the eldest miss once, Su Wenbin replied truthfully. Wen Yu nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I remember now. Someone with such good grades in a public academy might indeed have this talent. However, with only one spirit spring intact, the capital probably won't take him. The cost of nurturing him is unimaginable. She sighed, shook her head, and then noticed Su Wenbin's injuries, asking with concern, who hit you? After a moment of hesitation, Su Wenbin replied truthfully, it was Old Wei. Ugh, humph. Wen Yu's anger flared. How dare that old man hit my people? Wenbin, they'll make sure to settle this matter for you. You're not suited to be involved in this. They'll take over. You should go back. Thank you, second miss, Su Wenbin said, leaving with a heart full of hopeful expectations. Wen Yu fingered the spirit identification book for a moment, then took out her phone and dialed a series of numbers, including some pharmaceutical contacts. She mused to herself, to think the concept of that reverse soul pill actually succeeded. If those madmen at the pharmaceutical companies find out, they'll stop at nothing to get their hands on this kid. Haha, this could be a huge profit, and my eldest sister might just cry out of frustration. Wen Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement, and as she chuckled, 2 adorable dimples appeared on her face. The 5th floor of the Beastmaster Association is the highest level. It's a single, extremely spacious room, measuring over 1,000 square meters. Few people, aside from the association president, have access to it. Suddenly, the shattering of glass broke the silence of the room. A man dressed in blue flew out of the window, his collar tightly gripped by an elderly man, Wei Lao. Inside the room, three stunningly beautiful women were thrown into a panic. They had been massaging the man in blue just moments before. Now, they screamed, their delicate fingers trembling, as they hurriedly fled the room, leaving chaos in their wake. Time ticked by, and over 20 minutes passed. The man in blue was still nowhere to be seen, causing Ye Youqian some anxiety. He thought to himself, if he's dead, that's one thing. But if he survived, he might cause trouble for me. What should I do? Wei Lao seemed indifferent to his recent actions. He leaned back comfortably on the soft sofa, took a bottle of fine wine from the cabinet, and drank it heartily. His expression was one of contentment, as if nothing had happened. Do you understand? Wei Lao suddenly asked, his gaze meaningful. Ye Youqian took a deep breath and replied solemnly, I understand. Thank you, Wei Lao, for your guidance. Words cannot express my gratitude. He etched this favor into his heart, gaining a deeper understanding of the Beast Master world in Youqian Prefecture. Wei Lao went on to explain the distribution of power in Youqian Prefecture. Wanha Bank, backed by the royal capital, serves as a financial tool for the Luotian royal domain but operates with basic principles. Similarly, the Luoheng Pharmaceutical Company, also linked to the capital, focuses on developing elixirs and potions for beast masters, supplying the military, the royal family, and local families. The wealth generated by these two powers rivals 60 of the Luotian royal domain's tax revenue annually. Additionally, Youqian Prefecture is home to many long-standing beastmaster families and wealthy merchants. Sunset Town, due to its proximity to the resource-rich Sunset Forest, hosts the Black Whale Army, directly under the Luotian royal domain's command. Wei Lao specifically mentioned that many commanders in the Black Whale Army come from humble beginnings, once living precarious lives like Ye Youqian. Some were even sold to the military by the bank, becoming part of suicide squads and carving a bloody path out of hell. One commander was even a former premium test subject. While this situation is rare in Youqian Prefecture, such individuals are not uncommon throughout the Luotian royal domain. These resilient individuals, who have risen from dire circumstances, are often more formidable than ordinary beast masters, with greater potential and combat power. Thus, they hold positions in the military's upper echelons and harbor a particular hatred for the bank and pharmaceutical company. Wei Lao revealed that he had already informed a commander. This commander was a rare prodigy in Youqian Prefecture but, due to poverty, had to rely on the reversal soul pill to break through, ultimately facing the tragic fate of 8 failures, 1 success. The Black Whale Army now had a pretext to intervene in the affairs of the bank and pharmaceutical company. Even though Ye Youqian had been crippled, the bank's attempt to sell him to the pharmaceutical company was a slap in the face to the Black Whale Army commanders. Even if they couldn't win, they intended to create trouble for these bastards. Wei Lao's actions gave Ye Youqian a chance at rebirth. Now, it was up to him to seize this opportunity. After careful consideration, Ye Youqian declared firmly, Wei Lao, I am willing to join the Black Whale Army. His voice was resolute, his eyes gleaming with determination. Elder Wei shook his head, a sharp glint of admiration for Ye Youqian in his eyes. This young man was intelligent, well-mannered, and as handsome as an opera performer, with a frighteningly strong talent. Unfortunately, he was born into a poor family. No, he was an orphan, just like the old ghost. Thinking about this, Elder Wei felt a sense of relief, cursing inwardly. They're all damned orphans. Standing nearby, Liang Zai noticed the change in Elder Wei's mood, his mouth twitching slightly, but he dared not say a word. Elder Wei continued, I've seen your potential, but it's a pity that much of it is wasted. Here's what I'll do. I'll exchange your reward of a beast for a fierce beast level and convert it into 500,000 cash for you right now. With that, Elder Wei stepped to his desk and pulled a silver card from a drawer. This was a special currency from the Luo Tianwang domain, made from rare source crystals, containing pure source energy that was easy to absorb, highly efficient to convert, and had no side effects, making it an excellent resource for cultivation. Ye Youqian, though unfamiliar with the source crystal card, had heard of its reputation. He happily accepted the card, then looked expectantly at Elder Wei. Elder Wei saw through Ye Youqian's thoughts immediately and, with irritation, scolded, You brat! You're just like that orphan. He casually grabbed a stack of 1,000 denomination bills from the drawer and tossed it to Ye Youqian. Ye Youqian thanked him respectfully, eyes shining, and quickly stuffed the bills into his pocket. At that moment, 2 figures appeared at the open door. One was Wen Yu, and the other was dressed peculiarly, as if just emerging from a battlefield disheveled, with black powder on his face, tattered clothes, and one leg of his pants torn short. With a smile, Wen Yu remarked, Elder Wei, exchanging the Luo Tianwang domain's beast reward for money might not be within the rules, don't you think? Elder Wei snorted, his aura undiminished. Humph. I do as I please. If you have the guts, report me to the Beastmaster Alliance in the Prefecture City. Before the words were fully spoken, The raggedly dressed man with a wild hairstyle moved like a blue flash, instantly standing before Ye Youqian. His triangular eyes glowed peculiarly as he scrutinized Ye Youqian and then said, "I'll buy this kid's beast reward." Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping came from outside the fifth-floor window. A giant beast resembling a bat was circling outside, and a middle-aged man in light armor was clinging to the window ledge with one hand, with the previously fallen man standing behind him. The armored man flipped over the window, entering the room. Without a word, he kicked the raggedly dressed man into the corner, then nonchalantly said, "Sorry, slipped. Don't worry, I'll cover the medical bills. Just remember to send the bill to the Black Whale Army base. Of course, that's if you have the guts to come." The ragged man struggled to his feet, his thin frame trembling. He shouted angrily, "Su Jin, I'm an official third-grade alchemist, on the same rank as you. What gives you the right to hit me?" Su Jin looked down at him with disdain. "Huh? Haven't I kicked enough third-grade alchemists in Yuan Prefecture? If you've got the guts, report me to the prefecture city. I'll be waiting." When you coughed lightly, trying to ease the tension, "Commander Su, we're all civilized people here, not thugs. Let's stick to the rules." Su Jin glanced at Yu and firmly said, "This kid, the Black Whale Army wants him." "This kid, I'll take him for the Black Whale Army," Su Jin declared decisively, his gaze cutting like a blade towards Yu. He casually tossed a golden source crystal card onto the ground, as if dismissing a beggar. Yu's fury flared instantly, nearly causing her to explode on the spot. As the second young lady of the Wen family in the prefecture city, she had been pampered since childhood and had never suffered such humiliation. She felt as if she were being treated like a courtesan in a high-end club on the streets, a blatant insult that made her grit her teeth and glare at Su Jin, who was shamelessly sizing her up. In that brief moment of eye contact, Yu felt a chill. This was someone she absolutely couldn't defeat. She suppressed her anger, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. The man with the explosive hairstyle spoke in a sinister tone. "Su Jin, the royal decree clearly states that the military is not to interfere in the affairs of the banks. Are you planning to overstep the line and challenge the laws of the kingdom?" Yu, holding back her anger, added, "Commander Su, the banks are directly under the jurisdiction of the prefecture city. We have the authority to handle those who have signed formal indenture contracts." The three parties stood in opposition, each with significant backing. The laws issued by the Luotian kingdom aimed to curb the frequent meddling of military officials like Su Jin in the affairs of banks and pharmaceutical merchants, all in the interest of maintaining social stability. "Huh? Trying to press me with the law?" Su Jin sneered. "I recall that the bank's indenture contract clearly states that geniuses who have awakened 5 or more spiritual springs have the right to free movement for 1 to 6 months. Furthermore, as long as such talents repay the interest and part of the principal before the deadline, they can extend their free movement rights by another month." Upon hearing this, Yu and the man with the explosive hairstyle looked at Su Jin in disbelief, as if they had swallowed a bitter pill. When did this notoriously reckless guy become so knowledgeable about the law? Suddenly, Yu noticed Wei Lao leaning on the sofa nearby. The old man had his eyes closed, stroking a spirit beast that had appeared at some point, his lips moving as if whispering something. "Wei Lao, is the Beastmaster Association truly interfering in our bank's business?" Yu instantly understood the situation, her chest heaving with such intensity that she nearly spat out blood. Wei Lao opened his eyes, feigning bewilderment. "Huh? What? Did this old man say something?" "The spirit beast." Yu gritted her teeth, pointing at the spirit beast in Wei Lao's arms, which resembled a large orange cat. This creature had a special racial skill that could establish a hidden low-frequency communication channel between specified beings, similar to phone communication. Clearly, Wei Lao had been secretly guiding Su Jin, sabotaging Yu and her companion's plans. Wei Lao remained unflustered, a slight smile on his lips. "Oh, that. I was just thanking Commander Su for saving my son, who almost fell from upstairs. As a law-abiding beastmaster, I wouldn't interfere in bank affairs. Don't believe me? Ask Commander Su." The man in green beside them was taken aback, showing a look of astonishment, as if he finally believed he wasn't picked up by the old man from a garbage heap. "Humph." Yu snorted coldly, choosing not to argue over something she couldn't prove. She knew that continuing the dispute would yield no benefits. Su Jin, growing impatient, interrupted. "Enough with the nonsense. I, Su Jin, the commander of the Black Whale Army, am willing to vouch for this kid. Hurry up, finish the assessment according to the rules, then clarify all loan projects and determine the monthly interest. Unlike you, I don't have all day." Su Jin's voice was thunderous, commanding the attention of everyone present. Yu and the man with the explosive hairstyle exchanged a resigned glance and decided to proceed with the appraisal step by step. They thought to themselves, a minor character at the first star of the Lingquan realm couldn't possibly escape their grasp. With a thought, the man with the explosive hairstyle conjured a pitch-black orb that floated in midair. He then took out 2 books of different colors, gripping them tightly. "The pharmacist's appraisal is more accurate, so let's use mine," he said confidently. Su Jin shrugged, accepting the arrangement. He knew well that the bank and the pharmacist were in cahoots, and having the explosive-haired man conduct the appraisal was the foundation of their cooperation. After all, words alone were not enough. They needed solid evidence. In a flash, the appraisal book emitted 9 beams of light, 8 of which were dull, while one shone as brilliantly as the sun. 8 were useless, leaving one genuine. The explosive-haired man gasped in astonishment, his eyes filled with fervor as he looked at Ye Youqian, as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. Wen Yu's expression was complex and unreadable. Being from the prefecture city, she understood the significance of the 9 Lingquan statues. If Ye Youqian wasn't under the bank's control and hadn't used the reverse soul pill to break through, even the royal family in the capital would vie for an alliance with him. Given Wen Yu's status, she feared she wouldn't even qualify as a concubine. Regret flickered in Su Jin's tiger-like eyes. He glanced at the explosive-haired man and couldn't help but curse. "You heartless dog." The explosive-haired man retorted coldly. "Back then, before General One House saved you, your Lingquan statue was 2 parts useless out of 7. If it weren't for that master experimenting with the forbidden pill, would you be where you are today, Su Jin?" Yes, the pharmacist's methods can be harsh. But compared to the annual casualties caused by Beast Tamers misusing their power, it's nothing. Without us, where would your Black Whale army get its training resources? In this world, right and wrong don't matter. Perhaps we are unforgivable, but our contributions will be remembered for generations. Madman, Su Jin cursed, his eyes blazing with anger, wishing he could tear the explosive-haired man apart on the spot. Different paths, different goals. The explosive-haired man snorted, retrieving another book from his beast-taming space and placing it in front of Ye Youqian. Time ticked by, yet Ye Youqian hesitated to place his hand on the book. The explosive-haired man looked up, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Young man, just place your hand there and inject a drop of Lingquan," he prompted. Wen Yu urged gently. "Mr. Yi, there's nothing to fear, it will be over quickly." Her voice was as gentle as a neighborhood elder sister. Ye Youqian looked up, his eyes filled with conflict. He understood that the book would likely appraise the height of his Lingquan statue or the space of his beast-taming manual. Either revelation would bring endless trouble. The two before him might go mad, and even Wei Lao and Su Jin might harbor ill intentions. "Mr. Yi, if you refuse the appraisal, your freedom of action will be reduced to the minimum." Wen Yu increased the pressure, attempting to force Ye Youqian's compliance. Suddenly, a firm voice rang out. "I refuse." Ye Youqian took a deep breath, and after saying this, he turned and stood beside Su Jin, surprising everyone present. "Bold. I like it." Su Jin stepped forward, picked up the golden source crystal card from the ground, and faced Wen Yu and the explosive-haired man, saying in a deep voice, "Hurry up, don't waste time." The explosive-haired man gave Ye Youqian a meaningful look, his mind racing with thoughts, his fervor undiminished. Inside, he felt as if ants were crawling, eager to take Ye Youqian away for a thorough study. "Mr. Yi, remember to repay on time," Wen Yu said, leaving her signature explosive hairstyle behind as she disappeared into the only room on the 5th floor. Ye Youqian stood there, his brow furrowed and eyes bloodshot with anger, as if he had just been robbed. The suffocating number echoed in his mind. 800,000 a month for 10 years, totaling 96 million. This amount far exceeded the 3 million he actually borrowed. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Ye Youqian muttered angrily, feeling overwhelmed by despair. He knew that borrowing to repay loans was a dead end, a living example of what not to do. Old Wei watched coldly, disdainfully calling him a brat, before giving Ye Youqian a contemptuous glance and leaving with a snort. Su Jin, unusually silent, cast a complex look at the furious young man. He remembered when he had been in a similar predicament. All right, if cursing helped, there wouldn't be many people left in the world. Su Jin broke the silence, with a hint of resignation in his voice. "Kid, you need to get yourself a decent beast companion and prepare to fight your way through the sunset forest. In life, all obstacles can only be overcome by your own efforts." With that, Su Jin tossed a token. The palm-sized token weighed 4 pounds, with a unique black whale etched on the front, bearing 2 pairs of black wings, resembling a black catfish. The back was inscribed with the word Commander, showcasing the owner's status. "Here, this is my token. Flash it when you're in trouble, and not many forces will dare to mess with you." Ye Youqian took a deep breath, lowered his head, and cupped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Su." He knew that the man before him was not only a benefactor but also a crucial ally, deserving of utmost respect. "Enough of that. I'm not one for formalities," Su Jin waved dismissively. "Come with me, and I'll help you find a new place to stay." Su Jin walked to the window, stepping onto a bat-shaped floating beast, with Ye Youqian quickly following. The room was left empty except for a man in a blue robe, suddenly feeling vast and lonely. Just then, a shrill shout broke the silence. "Ah, where's my source crystal? You old scoundrel." I'm telling Mom about your trip to the drunken flower house the day before yesterday. The sudden commotion seemed particularly comical in the empty room. Meanwhile, Su Jin's bat-shaped beast glided leisurely through the air, yet moved swiftly. Within just 10 minutes, they reached the outskirts of Sunset Town. Ye Youqian widened his eyes, staring in shock at the distance. A shimmering golden forest stretched to the horizon, seemingly endless. Below them was a vast-shaped settlement, with the bottom marking the edge of Sunset Town. Noticing Ye Youqian's amazement, Su Jin explained, "Kid, looks like it's your first time outside Sunset Town. The Sunset Town where you lived is just a small branch of this large settlement, mostly housing military families, some beast-taming families from Youqian Mansion, and Beast Tamer's families. This is the real Sunset Town, with a territory spanning 10,000 square kilometers, akin to a large city." The Sunset Forest stretched out before them, its vast expanse comparable to the Youqian Prefecture, covering an astonishing area of 600,000 square kilometers. Within this immense forest, there were billions of servant-level beasts, over 100 million wild beasts, and around 1 million fierce beasts. Deep within the forest, about 100,000 overlord-level beasts lurked. Moreover, the forest was home to terrifying marquis-level and even emperor-level beasts. Hearing these numbers, Ye Youqian couldn't help but gasp. A flicker of awe passed through his eyes as he truly felt the vastness of the world for the first time. Seeing this, Su Jin chuckled. "Young man, keep an open mind and don't let ignorance blind you. The world's expanse far exceeds human imagination." He looked at Ye Youqian with satisfaction and then gazed into the distance, his tone becoming deep and far-reaching. Such a vast and boundless place, even with emperor-level beasts, is merely the outer region of a forbidden area. Su Jin continued, "The ancient falling sun forest. It not only divides the 4 great domains of the Blood Moon continent, but also poses a core problem preventing its unification. In terms of territory, it is more expansive than any of the 4 domains. It even harbors legendary beasts, making it a sacred place yearned for by countless peak beastmasters." His voice was filled with longing. "I, Su Jin, will one day set foot in the ancient falling sun forest and pursue that godlike power." Perhaps meeting Ye Youqian today had touched a chord in Su Jin, making him unusually talkative. Ye Youqian took a deep breath and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Commander Su, for enlightening me. I have one more thing to ask." Su Jin snapped back to the present, looking at Ye Youqian with interest, as if seeing his younger self, with a hint of nostalgia and melancholy in his eyes. "About lifting the seal?" "Yes." Ye Youqian nodded resolutely. "You're ambitious," Su Jin praised, but then shook his head with a sigh. "Unfortunately, your situation is too severe, and the chances of completely lifting the seal are almost zero." He explained, "The soul reversal pill damages the soul, which is fundamental to a person. The Beastmaster's Codex is akin to the fusion of one's essence, energy, spirit, and source power. To heal soul injuries, I know of 2 methods." Su Jin raised one finger. "First, when your main beast breaks through from overlord level to marquis level, relying on the soul contract's high intensity, vast source power to restore the soul damage, thereby achieving the purpose of lifting the soul spring statue's seal." He then raised a second finger. "Second, the forbidden breaking pill controlled by the apothecary's higher the grade, the better the effect. Unfortunately, this has usage limitations." After hearing this, Ye Youqian fell silent. For most beastmasters, these 2 conditions were almost an impossible path. For him, only one option remained, as the forbidden breaking pill from the apothecaries would never be sold to him. As for a marquis-level beast, that was far too distant. The stages of a beastmaster are divided into Soul Spring, Soul Sea, Soul Platform, Source Fire, and Source Realm. 3 years for Soul Spring, 10 years for Soul Sea, 100 years for Soul Platform. Ignite the Source Fire, live 1,000 years, and establish a Source Realm to be king, ruling a domain. A marquis-level beast is the hallmark of a Source Fire Realm Beastmaster, even valued in the mighty Luo Tian domain. If he could reach this level, Ye Youqian wouldn't need to worry about the forbidden breaking pill. The apothecaries would deliver it to him voluntarily. A long sigh expressed endless sorrow. Su Jin said no more, leaving Ye Youqian to ponder alone. Once, he too was like this, with all the world's hardships resting on his shoulders, left with nothing but frustration and unwillingness. Where there's a will, there's a way. Su Jin left these words behind and departed, leaving not a penny, but gifting Ye Youqian with something priceless. Ye Youqian stood before his new dwelling, filled with gratitude. It was a 100 square meter house, complete with a kitchen, bathroom, secret room, and a 50 square meter courtyard. This was Su Jin's gift, a small courtyard on the outskirts of the Black Whale Army's territory, rent-free forever. Or at least, until the day Ye Youqian resets his journey. Though Su Jin left no money, Ye Youqian felt no resentment, only genuine gratitude. He looked around. This was the Sunset Gathering Place, home to nearly 100,000 residents, with a monthly transient population reaching 1 million. 80% were Beast Tamers, with varied abilities, most at the Lingquan realm. The Sunset Gathering Place formed a V shape, with the Black Whale Army and the Youqian Prefecture Army stationed on either side, primarily to guard against sudden beast tides and to protect Sunset Town and dozens of surrounding cities. Residents were required to pay protection fees and other taxes regularly, providing income for the two armies. Ye Youqian's area fell under the jurisdiction of the Black Whale Army, and these taxes did not concern him. Strength is the foundation. It's time to train. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, keeping Su Jin's words in mind. He walked through the hall to his bedroom, carefully locking the door. Then, he tapped the wooden floorboard 3 times beside the bed, revealing a deep passageway entrance. Descending about 10 meters through the passageway, Ye Youqian arrived at his secret training chamber. It wasn't a cold, dark cellar but a meticulously arranged space. The walls were lined with dense soundproofing materials, and each corner held a 1-meter-high candlestick with fist-sized luminous stones, illuminating the entire chamber brightly. Ye Youqian sat cross-legged, summoning the beast-taming codex with a thought. The codex unfurled like an ink painting, appearing as chaos to outsiders. Blue Mama. No. You die. Let's see how extraordinary you are. If you can make me soar, he murmured, his voice filled with anticipation. A silver card appeared in Ye Youqian's hand. Made from source crystals, it contained pure source power and was an extremely rare and precious resource. Ye Youqian knew there were 2 main ways to obtain source crystals: by hunting beasts on the verge of evolution, which might yield source crystals from their crystal cores, or by finding source crystal veins in areas rich in source power, typically heavily guarded by the Luotian King domain. The standard silver card in his hand came from the latter, valued at 500,000. Ye Youqian gazed at the card, feeling the immense energy within, knowing it would be a crucial aid on his path to becoming strong. 500,000. Ye Youqian stared at the silver card in his hand, his heart racing. The card, smooth and lustrous like fine jade, felt soft, almost like human skin. Its translucent silver glow flickered, and pure energy flowed from his palm into his skin and veins, filling him with an indescribable comfort. Just holding it, Ye Youqian could feel his strength growing. He calculated that fully absorbing it could elevate him by at least 2-star levels. Being rich is great. Ye Youqian sighed deeply, marveling. With a thought, a light emerged from his brow and hovered in the air his Beast Master Compendium. This source crystal card was perfect for his primary beast, the bewildered tree, to absorb. The tree was the foundation of his livelihood, linked to his soul. After all, the strongest asset of a beast master is his beast. Come out and leave me some spiritual spring, Ye Youqian said softly, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Inside the compendium, a small blue tree perched on a 100-meter-high spiritual spring statue heard its master's call. Its sparse blue leaves trembled. The blue branch thrust into the statue's mouth quickly withdrew, transforming into a blue streak of light and appearing in the chamber. The roughly 1-meter-high blue tree, with roots like blue electrodes, crawled across the floor, stopping in front of Ye Youqian. Its sparse blue leaves seemed drawn to the silver card in Ye Youqian's hand. I want eat. A brief, fragmented thought was transmitted to Ye Youqian through their soul contract. Not grabbing it directly, and even asking first. I'm quite pleased, Ye Youqian thought, his eyes showing approval as he bent down to place the silver card on the extended blue leaves. He spoke softly. You die? I think I can guess your origins. In terms of intelligence, even a dominant beast might not match you. I know, as your beast master, I'm not worthy. But we are bound as master and beast, sharing each other's fate. Supporting each other will take us further. Understand, name, bad. The bewildered tree responded affirmatively, for the first time refuting its master's naming skills. All right, Ye Youqian said awkwardly, scratching his head with a polite smile. He mused that every beast has its own designation, reflecting its characteristics. The Yomu from the old man's story might just be a nickname, not the true name. A beast of a higher rank than the legendary 10,000 Calamity Blood Butterfly was something Ye Youqian never imagined contracting, yet now it was his, filling him with excitement. As Ye Youqian immersed himself in dreams of the future, the bewildered tree wrapped the silver card in its blue leaves, drawing it close to its blue core. Pure energy surged in, and the pale blue leaves rustled gently. Suddenly, a wave ripple spread out. The chamber's air shimmered with blue ripples like water waves, and Ye Youqian inhaled deeply, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Not even half a minute, and it's already breaking through. That's incredibly fast, Ye Youqian thought in surprise. Absorbing source crystal energy, the books say, without special means, a silver source crystal card should take at least a day. Is this the power of a Moon Devourer level skill? It's unbelievable. Moon Devourer level? Could that be the previous rank of Blue Mama's species? I've never heard of it. Can't confirm it yet. Ye Youqian pondered, his gaze fixed on the silver card by the blue heart, now reduced by a fifth. He estimated, In at most 3 minutes, the 500,000 valued source crystal card will be completely consumed. Waiting was always excruciating, yet Ye Youqian was particularly excited, his eyes filled with anticipation and hope. Servant level, 4 stars. It actually advanced by 3 levels at once. This absorption efficiency is terrifying. Ye Youqian's heart raced. As a top student in a public school, he was well versed in the general knowledge of beasts in this world. Source crystals are highly pure energy crystals, easily absorbed without worrying about energy imbalances. However, the rich and pure energy requires time to digest, needing intervals before the next absorption. Like a person can eat a chicken in an hour, but not in a minute. This isn't a flaw of the source crystal, but a limitation of the beast master and beast capacity. Moreover, there's another issue. The energy of a silver source crystal card typically only elevates a wild level, 1-star beast to 3 stars. The bewildered tree advancing to 4 stars at once seemed low. Accumulating reserves, seizing the opportunity for species evolution? The Moon Devourer level's devouring and transformation skills are impressive, Ye Youqian thought. The source crystal card's energy is constant, and Blue Mama reaching 4 stars might owe to my spiritual spring's energy. Given the current situation, if the source realm is sufficient, species evolution might not be far off. Ye Youqian nodded. This discovery left him both happy and anxious. Having reached a 4-star servant level, Ye Youqian finally felt confident enough to venture out on an adventure. His eyes sparkled with joy as he looked at the muddled tree with increasing fondness. The 500,000 source crystal card had been well worth it. The returns far exceeded the investment. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, I made a profit. Ye Youqian carefully examined the muddled tree's status. Servant level 4-star, weak evolution potential. Servant level skills, muddled fruit bomb, rapid speed, entangle, basic illusion. Eclipse level skills, devour, divine transformation. A system notification sounded in his mind. Note, the subsequent 100,083 skills require evolution to higher tiers to gradually unlock and integrate. Ye Youqian withdrew his thoughts, his eyes filled with excitement. 3 skills, with each star level breakthrough awakening oneness was incredibly powerful. He pondered that the variety of beast skills, along with their limits and numbers, depended on the beast's own potential. Typically, even a 9-star servant level beast would have only 2 or 3 basic skills, offering limited combat enhancement. However, the muddled tree started with 3 skills, 2 of which were of unknown tiers. Each level breakthrough awakened 1. And although these were basic skills, they had the potential for integration and upgrading. With a total of 100,089 skills, even if only 10,000 basic skills successfully integrated, the resulting power would be terrifying. Well done. Ye Youqian gave a thumbs up, very satisfied with the outcome. Suddenly, the muddled tree's blue branches snaked towards him, pulling Ye Youqian closer. Caught off guard, his handsome face was pressed against the blue tree heart. The touch was cool yet oddly soft, akin to human skin. What's going on? Ye Youqian found himself awkwardly pressed against his beast, his rear in the air. Although the bark wasn't hard or uncomfortable, the position was somewhat embarrassing. Buzz. A wave of vibrations flowed through the soul contract into Ye Youqian's mind, and the floating beast manual instinctively flew over, merging into his brow. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Feedback. It's actually feedback. Wow, the feedback from the main beast breaking through to the 4th tier is happening to me. What luck! I've hit the jackpot. Ye Youqian exclaimed with excitement, then quickly closed his eyes, focusing on the beast manual in his mind to receive the feedback energy. The muddled tree's blue heart pulsed like a heartbeat, emitting continuous streams of pure blue light. In the beast manual, atop the spirit spring statue that belonged to the muddled tree, strands of blue light rained down like a spring shower. The originally green exterior gradually turned to a light blue as if dyed by the blue rain. The spirit spring statue itself slowly grew, indicating Ye Youqian's potential and level were rising. This blue rain continued for a full half hour. The green spirit spring statue was completely transformed into a light blue, exuding a magnificent, mysterious aura. Its height increased from 100 meters to 120 meters. Hissing sounds accompanied the white spirit spring gushing from the statue's mouth, with a diameter of 10 centimeters. As it flowed down, it shimmered with a light blue glow, resembling starlight in its beauty. Meanwhile, within Ye Youqian's body, streams of spirit spring carrying blue starlight flowed into his organs, instinctively enhancing his physique. 10 minutes slipped by quietly. Ye Youqian slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing through them. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking audibly, and he marveled at the strength he now possessed. Hiss! He took a sharp breath. 1 symbiotic boost, and I've advanced 2-star levels. I'm now a 3-star spirit spring realm beastmaster, and it's been less than a day. Ye Youqian was filled with excitement and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder every beastmaster desires their main beast's evolutionary boost. It's truly powerful. In this world, Beastmasters are not mere ornaments. As they advance in their realms, their physique, strength, and other attributes also grow. While they can't match their beasts, they can at least protect themselves to some extent in battles. The 5 major realms of Beastmasters are well known. 3 years Spirit Spring, 10 years Spirit Sea, 100 years Spirit Platform, Source Fire longevity for 1,000 years, and Source Realm Terrain, ruling a king's domain. This phrase not only summarizes the realms, but also hints at the extension of life. Each breakthrough to a higher major realm is a qualitative change and leap in a Beastmaster's life. The most direct manifestation is the enhancement of physical vitality. Simply put, the extension of life. Especially the 4th realm Source Fire realm touches the level of the soul, allowing one to break through the human lifespan limit, reaching an astonishing 1,000 years. Longevity, the eternal pursuit of humanity, is one of the fundamental reasons that draw countless people to the path of the Beastmaster. Ye Youqian is no exception. You die, the soul boost is over. Let me down, this position is too embarrassing, Ye Youqian said somewhat uncomfortably. As a top student, Ye Youqian had heard countless stories about the evolutionary boost of main beasts from books and teachers. There were many versions, but the one that left the deepest impression was about succuba-type beasts. Humanoid beasts are extremely rare, with species levels generally above the dominant class. In comparison, fox-type beasts would wrap their tails around the Beastmaster during a boost, cat-type beasts would emit a piercing cry, and dog-type beasts would howl to the sky with wagging tails. But the boost from a succubus-type creature was far more intense. Basically, after the boost, the Beastmaster's level increases, but the person is exhausted, Ye Youqian murmured to himself. This is true for both men and women. Although succubus-type beings are exclusively female, their powerful racial skills are well known. Ordinary skinny dogs simply can't withstand them. TSK, a succubus. Huh. Never seen one before, Ye Youqian mused. I heard someone discovered one in a secret realm in the Sakura King domain. I must see it for myself in the future. Just as Ye Youqian's thoughts drifted away, suddenly, boom, his mind felt as if it were struck by a cannonball, shaking violently. A massive amount of knowledge surged in like a tide, emerging from the Beastmaster's codex, flooding into the memory cells of his brain. Damn. Hiss. It hurts. Ye Youqian panicked. What is this? I've never heard of a boost causing this. This memory inheritance came quickly and went just as fast. About 5 minutes later, the chaotic memories were absorbed by Ye Youqian, and he roughly understood the reason. Knowledge, go back. The branches of the confounded tree that had bound Ye Youqian loosened, simultaneously conveying a message expressing its desire to return to the Beastmaster's codex to block the Spirit Spring's wellspring. Okay. Ye Youqian held his head, and with a thought, the Beastmaster's codex flew out, the confounded tree transforming into a stream of light and diving in, leaving him alone in the chamber. Inheritance, knowledge inheritance about servant level, Spirit Spring Realm Beastmasters. Ye Youqian shouted excitedly, his voice echoing for a long time in the dark chamber. What a great opportunity. This memory originated from the confounded tree. More precisely, Ye Youqian's beast used the soul connection during the boost to pass on part of its awakened ancient knowledge to him. Unfortunately, the confounded tree is currently only at the servant level, and the awakened memory is limited to that level. Moreover, it's just a small portion of memory, mostly trivial matters and not very useful. However, for Ye Youqian, this was more than enough. The secret room was silent and brightly lit, giving no clue to the time of day outside. Ye Youqian sat cross-legged, his entire outfit costing less than 100 yuan, yet his striking good looks seemed out of place with his poverty. His eyes were closed, brows slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought about something significant. After a long while, Ye Youqian suddenly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment flashing across them. He instinctively licked his dry lips and murmured to himself. The ancient times must have been so prosperous, with cultivation methods for beast tamers. Heh, the Yomu transformation is indeed a fairy, what a windfall. After Lan Mama returned to the beast taming compendium, Ye Youqian calmed himself and carefully organized the inherited memories. He categorized this precious information into 3 areas: beast tamer cultivation, Lan Mama's daily life, and the ancient beast taming records. Among these, the beast tamer cultivation occupied less than one of the memory, perhaps even less. The underworld flower sea of ancient times was vast beyond imagination, possibly dozens of times larger than it is today, and far more dangerous. Yomu, as the ruler of this area, was a true homebody. This fact brought relief to many human nations since Yomu's true form was simply a tree. Unfortunately, these memories were from Yomu's perspective, so Ye Youqian couldn't witness Yomu's true form. However, on full moon nights, Yomu would take human form, leaving a vague silhouette in the memories. Recalling that figure, Ye Youqian couldn't help but click his tongue. Tsk. Can't see your toes when you look down. His eyes sparkled with an inexplicable anticipation. Yomu's daily life was quite monotonous. Most of the time, it stood in its true form at the center of the underworld flower sea. Only during the flowering season would it summon two legendary butterfly-type beasts. Otherwise, it would only take action when powerful beast tamers or beasts beyond the emperor level disrupted its homebody life. The Spirit Spring Realm Beast Tamer cultivation method was passed down under such circumstances. The memories also contained information about many servant-level beasts, mostly just names, primarily butterflies, bees, birds, and plant types. Any ancient beast tamer who could enter Yomu's habitat must have been extraordinarily powerful. Faced with these three cultivation methods, Ye Youqian fell into contemplation. He furrowed his brows, weighing his options for a long time. After all, these were ancient legacies, and over the course of millennia, the environment had drastically changed. Many resources needed for cultivation might be extinct, and even finding substitutes was a daunting task. The Star God, Hidden Tribe Secrets, and Youqian, these three texts only contained information up to the Spirit Spring Realm. After much deliberation, Ye Youqian ultimately chose the Star God. His reasoning was simple. This cultivation method's core was absorbing source power and starlight. Stars are eternal, and the starlight in the night sky is inexhaustible. In Ye Youqian's view, this was undoubtedly the most economical choice. In contrast, the entry requirements for Hidden Tribe Secrets and Youqian seemed rather demanding. Hidden Tribe Secrets required absorbing the energy of an Emperor-level realm beast core and assistance from a Source realm beast tamer. Youqian required absorbing an Emperor-level light-type beast core, also needing assistance from a Source realm beast tamer. These conditions were simply out of reach for Ye Youqian. The entry requirements for the Star God were relatively more accessible. Those with limited conditions only needed a beast that could attract starlight to assist. If conditions allowed, one could collect materials like star-patterned steel and 5-star flowers to set up an array to draw in starlight. Emperor-level realm beasts? Emperor-level light-type beasts? Sorry, never heard of them. Ye Youqian thought self-deprecatingly. Poverty constrained his imagination, and as a penniless person, he felt unworthy of practicing these profound methods. It is worth noting that all three cultivation methods placed great emphasis on array techniques. This suggests that ancient beast tamers were almost all array masters. Comparing this to what Ye Youqian learned in school, he couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention arrays. Even the fact that beast tamers could cultivate methods was unheard of. In today's world, professions like alchemists, apothecaries, blacksmiths, and breeders are considered high-end among beast tamers. However, the role of an array master remains obscure, as if it belongs to a forgotten corner. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight emerged, Ye Youqian woke up early, eager to head to the unique building at the center of his residence, the Adventurers Guild. Unlike the Beast Tamers Association, which is widespread across various cities, the Adventurers Guild is scarce, established only in resource-rich but perilous areas, serving as a neutral and free force that values strength over background. The guild's architecture is rugged and simple, using only black and red colors, exuding an aura of danger and brutality. At its entrance stands a statue of a blood moon silver wolf, about 2 meters tall, fierce, and intimidating. The statue depicts a hunting posture with its body lowered and fangs bared, lifelike in its detail. The blood moon silver wolf is a high-level beast tamer creature of the monarch rank, known for its ruthless nature. Unlike most pack-dwelling wolves, it is a lone predator. Ye Youqian entered the guild alone, surrounded by the sound of footsteps. Within minutes, he encountered over a dozen people, yet eerily, everyone remained silent, as if attending a funeral, quickly finishing their business and leaving. This oppressive atmosphere prompted Ye Youqian to murmur softly. Truly befitting the Adventurers Guild, it's quite intense. Just then, a lively and clear voice broke the silence. Hey handsome, are you new here? Need a guide? Ye Youqian turned toward the voice, slightly raising his eyebrows at the sight. Before him stood a beautiful young girl, Liqingyi. She wore a light green soft armor that accentuated her graceful figure. Her tight leather boots hugged her calves, revealing a stretch of alabaster skin between the boots and her skirt. Her lush black hair was styled into twin ponytails, bouncing with her movements, adding to her lively and cute demeanor. Ye Youqian was about to decline, but when Liqingyi mentioned free, he quickly changed his tune. Beautiful and kind lady, please give me a detailed introduction. Liqingyi agreed with a cheeky smile, silently cursing him as money-minded. They walked together, with Liqingyi explaining the guild's layout in detail. The Adventurers Guild has 3 levels. The first floor is the office area, divided into the task hall, private trading zone, and evaluation area. The second floor is the negotiation area. The largest area is the basement, which is the leisure zone, reportedly equipped with everything one might need. In a soundproof room in the private trading zone, Ye Youqian leaned against the door, scrutinizing the pretty woman who had approached him, and asked in a low voice, So, who are you? What do you want from me? Liqingyi twirled her hair, her clear eyes fixed on Ye Youqian's handsome face. her cheeks puffing slightly in displeasure. Ye Youqian urged, "Don't waste time. In honor of the free tour guide, I'll give you 3 minutes." Li Qingyi shrugged, retrieving a book-like item from her waist bag. Ye Youqian's brows furrowed, a flash of anger in his eyes. "An appraisal book? Are you with the apothecaries?" "No, I'm not," Li Qingyi denied. "They've already done their appraisal. Just take it and drop a drop of spirit spring on it. In appreciation of my helpfulness, support a girl's work, won't you?" She extended one hand toward Ye Youqian, the other holding the appraisal book, her eyes indicating her request. Ye Youqian swiftly grabbed a green source crystal card, worth 100,000. He proposed, "Not enough, you'll need to add more. I want to know who you are, or else I walk away." Li Qingyi pouted, pulling out a white source crystal card from her bag and handing it to Ye Youqian. He quickly accepted it, then cooperatively dropped a spirit spring on the appraisal book. The appraisal book reacted immediately, and Li Qingyi took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Wow, 1 in 8, it's actually true." Her gaze toward Ye Youqian softened, tinged with a hint of pity. With 150,000 in hand, Ye Youqian felt a surge of joy beneath his calm exterior. He paid no mind to the pity in Li Qingyi's eyes, instead asking with a hint of anticipation, "Is there anything else?" Li Qingyi snorted softly, "Money grubber." She elegantly flicked her hair and headed for the door, her long, shapely legs carrying her gracefully across the room. As she passed by Ye Youqian, she paused briefly, her clear eyes meeting his. "My name is Li Qingyi. I need to report back. I'll contact you if there's anything else." "Of course," Ye Youqian replied, bowing courteously as he unlocked the door, watching his wealthy patron leave. The sound of her high-heeled boots faded into the distance, and he murmured to himself, "Having money is truly wonderful." Although Ye Youqian wasn't one to act recklessly, the amount Li Qingyi offered was simply too tempting. Only a fool would turn down money, he thought, as he speculated about Li Qingyi's identity: military, government official, spy from another domain. Ultimately, he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Ye Youqian headed to the mission hall to pick up the task list for Spirit Spring Realm Beastmasters, then left the Adventurers Guild. Back at his residence at Xinhua Cottage number 18, he immediately secured the doors and windows before entering the secret chamber. The Beast Mastery tome flew out, and the bewildered tree sensed the summons, emerging from the beast space. Ye Youqian took out 2 source crystal cards, one white, the other green, and handed them to the bewildered tree. "You die, these are both for you. Once you absorb them, we'll embark on an adventure. With the money we earn, we can buy more source crystal cards and resources." He briefly explained the quality differences of the source crystal cards, which corresponded to servant, wild beast, fierce beast, and dominator levels, with colors white, green, silver, and gold respectively. Above the dominator level, source crystals were extremely rare, with 90 coming from medium-sized source crystal veins and having very low yields. 5 minutes later, the bewildered tree had absorbed the source crystal cards worth 150,000, reaching servant level 5-star, close to 6-star. Ye Youqian quietly hoped, "I wonder if, upon reaching 7-star, it might trigger the feedback again." He explained the special mechanism of primary beast feedback. There was a 5,080 chance of triggering when advancing a species level, with 2 additional chances within each major level from 3-star to 4-star, 6-star to 7-star, albeit with only a 15 probability. This was precisely why Ye Youqian had been so excited the previous night. "My beast is extraordinary," Ye Youqian thought, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Perhaps when it reaches servant level 7-star, the probability of triggering feedback will be significantly higher. Maybe it will definitely trigger. The establishment of the Sunset Settlement relies heavily on the vast Sunset Forest. This forest is divided into 5 zones, A through E, based on the level of danger. Zone A is almost exclusively inhabited by servant-level beasts, with resources like medicinal herbs nearly extinct. In Zone B, one might occasionally encounter rare wild beast-level creatures, and with some luck, find a few resources. Zone C is dominated by wild beast-level creatures and is rich in resources, making it a primary area for Spirit Sea Realm Beast Tamers to operate. As night falls in Zone B53 of the Sunset Forest, Ye Youqian crouches within a dense thicket. Recalling the intel he obtained from the Adventurers Guild, a smug smile unconsciously spreads across his face. This newly developed B53 zone is still under strict military control, requiring beast tamers from other factions to pay a hefty fee for entry. However, Ye Youqian, holding Su Jin's token, slipped in effortlessly without spending a dime. "Who would have thought I'd become part of the privileged class one day? Feels great," Ye Youqian muses to himself. Suddenly, the distinctive hiss of a snake slithering through the grass reaches his ears, the sound of its flicking tongue sending a shiver down his spine. In the wild, beast tamers dread encountering snakes and insects, as the mere sensory experience can induce nausea and fear, severely impairing their judgment. "Time for you to shine, you die," Ye Youqian thinks, summoning his beast-taming compendium from his forehead. A bewildering blue tree abruptly appears on the grass, standing guard before him. A large snake, adorned with blue scales speckled with white dots, emerges from the undergrowth. It is a blue light snake, a non-venomous, servant-level beast. Ye Youqian holds his breath, watching the thick python gracefully slither past the bewildering tree. Its head held high, sharp vertical pupils scan the surroundings, subtly locking onto Ye Youqian's hiding spot. Clearly, the blue light snake has marked Ye Youqian as its target. Snakes primarily rely on their tongues for sensing prey, with a wide tracking range, especially in this beast-filled world. Just then, the bewildering tree springs to life. Blue tendrils, like poised serpents, suddenly shoot out from the ground, entangling the blue light snake. Concurrently, the tree's blue branches join the fray, firmly binding the struggling snake. Hiss! The angry hissing reverberates through the night until the blue branches completely envelop it, silencing it. Ye Youqian takes a deep breath, watching as the blue branches gradually release their grip. A blue tendril slowly withdraws from the mouth of the now lifeless python, without a drop of blood. The blue light snake has succumbed, fatally wounded by a tendril piercing its abdomen, with no chance to resist. That was a bit ruthless, Ye Youqian murmurs, gently patting the snake's head and surveying the area, finding no trace of blood. The thought of the bewildering tree's absorption skill crosses his mind, and he realizes that most of the blood was absorbed. The core's still intact. Seems like Blue Mama doesn't need it, Ye Youqian ponders. His right hand emits a stream of spiritual energy, transforming into a white light that envelopes the blue light snake's body, then stores it in the beast taming compendium. This space is astonishingly vast, capable of holding an entire building. First hunt concluded, and the haul is good. Ye Youqian concludes with satisfaction, marking the end of this adventure on a high note. Squeak! The final cry of the prey signaled the end of the hunt. Ye Youqian looked down at the 3 reedied rabbits on the ground with satisfaction, a slight smile playing on his lips. With a wave of his right hand, a white light shimmered, and he effortlessly tossed 2 of the 10-pound rabbits into his beast compendium, leaving one behind for his meal. As night fell, the forest was enveloped in silence. Ye Youqian adeptly started a fire, the friction of flint breaking the night's stillness. The collected dry grass ignited instantly, the flames dancing and illuminating his focused face. He quickly processed the remaining rabbit, removing its fur and innards, then skewered it on a sturdy branch to roast over the fire. The aroma soon filled the air, stirring Ye Youqian's appetite. Even without any seasoning, not even basic salt, the simple roasted rabbit meat was delicious enough to make his mouth water, a blissful expression spreading across his face. As he devoured the meal, he recalled the roast chicken leg he had splurged on the day before to celebrate reaching the spirit spring realm, a rare treat after 3 years since graduation. Satisfied and full, Ye Youqian leaned against a tree, his eyes gleaming with contentment and dreams of a bright future. This is great. From now on, I'll eat meat every day, he mused, his words hinting at the hardships he had endured as a poor young man. After a brief rest, Ye Youqian resumed his adventurous journey. Arriving at Area B53, he had 2 clear goals in mind. First, to find the area's specialty, the Qingling flower. This precious plant was a crucial ingredient in many elixirs and potions, with a high demand and a tempting reward from the Adventurers Guild, where a single flower could sell for 10,000 coins. Second, he hoped to find a beast capable of harnessing Starlight, even if it was only at the servant level. Ultimately, this adventure was about earning money and gathering resources needed to cultivate the star god. Ye Youqian recalled the information on alchemy and herbalism from the 3 cultivation methods he had absorbed, where the Qingling flower's habitat was described. This plant typically grew in the shadows of large rocks or cliffs, favoring cool, secluded environments, and was a favorite food of many wild beasts. It had the remarkable ability to clear distractions and purify impurities. Even more exciting was the possibility of finding more flowers nearby once one was discovered. Standing on the branch of a 20-meter-tall camphor tree, Ye Youqian gazed into the distance, seeing nothing but dense forests stretching endlessly. He sighed inwardly. A map would be nice. With no other option, he decided to search as he went. Moving with the agility of a monkey, Ye Youqian swiftly climbed down and headed straight ahead. He knew that beyond Area B53 lay Area C, home to numerous wild-class beasts and even more servant-class creatures. Since he was here, Ye Youqian didn't plan to return after just a few days. He was determined to explore thoroughly and make the most of his journey. As night fully descended, the deep, primeval forest echoed with the sounds of insects. The ancient trees around him seemed eerily sinister in the darkness, as if ready to snatch unwary travelers. In a clearing, Ye Youqian set up a black tent covering about 20 square meters, with a bright fire crackling nearby. To ensure safety, Ye Youqian sprinkled a ring of fine, pale gold powder within a 10-meter radius of the tent. This was a necessity for spending the night outdoors, extracted from fierce-class beasts. Though a pound cost 10,000 coins and pained him to spend, It was essential for safety. Behind the black tent stood an ancient tree over 10 meters tall. Ye Youqian cleverly used a tree hollow as a hidden spot, the half-meter-high entrance perfectly concealed by the tent. Next to the tree hollow, a small blue tree about half a meter tall stood quietly, as if silently guarding this temporary haven. In just one night, he had gone through half a kilogram, worth 5,000 silver dollars. Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, cursing the capitalists until his tongue went dry. After half an hour of ranting, he collapsed into his sleeping bag, successfully making it through his first night in the wild. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Ye Youqian opened his eyes right on time and completed his morning routine in just 5 minutes. He quickly packed up his tent and set off on his journey full of unknowns. Reflecting on yesterday's haul, Ye Youqian calculated in his mind. He had hunted 9 servant-level beasts, earning about 5,000 silver dollars. After factoring in labor and time costs, he barely broke even. This was not enough. Today, he needed to hunt at least 15 wild beasts. As for the Kinglingua, that would depend on luck. Damn it, Ye Youqian muttered under his breath. I have to pay back 800,000 a month, so I need to quickly earn money to buy source crystals and enhance Yudi's strength. The crystal cores of wild-level beasts are where the real money is. The pressure was overwhelming, and Ye Youqian's eyes became fierce. He scanned the surrounding grass like a cold-blooded predator, eager for his prey. Suddenly, a round figure rolled out of the grass 10 meters away. Squinting to see, it turned out to be a paralysis rabbit. Its big red eyes looked innocent, and its plump body made Ye Youqian lick his lips. He smiled with delight, and with a thought, a brilliant white light shot from his brow, appearing above the rabbit in a flash. A blue shadow appeared next, skillfully performing a series of maneuvers. In no time, the paralysis rabbit met its demise. However, when Ye Youqian approached to inspect his catch, he frowned. The sizable rabbit had disappeared, leaving only a pile of fur. Looking up, he saw a confusion tree leisurely enjoying its breakfast. Do you need crystal cores or resources from beasts like the paralysis rabbit? Ye Youqian asked helplessly. The blue leaves swayed gently, and a sense of affirmation was transmitted to Ye Youqian's mind through their soul contract. I see. Ye Youqian nodded thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing. Recalling what he learned in 9 years of Beastmaster education, he quickly reached an exciting conclusion. Just as humans have an innate desire for food and companionship, beasts have an instinct to evolve. When they encounter resources conducive to their growth, they can't help but seize them. Yudai, being a type of confusion tree, is a control-type plant beast. For evolution, it may need the crystal cores and flesh of creatures like the paralysis rabbit. With this realization, Ye Youqian's eyes lit up, and his excitement grew. This discovery meant he could target his efforts to cultivate Yudai, significantly reducing the time needed to reach the evolutionary level. First, I need to earn money and hopefully find a batch of Kinglingua, he planned silently. 2 days later, about 200 meters from Ye Youqian, a group of bedraggled figures appeared. A man with bandages wrapped around his abdomen was supporting a companion with a broken arm, his face full of anger and frustration. Damn it! How can there be a ferocious beast in Zone C? The bandaged man gritted his teeth. The man with the broken arm looked around and sighed in relief. All right, we should be safe here. Xiaoyu, scout the area. We haven't rested for 3 days and nights, and everyone's exhausted. A woman named Xiaoyu wiped her eyes and summoned a uniquely shaped beast. This beast was entirely made of metal, resembling a giant eyeball with metallic wings on either side. Following her command, the metallic beast spread its wings, emitting invisible waves to scan the surroundings. After a moment, Xiaoyu communicated with her beast and reported to the man with the broken arm. Captain, within 300 meters, there's only 1 adult wild-level beast and 3 beastmasters. Xiaoyu paused, then added. However, 1 beastmaster is heading our way. At this news, the 3 became tense. Xiaoyu quickly reassured them. Don't worry, it's just a kid at the Lingquan level, probably passing by. Lingquan level. The bandaged man's eyes glinted with cruelty. It's likely some rich kid sneaked out for an adventure. Just what we need to recoup some of our losses. However, his suggestion was immediately dismissed by the man with the broken arm. Ahu, don't make trouble. Ahu sighed in resignation and sat down. Fine, Captain. Knight Youqian cautiously searched for traces of beasts and beast handlers, eager to make some money. He soon approached a group of 3, and after a quick glance from the bushes, he decided to take a detour. The leader of the group had a bloodied stump where his arm should be, and another sinister-looking young man had his abdomen wrapped in bandages, clearly having just been through a fierce battle. As Knight Youqian was about to quietly leave, a deep voice suddenly called out. Friend, since we're here, why not meet face to face? The tone was laced with an undeniable sense of authority. Knight Youqian sighed inwardly and reluctantly stepped forward. He quickly thought for a moment, took out a token given by Su Jin, and hung it prominently at his waist, then walked forward with composure. A scouting beast, or perhaps a mechanical type, that's quite rare. Ye Youqian discreetly glanced at the mechanical eye beast perched on one man's shoulder. He calculated that the value of such a wild-grade beast was comparable to a ferocious beast grade one, making it extremely useful for adventures in the wild. Coupled with the rarity of mechanical beasts, its value naturally increased. These three, at least one of them is at the Spirit Sea stage. I need to be cautious, Ye Youqian thought warily. Remnant Wolf, a second-tier adventure team. I'm the leader, Wu Han, the leader said. Woohoo. Su Xiaoyu. He briefly introduced the other two, indicating they meant no harm. Ye Youqian nonchalantly touched the token at his waist and replied, Su Qian, what can I do for you three? If I can help, I will. Wu Han noticed this and his eyes narrowed slightly, his tone becoming much friendlier. The sinister-looking Wu Hu also toned down, his expression becoming calm. The black-clad, long-legged Su Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as she looked at Ye Youqian in surprise, unable to help herself from saying, so handsome. Ye Youqian grinned, showing off his pearly white teeth, and winked at Su Xiaoyu, joking. Thanks for the compliment. An hour's date is 5,000. I don't work night shifts. Su Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Then her face turned slightly red as she rolled her eyes at him and turned away, her eyes flickering. Wu Han laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. Brother Su, you've got a good set of teeth. I admire that. Wu Hu, however, sneered and raised his middle finger. A mere spirit spring stage, clueless. Ye Youqian looked at Wu Hu in confusion. What's your point, man? Wu Hu mocked, huh? Kid, do you know why the gigolo business is more prosperous than the red light district? Women at the Spirit Sea stage aren't something a little Spirit Spring stage punk can handle. Ye Youqian suddenly realized and looked at Su Xiaoyu in shock. Su Xiaoyu glared at Wu Hu through gritted teeth. Shut up. I've never been there. The three men shared a knowing smile and smoothly shifted the conversation to business. Wu Han spoke up. Brother Su, you can see our situation. We urgently need medicine and food. Ye Youqian nodded, summoned his beast compendium that resembled a book, and took out some food he had gathered from hunting wild beasts in recent days, as well as bandages, hemostatic medicine, and recovery drugs he had bought. He pulled out half and said, Brother Wu, this is all I have. Name your price. Wu Han gratefully said, Brother Su, this food and medicine will be a great help to us. Unfortunately, we didn't bring any cash on this adventure, and the prices in the wild are naturally higher than in the settlements. As night fell, the campfire illuminated the faces of the three Spirit Sea Realm Beast Masters. Captain Wu Han surveyed the surroundings, then spoke after a moment of contemplation. Xiaoyu, you're in good shape. It seems you can continue the adventure for a while. Make a map of the resources suitable for the Spirit Spring realm that we discovered along the way. Just as he finished speaking, a figure quietly approached. Ye Youqian raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. As a Spirit Spring realm Beastmaster, he understood the value of this map. Moments later, holding the paper map, Ye Youqian solemnly promised, Brother Su, if I ever come to you for help, please do me a favor. The price can be negotiated. With that, he turned and left, leaving the three of them staring at each other. Wu Hu couldn't help but ask, Captain, could that guy's token be fake? Wu Han swallowed a healing pill and replied nonchalantly, better safe than sorry. This person is not simple, and making connections is a good thing. It's just a map marked with some Spirit Spring realm resources. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, speaking with determination. I think it's real. Some may impersonate the Black Whale army, but forging a commander's token? That's suicidal. We can ask the guards when we return. Wu Han laughed heartily, his eyes shining with anticipation. That would be a huge gain. With this connection, we can enter several places with ridiculously high entry fees for free. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves onto a battlefield in disarray. Ye Youqian stood before a three-turtle magenta tree, his gaze sweeping over the scattered bodies of the frenzy-hard apes. Two more apes hung from the treetops, unable to escape, their blood slowly trickling down the trunk. This map is incredibly valuable. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, his right hand gently caressing the rough bark of the magenta tree. The clusters of red fruits hanging from the branches resembled plump rubies, lifting his spirits. The effects of the frenzy blood fruit were extraordinary. Long-term consumption could significantly enhance a creature's heart vitality, making their blood surge with fervor. The fruits on this tree were of servant level, capable of strengthening the physique of servant-level beastmasters. They bore fruit every 2 years and would reach wild beast level in another 5 years. Ye Youqian quickly calculated. A servant-level fruit is worth 100 coins, while a wild beast level 1 goes for 1,000. There are at least 300 ripe fruits on this tree, conservatively valued at 30,000 coins. Plus, these servant-level frenzy heart apes make it a huge profit. Just as he was lost in pleasant fantasies, an unexpected change occurred. The entirely blue confused tree suddenly came to life, its branches, as beautiful as blue glass, slithering like serpents. Wherever they touched, the frenzy blood fruits vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, The muscles of the frenzy heart ape corpses on the ground shriveled visibly, soon leaving only skin and bones. You die, save some for me. Ye Youqian groaned in despair, covering his eyes. Moments later, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Fine. Eat up. The more you eat, the faster you grow. It's just a few thousand coins. I'm not heartbroken at all. Despite his words, his heart twitched with pain. In the following days, Ye Youqian followed the map, visiting each resource point marked by Su Xiaoyu. These fixed resource sites were often seen as treasures by seasoned adventurers, who harvested them regularly. Although the highest grade was only wild beast level, their abundance made up for it. Ye Youqian eagerly scavenged, not sparing any servant-level beasts he encountered. To him, they were living money. Guided by the map, his treasure hunt became easy and enjoyable, far more efficient than aimlessly searching for wild beasts. Each find thrilled him, as if he saw an endless stream of wealth flowing towards him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Ye Youqian leaned against a completely blue mongbai tree, a blade of grass in his mouth, his eyes gleaming with determination. His gaze fixed on the map's last wild creature-level resource point, calculating his next move. Among the remaining 5 resource points, 4 were too distant to consider, leaving only this last, perilous wild creature-level spot. Ye Youqian knew well that they might encounter wild creature-level beasts here, a formidable challenge for their second-tier canine wolf adventure team. Just then, his attention was drawn to the mongbai tree above. Hanging from its branches were 3 light blue fruits, about the size of marbles, glistening like jewels. As he gazed up, a stream of information flooded his mind. Mongbai fruit, servant level, the attack skill carrier of the mongbai tree. These fruits are not only visually stunning, but also possess powerful explosive and paralyzing effects, even affecting wild creature-level beasts. Ye Youqian silently praised Yu Dai's abilities, then carefully picked the 3 mongbai fruits with spiritual spring water and stored them in the Beast Master Handbook. As the sun set, the evening glow draped the sky like a bride's red veil, offering Ye Youqian a sliver of comfort. Seizing the moment before nightfall, he quickly made his way to his destination. About 20 minutes later, a dense patch of pale blue flowers appeared before him, their scent wafting like a lover's gentle touch in the breeze. Taking a deep breath, Ye Youqian summoned the mongbai tree, placing it among the flowers. He carefully observed the field of starfield flowers, each about 20 centimeters tall, their pale blue leaves shimmering with starlight in the wind, truly a breathtaking sight. Although starfield flowers themselves were not particularly valuable, Ye Youqian's true target was the rare starfield fruit. He softly reminded Yu Dai to watch for starlight-attributed beasts, secretly hoping to encounter one to aid his star god cultivation. However, after a thorough search, as night fell, Ye Youqian found nothing. Sighing in disappointment, he returned to the mongbai tree to rest. Without the high-level beast's golden powder, he dared not sleep too deeply, remaining vigilant through the perilous night in the wild. The night sky in the wilderness was a magnificent tapestry of stars, with distant celestial bodies casting their light across the flower fields below, creating a breathtaking scene. Amidst this starry sea of blossoms, a small blue tree, about a meter tall, stood out. Its crystalline blue leaves formed the shape of a hand, as if trying to grasp the entire sky. The starlight and moonbeams, visible to the naked eye, seemed to fall into this palm of blue leaves and then vanish. The pale blue starfield flowers around swayed gently in the breeze, appearing like a dance of twinkling starry sprites. In the midst of this enchanting scene, a pair of pink ears suddenly perked up at the edge of the flowerbed. They belonged to a cunning starfield fox, whose eyes darted around, fixated on the unusual blue tree. Drool dripped from the corner of the fox's mouth, clearly showing its intense interest in the tree. Next to its bluish-purple tail, a new, somewhat ethereal tail emerged, wagging uncontrollably, reflecting the fox's inner turmoil. If a beastmaster were to witness this, they would spare no effort to capture the wild fox. In the world of beastmasters, the uniqueness of fox-type beasts lies in the correlation between their species rank and the number of tails. This starfield fox was particularly special. Although still at the servant level, it was on the brink of evolving to the wild level, a rare evolutionary miracle among millions of servant-level beasts. The potential of this little fox was evident. With the right knowledge and training from a beastmaster, the starfield fox could even grow to a dominant level. But at this moment, it was just a greedy little fox, oblivious to the stalk of starfield flower falling from its mouth. Eventually, its curiosity overcame its fear. The starfield fox cautiously moved its limbs, inching closer to the mysterious blue tree. At that moment, a young man named Ye Youqian opened his eyes. The blue tree, which he referred to as the bewilderment tree, had just sent him a message, alerting him to an approaching presence. Ye Youqian felt a thrill of anticipation, hoping it was a wild beast with a star attribute. He quietly took out 2 fruits enveloped in spiritual spring water, keeping a vigilant watch on his surroundings. Suddenly, A shadow flitted through the flowers 10 meters away. Thanks to his vision enhanced by the spiritual spring, Ye Youqian immediately recognized the intruder as the Sunto-evolved Starfield fox. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ye Youqian took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He feigned sleep while sending a command through a soul contract to the bewilderment tree. Lanma, I want this Starfield fox. Capture it alive. The bewilderment tree responded swiftly, its blue roots silently penetrating the ground, inching towards the unsuspecting fox. The Starfield fox, now within striking distance, cautiously examined the strange little tree, feeling a mix of awe and the innate greed of a wild animal. Finally, unable to resist any longer, the fox leaped towards the blue tree like an arrow. But at that instant, the ground split open, and countless blue roots shot out like serpents, ensnaring the greedy fox and suspending it in midair. The sudden turn of events left the Starfield fox in a panic. It struggled fiercely, emitting shrill cries. In this survival-off thefitist forest, capture often meant death. The fox's cunning eyes reddened with urgency, tears streaming uncontrollably. After observing for a while and confirming there was no danger, Ye Youqian slowly approached the trapped fox. He wondered why the fox hadn't used any skills to resist. With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, Ye Youqian smiled knowingly at the frightened fox and said, "Little fox, stick with me, and you'll have food and shelter. Little fox, stick with me and you'll get food and shelter." Ye Youqian's voice echoed in the silent night sky. The gluttonous little fox trembled all over, terrified by the sudden voice, and let out a sharp "awoe." Its bright fox eyes were filled with fear, and its body instinctively shrank back. For this wild beast, the upright, two-legged creature before it was the most dangerous enemy. In its understanding, humans were the merciless fox killers. Once caught, its fate would likely be sealed. Ye Youqian frowned at the frightened little fox. The language barrier was indeed troublesome, but he wasn't about to give up. Since verbal communication was impossible, he decided to conquer the little fox through action. With a thought, Ye Youqian summoned his beast taming compendium. A gleaming, cold knife appeared in his right hand, the icy touch sending a thrill through him. He placed the knife against the little fox's neck, feeling its heartbeat quicken. At the same time, the beast taming compendium slowly opened, revealing a mysterious, chaotic scroll. Streams of light blue spiritual spring water flowed out, forming a strange bond between Ye Youqian and the little fox. This was a mystical ritual, guided by the spring and sworn in blood. Ye Youqian began chanting incantations, and the spiritual spring water gathered, forming a complex hexagram array. The formation consumed 300 cubic units of spiritual spring water, worth a staggering 300,000, nearly depleting Ye Youqian's resources. Fortunately, his spiritual spring statue was large enough to produce an impressive yield. Recently, he'd managed to accumulate enough spring water by drawing from the source. Once the contract formation was complete, Ye Youqian didn't hesitate to bite his fingertip, letting his blood drip onto the center of the formation. In an instant, the hexagram array burst into dazzling white light, shrinking to a point before shooting towards the little fox's forehead, targeting its mind. "Dare to refuse, and you'll become a fox fur coat," Ye Youqian threatened, pressing the knife more firmly against the little fox's neck. His eyes were fierce, filled with the desperation of someone who had just lost 300,000. In this world, there are 3 types of beast taming contracts. The first is the primary beast contract, akin to the one with Yudai, sharing both prosperity and adversity. The other 2 are dissolvable contracts, one of which is the blood contract. Though highly compatible, it lacks the feedback effect of a primary beast, but is otherwise similar. However, the cost of this contract is quite high. Contracting a servant-level beast requires 300 cubic units of spiritual spring water, equivalent to 300,000. For a wild beast, it doubles to 600 cubic units. For a fierce beast, it requires 1,200 cubic units. As for a dominator level, not only does the spiritual spring consumption double again, but the tamer's realm must also reach the spirit platform level. In contrast, a primary beast contract like Yudai's has no such restrictions and doesn't require spiritual spring water. The blood contract is the preferred choice for tamers to cultivate their primary beasts early on. Its high compatibility and seamless communication can even rival a primary beast if nurtured well. Tamers usually don't consider dominator-level beasts for primary contracts unless they're truly strapped for resources. The last type of contract is relatively simple, requiring a minimum of just 10 cubic units of spiritual spring water. However, this contract is more like a temporary partnership. The beast might betray at any time, with low compatibility and no loyalty. "Awoe!" The Starfield fox let out a mournful cry, its cunning eyes fixed on the gleaming knife, finally agreeing to the beast taming contract. "Good. My greatest virtue is reasoning." Ye Youqian nodded with satisfaction, retracting the knife into the beast taming compendium. At last, he could freely pet the fox, his fingers weaving through its blue and purple fur, feeling the warmth of its streamlined body. Though a fox, this little creature had canine features that made it irresistibly endearing. A blue-eyed fox, about the size of an adult dog, lay in front of Ye Youqian. Its deep blue eyes exuded both allure and cool detachment. Ye Youqian scrutinized the vixen and decided to name it Shensi. He gently parted the fox's hind legs, his face revealing a mix of surprise and anticipation. Whimper, it's not clean, the little fox seemed to cry. Ye Youqian reassured it. Don't worry, your master isn't like King Zhou. You have nothing to fear. He then began to carefully examine his newly acquired fox. This Starfield fox was at servant level 9 star, on the verge of evolution. Its potential reached the level of a fierce beast, and it possessed 2 wild creature level skills, treasure instinct and star absorption. Ye Youqian calculated that such a gifted Starfield fox had a 10 chance of evolving into a fierce beast under normal growth conditions. No attack skills, no wonder. Ye Youqian muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Starfield fox was naturally endowed with star absorption, a skill that absorbed starlight energy, saving him the time of gathering resources for nurturing. The special skill, treasure instinct, was like giving the fox a hound's nose, likely the reason it could quickly evolve to the wild creature level. Ye Youqian was very pleased with these 2 skills, which perfectly addressed his urgent need for a beast type. Treasure instinct was an essential skill for wilderness adventures, its value far exceeding that of the Starfield fox itself. He squinted, already planning how to utilize Shensi's treasure-seeking ability to find the Qingling flower. Reflecting on the past few days of resource searching, most had ended up in the belly of the bewildered tree, yielding only 3 fruits with no other surprises. However, acquiring the Starfield fox alone made this wild adventure worth it. Ye Youqian stood up straight, revealing a broad smile, his eyes alight with ambition. He was on the brink of stepping into the realm of star god cultivation, becoming a formation master. Along with this came opportunities in alchemy and potion making. The only thing he lacked now was a special spirit spring that could fuse starlight energy, which would make earning money much easier once obtained. Shensi, I need your assistance in my cultivation. Ye Youqian patiently explained the specific steps to the little fox. He then sat cross-legged, with the Starfield fox perched atop his head. Nearby, a peculiar small tree, entirely blue, remained with just a single leaf. This was the introductory phase of cultivation, requiring the guidance of starlight into the body to condense into a star crystal, then merging with the Beast Master's internal spirit spring to form a special spirit spring energy crystal. Next, a basic star formation needed to be constructed within the Beast Master manual and inscribed on the spirit spring statue, allowing entry into the realm of the star god. This process demanded a substantial amount of spirit spring energy, ideally supported by a special formation and an absorbent beast. Unfortunately, Ye Youqian was short on resources, forcing him to adopt a more gradual approach. Whoa! The Starfield fox lifted its head, its deep blue eyes flickering like fireflies as it began to perform star absorption. Starlight fell like raindrops, flowing through the bond of the beast contract into the Beast Master manual suspended before Ye Youqian. The blue-purple striped tail swayed wildly, as if conducting some mysterious ritual. Ye Youqian closed his eyes, his mind projecting a chaotic-colored canvas. Starlight continuously poured in, gathering and merging above the spirit spring pool depicted in the painting, gradually evolving into a crystalline form. In his consciousness, 100 maternal spirit spring statues stood, with spirit springs flowing like streams, gradually filling the once dry spirit spring pool. Ye Youqian felt the changes in energy within him, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming transformation. Cultivating has always been a tedious and persevering task. To take shortcuts, one must have ample external conditions to assist. Unfortunately, Ye Youqian was not so fortunate. For an entire week, Ye Youqian and his Starfield fox companion worked tirelessly without sleep, finally refining 7 crystals infused with star power. This process drained both of their energies, leaving the Starfield fox so exhausted that it considered fleeing, and Ye Youqian utterly fatigued in both body and mind. Finally gathered the star spirit crystals. What a challenge! Ye Youqian exclaimed, leaning against the bewilderment tree, gasping for air. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body, having endured 7 consecutive sleepless nights, was nearing its limit. After a brief rest, Ye Youqian leaned back against the deep blue bewilderment tree, allowing the Beast Master tome to transform into a stream of light and enter his brow. He focused his consciousness into his mental sea, accessing the internal space of the Beast Master tome. In this silent and vast space, 7 radiant star crystals floated. Alas, only one spirit spring statue, Ye Youqian sighed. The star god cultivation method was designed for beast masters, requiring star arrays to be engraved on the spirit spring statue to grant it the ability to channel star power. However, Ye Youqian only had one usable statue, with the remaining 8 still sealed, meaning the efficiency of channeling star power was permanently limited to 1/9. Take it slow. Everything will get better, Ye Youqian reassured himself, closing his eyes to begin the process. Within the Beast Master space, the Spirit Spring guided the 7-star spirit crystals, embedding them into the pale blue statue like fluttering butterflies. Clang, clang. The starlight crystals rotated on the towering Spirit Spring statue, emitting sounds akin to striking metal. The walnut-sized crystals quickly dissolved, eventually sketching a rudimentary pentagram star array on the statue. This was the lowest-level primary star array in Star God, yet for Ye Youqian, it marked a significant step forward. It's done. No more need for the little fox's help. Ye Youqian opened his eyes, and the Beast Master tome emerged from his brow, floating in midair. The chaotic-colored scroll reflected the newly engraved pentagram array. Instantly, the starlight in the night poured in like fireflies, with an absorption efficiency more than 5 times higher than when aided by the Starfield fox. Yep, yep. The little fox, witnessing this scene, excitedly leaped off Ye Youqian's shoulder, bouncing around the Beast Master tome. Its alluring fox eyes occasionally glanced at Ye Youqian, as if saying, "Master, I want you to aid my cultivation." Little vixen, Ye Youqian chuckled. Remembering the hardships of the past week, a gentle expression crossed his eyes as he gently stroked the fox's lively tail. "Don't worry, you'll never have to struggle to absorb star power again. Master will handle everything." Now that the star array was engraved, on any starry night, releasing the Beast Master tome would automatically absorb star power, condensing it into star power crystals. This was a great boon for the Starfield fox to enhance its strength. However, the more potent star spirit crystals required Ye Youqian to personally merge with the Spirit Spring to obtain. Just then, a rustling sound caught Ye Youqian's attention. The bewilderment tree, which had been as still as a small tree, suddenly began to wriggle its slender roots, moving slowly and cautiously. The azure glow at its core flickered uncertainly, as if expressing a hint of confusion. The statue of the Spirit Spring not only belonged to Ye Youqian, but was also the property of the muddled tree. Lan Ma, who had formed a soul contract, had a slight edge in control. "You die, what's wrong?" Ye Youqian, sensing his beast's confusion, asked with concern. "I sensed star power," Yudai managed to say, clearly indicating its strong desire for star power. Hearing this, Ye Youqian took a sharp breath. He was well aware of the muddled tree's ability to absorb star power and moonlight energy, and now he was alarmed. "Oh no, Yudai, the glutton, has set its sights on my bit of star power. What about my grand plan of alchemy and selling potions?" What worried him even more was that Lan Ma had stronger control over the Spirit Spring statue. Would that not-so-bright fellow stubbornly cling to the formation? Just as Ye Youqian was lost in thought, a blue light flashed, and the small blue tree vanished, reappearing inside the beast compendium, clinging to the 100-meturtle Spirit Spring statue. A blue branch habitually dipped into the spring, causing the flowing Spirit Spring to stop abruptly. "It's over," Ye Youqian muttered as his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the grass, feeling suffocated and hopeless. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. The towering Spirit Spring statue shook violently, and the pentagram formation emitted a dazzling light, as bright as a spotlight in the dark. At the same time, Ye Youqian's mind was struck by a thunderous explosion, leaving him dazed and disoriented. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him left him stunned. Everything around was void and pitch black, except for a massive blue star ahead, radiating brilliant starlight. Although he stood at a corner with limited vision, he could strangely see the full view of this colossal blue star, as if it were an extension of himself. Where am I? The cosmos? The universe? Ye Youqian swallowed hard, looking around in confusion. This star seemed larger than the blue star of his past life. Yet why did it feel so familiar? After taking a few deep breaths, an incredible thought crossed his mind. Could it be that I'm not a transmigrant, but a reincarnated powerhouse? Despite his muttered curses, a grin was spreading across his face. Hee, this is amazing. To wake up and find out I'm the big shot. From today, I, Ye Youqian, am a god, the blue star war god. Ye Youqian thought gleefully, intoxicated by the sensation of controlling a star beyond compare. He felt as if all the energy of the blue star was under his command. What did this mean? A starbursting level of power? Ye Youqian laughed wildly, realizing he could instantly appear at any corner of the blue planet with just a thought. On the peak of a 10th San mountain, amidst a world-ending blizzard, even the fierce winds couldn't ruffle his clothes. Deep within the Earth's core, the searing magma was as harmless as a gentle breeze. Is this what it means to be a god? Am I really not dreaming? Ye Youqian marveled at the miraculous scene, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. Oh well, I'll enjoy it for now. It's a shame there's no one else, no creatures, otherwise, I'd show off a bit. Ye Youqian shook his head regretfully, and with a thought, he appeared outside the blue star. His figure was like a peculiar humanoid void creature, roaming freely in the void, striking various odd poses. Suddenly, intense spatial fluctuations arose, causing the entire blue star to tremble. In the direction directly opposite Ye Youqian, a blue energy beam spanning millions of miles took shape. Boom. Like the scene of a planet-destroying laser cannon from a top sci-fi movie, a lightspeed energy beam hit Ye Youqian, who was posing like a crow landing an airplane, with pinpoint accuracy. Oh, damn it. I'm done for. Ah, damn. It's over. This exclamation exploded in Ye Youqian's mind, but the next moment, he was surprised to find himself unharmed. The massive blue star-destroying cannon, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter and millions of miles in length, engulfed him in an instant. Yet, this humanoid creature, less than 2 meters tall, seemed like the world's most indestructible armor, halting the terrifying energy as if absorbing it. The entire process was over in a flash. Ye Youqian raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The deep, soul-penetrating pain confirmed the reality of the situation. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, focused his mind, and let his consciousness return to the depths of his mind. In the Beast Master manual, a roughly 1 meter blue sapling stood on the spirit spring statue. Suddenly, a 10 soft-meters-long tear appeared in the space above, pouring down a blinding blue light like a rapid galaxy. The spirit spring statue, towering over 100 meters, instantly transformed into a pure azure, radiating brilliant blue starlight. The mystical tree, adept at illusions, transforms into a celestial deity under a full moon. The skill level is marked as Moon Eclipse, and from the story's description, the mystical butterfly had at least reached this level in the past. Ye Youqian watched this scene, his heart surging with excitement, gaining a deeper understanding of the ancient mystical tree. The blue star truly existed. The feeling of controlling everything stemmed from the life and death soul contract between Ye Youqian and the mystical butterfly. Controlling a star? Could this still be called beast mastery? Ye Youqian felt parched, as his 21-year understanding was completely overturned, no longer harboring the naive idea of merely traveling the continent with his beast. The beasts in this world were terrifyingly powerful. My future lies among the stars and the sea. Ye Youqian licked his dry lips, his eyes shining with extreme ambition and expectation. This energy from the blue star was evidently drawn by the bewildered tree, while Ye Youqian, the beast master, served merely as a medium. With the skills of devouring and god-level transformation, there shouldn't be any problems. Ye Youqian pondered silently, keeping his eyes fixed on the spirit spring statue, radiating dazzling blue light, waiting for this extraordinary performance to conclude. Suddenly, a fox's cry rang out. At some unknown time, the gluttonous little fox had slipped into the Beast Master manual. Its charming fox eyes widened in astonishment, staring blankly in the direction of the spirit spring statue. As Ye Youqian's blood contract beast, the little fox could freely enter and exit the Beast Master manual. Is the treasure intuition skill at work? This gluttonous little fox. Ye Youqian chuckled softly upon noticing, thinking to himself, Divine child, those blue starlights are good stuff. Eat as much as you can. Go ahead, you're my beast, with my aura. The blue haze won't drive you away. This message abruptly echoed in the little fox's mind. After 7 days of companionship, the little fox was already accustomed to this mode of communication. Hearing the master's command, its sly fox eyes darted around. Finally, the little fox moved its agile limbs, cautiously approaching the spirit spring statue, and settled in a small corner. It lay on its back, limbs in the air, its 2 foxtails wagging joyfully like a puppy, with a look that said, I'm cute, don't mind me, boss. The art of star absorption began to operate, and the little fox focused intently on drawing in the blue star energy. It squinted its eyes in bliss, much like a cat being petted by its owner. At that moment, Ye Youqian suddenly turned his head, sharply noticing a change in the spirit spring statue. As a beastmaster, no minute change in the spirit spring statue escaped his notice. He observed as the originally simple pentagram star array began to undergo drastic transformations, twisting, overlapping, collapsing, and then reorganizing. Eventually, it evolved into a 9-layered hexagram array, suspended on either side of the spirit spring statue. Each hexagram array had a diameter of 50 meters, glowing with a radiant blue light. Along the edges of the star array, blue light patterns snaked around, gradually extending toward the center. These patterns ultimately outlined 9 inscriptions, the first being a deep blue divine tree, the second, a depiction of a transcendent figure in a blue palace dress, exuding an elegance that couldn't hide its nobility, like a celestial being that left onlookers feeling inadequate. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her aura was as serene as a moon goddess. The remaining 7-star array inscriptions were of mountains, rivers, and extraordinary landscapes, all of which Ye Youqian had never encountered in his Beastmaster inscriptions. After a final transformation, the 9-layered hexagram array rapidly converged, etching into a complete formation on one side of the spirit spring statue. Ye Youqian's mind raced with thoughts, leaving him in a state of shock. A 9-layered inscription array. Isn't this the kind of formation only ancient source realm level beastmasters could create? What on earth is happening? I'm so confused. His amazement boiled down to a simple exclamation. Wow. Incredible. With the birth of the 9-layered inscription array, tendrils of blue branches descended from the top of the spirit spring statue, reaching into the formation. The dazzling blue light spread, enveloping the entire statue. As time passed, the statue, which initially bore a resemblance to a male figure with a light blue exterior like Ye Youqian, gradually transformed into a female figure clad in a blue palace dress. The giant statue, over 100 meters tall, was entirely azure, resembling a meticulously crafted figurine, lifelike in every detail. 100 compatibility. Ye Youqian murmured to himself, expressionless. The series of transformations had left him somewhat numb. In the Beastmaster system of the Spirit Spring statue, the importance of the main beast was undeniable. However, each Beastmaster's awakened Spirit Spring statue varied greatly, not to mention the differences in quantity. Ye Youqian reflected on his experience. His only usable Spirit Spring statue was initially green, and as the confusion tree gradually grew, its outer color gradually assimilated to light blue. This was a process of fusion and compatibility. Achieving 100 compatibility between the main beast and the exclusive Spirit Spring statue was a lifelong pursuit for every Beastmaster, as the benefits were immensely high. With 10 compatibility, the Spirit Spring supply would double the growth speed of the beast. With 100 compatibility, it would accelerate growth by 1,000. Beasts were not short-lived like humans. There were still Marquis level and Emperor level stages. The higher the species level of the beast, the longer its lifespan, and the more daunting its growth period. This was the natural growth pattern of life forms, where the higher the ultimate limit, the more energy, resources, and time required during growth. The height of the Spirit Spring statue and the range of the beast's space could accelerate the growth speed of the beast without side effects, as it directly impacted a Beastmaster's daily Spirit Spring output. Another factor was the beast's own qualities, such as devouring and transformation skills, which could also accelerate growth. This was one of the criteria for judging a beast's excellence. Moreover, with 100 compatibility of the Spirit Spring statue, there was a special effect that many Beastmasters coveted, life force storage grade. This special effect allowed the main beast to store life force within the Beastmaster statue, capable of quickly healing all injuries except for the shattering of the beast's core or head. The advantage was that the stored life force could be replenished through consuming beast meat, spirit fruits, and more. The drawback was that the stored life force was related to the height of the Spirit Spring statue, with every 100 meters capable of storing 10 life force. This special skill significantly reduced the life risk of the main beast, directly modifying the Spirit Spring statue, truly worthy of being the phantom butterfly. Ye Youqian murmured, his eyes gleaming with 3 golden words. What a windfall. Directly modifying the Spirit Spring statue, truly impressive, Udai. Ye Youqian murmured to himself, eyes gleaming with a golden light, as if he could see the words huge profit dancing before him. He understood well that the innate attributes of a Beastmaster's Spirit Spring statue affected the selection of beasts, much like his own green statue represented wood attributes, making it more suitable for plant-type beasts. However, Yudi's sudden intervention completely changed the game, transforming the statue with an astounding 100 compatibility. Ye Youqian couldn't help but marvel at this method, considering it a universal ancient Beastmaster technique, capable of perfectly aligning the main beast with the Spirit Spring statue. His eyes sparkled with greed as he licked his lips and thought to himself, if I could learn the 9-layered inscription array to modify the Spirit Spring statue, wouldn't I soar to new heights? Even origin-level Beastmasters would have to bow before me. Unfortunately, his attempts to return to the blue planet were repeatedly unsuccessful. After several tries, Ye Youqian shook his head in resignation and returned to his physical form with a single thought. Upon opening his eyes, the scene before him was breathtaking. The Beastmaster manual hovered like a vivid painting in the center of the garden, emitting a dazzling blue light that extended over a range of more than 10 meters. Ye Youqian suddenly realized why the little fox had chosen to go inside. He shrugged and stood up, casually strolling around. Suddenly, a particular starfield flower caught his attention. Ye Youqian's steps halted abruptly, as if an invisible force had pinned him to the spot. A gentle breeze stirred, creating a shower of vibrant petals that danced like starlight in the air, one of which landed precisely on a pale blue fruit. Ye Youqian's heartbeat quickened, his eyes shining even brighter, and a smile crept onto his lips. This is a starfield flower, isn't it? He asked himself, answering. Then, this fruit. Could it be the legendary starfield fruit? After closer inspection, Ye Youqian confirmed his suspicion. The blue skin and rich, milky fragrance unmistakably marked it as the rare starfield fruit. He couldn't help but exclaim, wow, It's really a starfield fruit. Praise be to Buddha and men. Through meticulous investigation, Ye Youqian discovered 5 mutated starfield flowers within the blue starlight radiance of the Beast Master Manual. Moreover, as time passed, another starfield flower began to show signs of mutation. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, rapidly calculating in his mind. 1 starfield fruit can sell for 500,000. 6 would bring in 3 million, a fortune overnight. With excitement coursing through him, Ye Youqian maneuvered the Beast Master Manual 10 meters away and began to artificially cultivate the mutated starfield flowers. It was destined to be an exhilarating sleepless night. 2 hours later, a shiver ran through his soul. Ye Youqian immediately halted his work, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. He held his breath, focusing as his consciousness dove into his mind, feeling the feedback from his main beast's breakthrough. Under the influence of the astonishing blue star power, the confused tree advanced to the level of a fierce beast, a result that did not surprise Ye Youqian. The Beast Master Manual darted like lightning towards Ye Youqian's brow, instantly merging into his mind. Within the vast beast space, 8 towering spirit spring statues stood quietly, exuding a solemn gray-white presence. The final spirit spring statue, standing over 100 meters tall, glowed in a vivid blue hue. Its appearance had completely transformed from the likeness of Ye Youqian into that of a woman in palace attire, gracefully holding the moon. Her blue dress was adorned in a way that rendered her as pure as a celestial being. At the summit of the statue, the original one-emerald blue tree had vanished, replaced by a lush, 3-metered arboreal beast. Each leaf was as sharp as a blade, and the beast's entirely blue form was highlighted by an eye-catching, head-sized blue heart at its center. Ye Youqian stared intently, his heart racing with a mix of shock and overwhelming joy. The Blue Heart Sword King tree had reached the level of a Dominator with a 1-star status and had potential for ancestral regression. Dominator-level skills included Confusion Fruit, Blue Heart Fruit, Dream Illusion Fruit, Rapid, Entangle, Illusion, Paralysis, Toxin Infusion, and High Affinity for Wood Elements. Marquee-level skills included Blue Leaf Sword Rain, Sword King Cannon, Wild Growth, and Earth's Favor. Eclipse-level skills included Devour and Transform. Skills below the Dominator level were negligible. Note: an additional 99,562 skills would gradually unlock and integrate with further evolution to higher levels. Description: a rare Dominator-level arboreal beast with 4 marquee-level skills, granting it the power to fight beyond its rank. Ha! Ye Youqian laughed wildly in his heart. With enough energy, it evolved from a servant-level species into a Dominator-level beast capable of battling beyond its rank. This is the potential of a legendary god-level beast. An endless flow of energy surged back into Ye Youqian's soul, making him feel as if he had been struck heavily, leaving him momentarily dazed. Half a minute later, Ye Youqian regained clarity, but the influx of energy hadn't ceased. His handsome face was pressed against the blue heart of the tree, with blue branches wrapping around his limbs, suspending him in midair, an unusual ritual of energy feedback. 9 stars in the spirit spring realm, and there's still so much feedback energy. What should I do? At that moment, boundless feedback energy appeared in Ye Youqian's mind, spreading throughout his body, cleansing his bones, flesh, and even cells. This was an elevation of life itself, a coveted opportunity for countless beast tamers. Yet, Ye Youqian hesitated. The feedback energy was incredibly vast, likely equivalent to the energy needed for a Dominator-level beast to ascend to the Marquee level. Ye Youqian had a hunch that with the remaining feedback energy, he might break through to the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, or even have a slight chance of advancing to the Spirit Platform realm. It was tempting, with no apparent drawbacks. At 21, reaching the peak of the Spirit Sea realm and being a step away from the Spirit Platform realm would be an achievement few could match across the entire Luo Tianwang domain. With such accomplishments, even if Ye Youqian only had 1 Spirit Spring statue, he could easily join any major power, free from the constraints of financial institutions. No, I know too little about cultivation beyond the Spirit Spring realm. If it leads to irreversible flaws, it would be disastrous. Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to break through. His consciousness reached out, guiding the abundant feedback energy into a gray statue within the beast taming compendium. Energy imbued with soul attributes was the perfect remedy for soul damage. The Spirit Spring statue was a miraculous creation, a fusion of a beast tamer's essence, spirit, and source power, representing the sublimation of life. Ye Youqian clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with determination and resolve, shouting, "What is the peak of the Spirit Sea realm? What is the Spirit Platform realm? As long as I repair 1 Spirit Spring statue, I can contract the next god-level beast. Then, feedback energy will be abundant, and breaking through the beast tamer ranks will be as easy as eating and drinking." Not far away, atop the blue Spirit Spring statue, the Blue Heart Sword King tree, having regressed to the Dominator level, silently observed the scene, its dense blue foliage trembling slightly. Is this how I am resurrected? Quite a clever human, with commendable talent and disposition. A cold whisper echoed, causing Ye Youqian's heart to jolt. He took a deep breath, suppressing his surging emotions, and continued to channel the feedback energy to repair the spirit spring statue. As time passed, the immense feedback energy gathered on the 100 turtle spirit spring statue, like waves crashing against a wooden board, never breaking through. Yet the overwhelming energy, persistently repairing, restored the statue's legs, then its torso, followed by its hands, and finally reaching its head. Eventually, the eyes of the 100 turtle spirit spring statue began to shine with sharpness, growing increasingly bright, with strands of purple lightning entwining them. The gray spirit spring statue, upon lifting its seal, revealed its attribute thunder, renowned for its offensive power. Just a little more. Next time, with the next feedback, I can fully restore this spirit spring statue. Ye Youqian opened his eyes, exhaling a breath filled with both excitement and melancholy. It was so close. Ye Youqian opened his eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and a complex mix of excitement and melancholy flickered in his gaze. He stared at the towering statue of the spiritual spring before him, quietly contemplating his next opportunity for restoration. As a beast master who broke through using the reversal soul pill, Ye Youqian's situation was particularly challenging. Among his 8 spiritual spring statues, only one remained intact, with the others sealed. This scenario was extremely rare among his peers, most of whom could preserve several statues. Currently, there are only 2 methods to repair soul damage and restart the spiritual spring statues. One is to rely on the feedback from a primary beast breaking through from the dominator level to the monarch level, using the soul-attributed energy to repair. However, this means sacrificing the chance to elevate one's own realm and contract an additional primary beast. The other method involves using the prohibition-breaking pill, a rare item controlled by drug merchants, making it almost impossible for Ye Youqian to acquire. After this incident, Ye Youqian realized a harsh truth. Even if he were fortunate enough to obtain the prohibition-breaking pill, even the highest grade might not fully repair his spiritual spring statue. This is because the soul energy required for his 100 turtle statue far exceeds ordinary expectations, setting his situation apart from other beastmasters who also used the reversal soul pill for breakthroughs. Taking a deep breath, Ye Youqian focused his will and transformed into human form at the top of the spiritual spring statue. There, a giant blue tree stood, its lush branches and leaves exuding an ethereal aura. "Blue Mama, have you regained your memory?" Ye Youqian teased with a hint of flattery in his tone. The branches and leaves of the Blue Heart Sword King tree gently swayed, accurately conveying a soul wave in response. "Blue Mama, my name is Yudai," a slightly perplexed voice responded, accompanied by a curious glance. All right, next time for sure." Ye Youqian feigned composure, making an okay gesture. Yudai nodded, no longer dwelling on the name. Then, with a cool tone, she said, "Human, you're too weak. When you revived, you were weaker than me, and now you're only at the nascent stage. You probably can't even defeat a mature, fierce, beast-level beast." Ye Youqian calmly replied, maintaining the dignity of a beastmaster. "As beastmasters, we share both loss and glory equally, with no strict hierarchy. You can call me Xiaoyi." An uneasy silence enveloped them. After a while, Yudai finally spoke. "That's quite assertive. Are all humans so arrogant now?" Her tone carried a hint of helplessness. Indeed, regardless of how powerful Yomu was before, she had now become Ye Youqian's contracted beast. This relationship was established and couldn't be changed unless another complete death occurred. As for breaking the soul contract, perhaps Yomu at her peak could achieve it, but not now. "Yi, how did you manage to contract me?" Yudai eventually succumbed to her curiosity and asked. This question sent Ye Youqian into deep thought. He looked up at the dome, his tone tinged with a bit of reflection. Perhaps it's fate. Then, Ye Youqian pointed to the spiritual spring statue that was just shy of being repaired and said solemnly, "Contracting you might have been an accident, but it could also be my unique ability. The next contract will provide a definite answer." "I understand," Yudai responded. "I will fulfill my duties as a contracted beast and look forward to your growth." Her words, though still cool, signaled the end of their conversation. Ye Youqian's consciousness returned to his body, and he exhaled deeply, relief washing over his face. He was secretly delighted, having successfully bluffed Yumu and initially defused the crisis of his main beast's rebellion. He couldn't help but marvel. This might be the first time in human history that someone had a friendly, close encounter with Yumu's true form, and his cleverness was truly commendable. As one of the top figures of ancient times, Yumu, with his restored memories, possessed an undeniable pride. The idea of being contracted or acknowledging a human as a master was fundamentally impossible and something Yumu couldn't accept. However, considering his resurrection was entirely due to Ye Youqian, even Yumu wouldn't make things difficult for him. But for Ye Youqian, Simply avoiding rebellion wasn't nearly enough. Ye Youqian began planning his next steps. As long as he could nurture the blue Heartsword King tree to a 4-star level, he could repair a Spirit Spring statue through soul feedback. By then, showing Yumu another legendary beast of the same level being contracted would surely earn him Yumu's admiration. Having a companion with a similar experience would gradually ease Yumu's discomfort. Once they got familiar, everything would fall into place. With this thought, Ye Youqian nodded, and exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed him. He collapsed and fell asleep. Moments later, a brilliant blue figure flickered from his brow and landed beside him. It was a blue tree about 3 meters tall, its lush blue leaves cascading down, gently wrapping the sleeping Ye Youqian and settling him on a branch with a diameter of about 10 centimeters near the tree's heart. The blue leaves intertwined, forming a net-like structure. Ye Youqian lay on the soft blue foliage, sleeping deeply. Suddenly, a cool whisper echoed across the romantic field of starry flowers. Who am I? Am I really that Yumo? The gentle breeze blew. The night was both beautiful and bright, and the blue branches swayed softly yet sturdily in the wind. Suddenly, Ye Youqian muttered in his sleep, "Blue mama. Hee, slurp slurp." His tongue licked the azure leaves, leaving a trail of drool. A cool laugh sounded. What a cute little guy. This voice interrupted the thoughts of a certain beast. The next morning, Ye Youqian woke up, self-consciously muttering, "Darn, I didn't talk in my sleep last night, did I?" He held 2 blue and purple foxtails, assessing them like a detective. The little fox whimpered, tucking its legs, indicating it had been in the beast space and knew nothing. Ye Youqian helplessly stroked the fox's tails, his gaze fixed on the noticeably changed little fox. After absorbing the blue star power, the little fox officially broke through to the wild beast level, reaching 5 stars. Not only did it awaken new skills, but it also gained even greater benefits. The starry fox had reached a 5-star wild beast status, nearing adulthood, and gained a 1 ancestral evolution potential. Its wild beast skills included treasure instinct, star absorption, and star-marked fox claws. This fortunate starry fox, having absorbed high-quality star power, gained the potential for ancestral evolution. The 2 tangible fox tails danced around, allowing their ruthless owner to play with them, occasionally letting out comfortable cooing sounds. This notty yet adult little fox was the very picture of a mischievous young fox spirit. Ancestral regression. Ye Youqian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the scene before him. The blue starlight had such a miraculous effect, filling him with both excitement and regret. He couldn't help but shake his head, feeling as if he had missed out on a treasure of immense value. If I had known, I would have collected more and stored it, Ye Youqian muttered to himself, his tone full of regret. His mind quickly flashed through his knowledge about ancestral regression. It was an incredibly rare form of evolution, so rare that even the royal family of the Luotian king domain seldom understood its mysteries. The evolution of beast companions mainly fell into 2 categories: species advancement and species mutation. Species advancement was relatively common, like the starlight fox in front of him advancing from a servant level to a wild beast level. This type of evolution not only increased the individual's strength, but also had the potential to influence its offspring, giving them a chance to be born at a higher level. Although the star level of the evolved beast might decrease, it usually remained at a 4 to 5-star level. Species mutation, however, was extremely rare, such as a servant-level starlight fox evolving into a wild beast-level starflame fox. This kind of mutation occurred only in individuals and was exceedingly unlikely. Within species mutation, there was an even more mystical phenomenon known as ancestral regression. If there had been an emperor-level fox beast companion in the starlight fox's ancestry, meeting certain conditions could trigger this regression mechanism, giving it the potential to mutate to the level of its emperor-level ancestor. However, this path was fraught with unknowns and challenges. No one could precisely determine the conditions needed to trigger ancestral regression. The subsequent resources, star cores, elixirs, potions, and training directions were all significant challenges. Even if the regression mechanism was triggered, it didn't guarantee reaching that level. Ye Youqian looked at the little fox, suddenly struck by inspiration. He licked his dry lips, a sly gleam in his eyes. "Little fox, how about you make a small sacrifice and voluntarily break our contract?" he coaxed. "I could find you a beast master at the spirit platform level. No, the source fire level. I guarantee you a life of luxury. Who knows? You might even catch the eye of the royal family or a powerful faction, and really have a chance to mutate to the level of your marquis or emperor-level ancestors." However, the little fox's reaction was unexpected. It let out a series of urgent cries, as if saying, "Over my dead body." Despite its small size, the little creature was evidently quite intelligent. It knew that its brush with ancestral regression was all thanks to the benefits from a powerful figure. Staying in the beast space and licking the mystical spring statue's base wasn't a bad life at all. Ye Youqian looked at the determined little fox and couldn't help but chuckle, cursing playfully. "Damn, this fox is pretty sharp." Ye Youqian couldn't help but be amazed when he recalled the royal family's obsession with atavistic fox-type beasts in the Luo Tianwang domain. His eyes sparkled with interest, and he felt a restless excitement within him. These beasts were exorbitantly priced in the market and were only sold through auctions. He remembered an auction 3 years ago where an atavistic fox-type beast of the wild monster level had a starting price of 1 million, and the royal family eventually bought it for 21 million. This wasn't an exception, it was the norm. Interestingly, atavistic beasts at the wild monster level were more sought after and more expensive than those at the fierce beast or dominator levels. Ye Youqian speculated that this might be related to the success rate of nurturing them. Time flew by, and Ye Youqian had spent 3 weeks in the Sunset Forest. His achievements were astounding. Not only did he obtain a beast with Starlight attributes and embark on the path of star god cultivation, but his main beast also evolved to the dominator level, greatly enhancing his combat power. His Starfield Fox remained at a 5-star wild monster level, while he himself had grown to a 9-star Spirit Spring Realm Beastmaster, just a step away from entering the Spirit Sea Realm, a true genius. Although he didn't find the Qingling flower, he obtained the even more precious Starfield fruit. This adventure exceeded his expectations and was nearly perfect. Unfortunately, there were only 11 Starfield fruits. Ye Youqian leisurely picked meat fibers from his teeth while playing with the little fox's paws, the latter looking quite displeased. These Starfield fruits were enough to cover 7 months of loan payments, but he wasn't foolish enough to pay it all at once. He contemplated how to wisely use this wealth, nurturing the phantom butterfly or the little fox, or perhaps buying a fierce beast-level combat beast to enhance his self-defense capabilities, were all good options. He murmured softly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. The phantom butterfly refused to connect with the blue star again, which made him lose the chance to cultivate more Starfield fruits. Even after evolving to the dominator level, the phantom butterfly had vague memories about the stars, but firmly rejected his proposal. Ye Youqian suspected that this might involve Source Realm Beastmasters and beasts surpassing the Emperor level. To avoid attracting the attention of higher-level beings, he decided to act cautiously. With a touch of regret, Ye Youqian stood up, ready to head back. He had been out for nearly half a month, and it was almost time to make this month's loan payment. The resources gained from this adventure needed to be traded wisely to enhance his own strength. Little fox, let's hit the road. Ye Youqian shouted, unceremoniously placing his 130-pound weight on the little fox, which was the size of an adult earth dog. The little fox, innocent and unaware of being exploited, excitedly ran through the Starfield flower field, dashing in the direction Ye Youqian pointed. 3 days later, a team of Spirit Sea Realm Beastmasters arrived at the vast Starfield flower field. The team leader cursed, damn it, how did a group of fierce beasts suddenly appear in Zone C, without any warning? He sighed, maybe it's best to stay home for a while. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Captain, could this strange phenomenon be related to the legendary birth of the mythical beast? One team member suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence of their march. The captain snorted disdainfully at the suggestion. Fool, you believe in legends? His rugged face was filled with skepticism, the very picture of a staunch materialist. Just then, the only female team member murmured softly, strange, why is there a bald patch in the Starfield meadow? The captain immediately became alert upon hearing this. His calloused hands pushed aside the grass as he carefully examined the ground. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a spot where a starlit blue petal came into view. A blue petal that sparkles in daylight, and it's detached from the stem. The captain muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly raised his head and shouted, quick! Search quickly! A mutated Starfield flower has emerged here. The other team members' eyes lit up with excitement at his words. They all knew the value of the Starfield fruit, a rare resource that could significantly increase the success rate of refining elixirs and potions. Any alchemist would eagerly accept it in exchange for high-tier elixirs, perhaps with the addition of some money or other resources. However, they were destined for disappointment. Not long ago, someone had already scavenged the area clean. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit basement of the Xianyue retreat, Ye Youqian sat cross-legged, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes and a satisfied smile playing on his lips. At least 5 million, he murmured to himself. The business of beast taming really turns a quick profit. While the total value of the lowest grade resources only amounted to about 300,000, what truly excited Ye Youqian were the 11 Starfield fruits. Yet, figuring out how to handle these precious resources posed a challenge. The Adventurers Guild was a mixed bag. Although it offered absolute freedom, freedom often also meant danger, much like a certain self-proclaimed beacon nation from his past life. Although Su Jin had been quite helpful to him, being part of the military made these resources for refining elixirs and potions unsuitable for selling to him. Better to go to Old Wei, especially since I need to visit Sunset Town anyway, Ye Youqian thought, recalling Old Wei's wealthy demeanor with a hint of anticipation. Compared to him, Su Jin seemed somewhat stingy. After all, he had never given him a cent. I'll find a way to repay him later, Ye Youqian mused. I wonder what resources high-ear beast tamers need. Choosing Old Way was largely because Ye Youqian knew very little about the Linghai and subsequent Lingtai realms. This time, he was determined to exchange the Starfield fruits for relevant information. The next day, Ye Youqian arrived at the Beast Tamers Association. As he stepped into the hall, he was taken aback. The receptionist had changed. "Why is there someone new?" he muttered softly, his gaze falling on the new receptionist. The woman, about 23 years old, wore a professional outfit with black stockings, boasting a beauty score of 65, exuding the fresh charm of a young graduate, pure yet subtly alluring. "She's on maternity leave. You probably won't see her again." The sharp-eared receptionist answered Ye Youqian's unspoken question directly. "What?" Ye Youqian was momentarily confused, a puzzled expression crossing his face. The receptionist sighed. "Handsome, unlike you. We're just ordinary people who accept our fate. Finding the right man and marrying while we're young is the right choice." As she spoke, she brushed her forelocks aside with a delicate hand, her eyes fixed on Ye Youqian's handsome face, as if hinting, "I've made it clear, young and promising beast tamer. Aren't you going to pursue me?" Ye Youqian gave a thumbs up, whispering, "Wise words, indeed." Then he changed the subject. "Miss, I'm here to see Old Way. Could you please inform him?" "You know Old Way?" The receptionist was momentarily stunned, her mind conjuring the image of the fiery-tempered handsome old man, her eyes lighting up as if spotting a potential suitor. Ye Youqian pulled out $200 from his pocket, placing it on the counter with confidence, his demeanor calm and composed, embodying the grace of an upper-class gentleman. "Miss, could you do me this favor?" The receptionist instantly realized she had no chance. But making some money was still worthwhile. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll notify Old Way right away. Initially, I thought he was just a young newcomer to society, but it turns out he's quite a big deal." The receptionist couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise, quickly notifying Mr. Wei. Taking advantage of a free moment, she struck up a conversation with Ye Youqian. "Mr. Yi," she whispered mysteriously, "let me tell you, there's a reason Xiaofeng chose that sycophant. Want to know why?" Ye Youqian raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. "He." The receptionist giggled, leaning in closer. "I heard that Xiaofeng once hosted a handsome guy." She intended to flirt, but it turned out he was just a poor soul with loans. Maybe that shocked her. She's getting older and decided to settle down. "Oh, I see." Ye Youqian nodded thoughtfully. The receptionist sighed, a hint of resignation in her voice. "Becoming a beast master is so hard. Men who become beast masters based on talent rarely marry before 30 if they have any experience. For us ordinary women, unless we're exceptionally beautiful, fit, or lucky, we usually have to settle for an average guy for life." Ye Youqian consoled her, "Don't lose hope. Working at the Beastmaster Association's front desk, you meet a lot of beastmasters. You might come across a naive young one someday. Let's see what fate brings." The receptionist's eyes sparkled with a sense of openness, feeling proud of her job. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. "By the way, what's your name, sir?" "My surname is Yi, and my given name is Youqian." The receptionist's eyes lit up. "Ye Youqian, just like that guy with the loans. What a coincidence." Ye Youqian's lips curved up, revealing a bright smile as he amusedly regarded the open-minded receptionist. "That's me." The receptionist was stunned, about to say something, when a loud voice from upstairs interrupted the silence. "You rascal, come up as soon as you're done." "All right, Mr. Wei," Ye Youqian replied, leisurely ascending the stairs under the receptionist's wistful gaze. As he reached Mr. Wei's office, he passed a youthful man with a proud, sunlit aura. Entering the office, Ye Youqian remarked, "Breaking through to the Lingquan realm at a public academy, I'm envious." Mr. Wei snorted. "Look at his arrogance. With only 3 Lingquan statues, he thinks the path of a beastmaster is easy. Once he faces the real world, he'll learn the truth. Just hope he doesn't falter halfway, dashing his family's hopes." Ye Youqian agreed. Mr. Wei waved his hand, signaling the end of their small talk. Sitting in his chair, his sharp eyes locked onto the young man he admired. "Tell me, what brings you to see me?" Ye Youqian didn't hesitate. A blue fruit appeared in his hand from the Beastmaster compendium at his brow, which he then placed on the desk. Mr. Wei's voice held a note of surprise. "Blue, with twinkling starlight and a rich milky scent. Is this a premium starfruit?" "You lucky rascal," Mr. Wei praised, swiftly collecting the starfruit. His expression softened as he regarded the promising and sensible young man before him. "In just over half a month, you've dared to venture into the Sunset Forest and brought back a starfruit. Impressive." Ye Youqian slightly bowed, directly stating his purpose. "Mr. Wei, I'm here with 3 requests for you." "Go ahead, as long as it's not too troublesome," Mr. Wei nodded, a smile in his eyes. "Even in Yuyan City's capital, I have some influence." Ye Youqian felt a surge of joy, knowing that with the starfruit, his upcoming requests would be much easier to handle. The Beastmaster Guild had its own alchemists and potion masters, and a starfruit that could boost success rates was enough to impress a third-tier alchemist. The status of a third-tier alchemist is equivalent to that of a spirit platform realm beastmaster. The elixirs they produce have significant effects on dominator-level beasts. However, for a high-level beastmaster like Wei Lao, these matters are trivial. Ye Youqian chuckled softly and then made 3 requests. First, I want detailed information about the Spirit Sea and Spirit Platform realms of beastmasters. Second, I hope Wei Lao can help me obtain the identity of an alchemist or apothecary, even as an apprentice. Third, I would like Wei Lao's assistance in selling some items, such as xingye fruits. After listening, Wei Lao stroked his white beard. The first request was easy for him. As a high-level beastmaster, this information was merely a matter of experience. The second condition, however, was a bit challenging. Alchemists and apothecaries are high-end professions closely linked to beastmasters, with a high entry threshold. One of the key requirements is a recommendation from a formal alchemist or apothecary, which means Wei Lao would owe a favor. As for the third point, selling some items was not a big deal. These are indeed small matters, Wei Lao nodded. If you want me to get you a formal alchemist's identity, I would have to refuse. But for an apprentice's identity, just this xingye fruit is enough. He looked at the young man with satisfaction, appreciating his sense of propriety. Suddenly, Wei Lao sat up straight, surprised, and asked, "What? You have more xingye fruits?" A few," Ye Youqian replied. "A few." Wei Lao took a deep breath, a hint of meaning flashing in his eyes. "Xiao Yi, has anyone approached you recently?" Ye Youqian looked up, thought for a moment, and replied, "A woman, quite pretty, very generous." "And her identity?" "Didn't ask." She gave me too much," Ye Youqian replied, turning his head slightly, leaving Wei Lao speechless. Wei Lao shook his head and said solemnly, "For xingye fruits of this quality, I offer 800,000 each, and I will take as many as you have. As for the apprentice identity of an alchemist or apothecary, it will take about 3 days. I will notify you then. Now, I'll teach you about the insights below the source fire realm for beastmasters." Wei Lao began to speak at length, each word worth its weight in gold. This knowledge was far beyond what public schools could teach. Ye Youqian listened intently, his eyes flickering with amazement and gratitude. Thankfully, he hadn't rushed to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Otherwise, he would have missed this rare opportunity. 3 years for Spirit Spring, 10 years for Spirit Sea, 100 years for Spirit Platform. Ignite the source fire, live 1,000 years, and reign over a domain in the source realm. This widely circulated saying summarizes the 5 major realms of beastmasters, each word revealing the hardships of the cultivation path. Wei Lao explained in detail the cultivation process from the Spirit Spring realm to the Spirit Sea realm, emphasizing the importance of physical enhancement. He explained that only by training the body to its utmost could one have the basic self-defense capability against decapitation tactics from enemies, making it the best time to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. He then elaborated on how cultivation in the Spirit Sea realm strengthens a beastmaster's mental sea, enhancing cognitive and observational abilities, making it easier to command beasts in battle with improved judgment. Finally, Wei Lao talked about the cultivation of the Spirit Platform realm, a crucial step for entering the Source Fire realm, involving the soul and representing a significant stage in breaking through human lifespan limits. 100 years for the Spirit Platform is no exaggeration. Even a strong figure like Wei Lao, who sits in the Beastmaster Association, remains at the Spirit Platform realm. After hearing the teachings, Ye Youqian bowed deeply, showing respect as a junior. "Wei Lao, words cannot express my gratitude." Wei Lao waved his hand, smiling. "It's just a few words. But this time, I really have to thank you. With these 11 xingye fruits, I might be able to advance my primary beast further, and then, On a tree-leaned path, an attractive couple walked side by side, drawing the attention of passers-by. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow around them. As they passed the entrance of the public high school, a boy with thick glasses suddenly grabbed his friend's sleeve, his voice trembling with excitement. "Qingyu! Look, it's Qingyu!" His friend followed his gaze, eyes widening in surprise, and exclaimed, "Whoa, it really is Qingyu." Before the words were fully out, the boy with glasses gave his friend a hard kick, sending him stumbling to the ground. This unexpected scene drew the attention of nearby students, many of whom stopped to watch. The girls, however, were captivated by the man beside Qingyu, their eyes gleaming with admiration. They whispered among themselves, "He's so handsome, and to be with Qingyu, he must be from a powerful family of Beast Tamers. If only I could have a boyfriend like that." Their comments echoed the thoughts of many girls present. A curious freshman approached the boy with glasses and quietly asked, "Who is Qingyu? I haven't seen her name on the school's leaderboard." The boy adjusted his glasses, took a deep breath, and spoke with a touch of reverence. "Qingyu isn't a current senior. She was a legendary figure from 6 years ago. When she reached the Lingquan realm, she awakened 7 Spirit Spring statues, a true genius. More importantly, she is the daughter of the president of the Beast Tamer Association in Sunset Town, combining beauty, nobility, and talent." His tone turned slightly wistful, and his eyes carried a hint of admiration. The freshman studied the boy with glasses, then suddenly exclaimed, Su Feng, you're Su Feng, ranked 10th on the leaderboard. And you also awakened 7 spirit spring statues. At this, the surrounding girls swarmed around Su Feng like sharks sensing blood, their eyes full of admiration and awe. A shapely, charming girl boldly took Su Feng's hand, her voice firm. Su Feng, you've awakened 7 spirit spring statues too. You're no less capable than Qingyu. I believe you'll surpass her someday. Su Feng glanced at her face, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He gently withdrew his hand and shook his head. It's not the same, not at all. Qingyu's 7 spirit spring statues have incredibly rare attributes: earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, time, and space. This configuration has more potential than the usual 9-statue setup. It's so balanced, and the most extraordinary part is her time and space attributes. With her family's support, her future achievements are limitless. She might even reach the legendary origin realm. The students around fell silent, collectively marveling at her talent. Though attributes of spirit spring statues can be enhanced or changed with effort, the time and space attributes are exceptionally rare. Meanwhile, Ye Youqian, walking on the path, was also stunned by the news. He took a deep breath, turned to the woman beside him, and asked incredulously, Miss Qingyu, do you really have spirit spring statues with time and space attributes? Wei Qingyu, dressed in a blue pleated skirt, her long black hair cascading like flowing fireflies, had a serene beauty and a gentle, tranquil aura. Just standing beside her brought a sense of peace. She glanced up, a mischievous glint in her eyes, her voice calm and serene. Didn't Grandpa tell you? Ye Youqian chuckled helplessly, covering his forehead with his hand. Why would Elder Wei tell me something like that? He thought to himself that if Elder Wei had given such a detailed introduction of his beautiful granddaughter, it would mean he was already thinking about great-grandchildren. Time and space are of little consequence when it comes to finding such a rare beast. It's incredibly difficult to nurture. Wei Qingyu's beautiful eyes showed a hint of melancholy as she sighed softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze. Shouty, Grandpa asked me to take you to the Wanha Bank. Let's not waste time. I have other matters to attend to later. Her tone was urgent yet tender. Okay, Ye Youqian replied briefly, quickening his pace to catch up with the graceful elder sister. Beast Tamers, with their bodies nourished by spiritual springs, possess physical abilities far beyond ordinary people. This advantage is particularly beneficial for women, serving as a natural means to slow aging and maintain beauty. Even at 40, Wei Qingyu's appearance and figure would likely remain as captivating as a young maiden's. Despite her age, her charm was evident, especially her gentle and soothing demeanor, which was truly enchanting. Wanha Bank, the only official bank in Sunset Town, spans nearly 2,000 acres, serving the town's tens of thousands of residents and numerous beast tamers. Its wealth rivals that of the branch in the prefecture city. Beyond its public operations, the bank has intricate ties with the much criticized pharmaceutical merchants. On the 36th floor of Wanha Bank's main building, the top floor, is Wen Yu's office, a symbol of her status and position. At this moment, the spacious office's door was tightly shut, and a well-dressed man sat before the second miss of the Wen family. Wenbin, have the new arrivals been arranged? Wen Yu asked, rubbing her aching temples. Her charming face looked worn from exhaustion, her eyes clouded with a heavy gloom, as if bearing an invisible burden. They have been arranged. We've informed the pharmaceutical merchants, and it's being conducted discreetly, without drawing the attention of ordinary people, Su Wenbin replied, his suit impeccable, though his eyes were bloodshot, hinting at his unease. After a moment of silence, Su Wenbin finally spoke. Second miss, in just half a month, over 30,000 test subjects have died, most of them under 20. Is what we're doing? He hesitated, unable to finish his thought. When you opened her eyes, rubbing her face stiff from sleepless nights, she glanced at the subordinate who had brought her immense benefits. Wenbin, are you worried that too many have died, and once it's exposed, they'll make you the scapegoat? I wouldn't dare. I'm just concerned the scale of this will affect you, and even the Wen family. Su Wenbin quickly lowered his head, responding earnestly. Hearing this, Wen Yu fell into a prolonged silence. Wenbin, the testing of the new reverse soul pill is being conducted only here, not because I or the Wen family behind me want to monopolize the benefits, but because the scope is just too vast. She tapped her fingers on the desk. Right now, the military, the royal family, and even the other 3 major domains are vying for it. Once on this ship, even the Wen family behind me is just a slightly bigger ant. There's no turning back now. Wen Yu's voice carried deep melancholy, and after confiding in her trusted aide, her heavy mood seemed to lighten slightly. How is that possible? Hasn't it been unsuccessful? Su Wenbin was shocked, losing control of his emotions for a moment. It has succeeded. When you looked him in the eye, besides the lucky ones still alive outside, out of over 30,000 test subjects, 100 survived. 5 successfully awakened 9 spiritual spring statues, with most being 1 waste and 8 intact, and 1 being 1 intact and 8 wastes. She traced a few marks on the desk with her fingers. The remaining 95 all have excellent potential. 50 awakened 4 statues with no drawbacks, all with highly balanced attributes like earth, fire, water, and wind. 30 awakened 5 statues with no drawbacks, all with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 awakened 7 statues with no drawbacks, with attributes of either the 5 elements plus time-space, light-dark, or earth, fire, water, wind plus time-space, light-dark, and another different attribute. Her speech quickened. And there are 10 I have no right to view. When you bit her lip, her pale hand slamming onto the desk as she almost roared. Winbin, do you know what it means when even I, the nominal person in charge, have no right to view them? It means that high-level figures from the Source Fire realm, or even the Source World realm, have intervened. The situation of these 10 is far more important than the so-called 9 spiritual spring statue awakeners. Hearing this, Su Winbin was stunned, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. The extent of the reversed soul pill incident had far exceeded his imagination, drawing in high-level figures from the Source Fire realm and Source World realm. These individuals, having surpassed the human life expectancy limit, are the de facto ruling class of the Luo Tian domain. The Luo Tian domain has been established for 50,000 years, and research results significant enough to attract their involvement must be incredibly valuable. Winbin, the capital has issued an order to draft criminals from all 36 prefectures and prisoners captured by the military to increase the number of test subjects. When you said, waving her hand wearily to signal Su Winbin to leave, prepare yourself mentally, there's much more work ahead. Second miss, how many people are expected? Su Winbin's voice trembled slightly. Over 1 million, maybe more. That's too many. I can't manage it all. Don't worry, the capital will send people to take over. You just need to assist them. Hearing this, Su Winbin took a deep breath, feeling slightly more at ease. Having someone take over meant there was a chance to escape this vortex. Vice President Su, the 2 Linghai realm guards respectfully greeted, slightly lowering their heads. They were dressed in standard uniforms, standing straight with vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Su Winbin nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. All right, open it up. I'm going down. His voice was steady, with a touch of anticipation. The guards responded promptly, each taking out a device resembling a mobile phone. As the red button was pressed, the left side of the rooftop wall slowly opened outward, revealing a circular portal with a diameter of 5 meters. Su Winbin summoned the Beast Mastery Tome, and a fierce-looking eagle-type beast instantly emerged. This amethyst falcon, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters and a height of 2 meters when perched, was truly a colossal creature. It was one of Su Winbin's rewardsa fully grown fire-type eagle beast, ranked as a 9-star fierce beast with outstanding combat power. Although contracting a mature beast is usually extremely challenging for a beastmaster, the contract Su Winbin offered displayed his sincere intentions. 4 high-level beasts with long lifespans. This was undoubtedly an irresistible offer. With a sharp cry, the amethyst falcon carried Su Winbin as it swooped down. Its feathers, like purple crystals, traced brilliant trails in the air, landing in the blink of an eye on the 3rd-floor helipad of Wanha Bank. The 3rd floor housed Wanha Bank's loan and repayment area. As Ye Youqian entered, Manager Wang Yuanyuan approached and led him to the private VIP area. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Vice President Su will be here in 3 minutes, Wang Yuanyuan said, dressed in a sleek business outfit, her shapely long legs accentuated by rose-patterned Balenciaga stockings, drawing attention. Ye Youqian leaned back on the sofa, leisurely picking up a cup of spirit lotus tea worth 30,000, taking a gentle sip. Without looking away, he waved his hand to indicate he understood. Wang Yuanyuan thought to herself that this handsome stranger was likely a scion of a prominent family from the provincial capital, which explained why Su Winbin would personally attend to him. This realization stirred a sense of imbalance within her. Rich boy, that woman seemed to be interested in you. Wei Qingyu teased, lounging with her own long, eye-catching white-stockinged legs. Ye Youqian turned his head, casually glancing at Wei Qingyu's legs, silently giving a nod of approval. Then, he looked up at the ceiling and said in a calm tone, the old dean taught me that women who throw themselves at you with flirtatious glances upon first meeting are usually up to no good, 9 out of 10 times, and the other one is just lacking oxygen to the brain. Wei Qingyu was taken aback, her pretty face slightly pouting with a hint of reproach in her voice. Can it be love at first sight? Ye Youqian replied without hesitation. That's called being attracted to someone's appearance. A sly smile played at the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with mischief. Hearing this, Wei Qingyu furrowed her brows and raised her voice a notch. Humph. I can't stand beast masters like you who act like you see through everything. Instead of getting angry, Ye Youqian grinned widely, revealing his white teeth. As a man who had little romantic experience, being called a scoundrel by a beautiful woman for the first time oddly filled him with a sense of pride. Wei Qingyu was puzzled by his reaction and asked, why are you laughing? Ye Youqian took a sip of tea, his gaze unabashedly sweeping up and down the elegant woman in front of him, lingering a bit longer on her long legs wrapped in white silk. He chuckled and said, "If you're going to insult me, do it more. I kind of like it." Wei Qingyu noticed his gaze and instinctively pulled her legs back, the gentle look on her face replaced by disdain. She sighed inwardly, wondering why men were always like this, either flattering or shameless. Ye Youqian, seemingly oblivious to her reaction, continued to boldly meet Wei Qingyu's gentle eyes, licking his lips with a strange gleam in his own. Wei Qingyu bit her lip, her eyes filled with deep disappointment. Her lifelong dream of perfect love was once again shattered by reality. She couldn't help but lament. What a shame, such a handsome man, yet such a creep. Ye Youqian replied calmly. A bit of a creep, but not too much. After saying this, he took another sip of tea, a hint of pity in his eyes. He knew this was all arranged by Wei Lao, intended to completely shatter his precious granddaughter's idealistic view of love. Just then, the door opened, breaking the silence. Su Wenbin entered, bowing slightly with respect as he greeted, "Miss Wei, it's been a long time." Wei Qingyu was momentarily confused, clearly not recognizing him at first. Her eyes fell on Su Wenbin's name tag, and she suddenly remembered, "Oh, Mr. Su, it's been a long time." Seeing this, Ye Youqian quickly stepped forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Vice President Su." Su Wenbin modestly replied, "I owe my current opportunities to Mr. Yi." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ye Youqian got straight to the point. "I'm here to repay the loan. Vice President Su, I'd appreciate your assistance." His eyes briefly glanced at Wei Qingyu, subtly hinting at his backing. Su Wenbin agreed with a smile. "It's my duty." In less than 3 minutes, Ye Youqian successfully paid off a 4 million loan, securing 5 months of freedom beyond his expectations. Noticing a hint of unease on Ye Youqian's face, Su Wenbin inquired with concern, "Mr. Yi, you seem a bit uneasy. Is there something troubling you?" Ye Youqian forced a smile, subtly moving closer to Wei Qingyu, ready to bolt with her if necessary. He replied lightly, "Ha, I'm just happy." "Vice President Su, you're overthinking." Su Wenbin expressed admiration. "Indeed, anyone who can raise 4 million in half a month will likely soon pay off the loan and become a free beast master. A bright future is within reach." In reality, Su Wenbin knew that the experiment with the reversal soul pill had yielded results, making Ye Youqian's dissection less valuable. Instead, having Ye Youqian appear lively in public could draw some attention to the pharmaceutical company's experiments, which is why Su Wenbin genuinely admired him. After finalizing the 4 million loan, Ye Youqian decisively decided to leave. Su Wenbin did not stop them, allowing them to depart. This reaction made Ye Youqian suspicious as he walked slowly along a street 100 meters away from Wana Bank, his eyes flickering with a thoughtful light. Judging by Su Wenbin's demeanor, it seems I am no longer important, Ye Youqian thought, a sense of unease creeping into his mind, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. At that moment, Wei Qingyu's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "What's wrong, Qian?" Ye Youqian snapped back to reality and forced a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Thanks a lot to you, Sister Wei." Wei Qingyu, noticing something off, softly remarked, "It feels like there's something strange about your words." Hearing this, Ye Youqian raised an eyebrow, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on Wei Qingyu. He nodded solemnly, extending his right hand, palm facing the sky, making a grasping gesture. "Because it's really huge. Just looking at it is unbelievable," Ye Youqian said, hinting at something. Wei Qingyu didn't immediately catch on. When she realized the implication behind Ye Youqian's words, her expression changed instantly. Seeing this, Ye Youqian's eyes lit up, and he gave Wei Qingyu a thumbs up. "Yes, that's the look, splendid." As a gentle-natured young lady, even when angry and contemptuous of someone, Wei Qingyu wouldn't resort to rude or violent actions. Her delicate face turned cold, her watery eyes showing disdain as if she were looking at a cockroach. "Shameless," Wei Qingyu said coldly. "I've completed the task my grandfather gave me. I'm going for the entrance exam. Don't follow me." Her words carried an icy tone, suggesting someone should leave. Unfortunately, the shameless man seemed oblivious to the meaning behind Wei Qingyu's words and stubbornly followed her. Compared to going alone, sticking close to Wei Qingyu was the safest option in Sunset Town, and Ye Youqian wasn't about to leave easily. Their destination was Ye Youqian College, one of the only 2 private colleges in Sunset Town. This school was known for its exorbitant tuition fees, amounting to 500,000 per month, rather than annually. Those who could attend were mostly the second generation of the elite and a few illegitimate children of wealthy merchants. It's rumored that Ye Youqian College originated from a Beast Master Academy located on the edge of the underworld Bloom, serving as one of the institutions gathering outstanding Beast Master students. In the Luo Tianwang domain and the other 3 major domains, institutions involved in formal Beast Master education are subjected to extremely strict scrutiny. They are either established by the domain itself to nurture talent or have reasons that the domain cannot refuse, allowing such Beast Master Academies to exist. Beast Master Academies differ from public or private schools attended by Ye Youqian and Wei Qingyu, being genuine special forces. Calling them Beast Master factions might be more appropriate. Unlike the Beast Master Association or the Adventurer Association, which require loyalty in exchange for resources and information, independent Beast Master Academies adhere to a policy of teaching without discrimination. As long as you are outstanding enough, you can obtain even the evolutionary route information to cultivate a wild level beast to an emperor level without paying a steep price. The four great academies, Underworld Academy, Yunming Academy, Whalefall Academy, and Sunset Academy, are sanctuaries longed for by countless independent beast masters. They stand in the four special regions, independent of the four major domains, boasting a history and foundation comparable to the domains themselves. Did you know, Youqian, that this time the legendary four great academies are participating in the four regions joint exam? In the past, having just one academy involved was considered remarkable. Wei Qingyu spoke with a hint of excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This time, all four are here, and they've even specified the number of admission slots. This is my chance. Once I get into one of these academies, my training in time and space beast mastery will be secured. She didn't hold back her admiration and desire for the four great academies. The four great academies. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful glow. He mused to himself, if I get into one, I shouldn't have to worry about money lenders or medicine merchants anymore. A wish quietly sprouted within him. The four regions joint exam is held every 3 years. The requirements for applying are simple, with just two. First, you must be a certified beast master. Second, you must be under 25 years old. Ye Youqian, at 21, met the criteria perfectly. Outside the teaching building of the Yoyu Academy, there was a vast expanse of grassland where 10 orderly lines, each stretching over 1,000 meters, were formed. The attire of the people varied widely, with many wearing styles distinctly different from the local fashion, indicating that many examinees came from other major cities. Wow, so many people, Ye Youqian exclaimed. It wasn't that he was inexperienced, but he had never seen nearly 10,000 young beast masters gathered in one place, all waiting patiently in line. Let's go. The registration won't take long. A few hours of waiting should do it, Wei Qingyu said with a light step, her face glowing with a gentle smile. Ye Youqian quickly followed, lining up behind her. Miss Wei, it seems that quite a few of these people are from the major cities, Ye Youqian whispered to Wei Qingyu. Hee, not just the main city. I'd say about 30% are from the surrounding major cities. Wei Qingyu chuckled softly, turning back to meet his handsome face, her cheeks reddening slightly. Ye Youqian, recalling the imposing figure of Wei Lao, respectfully took a step back to maintain a polite distance. Ahem, Wei Qingyu coughed lightly to ease the small awkwardness within her heart, patiently explaining. The registration venue for the four regions joint exam is almost always in the main city, but this time it's strangely set in the Sunset Town. These people are not only from Union City, but also from other nearby major cities. Is there only one registration venue? Ye Youqian asked, puzzled. Yes, only one per major city, and the success rate for registration is very low. Wei Qingyu replied with a meaningful smile, giving Ye Youqian an encouraging look with her eyes that sparkled like water. But I shouldn't have any problems. Just showing up is enough, though you might find it a bit challenging. Don't worry. If I can't even pass the registration test, then probably no one here can, Ye Youqian said with a confident smirk, exuding the arrogance of youth. With 9 spiritual spring statues and a master beast of overlord level capable of fighting beyond its class, he was brimming with confidence. Arrogant. Haha. Came a disdainful voice from the side. Ye Youqian looked over to see a richly dressed fat man. He merely shrugged, uninterested in engaging in a face-off, and turned back to quietly converse with the elegant elder sister in white silk. The waiting time passed faster than expected. About 2 hours later, it was Wei Qingyu's turn. In just a minute, the gentle and graceful elder sister proudly waved the device on her wrist. It looked like a pink smartwatch with a slightly larger screen, exuding an air of advanced technology. Youqian, I'll wait for you, okay? Wei Qingyu said sweetly, standing aside from the line, patiently waiting. Tap, tap, tap. Ye Youqian stepped into the half-meter-wide, tumter-high entrance of the teaching building, greeted by a woman in a white lily chong sam, her demeanor graceful, yet her face slightly cold, eyes showing a hint of fatigue. There are 2 devices on the table, one for scanning your ID card, and the other for identifying spiritual spring statues, the Chong Sam woman said impatiently. Ye Youqian shrugged, pulled out his ID card, and scanned it, then dropped a drop of spiritual spring water onto the identification book. No dim glow indicating a seal appeared. He raised his eyebrows slightly, silently appreciating the privacy maintained by the four regions joint exam. Ye Youqian, 22 years old, single, not affiliated with any faction, clean background, 9 spiritual spring statues, not bad. 9 statues. The Cheongsam woman snapped out of her daze, captivated by Ye's handsome face. Mr. Ye, please keep this, it's your assessment certificate. You can skip the first 3 rounds of large-scale tests and assessments. Please be punctual. Ye Youqian waved his hand and walked out the door. Oh my gosh. 9 spiritual spring statues, a master beast of overlord level, a background so clean it's unbelievable. What an outstanding candidate. This must be reported. The Cheongsam woman thought, her eyes shining. As a freshman at the Nether Academy, she understood all too well the growth potential and promise of such talent. The 3 stripes are real. Wei Qingyu gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ye Youqian waved his hand dismissively, squinting as he enjoyed her reaction. He provocatively glanced at the large man who had previously spoken out of turn, deliberately raising his right wrist to flaunt the 3 striking red stripes on his watch device. The large man pursed his lips, his flesh trembling with disappointment. He turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Ye Youqian didn't continue to press him, instead grabbing Wei Qingyu's wrist and quickly leaving the Beastmaster Association building. Why are you walking so fast? Wei Qingyu panted, trying to keep up, her eyes wide. Quick, be honest. Did you bribe the examiners? Ye Youqian shrugged, feigning innocence. Bribe? I'm broke. Where would I get the money to bribe anyone? Bribes aren't only paid with money. Wei Qingyu said, staring intently at Ye Youqian's face, determined to get a straight answer. Ye Youqian suddenly looked up, pretending to be insulted. What? Are you suggesting I would stoop to selling my body? I, Ye Youqian, am a man of integrity. Wei Qingyu blushed and quickly waved her hands in explanation. That's not what I meant. I have 7 spirit spring statues, with earth, fire, water, wind, and time-space attributes, and I'm a spirit sea realm beastmaster, which is why I have 3 stripes. My grandfather told me you only entered the spirit spring realm half a month ago. How could you receive the same treatment as me? Ye Youqian gazed at Wei Qingyu, secretly admiring her. With her looks, stature, excellent family background, talent, and potential, she was truly a favored daughter of the heavens. And most importantly, she was a gentle, easily swayed elder sister type. It's a pity I can't beat that old man. Miss Wei, thank you for accompanying me today. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to contact me for a 50 discount. Ye Youqian glanced up, spotting the silhouette of an old man in a high window, and quickly made his exit. As for my secret, old Wei knows it. With that, he dashed away and disappeared. What? A 50 discount? How infuriating. Wei Qingyu watched Ye Youqian vanish around the corner, stomping her foot in frustration, her heart full of questions. She decided to find her doting grandfather for answers. Night fell, and the stars filled the sky. On the balcony of a presidential suite at the Unbound Hotel, Ye Youqian sat cross-legged, with starlight twinkling around him like dancing fairies. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a flash of starlight flickered. In half a month, the prefecture exam will be held. I need to make the most of my time. Ye Youqian murmured to himself. He calculated that in 2 days, the apprentice status of alchemist and apothecary that Old Wei promised him would be finalized, providing him with a legitimate source of income. Until then, he decided it was best to stay in Sunset Town. Besides that, Ye Youqian had another important task to revisit the Salted Fish Orphanage, his first home in this otherworldly realm. He felt compelled to return and cherish those unforgettable memories. Knight Youqian held 11 Xingye fruits in his hand, each valued at 800,000. From Wei Lao, he had earned a substantial income of 8 million. At this moment, he had 4 million left in his pocket, enough to purchase materials needed for crafting simple potions. He gave the first Xingye fruit to Wei Lao as a gift. Despite coming from a humble background, Knight Youqian understood the nuances of social interactions. Wei Lao's help was a mix of his kind nature and Knight Youqian's good fortune. Knight Youqian knew that taking others' kindness for granted was foolish, and he would never make that mistake. Suddenly, a fox's cry echoed in his mind. A woo a woo. Knight Youqian's lips curled into a knowing smile. With a thought, a 9-colored starlight shot from his forehead, 2 of which were particularly brilliant. The deep blue light seemed to gather the entire starlit sky's radiance, dazzlingly bright. Another was purple, exuding a sharp and swift aura. This spirit spring statue has the thunder attribute, Knight Youqian murmured, recalling his conversations with Su Wenbin. Over 3 years, he had gained a deep understanding of Su Wenbin, a shrewd and calculating person. Is he trying to show goodwill? Knight Youqian pondered. That reverse soul pill could be the key to awakening the 9 spirit spring statues. His eyes flickered with awe. What terrifying creativity. Once the drug merchants perfect that reverse soul pill, the Blood Moon continent might undergo an epic transformation. However, Knight Youqian also realized this process would inevitably be bloody. Even the 4 great royal domains might wage war over this. The idea of mass-producing geniuses capable of awakening 9 spirit spring statues was too alarming. I must enhance my strength, Knight Youqian thought to himself. Should I buy a breaking prohibition pill? Maybe I can get one from Su Wenbin. As he was lost in thought, a soft touch against his leg interrupted him. Looking down, he saw a two-tailed fox rubbing its head against his leg like a puppy, showing great affection. A Xingye fox, a thunder-type maned beast. Ye Youqian picked up the gentle little fox, softly stroking its purple and blue tails. The soft and comfortable touch filled him with happiness. Little fox, Ye Youqian said softly. If you ever have the chance to take human form, I hope you'll be a pink-haired bad woman. Oh, whoa, why? The little fox seemed to ask. Because I like it, Ye Youqian chuckled, casually grabbing a piece of pastry and placing it near the Xingye fox's mouth. The sound of delicate chewing followed, and the fox's sly eyes squinted with a hint of happiness. The scene shifted to the Xingye flower field in the sunset forest. A figure cloaked in dark blue robes stood there, the wide brim of the hat obscuring his face. This mysterious person looked up, eyes weathered by time, gazing directly into the sky, through the turbulent air currents, reaching the boundless galaxy. A faint blue star was reflected in his eyes. Found it, the mysterious person whispered, a hint of excitement in his voice. He raised his right hand, and strands of starlight formed a hexagram magic circle over 10 meters in diameter in the void. At that moment, a man in a dark blue robe suddenly descended from the sky, landing in the flower garden near the mysterious person. Friend, the man in the dark blue robe spoke. The star power here is quite unique. Would you mind if Lon has a look? The mysterious person remained silent, his aged eyes narrowing slightly, showing some impatience. Friend. The man in the dark blue robe looked puzzled as the other remained unresponsive. A sudden rift, dozens of meters wide and high, tore through the void, unveiling a six-pointed star formation that emitted a dazzling light. Four figures stood suspended in midair, each clad in deep blue robes, their faces obscured. One of them spoke in a deep voice. Young one from the Nether Academy, handle this yourself. No sooner had the words been spoken than a cold female voice echoed. She appeared instantly above the man in the azure robe, her enchanting eyes flickering with thought, her lips moving as if whispering. The man in the azure robe, Lan Tianming, was drenched in cold sweat. He silently cursed his curiosity, a voidless shadow, a long-distance teleportation array. This was undeniably someone of Star Master level. Suppressing his fear, Lan Tianming forced a bitter smile and said, Senior, let's talk this through. I truly am just passing by. The Beast Master Codex at his brow flew out, ready to summon a beast to escape. However, the woman with the icy voice ignored his words, continuing her conversation with someone else. The oppressive silence hung over Lan Tianming, a source-level beast master, immobilizing him. The woman looked down at the trembling Lan Tianming and said lightly, the little one in charge of the 4 regions exam? How nostalgic. Her words sent Lan Tianming's emotions on a roller coaster ride. This guy really is just passing by. Sealing his memory should suffice, the cold-voiced woman said, seemingly seeking the approval of the other 4. The prolonged silence seemed to indicate agreement. Just as Lan Tianming was about to plead, he stopped short. The chilling gaze of a fearsome beast had locked onto him. It was a creature resembling a dragon but hornless, with a long serpentine tail, purple-black wings, and kaleidoscopic vertical pupils. Xiantian's sealing spirit Jiao, a mature, meteor-level, Lan Tianming thought, realizing in despair that his beast space had been sealed. The cold female voice spoke again, relax, little one. It's normal for the first time to hurt a bit. Her words were followed by a heart-wrenching scream that pierced the night. Then, a few murmurs drifted through the air. A human aura, the beast master chosen after the Moon Lord's revival? What a lucky little one. Thysis Ghost. Handle the aura here so no one with ulterior motives will discover it. The star drawn by Blue Heart Moon Lord star power needs its aura managed. I'll take care of it. This little one is likely to participate in the 4 regions exam. Find a way to make contact, but prioritize secrecy and do not expose the Moon Lord's aura. With that, the 5 figures vanished. In an instant, the starry field of flowers was obliterated, as if it had never existed, leaving behind only desolation, with not a single petal containing starlight energy remaining. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the time for the meeting with Wei Lao quietly arrived. On the balcony of a luxurious suite in the Wuju Hotel, a handsome young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. This was Ye Youqian. As time went on, circles of blue light flickered like stars on Ye Youqian's fair skin. Above his head floated a scroll-like Beast Mastery Manual, continuously pouring out a blue light-infused spiritual spring, which merged into his muscles and seeped into his blood vessels. Suddenly, a loud heartbeat sounded, thump, thump, thump. Then, the heartbeat subsided like a retreating tide, returning to its usual rhythm. Ye Youqian opened his eyes, raising his eyebrows in surprise. I succeeded? That was too easy, he thought to himself. In less than 2 days of training, Ye Youqian had smoothly reached the level of internal vision. This marked that as a beast master, he had fully filled his spiritual spring, transforming his organs and bones. Closing his eyes, detailed information about his body's interior immediately appeared in his mind. His blood flowed like streams through his veins, sparkling with blue starlight, passing through every organ and even the bones. His entire skeleton, including his spine, shimmered with blue starlight. Especially his heart, where the blue starlight was particularly dazzling, as if the entire heart had turned blue. The spiritual spring Ye Youqian used to nourish his body came from the spiritual spring statue, governed by the phantom butterfly. After achieving full compatibility, the gushing spring turned completely blue. This caused Ye Youqian's enhanced physique to exhibit a blue aura in his organs, bones, and blood. Ugh, it's already in the shape of the phantom butterfly, Ye Youqian worried. If this continues, my heart might turn completely blue, and my blood and skin too. He certainly didn't want to become a little blue man. He pondered whether to acquire a breaking mirror elixir or wait for the next feedback to make another breakthrough. Originally, Ye Youqian thought it would take at least 2 months to reach this point, but he completed it in just 2 days. Generally, aspiring spiritual spring realm beast masters, when reaching the pinnacle of 9-star, would take 6 months to a year to reach this stage, allowing most of the spiritual spring to nourish their physique. If the main beast triggered feedback, it could greatly shorten this process. Ye Youqian's situation was precisely like this. In less than half a month, his main beast evolved from a servant-level species to a dominant level, with a vast amount of feedback energy. Moreover, the unique nature of the phantom butterfly meant that its feedback energy was far superior to other beasts, not only elevating Ye Youqian to a 9-star spiritual spring realm, but also pushing his physique to an extreme limit. One step at a time, first get the apprentice status of an alchemist and pharmacist, and earn money. Ye Youqian nodded, contemplating the knowledge recorded in the ancient star god's cultivation method. Alchemy was not considered for now because he lacked a fire-type beast, and even the lowest tier 1 pill required a fierce beast-level fire-type beast to assist. Without this condition, he had to give up. In contrast, potion making had no such restrictions. The beast space was the perfect potion factory, offering a sterile environment with high controllability. However, as Ye Youqian reviewed the ancient potion materials, his expression gradually turned grim. Radiant spirit flower? Never heard of it. Berserk dragon egg liquid? From dragon beasts? Running fungus? Mushrooms that can run. Ye Youqian frowned, eliminating one by one. These ancient potion materials were either unheard of or had too high demands. Dragon beast eggs were not something a spiritual spring realm beast master could obtain. Ye Youqian finally narrowed down his options to 2 highly feasible potions. He carefully studied the formulas in his hands. The strength potion, of first-tier grade, requires the following materials: 1 prison grass, 1 cubic meter of wood attribute spiritual spring, 1 spiritual fruit with attribute, and 3 green spirit grasses. Effect 1. Slightly increases the basic strength of a beast. Effect 2. If made with an attribute spiritual fruit, there is a 10 chance to double the basic strength of a beast with the same attribute. It can be consumed twice and is most suitable for wild-level beasts. The skill enhancement potion, of 2nd-tier grade, requires the following materials: 10 green spirit grasses, 5 cubic meters of wood attribute spiritual spring, 1 3-star or lower fierce beast crystal core, and 1 1st-tier or higher mutated spiritual plant. Effect: randomly enhances a skill of a beast, applicable to those below the overlord level. Success rate is 80, and a beast can consume it twice. Ye Youqian frowned and pondered. The price of a fierce beast crystal core is quite high. Let's try the strength potion first. He quickly calculated the costs. The market price for a fierce beast crystal core ranges from 50,000 to 100,000, with 5-star and above beasts usually captured alive, while the value of cores below 3 stars is relatively low. A 1-star fierce beast crystal core is about 50,000, and with other materials, the cost is at least 100,000. What a profit! Ye Youqian thought with excitement. 1 potion costs 100,000 to make, and considering the failure rate, the cost easily doubles. The selling price must start at 500,000. Being an alchemist is really lucrative. He secretly calculated that once he mastered the skill of crafting enhancement potions, paying off his loans would be just around the corner. Just as he was lost in thoughts of the future, the phone rang abruptly. Ye Youqian glanced at the caller ID and brightened up. As expected of Old Way, he keeps his promises. By noon, Ye Youqian walked out of the Beastmaster Association with a broad smile, clutching his hard-earned alchemist apprentice certificate. From today, he was officially certified. Before returning to Xianyue Cottage, he decided to visit the Xianyue orphanage and pay respects to the old ghost by burning some paper money. The vivid image of that unruly old man lingered in his memory. Ye Youqian drove to Luri City, one of the 18 cities in Youqian Prefecture, about 200 kilometers from Luri town. He easily found the privately run orphanage, which covered 1,000 square meters. The yard was overgrown with tender, fragrant grass, a plant favored by herbivorous servant-level beasts. Pushing open the creaky, worn-out gate, he was greeted by a chaotic mess of green plants, clearly neglected for a long time. A sense of unease crept in. Ye Youqian quickly headed towards the familiar bungalow, the dormitory for the orphans, and his former refuge. However, he was met with only silence. What happened? In just 3 years, the orphanage closed down. Ye Youqian muttered to himself, then turned towards the director's separate wooden cabin. Compared to other rooms with peeling walls, this 80 square meter cabin looked particularly grand. Through the window, he vaguely saw a large figure. Someone's here. Ye Youqian felt a surge of hope and hurried towards the cabin. Lin Dapeng heard the commotion and turned to look at the door. A slightly familiar, robust young man appeared in his view. He scrutinized him for a few moments, but still couldn't recall who he was. Are you Peng Hu? Ye Youqian asked, scanning the man whose waist and chest were equally broad, with a puzzled expression. Buddy, how do you know my nickname? Lin Dapeng scratched his head. Are you from our orphanage too? Ye Youqian. Whoa, Brother Jaeger, you're alive. Lin Dapeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Cut it out. Don't mention that name. I've never been to the outer regions. Ye Youqian's face darkened, his tone clearly displeased. Lin Dapeng chuckled. Who told you so much? You even know the sizes of women in the Hanwang domain. The old director praised you by name. Ye Youqian waved his hand, getting straight to the point. All right, tell me, what happened here? And where is old Ghost buried? I want to burn a few billion for him and maybe set up a grand offering. Lin Dapeng sighed and began to explain. It turned out that in the 3 years Ye Youqian spent focusing on awakening his beastmaster profession after graduation, the orphanage underwent significant changes. In the first year, the old director passed away, and the orphanage struggled to make ends meet. Luckily, a genius beastmaster emerged from the batch of orphans old Ghost had adopted, catching the media's attention. Philanthropists extended their help, and eventually, the largest private orphanage in Luri City agreed to take in these orphans. So, this place was abandoned. Lin Dapeng shrugged. Like most ordinary people, I'm just an ordinary person. I set up a roadside stall and come back occasionally to harvest some fresh herbs and clean up the old place. Now, the salted fish orphanage is completely gone. After hearing this, Ye Youqian showed a look of regret. He took out 2 blue source crystal cards from his pocket. Dapeng, ordinary people have their own way of living. This is a little token from me. Lin Dapeng's eyes lit up, and he reached out with his slightly greasy hand, acting purely on instinct. How can I accept this? Unexpectedly, Ye Youqian pulled his hand back, fixing his sharp gaze on his former sidekick, and said in a serious tone, Peng Hu, you can take the benefits, but I have 2 conditions. First, don't expose that you've been in contact with mites for your own good, as beastmasters have enemies too. Second, I probably won't be back for a long time. Visit Old Ghost's grave when you have time. Lin Dapeng stood straight, clenched his right fist, and pounded it on his heart, his body fat shaking violently. I'll give my heart for Jaeger. No questions asked. Damn, you idiot. Ye Youqian's mouth twitched at these words, cursing as he turned and walked away. Watching Ye Youqian's receding figure, Lin Dapeng tucked the 2 blue source crystal cards into his pocket, his eyes filled with both nostalgia and a hint of envy. A beastmaster. If only I had successfully awakened back then. Maybe I should try training. Who knows? I might get lucky. About 20 minutes later, at a cemetery 500 meters from the salted fish orphanage, Ye Youqian stood before a grave piled with paper money, holding a bottle of life water. He unscrewed the cap, poured the life water over the paper money, then lit a match and threw the small flame onto the pile. The fire quickly spread, turning the bills marked with Heaven and Earth Bank into ashes in the fierce flames. Ye Youqian stood silently watching the flames consume the paper money, as if bidding farewell to the past. The most eye-catching item was a meticulously crafted paper model of an ancient courtyard, standing a full meter high. The exquisite workmanship was truly breathtaking. Each little paper servant had an impressive stature, clearly a carefully customized piece of art. This work, named 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, exuded a unique charm. Ye Youqian stood before the grave, complex emotions welling up inside him. He softly said, Old Ghost, I've successfully embarked on the path of a beast master, and my future is limitless. Unfortunately, you can't see it. Memories flooded his mind as he continued. I remember you always said the women of the Han Wang domain had golden hair and blue eyes, the best figures, and fair skin. The women of the Ying Wang domain had the most variety, and the women of the Ying Wang domain were the proudest. Ye Youqian's lips curled into a slight, teasing smile. But you didn't know, once you got so drunk, you were bawling your eyes out, telling me that the one you could never forget was Xia Jihe from the Luo Tian Wang domain. You cried your heart out, quoting lines like, the greatest distance in the world is not the ends of the earth, but being close yet worlds apart. You sounded like a love-struck poet. Ye Youqian's expression suddenly turned serious. Now, I think I know that woman's identity. Old Ghost, you really were something. Even Wei Lao could tolerate letting you live this long. He took a deep breath, ready to leave. All right, I should go? Enjoy yourself down there. And don't come haunting me in my dreams. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud "awoo" pierced the silence. It was Ye Youqian's starry night fox, a magical beast as robust as a large wolf. It ran freely along the forest path, its two blue and purple tails wagging joyfully. This starry night fox, named Ye Youqian, somehow learned to howl like a wolf, albeit clumsily, resembling a husky pretending to be a wolf. The scene shifted to the Shaguang market, the largest beast trading market in Luri City. Here, even overlord-level beasts could be traded. The setting sun cast a brilliant glow across the sky, flocks of birds flying westward. A few first-order magical beasts, resembling sparrows, landed under the fish vendor's stall, waiting for the fishmonger's discarded innards. Magical beast meat was delicious and energy-rich, especially fish, a common delicacy on the tables of the wealthy. About 10 meters away from the fish stall, a handsome young man with 2 strings of white tokens hanging around his neck sat cross-legged. A beast master manual, resembling a painting scroll, floated before him, occasionally flickering with blue light. This was none other than Ye Youqian, who frowned slightly as he murmured to himself. The success rate is too low, only one portion at a time. He carefully pondered the errors in the refining process, then focused his mind back on the Beastmaster manual. Let's try crushing the spirit fruit first, then adding the prison vine, with spirit spring and green spirit grass going in simultaneously, he instructed himself. In the beast space, the starry night fox followed Ye Youqian's directions. Resisting the urge to stuff the ingredients into its mouth, it grasped the pestle with its paw and crushed a fire attribute spirit fruit. Then, step by step, it ground the materials in the mortar. Finally, strands of blue glowing spirit spring gathered, enveloping 3 green spirit grass stalks, and fell into the bullseyed mortar. The spirit spring seemed alive, continuously rotating and extracting the properties of the 3 herbs. Over time, a drop of fiery red liquid formed, followed by a second drop. About 30 minutes later, 50 milliliters of fiery red liquid were successfully produced, equivalent to 5 portions of the concoction. Ye Youqian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, adding the spirit spring last was the right move. Refining potions doesn't always have to follow a set procedure. Everyone's situation is different. In my case, the quality of the spirit spring is exceptional, perhaps too high, which lowers the probability of potion cohesion. He felt gratified to have identified the cause of his failures, and doubling the output filled him with a sense of accomplishment. The cost of 3 Qingling grass plants is 15,000, a first-tier attribute spirit fruit is 3,000, and a prison strength grass is the cheapest at 1,000 each. Including the consumption of spirit spring, the cost for 5 doses of the potion is roughly 20,000. This Qingling grass is mass-produced and of low quality, following a low-profit, high-volume sales strategy. Wild Qingling grass, however, is expensive, with a single plant costing around 15,000. Ye Youqian nodded in satisfaction and carefully arranged 10 blue test tubes neatly on the wooden board in front of him. He took out paper and pen, writing the price neatly on the edge of the board. At this moment, the area around the fish-selling shop was bustling with people. Ye Youqian's handsome face and the exquisite beast taming manuals on display immediately caught the attention of many passers-by. Young man, so you're selling potions? An elderly woman with a flower-patterned scarf on her head and a vegetable basket on her arm strolled over slowly, leaning on a wooden cane. However, her gaze was fixed not on the potions, but directly on Ye Youqian's handsome face. Ye Youqian frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Strength potion, 50,000 per dose, no loitering." He deliberately put on an aloof demeanor, thinking that this elderly woman didn't look like a potential customer, but rather someone with ulterior motives. If it weren't for the need to continue his business, he would have packed up and left. "Oh, don't be like that," the woman said enthusiastically. "Young man, you're so young and handsome. I happen to know an excellent young lady. She's 18, never had a boyfriend, and has a top-notch figure and looks. Her family doesn't have a beast tamer, but if you agree, you could meet today and get married tomorrow." Ye Youqian sighed inwardly. So she's here to play matchmaker. He couldn't help but lament. Sometimes being too handsome and talented is a burden. This comment made the matchmaker's face twitch involuntarily. Ye Youqian continued. "I've just become a beast tamer and don't plan to marry yet. But I'm open to dating. Do you have a photo, ma'am?" The woman's face instantly darkened, and she scolded. "Pa, you think you can get my daughter for free? You look like a woman and must be a scoundrel who frequents brothels." With that, she stormed off, cursing as she went. Damn, Ye Youqian took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his anger. Just then, another customer approached his stall. This was a young woman dressed in high-end Mai clothing, her delicate feet in a pair of exquisite leather boots. Her youthful and lively face showed curiosity, while on her left shoulder perched a bird resembling a Parota firecloud sparrow, a wild beast-level creature. Ye Youqian immediately realized that this elegantly dressed woman must be a wealthy beast tamer. "Handsome brother, is the strength potion you're selling different from the common ones on the market?" she asked softly. Ye Youqian thought for a moment and replied, This potion's formula was obtained from a relic, so it should be different from what's commonly available. As you're my first customer today, you can pay half as a deposit, and if it works, pay the rest later. He added, the potion has resistance properties. Noticing that the young woman was knowledgeable about strength potions for beasts, he saw no need to deceive her. Aren't you afraid I'll cheat you? The young woman asked with a playful laugh, her laughter clear and pleasant. Ye Youqian grinned, showing his white teeth, and said cheerfully, being tricked by such a beautiful lady would be my good fortune. His words brought a blush to the young woman's cheeks, and she instinctively lowered her head. All right, I'll buy one to try, she said softly. A moment later, she took out 3 large bills from her delicate purse and politely placed them on the wooden board with the potions. With her fair hand, she gently picked up a tan-colored potion and carefully put it away. Xia Xiaoyan stood in front of the wooden counter, her sharp eyes scanning the 10 neatly arranged potions. 7 were fiery red like flames, while 3 were earthy yellow like fertile soil, clearly distinguishing their attributes. Could you tell me the difference between these strength potions? Xia Xiaoyan asked softly, curiosity shining in her eyes. Ye Youqian smiled and explained, you've got a keen eye, Miss Xia. My strength potions are quite unique and have attribute distinctions. The fiery red ones are suitable for beasts with fire attributes, while the earthy yellow ones are meant for beasts with earth attributes. He paused, adding mysteriously, and just a heads up, using the right potion for the right attribute can sometimes trigger a basic strength multiplier effect, though it's all about luck. Ye Youqian's gaze inadvertently fell on the fiery parrot perched on Xia Xiaoyan's shoulder, offering a friendly reminder. Xia Xiaoyan raised her beautiful eyes, surprise washing over her delicate features. Really? With special attribute effects? If that's true, you're selling them way too cheap, handsome. Ye Youqian shrugged helplessly and chuckled. Well, I don't have much of a reputation yet, so I have to sell them a bit cheaper. True, Xia Xiaoyan giggled, then picked up a fiery red strength potion. Carefully unscrewing the cap, she offered the vial to the fiery parrot. Little fire, don't be scared. It's good stuff, won't give you a stomachache. Her tone was like coaxing a child, making her appear particularly endearing. The fiery parrot hesitated for a moment, then, as if making up its mind, lowered its beak and swallowed the potion in one gulp. Within seconds, it chirped excitedly, conveying its exhilaration to its owner. It actually worked, Xia Xiaoyan exclaimed. This is the 10th strength potion Little Fire has tried, and we're really lucky this time. She quickly summoned her beast tome, bringing the fiery parrot back inside, and then swiftly withdrew it, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ye Youqian coughed lightly, turning his head to the side. Xia Xiaoyan's beast tome was quite peculiar, resembling a wide-eyed white carrot with its lower half split and intertwined, featuring an indescribable odd protrusion, vividly like a comical young figure lying down. Ahem, Xia Xiaoyan bit her lip, looking shy and adorable. Handsome, I'll take all your potions at 50,000 each. How many do you have left? Ye Youqian was overjoyed. Miss Xia, how much are you willing to buy? I have materials for a dozen more. If you can wait a bit, I'll sell them all to you at 50,000 each. He quickly packed the remaining 10 potions into a plastic bag and handed them to the wealthy young lady. Money isn't an issue. I still have an hour left before I need to go back. Xia Xiaoyan assured Ye Youqian, handing over the remaining 450,000 yuan. Great, I'll start brewing right away. Ye Youqian thought to himself, a woman carrying 500,000 in cash is quite something, suspecting she might be the naive heiress of Sunset City's wealthiest family. He chuckled, accepting the money, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, summoning his beast tome. Its vibrant, scroll-like appearance made Xia Xiaoyan gaze in envy. I have materials for 5 more, might as well make them all. Customers like this wealthy young lady are rare. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, focusing his energy on brewing the potions. The poor star fox, once a noble beast, had been reduced to a mere tool for potion making. As for the phantom butterfly, Ye Youqian had no intention of turning this esteemed creature into a potion-making assistant. As night fell, the lights in the apothecary's room shone brightly. Ye Youqian focused intently on completing the last batch of strength potions, a process that took nearly an hour. The intense multitasking left him a bit fatigued, but the fruitful results were enough to offset his discomfort. He exhaled softly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Miss Xia, Ye Youqian said with a slightly weary yet genuine smile. Exactly 20 strength potions. Each color represents a different attribute. May they bring your beast good fortune. He carefully arranged the 20 potions on a wooden board for the customer to inspect, with the fiery red ones being the most striking, numbering 10 in total. Xia Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled as she softly admired. So beautiful. She quickly calculated, 20 potions, that's 1,000,000 in total, right? I only have 200,000 in cash right now. Can I pay the remaining 800,000 with a Yuankr's card? Ye Youqian nodded in agreement. Xia Xiaoyan carefully stored the plastic bag containing the 20 potions, then summoned her beast manual to place them inside. She handed Ye Youqian 3 blue Yuankr's cards, a silver one, and 20,000 yuan bills from her purse, her face flushed with either excitement or shyness. Ye Youqian happily accepted the payment, suddenly remembering something. Miss Ya, here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you need anything in the future. By the way, each beast can take the strength potion twice, with a recommended interval of about half a month. Xia Xiaoyan took Ye Youqian's business card, her eyes lighting up. Invincible Dark Tyrannosaurus, your alchemist title is so strange. Haha, Invincible Dark Tyrannosaurus, handsome brother. Ye Youqian looked puzzled. What's strange about it? It's a perfectly normal title. His response left Xia Xiaoyan momentarily stunned, as her mind involuntarily recalled the advice of her elders. Alchemists and potion makers tend to have quirks. In short, their thinking can be a bit unconventional, so it's wise to approach them with caution. Ye Youqian stood up to leave. Miss Xia, I'm heading back to the sunset gathering place. It's more suitable for beast tamers to grow. Xia Xiaoyan flashed a sweet smile, dimples appearing on her cheeks. All right, Invincible Dark Tyrannosaurus handsome brother, until we meet again. As Ye Youqian's figure gradually faded into the night, a middle-aged man emerged from a shadowy corner, slowly approaching Xia Xiaoyan from behind. Miss, the middle-aged man spoke respectfully. Xia Xiaoyan's expression changed, her tone becoming serious. Uncle Li, ensure that the handsome alchemist leaves safely. Don't let any troublemakers bother him. Also, please take these 2 potions to my father. Perhaps our guild can make a significant profit from them. Yes, miss, the middle-aged man replied, and quickly caught up with Ye Youqian, discreetly dealing with a few ill-intentioned individuals. As the night deepened, it seemed there was more to this seemingly ordinary transaction than met the eye. Xia Xiaoyan toyed with the business card in her hand, her face lighting up with a sweet smile, like a lively and innocent young girl. Shortly after she left, the place that had been selling the powerful potion was instantly surrounded by a crowd. Wow, a new type of powerful potion, a man whispered in awe. Ugh, why did it have to be the second miss of the Xia family? Otherwise, I would have liked to try one too. Another person said regretfully. There's nothing we can do. This beast market is Xia family's territory. Whatever she sets her eyes on, who dares to compete? Someone nearby shook their head helplessly. Ye Youqian's earlier suspicion was indeed correct. Xia Xiaoyan was the daughter of the richest family in Luri City, but she was no naive girl. Locally, she was famously known as the shopping spree queen. As night fell, inside the Luoxia Hotel, after taking a shower and having a quick bite, Ye Youqian summoned the blue heartsword king tree to the inside of the balcony. Holding the adorable Xingye fox in his arms, he soon fell into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, Ye Youqian suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself surrounded by swirling black mist, eerie and terrifying, as if he had entered the underworld. Damn, where is this? He wondered in shock. Suddenly, not far away, a graceful silhouette appeared and disappeared within the black mist. She moved slowly, her steps silent as if floating in the air. Golden hair, blue eyes, wavy curls, and an impressive figure. Ye Youqian couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking as if he had never seen anything like it before. As the figure approached, he realized this unfamiliar beauty from the Hanwang domain had a large indentation in her chest, with a lewd handprint left on it. Damn, who's so wicked to send a paper figure to scare people in the middle of the night? Ye Youqian cursed inwardly. But this craftsmanship is impressive, looks almost real. His eyes glinted with curiosity as he carefully examined the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty with hollow eyes and a face pale as paper. Instinctively, he reached out his hand, wanting to examine it more closely. Suddenly, the paper figure's mouth moved. An old yet somewhat familiar voice sounded. It's collapsed. It's collapsed. You little brat dare to fool me? I've raised you for years, and you give me a faulty product. No way, you need to fix it. In the deathly silent, eerie space, the sudden old voice startled Ye Youqian, making him sit up abruptly. He was awake. Damn that old ghost, being so picky. Doesn't he know how to cherish a good figurine? Ye Youqian cursed under his breath, sitting on the bed. Then, with a thump, he lay back down and instantly fell asleep again. Meanwhile, the little fox in his arms was startled awake by the sudden movement, unable to fall back asleep. Interesting little fellow. A voice as cold as the moon spoke, carrying a tone of affection. A blue tendril spiraled upwards, entwining itself in Ye Youqian's hair before resting on his forehead. A wisp of black smoke was lifted by the blue tendril and then dissipated. Strange undead, Yudai murmured softly, not paying much attention. She continued to bask in the cool starlight and moonlight, absorbing the tangible energy that quickly transformed into the power of the blue heartsword king tree. Ye Youqian was indeed fortunate. His only main beast, Yudai, required almost no effort on his part. Ever since the Blue Star incident, she hadn't requested any resources. Perhaps she knew Ye Youqian had limited strength and wealth, and didn't bother asking. On the other hand, the little fox constantly clamored for tasty treats, her alluring fox eyes often glancing at the blue heartsword king tree, drooling over the blue leaves. Unfortunately, Ye Youqian dared not let the little fox nibble on the leaves of the blue heartsword king tree, not wanting to ruin the harmonious relationship he had painstakingly built due to the fox's greed. The following afternoon, Ye Youqian finally returned to number 18 Xianyu Cottage at the sunset gathering place. He walked through the quiet corridor to the basement and sat cross-legged. His elegant green robe highlighted his youthful vigor, while the floating Beast Mastery book resembled a beautiful painting, emitting a mysterious glow. Blue spiritual springs flowed like silk from the book, seeping into the body of a two-tailed fox below. This beast, known as the Xingye fox, had its limbs taut, with sharp claws deeply embedded in the hard floor. Its blue and purple eyes glimmered with comfort and delight, as if indulging in a feast. Suddenly, a crisp crack broke the silence in the room. The Xingye fox opened its sharp teeth and easily crushed two fist-sized beast-grade crystal cores, flickering with purple lightning. With the assistance of its master's spiritual springs, the little fox greedily absorbed these precious nutrients like a sponge, growing visibly before the eyes. A loud fox cry rang out, and the somewhat fierce posture of the Xingye fox gradually calmed down. It widened its charming fox eyes and affectionately rubbed its head against Ye Youqian's cheek, seemingly thanking its master for the gift. Ye Youqian gently stroked the soft ears of the Xingye fox, but his heart ached. Just now, this obedient and sensible beast had consumed resources worth a staggering 1.1 million, not including Ye Youqian's own spiritual springs and other expenditures. The two beast-grade lightning attribute crystal cores came from two adult 6-star lightning attribute beasts, each valued at 300,000, totaling 600,000. Even more astonishing was the rare Starlight attribute beast crystal core, derived from an adult 6-star beast with Starlight as its main attribute, priced at a whopping 500,000. Such a cultivation approach was considered top-tier, even among Beast Master's wild-grade beasts. Ye Youqian's gaze fell on the blue and purple foxtail of the Xingye fox. The smooth fur shimmered with an enchanting luster under the faint light, soft yet resilient to the touch. He couldn't help but nod to himself. This was definitely a promising talent. Sensing its master's gaze, the Xingye fox let out a puzzled whimper, tilting its head to look at Ye Youqian. Suppressing his heartache, Ye Youqian patiently explained, "Look at your tail, doesn't it have two colors? The blue represents the blue starlight you obtained from the phantom butterfly, which is the fundamental reason you can enter the ancestral phase. The purple suggests you have the hidden potential of a lightning attribute." He continued to elaborate on the beast's attribute system. Common attributes like earth, fire, water, wind, gold, and what are mainstream among the beast masters of the Blood Moon continent. Above these are powerful offensive attributes like lightning, ice, flame, and poison. Even higher are extremely rare attributes like light, dark, and starlight. The topmost tier includes attributes like time and space, which, though challenging to cultivate, offer tremendous rewards. Looking at his Xingye fox, Ye Youqian felt both pleased and a bit helpless. Starlight as a main attribute was incredibly costly, so he could only develop the secondary attribute for now. But he firmly believed that one day, this little fox would grow into a true fox spirit, shining brightly in the world of beasts. The little fox's eyes gleamed with excitement as it finally understood what made it unique. No wonder it was never afraid during thunderstorms, unlike other foxes that cowered indoors. It felt fortunate to have stumbled upon the moment when the mystical tree channeled the power of the blue star, allowing it to leap across the threshold of ancestral reversion. Even more thrilling was that the second spirit spring statue of Ye Youqian happened to have a thunder attribute. The little fox was secretly delighted, knowing that if it could successfully form a contract with a god-level thunder attribute beast, tagging along behind the two big shots to pick up the scraps would lead to limitless achievements in the future. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. He recalled the rumors he had heard in public school. When a beast tamer reaches the level of a marquis, there's a chance for their beast to take human form. As a competent beast tamer, how could Ye Youqian let go of this little fox with such extraordinary potential? He quickly devised a training plan in his mind, regularly feeding it thunder and starlight attribute crystal cores in a 2-to-1 ratio, supplemented with various suitable pills and potions. If 1 billion in resources wasn't enough, he'd spend 10 billion. He was determined to nurture the little fox to the marquis level. Ye Youqian's lips curled into a smile as he gently stroked the tuft of pink fur on the little fox's head, imagining the playful image of a pink-haired fox spirit. He couldn't help but think, how could any normal man, especially a beast tamer, resist such a well-behaved fox spirit? Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. In the quiet basement, the little fox's excited cries broke the silence. It leaped into Ye Youqian's arms, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Ye Youqian praised it. "Not bad. You've not only broken through a star level, but also awakened a thunder attribute skill." He gently pinched the little fox's incredibly soft ears and softly instructed, "Go into the beast tome, You'll absorb high-grade crystal core energy faster there, speeding up your growth. However, the little fox showed reluctance. Ye Youqian explained with resignation, don't throw a tantrum. You're only at the wild beast level, and absorbing the energy of 3 adult fierce beast crystal cores at once is too dangerous. If it weren't for my spirit spring helping stabilize the volatile energy, you would have exploded by now. He made an exaggerated explosion gesture, startling the little fox into obediently jumping into the beast tome. Within the special effects of the beast tome, and under the care of the mystical butterfly, the little fox grew at an astonishing rate. It occasionally sipped the spirit spring water, shimmering with blue starlight, gradually absorbing the energy of the 3 fierce beast-level crystal cores. Ye Youqian calculated, 1 crystal core a week, each costing 1.1 million, indeed made nurturing beasts an expensive affair. Fortunately, the recent sales of potent potions were doing well, and this expense was easily manageable. With this thought, a confident, I've got money smile appeared on his face. The starry fox, a magical creature that has reached the 6-star wild beast level, is rapidly evolving towards a racial mutation at an astonishing pace. It possesses a 10 ancestral regression wild beast skill, along with coveted abilities such as treasure instinct, star drain, starmark fox claw, and thunder step. After 2 weeks of meticulous nurturing, Ye Youqian invested nearly 5 million resources into this little fox. The effort paid off as the starry fox not only ascended a star level, but also successfully awakened a thunder attribute skill. After consuming 2 doses of strength-enhancing elixir, it was fortunate enough to trigger a base strength doubling effect. Now, a single swipe of its paw is enough to cleave a tree as wide as a basin in half. What delighted Ye Youqian the most was the 9 increase in the starry fox's ancestral regression, which confirmed that his cultivation approach was correct. He secretly hoped that once the starry fox reached the 9-star wild beast level, it might successfully undergo a racial mutation and leap to become a fierce beast-level starlight and thunder attribute fox beast. Ow ow oh ow, the starry fox howled impatiently. What's the rush? Let me finish my breakfast first. Ye Youqian called out to the large fox squatting at the doorway as he scooped porridge from his bowl. By now, the starry fox was as big as an adult wolfhound. Its streamlined, powerful back could easily accommodate 2 adult riders. Its 2 long, 1.5-meter blue-purple fox tails swayed elegantly with its movements, tempting one to reach out and stroke them. The careful care over recent times had made the starry fox even more majestic and captivating. I'll wash the bowl when we get back, let's go. As soon as Ye Youqian finished speaking, the starry fox's enchanting eyes lit up with excitement. It quickly stood upright, its 2 agile fox tails twitching restlessly as it turned to gaze at Ye Youqian, as if urging its master to hurry up. Ye Youqian swung himself onto the starry fox's back and gave it a gentle pat. Instantly, a loud fox cry echoed around, and the starry fox joyfully dashed off, much like a child frolicking in the fields. Its powerful limbs stomped the ground with strength, and with each leap, traces of purple electric arcs burst forth. This was the effect of the thunder attribute skill, Thunder Step. Even when passively triggered, the starry fox's speed rivaled that of a household motorcycle at full throttle. If actively released, its speed could increase 3-fold. Good thing my physique has been enhanced, otherwise I might not withstand it. Ye Youqian lay on the starry fox's back, minimizing his exposure to the rushing air. The wind roared past his ears, reminiscent of a fan on its highest setting blasting his face. The crackling sound of thunder added a unique charm to this high-speed journey. In just 3 minutes, the man and fox arrived at their destination, the Adventurers Guild. Ye Youqian nimbly dismounted, wearing a crimson fox mask, and confidently led the starry fox towards the underground level. This place was a massive underground black market, offering everything imaginable. It was managed by 2 factions, the Adventurers Guild and 2 battalions of the Black Whale Army. In truth, the Black Whale Army rarely interfered with affairs beyond collecting protection fees on schedule. However, they did offer some preferential treatment to those associated with them, like Ye Youqian, who held a commander's token. The Black Whale Army stationed in the Sunset Forest had 3 commanders overseeing combat, logistics, and security. Each commander had 2 deputy commanders beneath them, followed by captains and squad leaders. Ye Youqian headed straight for the private trading area, ready to embark on today's adventure. In a plaza stretching over 1,000 meters, rows of stone platforms are neatly arranged at 2-meter intervals, forming a bustling trading area. These stone platforms serve as stalls, with a daily rent of 100,000. Paying for a whole month upfront grants a 10 discount, bringing the total to 2.7 million. This single trading area alone generates monthly profits in the tens of millions, not to mention the red light district, the beast fighting arena, and the core areas occupied by major merchant guilds. Master Tyrannosaurus is here. Want to check out this new batch of goods? I guarantee they're pure and flawless. A portly middle-aged man cast a meaningful glance at Ye Youqian. This man, named Su Erzhong, is affiliated with a large merchant guild spanning 2 royal domains. boasting extensive channels. The goods he refers to are a controversial type of being known as demi-humans. Ye Youqian waved his hand. Just became an alchemist half a month ago. Thanks but no thanks. He bypassed the tents in the private trading market's rear section and headed towards the exclusive stalls available for free rental. Demi-humans, created 10,000 years ago by researchers from the Sakura and Han royal domains through the fusion of human and beast-taming genes, remain a subject of debate. They possess human forms, but often have bird heads, horse legs, or tiger heads, resulting in bizarre appearances. The original intent of the research was to create humanoid beasts with noble bloodlines, but the result was a being that was neither fully human nor beast. Demi-humans can never become beast tamers and inherit a frighteningly rigid racial limitation in beast taming, with most unable to exceed the dominator level. Most critically, demi-humans cannot be contracted like beasts by beast tamers. The debate over whether demi-humans are human or beasts remains unresolved. The laws of the Luotian royal domain prohibit treating demi-humans as slaves for trade, but enforcement is lax. As long as one is discreet, trouble is unlikely. In this underground black market, protected by the Adventurers Guild and already operating in a gray area, demi-human trade thrives. Ye Youqian has no interest in the tiger-headed demi-humans, and the idea of rescuing them from misery is far from his mind. No trade, no harm. Resist unethical transactions, starting with me, he silently mocked. Suddenly, a shout broke the market's noise. Wow, Yen Lu has a cat girl, almost entirely human except for her tail and ears. This announcement was like a bomb, instantly electrifying the surrounding men. They pulled out their phones in unison, quickly opening a pink app to see the new courtesan's information. Damn, just having a drink costs 300,000. What a ripoff. A dark-skinned, burly man grumbled as he packed his bag, striding towards the red light district, seemingly ready to criticize. This commotion made Su Erzhong's fat jiggle. He turned in surprise to find a dozen neighbors watching him with interest. He squinted his pea-sized eyes, suppressing his discomfort, and shouted, "Yes. One for a base price of 5 million. Who wants one? The second one's half price." Ye Youqian turned back nonchalantly, pretending nothing happened. The brief uproar subsided about 20 minutes later. Three masked young individuals hurried over to Ye Youqian's stall. One of them urgently bought 2 strength potions, tossing the money down without even haggling before rushing off. Their actions betrayed a sense of unease and urgency, as if lingering a moment longer might bring danger. Over the next 2 hours, Ye Youqian's stall saw a steady stream of customers, most of whom were hasty young people. Their eyes were watchful, their movements quick and cautious. Before long, Ye Youqian had nearly sold out of his strength potions. This was the black market, a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. The buyers of the first-tier strength potions were mostly Spirit Spring Realm beast tamers. Unlike Ye Youqian, who had the protection of the Black Whale Army, these individuals could run into trouble at any moment. Yet for Ye Youqian, accustomed to this atmosphere, it was just another ordinary day. With 5 million weighing down his pocket, Ye Youqian couldn't help but marvel at how easy it was to make money. He continued to price each strength potion at 50,000. The crafting process took 30 minutes, and he could make 5 at a time, with materials being easy to acquire. He could produce 50 potions a day, which, including breaks and meals, took about 8 hours. Ye Youqian organized the rest of his time meticulously, 8 hours for sleep, and another 8 hours dedicated to cultivating the star god, mainly focusing on condensing star source crystals and studying the 9 engraved diagrams on the Spirit Spring statue. He maintained a strict schedule of setting up his stall every other day. Ye Youqian's life was comfortable, almost to the point of counting money until his hands cramped. His strength potions were popular due to their unique effects and fair pricing, leading to booming sales. Over time, the name, Invincible Dark Tyrant Dragon, associated with him as an apothecary, began to spread. However, Ye Youqian felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He sighed and muttered to himself, "Sigh. Skill-enhancing potions are really hard to make. The crystal cores are tough to handle, being second-tier potions after all." His plan was to build his reputation with the strength potions and then introduce other potions at high prices, possibly even auctioning them. Unfortunately, crafting second-tier potions was still too challenging for him. His skills weren't there yet. At that moment, a bold idea flashed in Ye Youqian's mind. What if I try to develop a new kind of potion myself? Simultaneously, images of the fruits from the Blue Heart Sword King tree appeared in his mind. Excitement flickered in Ye Youqian's eyes, and his thoughts began to race. With the quality of the dark butterfly, just bringing out the characteristics of the dominator-level spirit fruit should be about the same as a second-tier potion, right? With this thought, Ye Youqian's gaze became intense, and his heart raced. He slapped his thigh and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, let's do it." Without hesitation, Ye Youqian swiftly packed up his stall, moving as if racing against time. He quickly summoned his Starfield fox, leapt onto its back, and sped towards Xianyue Cottage, as if something terrifying was chasing him. In the quiet chamber, Ye Youqian stood upright, his gaze fixed on the master beast in front of him, which had undergone a significant transformation. This plant-type master beast, about 3 meters tall, was known as the Blue Heartsword King tree and was a dominant force. Its entire form was a deep blue, with lush branches and leaves, each leaf shimmering with specks of blue starlight and exhibiting a strange, blade-like sheen. The most striking feature was its azure tree heart, resembling a small blue star, radiating a mysterious glow. Ye Youqian's eyes showed a hint of surprise. In just half a month, the Blue Heartsword King tree had advanced by 2 star levels, a growth rate far exceeding his expectations. It's well known that dominant-level beasts, particularly tree-type plant beasts, typically take centuries to mature, while dominant-level tree beasts often require hundreds of years to grow from birth to adulthood, reaching levels like 5-star or 6-star dominance. These beasts have a long lifespan, far surpassing other beasts of the same level, with a minimum lifespan of 1,000 years. As Ye Youqian gazed at the Blue Heartsword King tree, the beast's basic stats reflected in his eyes, a natural ability of every beast master. The data showed: rank, dominant level 3-star. Status, growth phase. Evolution potential, atavism. Dominant level skills: bewildering fruit bomb, blue heart fruit, dream fruit, rapid growth, entangle, illusion, paralyze, toxin infusion, advanced wood element affinity, transformation. Marquee level skills: blue leaf sword rain, sword king cannon, wild growth, advanced star force affinity. Moon devourer level skills: devour, transform. Note: additional 98,123 skills require further evolution to higher levels for gradual unlocking and fusion. In addition to its remarkable progress from its initial state to dominant level 3-star, the Blue Heartsword King tree had acquired a new dominant level skill and a new marquee level skill. Ye Youqian's attention was drawn to the newly acquired transformation skill, his eyes brightening. This skill likely allowed the beast to transform into other beasts or even human forms, offering high utility. He then focused on the newly acquired marquee level skill advanced star force affinity. This skill paralleled the dominant level's advanced wood affinity but had directly leapt a tier. Star Force is the power that advanced beast masters aspire to harness. Ye Youqian's eyes grew distant as he recalled touching a blue star in the past, swallowing hard. He speculated that for Emperor-level beasts to advance further, it must be linked to the source power of the countless stars above. Suddenly, a voice as cool as the moon spoke. It was the Blue Heartsword King tree. Despite the cool tone, Ye Youqian sensed a hint of warmth, unsure if it was due to their soul contract or the tree's genuine sentiment. Yi, is there something you need? The Blue Heartsword King tree asked. Ye Youqian got straight to the point. You know about the 90 million debt I owe. I've been making some money by crafting potions, and with a few more months of effort, I should be able to pay it off. But to nurture the little fox, or for any resources you might need, I still need more money. So, I want to develop my own potions. I plan to use the 3 types of fruits you produce as the main ingredients. Being dominant-level spiritual fruits, with some adjustments, they should at least have the effect of second-tier potions. After speaking, Ye Youqian suddenly realized his bluntness and awkwardly added a clarification. Ye Youqian's words were firm and clear, placing the launching Sword King tree as his top priority, followed by making money, and lastly, the Starfield Fox. This candid statement caused the branches and leaves of the launching Sword King tree to quiver, stirring its usually calm and cool demeanor. Yudai sighed inwardly, deciding to help this determined beastmaster. She detailed the properties of 3 fruits: the muddle fruit, which has a powerful paralyzing effect; the launching fruit, known for its incredible healing ability; and the dream fruit, which can induce strong hallucinations. Ye Youqian's eyes widened with joy upon hearing this. His face lit up with excitement. He eagerly envisioned a future where he could pay off his debts, become a free beast master, earn respect in the field of alchemy, and even gain access to marquee-level beast resources. He expressed his gratitude to Yudai with enthusiasm. However, Yudai was lost in memories of the past. She recalled scenes of beast masters of the Star Lord realm from the ancient continent begging for the fruits, and the annual prayers and sacrifices of the human empire. She vaguely remembered a faction called the Launching Church, which seemed to flourish most. Ye Youqian noticed Yudi's distraction and gently asked what she was thinking about. After a brief response from Yudai, he didn't probe further, instead focusing on the impending task of making money. He asked Yudai to return to the Beastmaster Compendium while he prepared to go out and purchase resources to quickly start making potions. Had Ye Youqian delved deeper into Yudi's memories, he would have been greatly shocked. On one hand, he might have been thrilled about the grand background he could be part of. On the other, the terrifying level of the ghostly tree would have once again shattered his understanding, leaving him feeling uneasy. Yet at this moment, Ye Youqian was completely immersed in the wealth that awaited him, oblivious to the potentially astounding truth. From a bird's eye view, the Blood Moon continent resembles a twisted crescent moon. At its center lies the vast sunken ancient forest, above which is the realm of the Luo Tian King, separated from the Sakura King's domain by the 10th of San Millalong Dead Spirit Canyon. At the northern tip of the continent is the Netherworld Flower Sea, ruled by the legendary 10,000 Tribulations blood butterfly, a place both yearned for and feared by countless beast tamers. In the heart of this mysterious Netherworld Flower Sea, a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool demeanor is running freely. Her bare feet tread on the lush grass, and her long, graceful legs are glimpsed beneath a grass skirt of blue and green. Suddenly, a childish, lowly-like voice breaks the silence. Sister Shui, why did you call me here? The voice starkly contrasts the woman's cool exterior. If Ye Youqian were here, he would be astonished, as the woman's appearance bears a striking resemblance to the statue of the ethereal wood in its humanoid form. Not far away, a gigantic daffodil-like flower stands, its petals the size of a bedroom. At its center, a butterfly as large as a prehistoric beast slowly opens its colorful compound eyes, seeming to contain the weight of all ages. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? The 10,000 Tribulations blood butterfly asks softly, with a hint of affection in its voice. The good news, the Lala-voiced girl replies excitedly. I sense the fluctuation of the Master's star aura, coupled with the anomalies from earlier. The Master should have awakened by now, the blood butterfly says, its tone a mix of anticipation and indescribable complexity. Wow, that's wonderful. The Lala-voiced girl cheers, jumping around on the grass. So what's the bad news? The bad news is that the purpose of nurturing you has failed. I don't want to be a vessel anyway. I want to stay with Sister Shui forever. The Lala-voiced girl pouts, looking a bit dissatisfied. There's plenty of time, the blood butterfly says calmly. However, your bloodline aura is closest to the Master's. Prepare yourself to go to the human realm, find the Master, and bring back the true Master of the Netherworld Flower Sea. Then, the blood butterfly's compound eyes glance towards the shadow of the enormous flower, where a graceful figure gradually appears. This is your human teacher. She will teach you what you need to know about the current human realm. No slacking off. I don't want to study. The Lala-voiced girl turns to run. However, with a gentle flap of its wings, the blood butterfly causes the space around the Lala-voiced girl to dissolve like blood. The crimson liquid flows down, engulfing her, and eventually forms a small, palm-sized spherical space. Despite its small exterior, it contains an expansive world within, spanning hundreds of miles. The graceful human woman wore a complex expression as she lowered her head, and, following the instructions of the Wanjia blood butterfly, reached out to touch the blood-red orb, becoming one with it. A plaintive whimper emanated from the orb, and the girl's face was full of reluctance. Studying is hard, studying is tiring, and being forced to study makes me cry, she complained in a sweet voice. For nearly 100,000 years since she gained wisdom, her life seemed to be consumed by endless learning, leaving a deep shadow in her heart. If you don't satisfy me this time, you'll stay inside forever. The Wanjia blood butterfly's authoritative voice echoed, like the stern reprimand of a strict parent. This threat quickly subdued the unwilling child. The scene shifted as Su Erzhong looked at the figure before him in surprise. Master Baolong, why are you back again? Ye Youqian's fox mask trembled with his laughter. Hee, you'll find out in a few days. This cryptic response drew curious glances from the familiar vendors around. Su Erzhong watched Ye Youqian's figure passing through the red light district and heading straight for the center of the black market, a hint of golden light flashing in his eyes. He's probably working on a new potion. A young genius indeed. I'd better keep an eye on him. He'll be the first to try it once he figures it out. As a well-informed slave trader, Su Erzhong was well-versed in the various intelligence of Sunset City and even Yuyan Prefecture. He was certain that the new strength-enhancing potion that had become popular in Sunset City over the past half-month was definitely the creation of this young man. The young alchemist, the second lady of the Xia family business, must be this guy. Su Erzhong marveled. For just a first-tier potion, with the Xia family's resources, they couldn't fully replicate it. Given time, this guy is at least a second-tier alchemist, possibly even reaching the third tier. He calculated that a third-tier alchemist would have mastery over potions effective against dominant-level beasts, earning them the title of master even among Source Fire Realm beast tamers. Meanwhile, Ye Youqian had already reached the central area of the black market, heading straight for the most renowned family business. He needed a large quantity of low-tier beast crystals and beast carcasses to prepare for the fruition of the blue heartsword king tree. Boss, I need paralysis type, poison attribute, wood, and water attribute crystals and beast corpses. Preferably fresh and alive if possible, Ye Youqian announced loudly, displaying his apprentice alchemist badge on his chest. The receptionist immediately led him to the office of the person in charge on the third floor. Xia Tianqing personally received him and politely asked, Sir, may I see your alchemist credentials? Ye Youqian nodded in agreement, handing over the prepared card to Xia Tianqing. Invincible blackened Baolong. Xia Tianqing exclaimed in slight surprise. prompting Ye Youqian to frown and glance at the nameplate on the corner of the desk. Manager Xia, have we met before? Ye Youqian asked, puzzled. No, we haven't, Xia Tianqing replied, regaining his composure, his gaze becoming more amiable. He explained that over the past half-month, the Xia family had made a fortune with the replicated strength-enhancing potion, even gaining fame within Yuyuan Prefecture. This new formula potion could be used in conjunction with other strength-enhancing potions without causing resistance, making it a must-have resource for the offspring of beast-taming families. Master Baolong, I apologize for my rudeness, Xia Tianqing said apologetically. I remember a while ago at the Xiaoguang market in Sunset City, a young lady bought all your strength potions at once. She was my niece and spoke highly of you, seeming quite fond of Master Baolong. Ye Youqian's eyes widened slightly, a hint of delight surfacing in his heart. Since there was some acquaintance and the other party was being candid, negotiating a discount in the transaction shouldn't be a problem. Back to business, Master Baolong. How much do you need and what grade? Xia Tianqing habitually adjusted his tie, his bright eyes shining with shrewdness. Returning to the main topic, Xia Tianqing took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed on the young man in front of him who had brought great benefits to the family. He asked softly, Master Baolong, how much do you need? What grade? Ye Youqian pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping the table. Let me think, he said slowly. The Blue Heart Sword King tree requires as much as possible. The grade doesn't matter. They're all inferior products forced to catalyze, so quantity is what counts. The Phantom Butterfly absorbs energy quickly, but even with inferior products, it takes some time from flowering to fruiting. He looked directly at Xia Tianqing. For the first time, let's buy a small amount to try. Just 100 units each of wild beast-grade crystal cores and beast corpses. Xia Tianqing's pupils suddenly widened, exclaiming, that many? Realizing his lapse, he took a deep breath to calm himself. A complete wild beast-grade beast on the market costs between 50,000 and 200,000. For 100 units, you need at least 5 million. He paused, continuing, Master Baolong, you should also know that most wild beast-grade beasts on the market are adults. That means you'll need to pay around 10 million upfront. The Xia family business was indeed wealthy, owning several large beast breeding farms. 30% of the wild beast-grade crystal cores and beast meat on the market came from their family. A mere 100 wild beast-grade beasts could be provided by Xia Tianqing immediately, but he was concerned about Ye Youqian's ability to pay. The Xia family strictly prohibited credit transactions, and Ye Youqian, merely an apprentice alchemist, wasn't worth the risk for Xia Tianqing. Xia Tianqing calculated in his mind. Living beasts were naturally more valuable than dead ones, especially high-tier beasts. As for marquee-level beasts, they weren't commodities that could be priced at will. At least, the Xia family didn't have that level of foundation. The highest grade of beasts they sold was ferocious beasts. They did have overlord-level beasts, but only a fool would sell such powerful creatures. Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Around 10 million, huh? All right, how soon can you get them to me? I'll pay in full. He paused, adding, if this transaction satisfies me, there will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Ye Youqian quickly calculated in his mind. A single strength potion sold for 50,000, with a cost of about 20,000, yielding a profit of 30,000 per unit. He could sell 100 units in 2 days, with a half-month profit of 21 million. After subtracting the expenses for raising the little fox, he had about 17 million left. This time, it would cost him significantly, but considering the potential gains, Ye Youqian decided to take the plunge. Receiving the confirmation, Xia Tianqing took a deep breath. Rest assured, Master Baolong, within an hour, what you want will be delivered. He immediately picked up the phone, issuing 5 or 6 orders in quick succession. This branch of the Xia family business began operating at high speed, sorting, counting, and delivering the goods to the designated area. 50 minutes later, Ye Youqian arrived at the underground level. It was a vast underground plaza over 1,000 square meters, where 100 lively wild beast-grade beasts were neatly arranged. The air was filled with the stench of wild beasts, with various roars echoing. Xia Tianqing took the inventory list from the long-legged secretary of the black market and handed it to Ye Youqian. Master Baolong, here is the list, please have a look. Ye Youqian carefully examined the list, his gaze lingering on several species. The earthworm beast, wild beast grade 5-star. The blue-scaled eel, wild beast grade 7-star. The green camphor tree demon, wild beast grade 9-star. Among these beasts, these 3 types were the most prevalent, aligning with his requirements. He nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Knight Youqian frowned as he stared at the number at the bottom of the list. The astronomical figure of 15.9 million made him worry about his path to wealth as an alchemist. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his beast mastery tome, which appeared like a book. Under his control, streams of spiritual spring water coiled around the beast's corpse like mechanical arms, drawing it into the tome. Simultaneously, 30 standardized silver source crystal cards appeared in Knight Youqian's hand. He forced a smile despite the pain in his heart and handed the cards to the long-legged secretary in a black tight dress. She accepted the cards, slightly adjusting her glasses on her charming face, and sweetly reminded him, Master Tyrannosaurus, 30 silver source crystal cards equal exactly 15 million. You're still short of 9 blue source crystal cards. Ye Youqian nodded expressionlessly, calculating the value of the source crystal cards in his mind. White is 50,000, blue is 100,000, silver is 500,000, and gold is a whopping 10 million. The gold source crystal card corresponds to a dominant level beast, and it's a rare type on the verge of species evolution, something far beyond his current reach. Just as Ye Youqian was about to produce the remaining blue source crystal cards, a gentle male voice spoke up. Xia Tianqing, a middle-aged man, spoke words that sounded like music to Ye Youqian's ears. Master Tyrannosaurus, since this is your first transaction with the Xia Family Chamber of Commerce, let's waive the remainder. Ye Youqian was pleased but maintained his calm demeanor. He chuckled, pretending to be proud. I can afford such a small amount. Xia Tianqing laughed in agreement. Of course, with your skills, Master Tyrannosaurus, 900,000 is just a matter of concocting a few potions. We hit it off right away, so consider this a small gesture from me. Ye Youqian reluctantly accepted the small discount. Xia Tianqing took the opportunity to ask, are you planning to concoct a new potion with these materials, Master Tyrannosaurus? Suppressing a smile, Ye Youqian feigned a mysterious air and replied, Mr. Xia, you're quite perceptive. Yes, I have some ideas and plan to develop a Tier 2 potion. If successful, I might need your assistance in the future. Tier 2 potion? Xia Tianqing took a deep breath, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. You already have the confidence to concoct a Tier 2 potion, Master Tyrannosaurus? Ye Youqian nodded slightly, his eyes full of confidence. A little bit. Yet, inwardly he mused, I don't produce potions, I merely transport them. Crushing the fruit from the blue heartsword king tree and adding some green spirit grass, selling it under the title of an alchemist, though hard could it be. After Ye Youqian left, the secretary in black stockings frowned and asked, Second uncle, do you really think highly of this person? Xia Tianqing, intrigued, replied, Xiaomin, what's your opinion? Xia Xiaomin playfully stuck out her tongue. He's very handsome. I'd marry him. Xia Xiaomin, be serious. Xia Tianqing chided her, exasperated. Xia Xiaomin put on a serious expression and analyzed. From my perspective, he doesn't seem to be lying, but he's so young and still branded as an apprentice. I find it hard to believe he can succeed. Xia Tianqing said meaningfully, what if I told you that the recently replicated new strength potion by our family, titled Invincible Blackened Tyrannosaurus Master, is actually this young man? It's him. Xia Xiaomin's eyes widened in surprise. Xia Tianqing advised earnestly, Xiaomin, you've been here too long, surrounded by adventurers who live on the edge. You've seen too little. This world is full of geniuses, but we are too insignificant, and these geniuses grow too fast. In just a blink, they reach a level that makes people look up to them. He continued to teach. Xiaomin, let me tell you a truth. For ordinary people to turn their lives around, the only chance is to hold onto the coattails of a genius before they grow. Invest at the right time, and you'll reap rich rewards in the future. Xia Tianqing gazed in the direction Ye Youqian had left, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Just wait. In a few days, we'll see the results. In the basement of Xianyue Lodge number 18, Ye Youqian stared intently at the astonishing sight before him. In just 5 minutes, the corpses of 100 wild beast-level creatures were completely devoured by the ghost butterfly. Since evolving to the dominant level, the ghost butterfly's devouring ability had become increasingly terrifying. Ye Youqian closed his eyes and let his consciousness dive into the beast taming manual in his mind. His will formed into a human shape, quietly observing the blue heart sword king tree. This approximately 3-meter tree was lush and full of branches, with 9 differently colored fruits hanging from its dense blue leaves, each slightly larger than a pear. Among them were 4 confusion bomb fruits, 3 dream illusion fruits, and 2 blue heart fruits. These fruits were part of the blue heart sword king tree's abilities, with the blue heart fruits being the most precious, capable of quickly healing the injuries of a dominant level beast. So fast, has it already started to show results in such a short time? Ye Youqian asked in surprise. The blue heart sword king tree replied, forcing poor quality fruits to grow is simple, but their effects won't be as strong. It doesn't matter, even poor quality products are still dominant level spiritual fruit resources. That's enough. Ye Youqian looked on expectantly before shifting his focus to the more than 100-meter spirit spring statue. On its azure stems, 3 different colored buds were emerging like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. 5 red ones, likely the inferior confusion bomb fruits, 3 dark blue ones, presumably dream illusion fruits, and the remaining 2 light blue ones, undoubtedly blue heart fruits. 15 million in resources, and only 10 can be produced? That's a bit few, Ye Youqian thought to himself. Over the next few days, the fruits gradually matured. On the first day, the buds grew vigorously, vaguely forming the shape of a flower bud. On the second day, the buds, about the size of a baby's fist, were about to bloom. By the third day, the buds had grown to the size of a fist. By the seventh day, the 10 fist-sized fruits were almost ready to fall, each emitting a distinct fragrance. The blue heart fruits, in particular, exuded an enticing aroma that made Ye Youqian eager to consume them, as if doing so would bring great benefits. As night fell and the stars shone brightly, Ye Youqian unusually left the basement and sat cross-legged in the courtyard. The beast taming manual floated above his head like a painting, with starlight flickering over it like a gentle stream. During these 7 days, Ye Youqian slowed down his pace in crafting the powerful potion, partly waiting for the blue heart sword king tree to bear fruit, and partly focusing on cultivating the star god technique. The first volume Starlight corresponded to the spirit spring realm among beast tamers, divided into early, mid, and late stages. The early stage allowed absorption of star power within an hour, fusing it with the spirit spring to form a single star source crystal. The mid stage allowed for 3 crystals. The late stage allowed for 10. Star source crystals were not only the foundation of the star god cultivation method, but also the sole energy source for Ye Youqian's array formations. Within the beast taming manual, starlight continuously gathered like a stream, first forming into a liquid, then solidifying into star power. Then, the spirit spring, glowing with blue starlight, approached, corroding the solid star power like acid, before reforming into a solid. This process repeated 9 times until a star source crystal finally took shape. Success, I've reached the late stage. Ye Youqian opened his eyes and looked at the phone held by the long tail of the little fox, the timer showing 50 minutes and 36 seconds. In just about a month, he had directly reached the late stage of starlight, able to condense 10 star source crystals within an hour. After some time accumulating resources, Xingyuan crystals now numbered nearly 200, and Ye Youqian felt it was time to set up the formation. His gaze fell on Xingyahu, who was idly fiddling with a smartphone, and a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Clearly, this little fox had become the perfect test subject. Sensing a hint of danger, Xingyahu suddenly shivered, her fur standing on end. She looked up cautiously, her enchanting fox eyes meeting Ye Youqian's gaze. Before he could say a word, the clever little fox darted off. "Stop right there," Ye Youqian shouted sternly, "or you'll lose this week's fierce beast-level crystal core." Hearing this, the little fox whimpered pitifully, clasping her paws together and looking at Ye Youqian with a pleading expression. "Not fully grown yet, huh?" Ye Youqian grumbled. "What does that have to do with anything? You spend all day glued to that phone, picking up all sorts of nonsense. I'm going to test the formation I learned from the Spirit Spring statue, and I can't let the hard-earned Xingyuan crystals go to waste." With that, Ye Youqian summoned the Beast Mastery Manual back to himself with a flick of his hand. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Spring growth of the 4 seasons formation, activate." In an instant, a hexagram formation emitting a soft blue starlight appeared, centered on the little fox. Simultaneously, one of the inscription arrays on the Spirit Spring statue of the Blue Heart Sword King tree lit up brightly. Over 10 Xingyuan crystals were absorbed, serving as the energy source for the formation. About 30 seconds later, a hexagram formation with a 10-meter radius took shape, exuding a vibrant aura. Xingyahu let out a joyful cry, feeling a comforting energy coursing through her, revitalizing her entire being. Ye Youqian observed his beast closely, sensing her emotional and physical changes. He nodded to himself, confirming that this inscription array indeed had the effect of restoring the beast's condition. Next, Ye Youqian tested 2 other inscription arrays with high confidence in their effectiveness, preliminarily determining their effects. The spring growth, summer frenzy, autumn slaughter, and winter silence formations were straightforward, each inscribed with scenes of the 4 seasons and requiring minimal energy. Ye Youqian silently summarized the effects of each formation in his mind. Spring growth heals the injuries of beings within the formation to a perfect state, with an effect of restoring mental strength. Summer frenzy causes beings within the formation to enter a state of wild growth at the cost of burning lifespan, but accelerates growth by about 10. Autumn slaughter causes beings within the formation to enter a berserk state, activating the killing instinct in their bloodline, ineffective on the caster. Winter silence drains the life force of creatures within the formation, returning 10 of it to the caster. A bit terrifying, Ye Youqian muttered, taking a deep breath as he looked at the withered patch of grass in the yard and the frenzied cockroaches and insects 10 meters away. He couldn't help but marvel at the power he could unleash even at his current spirit spring level, with the lowest quality Xingyuan crystals. The 9 inscription arrays on the Spirit Spring statue were of extremely high grade, something only realm-level masters could arrange in ancient times. Inscribing formations on the spirit spring statue and activating them with Xingyuan crystals was a unique combat method of beast masters who followed the path of formations in ancient times. In this world, the various professions that evolved from beast masters almost all relied on the spirit spring statue. It is the foundation of a beast master. The star god cultivation method follows the path of a formation master, one of the supreme methods that aligns with the Tao of the stars. These 4 formations are enough for now. There are less than 100 Xingyuan crystals left. Ye Youqian nodded. I'll experiment with the remaining 5 inscription arrays later. He headed towards the basement, thinking to himself, it's time to concoct a new potion. This time, I'll definitely make a big profit. Ye Youqian carefully crushed the muddle fruit and mixed it with the spirit fusion grass, beginning the extraction of the essence elixir. Following his pre-planned steps, he used spirit spring water and green spirit grass solution to stabilize the elixir, successfully creating a second-tier potion with paralyzing effects. Though it was just a low-quality product, Ye Youqian felt a surge of joy. He knew that if he could achieve this feat under the specific facilities of the official potion appraiser, he could immediately elevate his status from an apprentice to a second-tier alchemist. He divided the approximately 500 milliliters of paralyzing potion into 5 100 milliliters portions, pricing each at 300,000. Continuing his work, he methodically crafted 5 muddle fruit bombs, ultimately producing 25 portions of potion with a total value of about 7.5 million. Next, Ye Youqian turned his attention to the precious illusion dream fruit. Reluctantly, he took out the beast-grade ingredient and, together with wild green spirit grass and other illusion-attributed resources, began a new round of experiments. He adjusted different ratios while exploring ways to enhance the potion's quality. Unlike the simple paralyzing potion, the illusion dream potion had a wide range of uses and was highly favored by wealthy merchants seeking dreamlike experiences, especially those elderly rich folks with limited lifespan. Ultimately, the 3 illusion dream fruits yielded 15 portions of illusion dream potion for Ye Youqian, each estimated to sell for 500,000, with a total value of about 7.5 million. Ye Youqian then combined 2 blue heart fruits with beast-grade ingredients, successfully crafting 10 portions of second-tier potion. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, thinking this time he could earn at least 20 million. Feeling fatigued, Ye Youqian decided to rest. He summoned his Star Knight Fox, rode on its back to the chamber door, and headed to his bedroom. The Star Knight Fox nimbly leaped, placing its master onto the bed, and thoughtfully pulled the quilt over Ye Youqian before snuggling into the covers itself. The next day, the sun shone brightly. After breakfast, Ye Youqian was in high spirits and voluntarily washed the dishes. Riding his Star Knight Fox, he headed to the Adventurers Guild, pondering whom he should approach for potion appraisal. Cautiously, he decided on the Xia Family Trading Company. Recalling the good impression Xia Tianxing had left on him, Ye Youqian thought that if the price was right, selling the potions directly to the Xia Family Trading Company would be a convenient choice. Before long, the building of the Xia Family Trading Company came into view. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, ready to take an important step forward. On the black lacquer plaque with gold trim, for golden characters floated above, their powerful and bold strokes resembling dragons and serpents patrolling their territory, catching one's eye immediately. The architectural style leaned towards the classical, constructed from high-grade sunset wood. Even in the depths of the underground, stepping inside offered a strange warmth and comfort. Ye Youqian immediately recognized it as a high-end establishment and couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. The receptionist wore a pink qipao uniform with a rather low neckline. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Ye Youqian, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. She gracefully approached, bowing slightly, her sincere demeanor pleasing Ye Youqian greatly. This way, Master Baolong. The receptionist immediately recognized Ye Youqian, likely informed in advance by Xia Tianxing. Ye Youqian praised inwardly. As expected of a major guild, even the receptionists are trained to be so professional. Moments later, just a minute after Ye Youqian began waiting in the office, Xia Tianxing hurriedly arrived. Master Baolong, you've finally arrived, Xia Tianxing said eagerly, patting his chest in assurance. Are you here to purchase beast corpses and crystal cores again? Rest assured, the prices are absolutely fair. Over the past week, Master Baolong had ceased selling his strength potions in the private trading area, leaving many beast tamers who came by reputation disappointed. Only Xia Tianxing knew that Ye Youqian was developing a new type of potion. Xia Tianxing thought to himself, this young man is brewing potions alone, so his efficiency is limited and resources might be tight. New potions aren't easy to make. Perhaps this time there will be unexpected gains. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he calculated inwardly. Ye Youqian chuckled. Manager Xia, I'm here for a potion appraisal this time. You can handle that here, right? Xia Tianxing's smile remained, though he was slightly surprised. Of course, our Xia Family Guild is the top guild in Luri City, and we have the capability to appraise even 4th-tier potions. He thought to himself, already making progress in just a week. Truly a genius who developed the new strength potion. Ye Youqian summoned his beast mastery book and handed 3 potions to Xia Tianqing, and the two of them proceeded to a facility on the 3rd floor. Through a glass window, they could see an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in a traditional scholar's uniform, exuding an aura of an old academic. Xia Tianqing proudly introduced, Master Baolong. Mr. Wang here is a certified scholar who once taught at the Royal Academy in the capital. He's a top-tier talent in potion appraisal. Only because of his age did he return home to retire. It took me 3 visits to persuade him to join our guild. Ye Youqian responded. Such is the case, indeed worthy of the Xia family guild. He caught the implication in Xia Tianqing's words. This elder is knowledgeable and experienced, a seasoned scholar in the field of potions, and can accurately assess the grade and effects of the 3 potions. On the other side of the glass, the elderly man named Wang placed the 3 potions on a rack. Casually taking a paralysis potion with his left hand, he picked up a silver glowing needle with his right, inserting it into the bottle. No lethal toxins, but it has negative effects, the elder noted in the evaluation form, confirming the effect before starting to appraise the grade. A 2nd-tier potion, capable of paralyzing the nervous system of parts of a beast's body. Elder Wang looked up, surprised, at Ye Youqian outside the window. Immediately, his previously casual demeanor shifted to one of scholarly authority. The elderly Mr. Wang was filling out the evaluation form with the details of the paralysis potion. Tier 2 quality, capable of paralyzing parts of a beast-level creature's body, rendering its nervous system numb. He frowned and remarked, not very practical for combat, more suited for civilian medical applications. Properly diluted, it could be used in human surgeries. Finally, he wrote in the estimated price column, 5 milliliters per vial, 150,000. Next, Wang Qing turned his attention to assessing the blue heart potion. He carefully opened the bottle cap, and a flash of clarity passed through his clouded old eyes. Such a rich vitality, he thought to himself. This is a high-grade healing potion. Resisting the urge to consume it, Wang Qing cautiously inserted a silver needle into the liquid. It is indeed a Tier 2 potion, he marveled. I must ask that young man for a vial later. This is a rare item. Suddenly, he let out a small exclamation, staring in surprise at the needle. The originally silver surface was now marked with blood-red vein-like patterns. This special needle was made from the skull of a rare beast and could identify the grade of spiritual items, but only up to Tier 2 of beast level. Hiss! Wang Qing drew in a sharp breath. Could this potion be beyond Tier 2? He looked out the window at the handsome young man, his aged eyes filled with complex emotions. Memories flooded back, reminding him of his own youthful days as a hopeful beast tamer, aspiring to become a potion master to gain wealth and support his path as a beast tamer. Unfortunately, years of effort had only led to a peculiar outcome. Barely achieving the status of a Tier 1 potion master, his path as a beast tamer nearly severed, leaving him to rely on his experience as a potion scholar. Damn, this is infuriating, Wang Qing muttered under his breath, continuing his assessment. Outside the glass window, Ye Youqian curiously asked, Manager Xia, what is Mr. Wang saying? Xia Tianqing wore a smile, though his eyes were full of sighs. Oh, he must be praising Master Baolong. Talented young potion masters like him are rare. Secretly, he thought, damn it, damn, echoing Wang Qing's sentiments. Ye Youqian had a feeling that the old man's lip movements weren't exactly words of praise, but he could only wait patiently for the results. Suddenly, he saw Wang Qing inside the glass window summon a beast. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic sheen, resembling a palm-sized black butterfly, with a silver mouthpart extending like a mosquito's tool. Huh! Xia Tianqing exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. What's the matter? Ye Youqian asked. Xia Tianqing seemed lost in thought, oblivious to the question. Manager Xia, is there something special about that beast? Ye Youqian asked again. Oh, Xia Tianqing finally snapped out of it. That beast, ahem. It's Mr. Wang's bread and butter, a rare mechanical-type beast. And it has special skills for data collection and identification. Mr. Wang was once a top student at the Royal Academy and became a teacher at the College of Alchemy after graduation. Over the decades, he has evaluated countless potions, with a conservative estimate of over 50,000. Xia Tianqing was secretly calculating in his mind, feeling amazed by Mr. Wang's experience. As an old scholar, Wang Qing naturally had a certain pride in his talents. When evaluating potions, he usually didn't summon his mysterious beast. He only made exceptions for 3rd-tier potions or particularly interesting formulas. Xia Tianqing thought to himself, could it be that someone so young could produce a 3rd-tier potion? Mr. Wang must be intrigued. A hint of surprise flashed in Ye Youqian's eyes as he thought, this old gentleman is indeed skillful. I must show him proper respect later. He understood that the value of mechanical beasts lay not in their rarity, but in their powerful data analysis capabilities. That butterfly-like mechanical beast might provide valuable suggestions for perfecting the blue heart potion. Ye Youqian had grand ambitions, possessing the invaluable blue heart sword king tree and 3 inexhaustible sovereign-level spirit fruits. Naturally, he aspired to create a third-tier potion to match his sovereign-level beast. After all, this meant greater profits. The room fell silent as both men were lost in their thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang Qing's emotions grew increasingly intense. My god, this blue heart potion is already close to the third-tier threshold. Wang Qing internally roared. This young man's formula can actually produce a third-tier healing potion. What a waste of sovereign-level spirit fruits, such a pity. The old man's hand trembled slightly as he held the blue heart potion, his cloudy eyes welling with tears both anger and delight. Witnessing a new type of third-tier potion in his lifetime, even a semi-finished one, was enough to gratify this old alchemist who had devoted most of his life to the craft. This young man is extraordinary. Wang Qing shook his head in admiration and then began writing an evaluation of the blue heart potion. Blue heart potion grade, 2nd tier. Effect: heals non-lethal injuries of beast-level beasts in a short time, with slight effects on sovereign-level beasts. Evaluation: a 3rd-tier potion formula and primary materials, yet only a 2nd-tier potion was produced, which is unfortunate. Suggestion: given the mixed components, using dragon bloodgrass, beast-level wood-type crystal cores, and clear spirit fruit might yield better results. Estimated price: 10 milliliters, 700,000. After setting down the pen and paper, Wang Qing gazed at the blue heart potion for a long time before moving on to assess the final dream potion. For a full hour, the old man was enraptured, gesturing animatedly and staring with bright eyes at the small bottle of deep blue liquid, as if in a state of worship. How many years has it been since I, Wang Qing, personally witnessed the birth of a new type of ancestral return potion? His aged voice echoed in the small room, tears streaming down his wrinkled face like rain on parched fields. Suddenly, the door burst open. Wang Qing tightly clutched the bottle containing the dream potion and hurriedly approached Ye Youqian. Taking a deep breath, he asked excitedly, "Young man, no, master, did you really create this potion?" Ye Youqian looked puzzled, thinking who else could have brought the potion for evaluation if not him. He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I did. Mr. Wang, please speak plainly." Xia Tianqing's heart skipped a beat, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his tone carrying a hint of command. Ancestral return potion. This potion has the potential to push a beast to the ancestral return threshold. Wang Qing exclaimed with excitement, seemingly oblivious to Xia Tianqing's tone. 2 sharp intakes of breath were heard simultaneously. Xia Tianqing's eyes were filled with disbelief, while Ye Youqian's eyes glimmered with visions of future wealth. In the world of Beast Tamers, the term atavistic potion shines like a beacon, drawing the attention of countless individuals yearning for breakthroughs. In this remarkable world, even the most elite source realm Beast Tamers once arduously climbed from the Spirit Spring realm. They form contracts with their primary beasts, investing immense effort in nurturing them. Once the feedback mechanism is triggered, the benefits are beyond words. However, as the rank of the beast species rises, their growth period lengthens, and the resources required become dauntingly vast. This is why most Beast Tamers opt for a wild-level primary beast at first, leveraging the feedback mechanism to advance quickly. While this approach yields early results, it also plants the seeds of future difficulties. When Beast Tamers grow stronger, their lower-tier primary beasts often become inadequate, leading to awkward situations. Compounding the issue is the fact that once a primary beast is contracted, it cannot be released. This dilemma weighs heavily on the minds of many Spirit Sea and even Spirit Platform realm Beast Tamers. The atavistic potion, however, offers a glimmer of hope, embodying the potential to elevate beasts to an atavistic threshold, a value beyond measure. Xia Tianqing's eyes widened with excitement, his voice trembling with anticipation, and his face was a canvas of complex emotions: excitement, expectation, and apprehension all intermingled. He eagerly asked, "Mr. Wang, is it true? Does this potion really have the characteristics of an atavistic potion? What is the success rate? What are the results of the resistance tests?" Beside him, Ye Youqian also looked at Wang Qing with eager eyes, waiting for further clarification of this unexpected delight. Wang Qing took a deep breath, calming his inner turbulence, and began to elaborate on his research findings. The Dream Illusion Potion is a Tier 2 atavistic potion that can induce deep sleep in beasts below the Dominator level. During this process, there is a 10 chance for the beast to awaken its bloodline and step into the atavistic threshold. He added, each beast can consume up to 5 doses, with each dose being 10 milliliters. Notably, this potion has no side effects. Based on my assessment, it might even reach Tier 3 level. As for the price, I estimate each vial to be worth at least 10 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Tianqing's demeanor changed from a gentle businessman to one with sharp, piercing eyes. He said, "Master Baolong, sell the formula for the Dream Illusion Potion to the Xia family. Name your price." However, Ye Youqian simply shook his head, declining the offer. Unwilling to give up, Xia Tianqing raised a finger, his eyes filled with determination. 1 billion. Ye Youqian still shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied with the offer. 2 billion. That's my final offer, Xia Tianqing said through gritted teeth, his gaze sharp as if he might resort to forceful measures, disregarding Wang Qing's presence. Ye Youqian replied solemnly, Manager Xia, you must realize the rarity of atavistic potions. This formula originates from antiquity, linked to one of my primary beasts. Even if I sold it to you, the Xia family alone might struggle to replicate it. With that, Ye Youqian summoned a beast taming compendium that hovered above him, followed by a flash of blue light as the blue heart sword king tree appeared. He then took out a palm's eyes token and asked, Manager Xia, do you recognize this? It was unmistakably a command token from the Black Whale army. Xia Tianqing took a deep breath, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. With his discerning eye, he could easily identify the token's authenticity. He quickly explained, Master Baolong, you've misunderstood. After all, the Xia family was merely a business association, essentially merchants. The greatest taboo for merchants is to entangle with military forces, a fact Xia Tianqing understood all too well. Especially the Black Whale army stationed in the Sunset Forest. Hiss! A Dominion-level tree beast. Wang Qing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with surprise. His exclamation caught Xia Tianqing's attention, who looked expectantly and asked eagerly, Mr. Wang, do you recognize this beast? Wang Qing frowned, staring at the peculiar tree before him, muttering to himself, strange. The blue heart sword king tree shouldn't look like this. Normally, only the tree's heart should be azure blue, while the rest of the branches and leaves should mainly be green. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together and slightly bowed, casting an inquisitive glance at Ye Youqian. Master Tyrannosaurus, could you enlighten this old man? Ye Youqian stepped forward, reaching out with his right hand to gently touch the dream fruit hanging from the branches of the blue heart sword king tree. His voice was calm and steady. Species mutation. I see, no wonder. Wang Qing suddenly realized, a look of envy in his eyes. Such an opportunity truly makes an old man like me envious. Master Tyrannosaurus, this fruit must be the main ingredient for the dream elixir. He gazed at the colorful dream fruit with a complex expression. Ye Youqian praised. Good eye. He nodded gently, confirming Wang Qing's guess. Wang Qing turned to Xia Tianqing, speaking seriously. Tianqing, since you're in this position, heed this old man's advice. This plant-based beast is an extremely rare blue star sword king tree, found only deep within the Nether Flower Sea. It is a Dominion level 9 star, with combat power comparable to a king level entity. And this one owned by Master Tyrannosaurus is even rarer, having mutated from a fierce beast species. The main ingredient for the dream elixir can likely only be obtained here. Since it is Master Tyrannosaurus's primary beast, and under the protection of the Black Whale Army's leader, the Xia family must consider carefully and avoid any missteps. With that, Wang Qing bowed to Ye Youqian and turned to leave. The following matters were confidential to the Xia family, and he shouldn't be involved. Xia Tianqing's demeanor shifted immediately, his face brimming with a smile. To be able to contract such a rare and unique primary beast, Master Tyrannosaurus, you are indeed fortunate, truly enviable. Ha ha. Ye Youqian gave him a cold glance and asked directly, how do we cooperate? Xia Tianqing promptly got to the point. The dream elixir refined by Master Tyrannosaurus should only be sold to the Xia family, or sold through the Xia family. Of course, any gifts to your friends and family are entirely up to you. The price? Ye Youqian inquired. 10 milliliters for 10 million. A second-tier dream elixir, 15 million per dose. Xia Tianqing quoted an astonishing figure. Agreed. Ye Youqian nodded in agreement, then added, I heard that in a month, the annual auction will take place. For such a grand event, I plan to participate. Half of the dream elixirs must be sold to the Xia family. Agreed, but under what seller's identity for the elixirs? The Xia family chamber of commerce. Good, it's settled. In just 1 minute, a deal involving billions in potential market value and hundreds of millions in funding was finalized. Ye Youqian effectively became a private alchemist for the Xia family chamber of commerce, discreet and secure. All elixir sales would be backed by the Xia family chamber of commerce. As night fell and the stars shone brightly, Ye Youqian lay on a lounge chair in the courtyard, holding the starry fox, gently stroking its fluffy ears. His gaze was fixed on the blue heart sword king tree, which was drawing in the power of the stars, and he felt a surge of joy. What a pleasant surprise. This time, I've truly turned things around. You die, you're truly my lucky star. The elixirs made from 3 inferior dream fruits, after being reconfigured, were divided into 5 parts. Each part sold for 15 million, all of which went into Ye Youqian's pocket. Adding the profits from the paralysis elixir and the blue heart elixir, the total gain was nearly 100 million. I must say, the Xia family is truly wealthy. Ye Youqian murmured to himself. Just one branch can come up with nearly 100 million in cash at once. Finally, I've shed the label of a pauper. Tomorrow, I'll pay off the remaining loans. Fatigue washed over him, and under the soothing starlight, Ye Youqian drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Ye Youqian rode his starry fox, hurrying to Wanha Bank. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, he was surprised to find that Su Wenbin was absent. Instead, there stood a woman with long legs clad in black silk and professional attire. Wang Yuanyuan. Mr. Yi, your debt has been cleared. Congratulations, Wang Yuanyuan said softly, her eyes holding a hint of an unspoken invitation. Is there anything else you require? Ye Youqian took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It's finally over, he murmured to himself, a faint smile playing on his lips. So this is it. As the sense of relief faded, a profound aura emerged from within Ye Youqian. Clenching his fists, he thought to himself, from today, I am a free man. One day, I will bring down this damn bank and those drug dealers. Just wait and see. Ye Youqian turned and walked away with a determined stride. Wang Yuanyuan watched his retreating figure, her face showing a mix of speechlessness and frustration. This man had completely ignored her. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. The annual auction hosted by the Adventurers Guild was about to commence in the Sunset Forest. The auction items were priceless treasures, many sourced from the depths of the Sunset Forest, a forbidden zone accessible only to those of the Spirit Platform or Source Flame realm. The auction was set in the underground black markets arena, spanning over 1,000 square meters. People from all walks of life gathered, sharp-suited business elites, powerful beast tamers, authoritative figures, and even many foreign visitors, golden-haired, blue-eyed women from the Hanwang domain, courteous guests from the Ingwang domain, and always proud visitors from the Qing domain. In the Xia family's exclusive third-floor private room, Ye Youqian looked down at the steady stream of people entering and remarked in surprise, "Wow, there are so many people from other domains." Xia Tianqing chuckled and explained, "Indeed, there are more foreign guests this year because the 4 domains joint exam is being held here, coinciding with the annual auction. It's only natural for them to come." Ye Youqian teased, "Come because of the fame? Or maybe it's because of your intentional promotion." Xia Tianqing smiled knowingly, seemingly acknowledging the suggestion. He continued, "Master Baolong, if you find any resources you desire later and lack funds, my Xia family can cover the cost. Consider it an advance payment for the illusionary dream potion order, with a limit of 2 billion. Over the past month, Ye Youqian had acquired 4 overlord-level spirit fruits, earning a total of 400 million from 3 types of potions. Half of the illusionary dream and blue heart potions would be featured in this auction. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed in the arena. Behind the towering 50-meter-high door, it seemed a prehistoric beast was slowly approaching, each step sending shivers down the spine. The auction was about to begin. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell into a dead silence. From the 10 exclusive rooms on the 3rd floor to the VIP suites on the 2nd floor, which could be bought, down to the main hall accommodating nearly 10,000 guests, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the giant snake head slowly emerging from the darkness. Atop this beast's head was a brown horn, and as it moved, the ground trembled slightly, as if a minor earthquake was occurring. When it fully appeared, people were astonished to realize it was a turtle-like beast as massive as a prehistoric creature. Hiss! Exclamations of surprise echoed. It's indeed a dragon beast, and one with true dragon-blooded dragon turtle. Marquis level, someone shouted excitedly. This aura is definitely Marquis level. Excited shouts filled the air, and the auction's atmosphere reached a fever pitch. In a VIP room on the 2nd floor, an elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform from the English kingdom exclaimed, "Truly worthy of the Adventurers Guild that spans the 4 great king domains. Their depth is truly astounding." Beside him, a young man with a rebellious demeanor and a high-bridged nose, typical of Western features, slightly bowed his head to a girl in a red evening gown next to him. "Lady Yuer, my apologies for any previous discourtesy. My goodness, a Marquis-level auction is rare even in my homeland." The girl, with snow-white skin and alluring red lips, spoke softly, her voice as captivating as a Dudrapladen rose. "Mr. Laurent, this auction will surely be spectacular. I hope your wallet doesn't end up weeping." Similar conversations erupted in various VIP rooms, with guests from outer domains, and even the Luotian King domain whispering to each other, their excitement palpable. At that moment, Ye Youqian curiously asked, "Manager Xia, are there different levels of auctions?" Xia Tianqing, his eyes bright and his face unable to conceal his shock, replied, "An auction requires at least 100 items. The initial appearance of a dragon beast like the giant turtle is equivalent to an official hint. This time, the situation is quite unusual." Seeing Ye Youqian's puzzled expression, Xia Tianqing explained, "Ha! Master Baolong overestimates the Xia family. The Adventurers Guild is powerful, and our Xia family's history doesn't even come close to theirs. The items provided by the major forces in Youqian Mansion, and even the Black Whale Army, must be appraised by the Adventurers Guild, and the grade determined before being auctioned in a specific order. Strictly speaking, the Xia family business is just a seller, and a successful transaction requires the Adventurers Guild to take a 5 profit. Ye Youqian was astonished, realizing the Adventurers Guild's strength far exceeded his imagination. Suddenly, a melodious chime rang out. A group of beautifully dressed young women, wearing light clothing and moving gracefully like playful kittens in a field, entered in a line. Each of these girls was strikingly beautiful, with their appearances rating over 80 points, and their figures varied but were all top-tier beauties. The most eye-catching feature was the cat tails and ears extending from their spines. Catgirls, Ye Youqian involuntarily swallowed. At that moment, a pink figure passed over the dragon beast turtle, revealing a lovely fox tribe demi-human girl amidst the swirling pink mist. She was dressed in a low-cut pale pink evening gown, with a voluptuous figure and stunning looks. The most remarkable feature was the 5 blue-brown fox tails swaying behind her. Oh my, 5 fox tails, that's a dominant-level fox tribe demi-human. Honey, look at me. The appearance of the fox tribe demi-human girl instantly pushed the auction's atmosphere to its peak. Watching the boiling crowd below, Ye Youqian thought to himself. Indeed, though people's fetishes may vary, men's preferences are surprisingly consistent. Beauty is key. Ling stood at the center of the arena, her fox-like features strikingly highlighted under the lights. She cleared her throat, her crisp voice echoing throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ling, a level 1 steward of the Adventurers Guild, here to present the first 90 items for auction today. Her words were like a bombshell, causing a stir among the crowd. Ye Youqian's eyes widened in shock. And demi-human holding such an important position in the Adventurers Guild? He glanced around and noticed many others whispering, equally surprised. Ling gestured for silence. Let me introduce this auction, she announced with a hint of authority in her voice. The items come from various prominent families in Luri City, the Black Whale Army, and adventurers. We have meticulously selected 100 items from nearly 100,000 submissions. She suddenly raised her voice, her pale hand gesturing behind her. Now, behold the first auction item. Nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes followed her motion. 10 demi-human cat girls gracefully stepped forward, their elegant cat ears and tails catching attention. Ling introduced. These 10 catgirl demi-humans possess dominant-level bloodlines, with lifespans of up to 300 years. Although only 20 years old, they already possess beast-level combat power. We are auctioning off their 80-year battle servitude contracts, starting at 1 million each, to the highest bidder. Her words elicited a gasp from the crowd. Someone whispered an explanation, noting that battle servitude contracts, unlike beast contracts, are based on mutual consent. In a private box, Xia Tianqing took a deep breath, quickly recognizing the value of these demi-human girls. Firstly, a dominant-level bloodline means they could potentially reach a 5-star dominant-level combat power in the future, and their 300-year lifespan would provide a long-term powerful ally for a family. Secondly, demi-humans can reproduce with humans, and producing more dominant-level offspring would significantly enhance a family's strength. Of course, Xia Tianqing was also aware of the limitations of battle servitude contracts. For such powerful demi-humans, the contract's binding force is weak. They are only obligated to assist their owner in battle, and even then, it depends on their mood. However, he mused that over 80 years, perhaps his family's descendants could form bonds with them. The auction officially began, and Ling announced, Item number 1, Beast Level 5-star Combat Power, starting now. Immediately, bids started flying. 1.2 million, 1.5 million, 8 million. As time passed, the price quickly climbed to 8 million. Most of the bidders were adventurers, with those able to bid 10 million typically being Spirit Sea Realm Beast Tamers. Their primary interest was in the combat power of the demi-human girls, with beauty being secondary. After all, in this world, male Beast Tamers have little need for women, as high-end red light districts can fulfill any desires. Just then, a deep voice boomed from a room on the 3rd floor. 15 million. This price caused those who had bid 8 million to shake their heads in resignation and withdraw from the bidding. Everyone present understood that the market price for a dominant-level bloodline beast ranged from 1 million to 10 million. This bid far exceeded the value of an ordinary dominant-level beast. The auction was in full swing, with the prices for the demi-human girls ranging between 10 million and 20 million. The lone beast master had set his limit at 8 million, considering that demi-humans couldn't form contracts, making their loyalty uncertain. However, when the price for one particular girl reached 15 million, further bidding became unnecessary. The other party was clearly determined to win. Although Ye Ling was internally opposed to the auctioning of demi-humans, she maintained a professional smile as her job required. 15 million once. 15 million twice. Sold for 15 million. Congratulations to the guest in box number 9 on the 3rd floor, she announced, her voice clear and pleasant. The next 9 demi-human girls mostly sold for around 15 million. Suddenly, a young voice from the first floor unabashedly shouted, "Cat-eared girl. Hee hee, I'm Duan Exine, and I'm determined to have her." This young SP, risking social embarrassment, purchased his desired cat-eared girl for a high price of 20 million. With the introduction of special items, the atmosphere at the marquee-level auction grew even more intense. Among the first 90 items, most were resources at the fierce beast level, with a few at the overlord level, all sharing one common trait rarity. These resources came from the depths of the Sunset Forest, a place not ventured by ordinary beast masters. When the 89th item sold for a whopping 100 million, Yeiling's 5 foxtails excitedly swayed on the dragon beast turtle's head. This item wasn't a resource, but a slightly flawed soul skill precise strike. Soul skill, precise strike, Yeiling explained in detail. Effect for beast masters. Attaches to the beast master's eyes and is triggered by a specific gesture with a 24-hour interval between uses. It allows the beast to attack a designated target, ignoring space. Drawback, it only works on blood contract beasts and can target only one beast within a 10-meter distance. Advantage, it's stealthy and can attack enemies within a 100-meter range centered on the beast master. Evaluation, a must-have for the cunning. Xia Tianqing timely inquired, "Does Master Tyrannosaur have a suitable blood contract beast? If not, I can authorize you to choose one from the unclaimed beasts owned by the Xia family. Anything below marquee level." Ye Youqian chuckled lightly in response. "I appreciate Manager Xia's generosity, but since I've purchased this item, I already have someone in mind." Internally, he thought, "This old man keeps trying to put me in debt." Xia Tianqing, observing keenly, remarked, "I noticed that Master Tyrannosaur wasn't interested in the demi-human girls, but spent a lot on rare wood and lightning resources. Your blood contract beast must have lightning as its primary attribute." Manager Xia, "You truly have a discerning eye." Ye Youqian replied nonchalantly, not bothering to conceal the truth. Xia Tianqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Could it be an overlord-level lightning beast?" Ye Youqian, unwilling to elaborate, summoned his star fox and replied calmly, "Overlord-level lightning beasts aren't so easily found. My beast is merely at the wild creature level." Summer Shing's gaze fell on the fox-like beast, surprise evident on his face. He had seen this starry fox before, assuming it was just an ordinary pet for travel, but now it seemed to be of significant value. Suddenly, a bold guess crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that this starry fox has reached the threshold of ancestral regression? He murmured to himself. The little fox seemed to understand his words, letting out a soft whimper, casting a disdainful glance at Summer Shing with its charming fox eyes, as if mocking the fool. Summer Shing was taken aback, not expecting to be looked down upon by a beast. At that moment, Yamling's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Next, we present the final 10 auction items, rare treasures identified as marquee level by our evaluation." The atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became tense, as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Lot number 90, a two-tailed fiery fox, on the verge of ancestral regression, starting bid, 0. Yamling's voice echoed throughout the venue. As soon as she finished speaking, the auction hall fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, a deep voice from box number 1 on the third floor called out, 1 million. It was the exclusive box of the Lord of Yuyan Prefecture. However, someone in the VIP room quickly responded, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 50 million. The bidding war was insane, as if money was no object. A terrifying thought crossed Summer Shing's mind. He turned to Ye Youqian and whispered, "Master Byron, make sure the information about your starry fox reaching the ancestral threshold doesn't get out. Otherwise, trouble may follow." Ye Youqian remained silent for a moment before asking in a deep voice, "The royal family?" Summer Shing nodded, a hint of melancholy in his voice. 100 years ago, the son of the former president of the First Chamber of Commerce in Yuyan Prefecture exposed information about possessing a three-tailed ancestral star spirit fox. In less than 5 days, the first chamber collapsed completely, and the matter was left unresolved. He glanced cautiously at the starry fox and continued in a low voice, "The method to cultivate an ancestral-level fox beast to an imperial level isn't a secret, but there seems to be special interest in fox beasts with star attributes." Upon hearing this, Ye Youqian's hand, which was stroking the fox's tail, unconsciously applied more pressure. He said nothing, quickly storing the little fox into the beast ledger. Star power, indeed, relates to beasts beyond the imperial level. Ye Youqian thought to himself, this little fox is quite extraordinary. Although aware of the potential danger, he felt more excited than worried. The possibility of raising the starry fox to an imperial level, or even higher, was becoming more certain in his mind. 100 million once. 100 million twice. Yazawa's voice echoed through the auction hall. Congratulations to the guest in box 1 for winning the ancestral level two-tailed explosive fox. As soon as the words were spoken, The vermilion curtains outside the first box on the third floor were suddenly lifted. A slender, jade-like hand reached out, followed by a tall woman dressed in a golden robe with a python pattern. Under the gaze of the crowd, she revealed her face, her full cherry lips speaking words laced with anger. Who dares come out and face me? The moment this woman appeared, the nearly 10th Sandseed auction hall fell into dead silence. The golden robe with a python pattern was a prestigious garment that only direct descendants with titles from the royal family of the Luo Tianwang domain could wear. The crowd realized that she was indeed a princess from the Luo Tianwang domain. Her beauty was breathtaking, exuding a cold yet regal elegance. Her youthful face still bore traces of innocence, indicating her young age. Given the circumstances of the Luo Tianwang domain, the crowd quickly identified her as Princess Xiaoping. She was the only prodigious royal member in the past 5 years from the Luo Tianwang domain to possess 9 spiritual spring statues after breaking through the Lingquan realm, and was granted the title of princess upon the new Luo Tianwang's ascension. At this moment, a playful voice from within box 1 echoed, "Oh my, it really is Princess Xiaoping. Meeting you in person is even more captivating than your reputation suggests. We in the Sakura domain have never seen such a valiant beauty as your highness." The curtain opened, and a young man with an unsteady gait and a lethargic expression stepped out. His words instantly incited anger among the people from the Luo Tianwang domain. How dare someone make such a jest at the expense of a national princess? It was a blatant affront to the dignity of the Luo Tianwang domain. "You insolent brat! How dare you speak such vile words? You deserve punishment." A cold voice boomed like thunder, shaking the souls of those present. Ye Youqian paused, his vision blurred for a moment. He was startled, wondering who this person was, capable of shaking a beast master's soul with mere words. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and waited for the situation to unfold. Conversations between royals should adhere to decorum. Since you are at the Origin Fire realm, isn't it a bit inappropriate to intervene so hastily? The voice from box 1 retorted, also imbued with a soul presence. Both sides were evenly matched, roughly guessing each other's identities. The young man stood upright, lowering his head slightly. "Princess Xiaoping, I am Yuan Boya, the 7th prince of the Sakura domain. I apologize for my inappropriate words earlier." He wisely took a step back. Don't let it happen again." Princess Xiaoping snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him before stepping back into box 1. Just then, another voice chimed in. "Ha ha ha. Since Prince Boya has appeared, I, as the representative of the Han domain this time, cannot be absent. Haas Alexander, at your service." The person claiming to be Haas Alexander represented a super consortium power from the Han domain. Unlike the Luo Tianwang domain, the Han domain operated with a council system, where major decisions were made by council members, largely appointed by various consortia. The Alexander surname was one of the prominent families among them. Bode Elizabeth gracefully drew back the curtain of VIP room 2, acknowledging the 3 individuals present. This young man, with his tall stature and chiseled features, exuded a rebellious aura. He was unmistakably a prince from the realm of the English king. Inside the VIP room, Lady Yuera whispered, "I didn't expect the Luo Tian kingdom to allow Princess Xiaoping to participate. This 4-domain joint examination concerns the crucial reverse soul pill, so it's imperative to secure the top position." Surprisingly, Bode Elizabeth, a prince himself, bowed his head in a subordinate manner and replied, "Since Yuera is from the realm of the English king, I will do my utmost. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the sacrifices of hundreds of thousands of our compatriots." Their conversation centered around the reverse soul pill. This 4-domain joint examination was unprecedented in scale, involving all 4 major academies, and with each of the 4 kingdoms sending their most formidable young heirs. Ultimately, this was due to the compromise and power struggles among the 4 kingdoms. For thousands of years, the 4 kingdoms have not achieved true unification due to complex reasons like the ancient forest of Falling Sunday. They are both adversaries and collaborators, having infiltrated each other with countless spies. The experiment with the new reverse soul pill may have gone unnoticed by ordinary powers, but not by rivals who have competed for millennia. Li Qingyi, whom Ye Youqian encountered, was just the tip of the iceberg. Within days, information about Ye Youqian as the first successful experiment subject had leaked, highlighting how deeply the Luo Tian kingdom was infiltrated. No matter how strong the Luo Tian kingdom is, it cannot withstand the combined forces of the other 3 kingdoms. The reverse soul pill holds the secret to awakening the Beastmaster profession, and no side is willing to let go. Just months ago, war broke out between the Luo Tian kingdom and the neighboring Sakura kingdom, with the other 2 kingdoms covertly sending hundreds of thousands of troops, leaving the battle undecided. Among the recent batches of reverse soul pill test subjects, prisoners from the other 3 kingdoms made up 60. The cost of war between the kingdoms is staggering, and even the vast Luo Tian kingdom is feeling the strain. Thus, the four-domain joint examination of Youqian Mansion became the stage for a secondary war over the distribution of reverse soul pill profits. The most powerful young beastmasters from the four kingdoms gathered, with the victor earning the right to distribute the reverse soul pill for the next decade. This is a special war with no retreat, wagering the nation's fortune for the next 10 years. Ye Youqian rubbed his forehead and asked curiously, Manager Xia, do foreign royals participate in the auction every year? Xia Tianqing frowned, his years as a businessman alerting him to something unusual. Master Baolong, I must return to the Xia family quickly, so I'll take my leave first. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted, causing Ye Youqian's pupils to contract. Hachiho Rei announced, Thank you to the guests from the four kingdoms for your presence. In respect of your status, we have added a special auction item, the new reverse soul pill. There are 10 pills, each with a starting price equivalent to one Emperor-level Beastmaster cub. The highest bidder wins, with no upper limit. At this, the nearly 10,000 attendees were stunned, questioning if they heard correctly. Discussions erupted. Huh? Did I hear that right? A single pill is worth an Emperor-level Beastmaster cub. Surely we misheard. What kind of pill could be worth that much? Yes, we must have all heard wrong. I agree with everyone here. Only a few insiders were truly shaken. In Box 1, Princess Xiaoping's face turned pale, her teeth clenched in fury. Who? Which fool with a death wish dared to sell the reverse soul pill privately? This is treason, deserving execution of entire clans. Hachiho Rei smiled and replied, Your Highness, there's no need for such harsh words. The Adventurers Guild conducts its business fairly, and these 10 pills were acquired through legitimate transactions. Suddenly, her tone shifted, her beautiful light brown eyes glinting coldly as she added, Besides, what right does a mere kingdom on the Blood Moon continent have to challenge the Adventurers Guild? Her words cast a pall over the room. After a tense silence, a humble voice emerged. Princess Xiaoping lifted the red jade curtain, revealing her spirited yet apologetic face, her eyes slightly lowered in a gesture of humility. Miss Hachiho, you've misunderstood. My words were not directed at the Adventurers Guild. As a young and inexperienced princess, I misspoke. Please forgive me. Hachiho Rei nodded, her face breaking into a warm smile. Let the auction begin. The auction hall, filled with nearly 10,000 people, fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, an excited voice pierced through the quiet, drawing everyone's attention. It was Gunboy Ye from the Sakura King domain, standing up with eyes shining, his voice trembling with excitement. Incredible. Truly incredible. I didn't believe it when the elders said it, but seeing it with my own eyes, I realized how shallow my understanding was. Sakura King domain bids 2 Imperial-level beast cubs. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. The beast masters exchanged glances, and even those at the Yuan fire level, who were there just for the spectacle, couldn't help but gasp. How precious were Imperial-level beasts, yet they were being offered for a single unknown elixir. The crowd was in turmoil, both amazed at the prince's wealth and puzzled by the mysterious power of the reversal soul elixir. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, as if countless ants were crawling in everyone's hearts, all eager to uncover the elixir's secret. However, no matter how envious they were, the 10 reversal soul elixirs were clearly beyond their reach. Even the Xia family, known as Sunset City's top merchant guild, could only look on in despair. Despite their immense wealth, the Xia family might exchange their entire fortune for 1 or 2 noble-level beast cubs, but obtaining Imperial-level ones was a distant dream. Such beasts were treasured by Yuan Fire Realm beast masters, who longed for them day and night without success. Even if the Xia family managed to acquire one, they might not be able to keep it. The Imperial-level beasts had growth periods spanning millennia, and even Yuan Fire Realm beast masters, who surpassed human lifespan limits, found it impossible to nurture them through such long durations. History is filled with tragic tales of beast masters who, after painstakingly raising their beasts to maturity, found themselves at the end of their lives. In this world, the passing of a beast through 3 generations is not a legend but a common reality. As their life nears its end, beast masters often choose to separate their spiritual fountain statue and merge it with their main beast soul to prevent their lifelong companion from departing with them. These powerful beasts, while unable to form new contracts, often choose to protect the descendants of their beast master. After all, beasts are sentient beings with emotions. Dominator-level beasts possess intelligence and emotions on par with humans, and they tend to be loyal to a fault. Witnessing all this, Ye Youqian felt a sense of urgency, his expression serious and pupils contracted. After the Prince of Sakura King domain made his bid, Ye Youqian left early with Xia Tianqing, settling the payment and collecting their auction goods backstage. The two then parted ways, with Xia Tianqing hurriedly summoning a flying beast to head to Sunset City, and Ye Youqian returning to Xianyu Lodge number 18. Back at his residence, Ye Youqian carefully locked the doors and windows and retreated into a secret basement. He realized he could no longer avoid the situation. He had to either leave the territories of the four king domains or join a superpower that even the Luotian king domain feared. Most importantly, this force needed to respect his human rights. Taking a deep breath, Ye Youqian thought long and hard, ultimately setting his sights on the four great academies. Dedicated to cultivating powerful beast masters, these academies were rumored to have produced beast masters surpassing the source world level. More importantly, the four academies were the most neutral of the major powers, with influence and strength that were truly formidable. Ye Youqian knew full well that after the auction, information about the reversal soul elixir would inevitably leak out in the short term. As rumors spread, the details would undoubtedly become exaggerated, sparking an even greater commotion. Ye Youqian was acutely aware of the darkness in human hearts and realized that the other three royal domains would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to spread rumors. The secrets of the medicine merchants and banks, and even the information about the first beneficiary of the reversal soul pill, might be exposed. His brow furrowed as he contemplated the impending challenges. The news of the 9 spiritual spring statues and the vast beast-taming space had already caused an uproar. But what worried him more was the Starlight fox, which had reached the threshold of atavism, enticing enough for the royal family of the Luotan domain. If the secret of the ghostwood were to be revealed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The image of a scruffy old sage flashed in Ye Youqian's mind. If this man were to notice anything unusual, beast tamers above the source realm would flock to him, eager to discuss life. I'm only at the spiritual spring realm, Ye Youqian shouted internally. Just a newbie in the beast tamer profession for less than 3 months. Why do I have to bear such pressure? He took a deep breath, realizing he needed to secure a spot in one of the 4 academies quickly. Otherwise, if his secrets were exposed, even source realm experts would come after him. With a thought, a stream of light shot out from Ye Youqian's body, unfurling into a scroll-like beast-taming tome. It contained the rare wood and lightning resources he had acquired at the auction, all of which were of the Dominator level. A brilliant blue light spread as a blue heart sword king tree, entirely blue, settled on the ground. The tree, about 3 meters tall, had branches and leaves that gleamed like sharp blades with a dazzling blue glow. The tree's core pulsed like a beating heart, exuding an extraordinary aura. Suppressing his urgency, Ye Youqian's face softened into a gentle smile as he said softly, "You die, the situation is critical. This time, you must break through to Dominator level 4-star. Suddenly, a thumphic blue branch extended downward like a snake, gently wrapping around Ye Youqian's waist. A pulling force drew him towards the blue heart sword king tree, pressing his face against its blue core. The touch was soft, like slightly cool skin, and a soothing chill calmed Ye Youqian's agitated emotions. A voice, cool yet tinged with warmth, whispered in his ear, "Yi, you must not rush into things. Maintain a calm judgment. I await your performance, and when necessary, I will step in." Instinctively, Ye Youqian looked up, his eyes widening in shock as if he had seen a celestial being. The blue light enveloped the blue heart sword king tree, transforming it into a woman who appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. Her eyes were a deep blue, seemingly filled with the mysteries of countless stars. Her long, dark blue hair flowed gracefully, and her full, long eyelashes framed her eyes. The slender branches transformed into arms, gently yet firmly binding Ye Youqian. Gulp! Ye Youqian swallowed involuntarily, his mind swirling as he stared blankly at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him. "That's right," he exclaimed inwardly. "It's the humanoid form of the ghostwood from the 9 inscription arrays, and the transformation skill indeed allows a beast tamer to take human form." Suddenly, a wave of soul feedback surged through the contract channel into Ye Youqian's consciousness. The beast-taming tome instinctively merged into his brow, diving into his mind. "A breakthrough? This is feedback," Ye Youqian murmured. "I can finally repair a spiritual spring statue." He closed his eyes, connecting his consciousness to the energy of the soul feedback, flowing into the nearly restored spiritual spring statue. "I can't wait," Ye Youqian thought excitedly. "What race will my second main beast be? I hope it's a humanoid lightning spirit." In the Beast Mastery Compendium space, Ye Youqian's consciousness formed into a human shape, standing like a deity in midair. He raised his right hand, hovering it above the enormous spirit spring statue that towered over 100 meters. In an instant, purple lightning burst from the statue's eyes, quickly engulfing the entire structure, which loomed like a skyscraper. The blinding thunder seemed to cloak him in divine radiance, as if the god of thunder had descended to warn the world. It worked, Ye Youqian sighed softly, his voice echoing in the vast expanse of the 1,000-acre space. The last trace of damage on the lightning spirit spring statue was repaired, and a soul contract, shimmering with purple electricity, appeared above its head. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of concern crossed Ye Youqian's eyes before turning into resolve. "Let me see if the legendary god-tier beast from the contract is truly my unique gift," he pondered privately. "Yomu, The first beast Ye Youqian contracted with had its roots in ancient world legends. The initial contract might have been a fluke, but if he succeeded this time, it would confirm that this miracle stemmed from his own abilities. A well-known anecdote came to Ye Youqian's mind, a legend he had heard describing a terrifying lightning attribute beast. The ancient presence in Yudi's memory had shared much related information with him. Yi, are you ready to summon? At some point, the Blue Heart Sword King tree, now in human form, had returned to the Beast Mastery Compendium space. Its vibrant blue branches floated around it, concealing its awe-inspiring form. Yes, Ye Youqian replied, forcing himself to look away, knowing there were more pressing matters at hand. Yi, I am looking forward to it. The Blue Heart Sword King tree's cool voice carried a hint of anticipation. Ye Youqian understood that failure would mean the gap between him and Yomu remained insurmountable, possibly leading to the departure of the Blue Heart Sword King tree. As one of the most formidable ancient rulers, predating even the Blood Moon continent, the Blue Heart Sword King tree undoubtedly held a top position in the world. If Ye Youqian's contract with Yomu was merely coincidental, he would be destined to look up to his main beast. A beast master aiming to reach the source realm typically required centuries, along with exceptional opportunities, wisdom, and luck. Many spent their lives trapped in the spirit platform realm, unable to touch the threshold of the soul before dying with regret. For Yomu, however, returning to its peak might take at most a century. Currently in the spirit spring realm, Ye Youqian, despite the binding soul contract, struggled to keep up with Yomu's pace. I refuse to be a burden, Ye Youqian resolved silently. Unlocking more spirit spring statues and contracting more god-tier beasts is my only chance to stand beside Lan Ma. Come on, today is just the beginning. Ye Youqian's eyes were firm, filled with anticipation as he focused on the lightning-flashing soul contract. In the north of the ancient continent lay a true dragon, where thunder roared and all beings suffered, as if divine retribution had descended. It often resided in the northern marshes, its form as vast as an abyss, beyond the reach of ordinary sight. One day, Lei Yuan descended to the world, and the thunder dragon bowed its head. A godlike figure appeared, with two crimson horns on her forehead, resembling a divine goddess. People worshipped her for thousands of years, honoring her as the deity of the northern Zhe kingdom, protector of its people. After millennia, this deity and the thunder dragon ascended to the heavens and vanished without a trace. A whisper, as if from a sorcerer, echoed. The soul contract on the thunder beast statue trembled violently, emitting a dazzling purple thunderous glow. In an instant, this light engulfed the beast-taming space spanning thousands of acres. Haha, it worked, Ye Youqian exclaimed excitedly, his pupils dilating. This time, will it be the thunder dragon or the northern Zhe deity? I can't wait to find out. This legend features two main characters, the thunder dragon, which plagued the ancient continent for ages, and a mysterious humanoid being. Ye Youqian hoped to summon the latter, as anyone who could subdue the proud thunder dragon must be even more powerful, perhaps comparable to Yomu in status. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed across the sky. The previously clear blue sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, and a massive thunder serpent, over 10 meters wide, coiled and twisted. The thunder clouds rapidly expanded, covering the entire sunset forest, then the whole sunset city, and eventually extending to the entire Luotian King domain. The thunder clouds surged northward at an astonishing speed, reaching beyond the Han King domain. In the ocean, thousands of miles from the Blood Moon continent, lie scattered islands of various sizes. This area, born from a great ancient battle that shattered the Qinyu continent, was once called the Northern Zhe Divine Kingdom. Today, it's known as the Lei Zhe Archipelago, governed by a sect with ancient roots. This overseas region is rich in thunder elements, nurturing abundant thunder attribute resources and a significant number of thunder tribute beasts. At the center of the Lei Zhe Archipelago is a landmass comparable to the four major king domains, home to the Lei Zhe sect. On a towering mountain in the clouds, an elderly man with white hair scratched his head excitedly, his eyes fixed on the endless thunder abyss above. Haha, heaven is truly on my side. To encounter such a rare thunder abyss, the tyrant thunder dragon's breakthrough is within reach, the old man said excitedly. 100 years of waiting has finally paid off. High above, it seemed as if the accumulated thunder elements of the Lei Zhe Archipelago over thousands of years gathered, swirling and lingering. Thunder serpents over 1,000 meters long were everywhere. The old man shouted at a blue pill the size of a ball. Brother Ba, stop cowering and come out. This is your chance to break through the emperor-level barrier. What? You're scared? Scared of what? The thunder abyss looks terrifying, but for an emperor-level thunder beast like you, it's like returning home. For goodness sake, get up there. Do you know how many years I've waited here for this opportunity? The granddaughter of the 88th technician at Huayan Palace has probably had kids by now. Suddenly, the old man shivered as if possessed, his legs twitching as if electrified. He looked at the thunder abyss above with a mix of fear and longing. Above the mountain's peak, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the space, creating a massive rift. The vague silhouette of a woman in purple appeared. Seeing the woman, the old man was terrified, quickly bowing his head in respect. Master, weren't you in the void? How have you emerged? The woman with purple eyes stepped out from the teleportation array, glanced at the old man, then fixed her beautiful gaze on the thunder abyss above, murmuring, "This thunder abyss is very unusual." Her eyes reflected a slightly ethereal phantom. Two crimson horns on her forehead. Is it the one from the legend? The woman with purple eyes whispered, her eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? She's returned, and in such a weakened state. The old man took a deep breath at these words, recalling his beast's strange behavior, a chilling suspicion creeping into his mind. In the Beast Mastery Manual, a trace of fear flickered in Ye Youqian's eyes. The soul contract on the Thunder Element Spirit Spring statue had vanished. What frightened him even more was that the contracted Thunder Element beast seemed to have escaped in a way he couldn't comprehend. Ye Youqian's chest heaved violently, anger boiling within him. At that moment, a cool voice filled with surprise and curiosity rang out. It was the Blue Heart Sword King tree in human form. It actually worked. Ye, what secrets are you hiding? I'm truly curious. The voice of the ethereal butterfly followed with praise, yet Ye Youqian was in no mood to rejoice. His face was full of distress, his heart filled with despair and anger. For a beast master, a beast's betrayal was devastating, and the defection of a main beast was akin to a natural disaster, capable of shattering any beast master's spirit. Why? Without a word, without even seeing anyone, it just disappeared. Ye Youqian's handsome face was full of pleading. Ethereal butterfly, can you bring her back, please? Unfortunately, the ethereal butterfly replied with a helpless smile, with a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes, leaving Ye Youqian speechless. The ethereal butterfly gently consoled, Ye, don't worry. That creature is likely a pure thunder elemental being. After reviving through the soul contract, it probably left following the thunder phenomenon to handle something important. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ye Youqian's eyes. So, after it's done, it might follow the thunder phenomenon back. Well, it's possible, but not certain. The ethereal butterfly said, raising her eyes slightly and resting her chin on her hand, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Instantly, Ye Youqian felt a chill in his heart. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his spirit, using the connection of the soul contract to sense the state of the thunder element main beast. It's actually absorbing the thunder, Ye Youqian discovered with surprise. Hiss, can it withstand such terrifying thunder energy? Though distant, Ye Youqian could only sense the main beast's situation faintly, but some basic attributes and data were fed back into his mind. Just like the ethereal butterfly before, it's at the servant level. No, it's broken through to the wild beast level, and through a racial mutation. Ye Youqian's heart raced. No, it's still breaking through, otherwise the soul feedback would have come back by now. With continued perception, Ye Youqian grew increasingly alarmed. The potential of this thunder element beast was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Meanwhile, people across the Blood Moon continent, and even the distant Thunder Isles were shocked by the sudden, bizarre celestial phenomenon. In the capital of the Luotian King domain, the newly appointed Luotian King was overwhelmed by a series of recent events. Enjoying the company of his many wives and concubines was out of the question. Even a good night's sleep had become a luxury. The rebellious soul reversal pill, which prompted the other three major king domains to join forces against him, was so valuable that even the royal elders at the Source Fire realm and above were envious. Beast masters who cultivated Spirit Spring statues to the utmost could, upon reaching the Source Fire realm, offer 9 Spirit Spring statues as a sacrifice, combining them into one. Then, using a special secret method, they could integrate it into a Beast Master's manual, creating a new Spirit Spring statue, up to a perfect count of 9. The 9 Spirit Spring statues are crucial for Beast Tamers to break through to the Source Realm level. This secret has been the foundation of prosperity for the 4 great royal domains for tens of thousands of years. Within the Luotian royal domain, geniuses are abundant. Without sufficient strength and the replenishment of new strong individuals, it would have long been overthrown. For this reason, the hidden noble families and forces within the royal domain spare no painful costs to elevate the status of the 4 major academies to their peak, protecting their family geniuses from the oppression of the royal powerhouses. The emergence of the new type of soul reversal pill will completely resolve the conflicts between the royal domain and the hidden noble families, and may even indirectly weaken the status of the 4 major academies. In the eyes of King Luotian, this is the cornerstone for the enduring prosperity of the Luotian royal domain. Suddenly, the clear sky exploded with thunder, sweeping across the heavens. Dark clouds covered the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Blood Moon continent. A trace of fear flashed across King Luotian's face as he thought, could another terrifying being be resurrecting? In ancient times, beings like Yomu were regarded as deities by humans. The human race worshipped, revered, and believed in these transcendent beings for survival. Among them were those who delighted in tormenting humans, and tragedies of fanatics sacrificing entire cities were not uncommon. As human beast tamers gradually grew stronger, the situation improved, but beings of Yomu's level still left many ancient human empires feeling powerless. Fortunately, Yomu was a recluse, rarely leaving the netherworld sea of flowers. During the ancient war, only a few human beast tamers could even approach the battlefield's center, forced to watch as the vast Qinyu continent was shattered, and dozens of ancient empires and powerful orders were obliterated in an instant. King Luotian stood midair above the capital, observing the ocean of lightning snaking like thunder serpents, deeply experiencing the helplessness of the ancient beast tamers. Suddenly, a sigh was heard, and a middle-aged man in a dragon robe mysteriously appeared beside him. King Luotian respectfully bowed his head and asked, "Ancestor, is this phenomenon caused by the resurrection of an ancient being?" The middle-aged man in the dragon robe sighed. "The northern zealot god. Who would have thought that this one would also return in this era?" A trace of relief appeared on King Luotian's face, and he asked again, "Ancestor, in that ancient war, what were they fighting for?" The middle-aged man shook his head, a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Fighting for what? Merely for the opportunity to advance further. Back then, even the most flourishing ancient human empires and beast tamer orders could only stand by and watch. Only a few had the qualifications to compete. Our G family was fortunate to survive that time. We had no spare effort to explore its mysteries. After speaking, the middle-aged man turned into a shadow and vanished. Meanwhile, on the Leze archipelago, a woman with purple eyes gazed intently, deep in thought. Beside her, an old man with white hair stood silently, not daring to move rashly. After a long time, as the terrifying thunder abyss slightly dissipated, the purple-eyed woman softly said, "Shao Bai, send your tyrant thunder dragon. The one has already left." With a hint of sigh, she said, "Lan Yi Tian, Lei Yuan Lin, a new era has arrived." Before the words finished, the figure of the purple-eyed woman had already disappeared. At Xianwei residence number 18, in a deep and tranquil basement. "You're back." A voice filled with surprise echoed through the air. Knight Tor Qian sensed the movement of the thunder attribute spirit spring statue, and a connection deep into his soul emerged, carrying a sense of curiosity. His consciousness quickly gathered within the beast manual, taking on a clear human form, as if he were the master of this space. Suspended in the air, Knight Tor Qian's gaze was fixed on the giant statue that was slowly transforming. Originally resembling Knight Tor Qian, the statue, towering over 100 meters high, was gradually taking on the outline of a graceful female figure. Most striking were the two red horns growing straight up from the forehead, resembling the legendary demon, exuding a fierce and mysterious aura. Blinding purple lightning, like scattered serpents, crawled across the surface of the statue. Atop the statue, in an area about 10 meters wide, a graceful silhouette appeared, becoming more distinct over time. Knight Tor Qian lightly stepped to the top of the statue, focusing intently on the forming figure, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. The blue heart-sword king tree tactfully stepped aside, returning to its original form and standing on the azure spirit spring statue, leaving space for Knight Tor Qian and the returning companion. The rumbling thunder continued to echo over Blood Moon continent, its power slightly diminished, suggesting tomorrow might be a fine day. About 5 minutes later, Knight Tor Qian's second main beast finally revealed its true form in the Thunder Poolatal woman with twin red horns on her forehead and a cold demeanor. The true form is a humanoid beast. Knight Tor Qian's eyes lit up, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He carefully examined this thunder attribute beast, and its basic information appeared before his eyes. Lei Shun Ji Huang Song Spirit. Rank, Lord level 7 star. Status, Adult, Confused. Evolution potential, Ancestral reversion. Racial talent, Radiant Thunder Triple Transformation. Lord level skills, Perfect Thunder Affinity, Thunderblade. Sky Splitter, Thunderblade. Storm, Thunderblade. Moonslash, Thunderblade. Frenzy, Thunderblade, Flash. Emperor level skill, Thunder Abyss, Purgatory. Eclipse Moon level skills, Thunder Devour, Transformation, Eternal Thunderheart. Lower than Lord level skills omitted. Description: a thunder attribute spirit born and nurtured by nature, embodying lightning itself, possessing terrifying attack power. What a creature, a beast with all its skill points maxed out in offense. Knight Tor Qian marveled silently. A typical fight if you disagree type, quite aggressive. He took a deep breath, focusing on the Lei Shun Ji Huang Song spirit. At the moment, she was closing her beautiful eyes, hands covering her delicate face, seemingly not fully adjusted to her new form. A delightful hypothesis emerged in night toward Qian's mind. The sudden disappearance of Lei Shen Ji Huangsang's spirit was likely due to an instinctual craving for thunder energy, rather than intentional betrayal. This greatly reduced the risk of her turning against him. With such fierce skill sets, she seems to be a straightforward type, probably easier to persuade. Night toward Qian's eyes darted, quickly planning the upcoming conversation. He adjusted his non-existent collar, revealing a gentle smile, and softly said, "Congratulations on your successful rebirth, my companion." The Thunder God's radiant spirit opened her eyes, with purple pupils flickering with tiny arcs of electricity, as if she carried her own special effects. Her gaze revealed confusion and bewilderment. Then she lifted her head, her sharp eyes locking onto Ye Youqian. "A contract? Is this the price for my resurrection?" She spoke with a piercing voice from her small cherry lips. "No, it's not just that. I've become so weak." If other beast masters heard this, they would be stunned. But for the legendary Northern Zealot god, a monarch-level beast was indeed as insignificant as an ant. A gleam of light flashed in Ye Youqian's eyes, secretly pleased to encounter such an intelligent humanoid beast. The Thunder God's radiant spirit suddenly glanced at the spirit spring statue next door, which was the humanoid form of Yomu's true self. Through the bond of the primary beast contract, she sensed something unusual about you. "You, an old recluse, how did you die too?" Her tone was filled with shock. Quickly, she connected the dots regarding Yomu's situation, and much of her resentment towards being contracted by a human dissipated. Ye Youqian silently noted this information, preparing for future interactions with his second primary beast. Suddenly, the Thunder God's radiant spirit frowned, sensing an urgent energy within her, wanting to rush towards the beast master through the soul contract. She realized this was a special feedback rule between primary beasts and their masters, and to her surprise, she couldn't control this restless soul energy. "You, Beastmaster, come here," she commanded decisively. "This soul energy belongs to you." Before she finished speaking, the Thunder God's radiant spirit appeared in the chamber, standing before Ye Youqian, who was meditating with his eyes closed. She gracefully knelt down, placing her white forehead against his, with her crimson horn emitting an eerie purple electric glow. Ye Youqian opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, feeling a bit tense. Up close, the Thunder God's radiant spirit's delicate face, as fair as frost, and her sharp purple eyes made him instinctively nervous. "Focus," she ordered, her purple eyes sparkling with lightning. Ye Youqian suppressed the strange emotions in his heart, concentrating fully on absorbing the soul feedback energy. He secretly hoped to break through to the Spirit Sea realm, maybe even reaching the 9th star of the Spirit Sea realm. Transitioning from a servant-level race to a lord-level soul feedback, this energy must be extraordinarily terrifying. With the 4 regions unified exam approaching, the strength of the 9th star of the Spirit Spring realm was far from enough. More importantly, reaching the Spirit Sea realm would mean the Spirit Spring statue would produce more Spirit Springs daily. This special energy, containing Ye Youqian's essence, spirit, soul, and fused source power, is the ideal resource for beast growth. The more Spirit Springs a beast absorbs, the closer its body and soul align with the beast master. This is a supreme method to gradually increase the beast's favorability and dependence. Yudi's growth mainly relied on the blue star's stellar force, which was still too little compared to the absorbed spirit springs. Ye Youqian was determined to increase the production of spirit springs, enhancing the favorability of these 2 divine beasts, especially the one before him. The Thunder God's radiant spirit's sudden disappearance before had left a significant psychological shadow. To fully bind the 2 primary beasts, he must advance his realm as quickly as possible without compromising his foundation. He believed that, over time, even a once divine existence would eventually heed his commands. The Beastmaster's Codex, resembling a painting, hovered above Ye Youqian's head. Within its chaotic canvas, 9 beams of light could be faintly discerned. Among them, the statues of the spirit springs with lightning and wood attributes shone particularly bright, one blue and one purple, flickering in the darkness. Ye Youqian sat cross-legged in a quiet chamber. Suddenly, his pores opened, releasing a terrifying suction force. In an instant, the source energy within the less than 50 square meter chamber was completely absorbed. However, this was just the beginning. The source energy around Xian Yu Cottage number 18 surged into the chamber like a stream, forming a visible vortex. This vortex, with a diameter of over 10 meters, resembled a voracious beast, greedily drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. In the neighboring courtyard, a couple of beast masters noticed the commotion. The middle-aged man with a small mustache's eyes lit up, memories flooding back. Did the young man next door break through? He murmured to himself. The 4 regions joint exam is about to start, and Su Qian is the right age. He's probably preparing to compete for a spot in one of the 4 great academies. Su Qian, a rather charming female voice chimed in, revealing Ye Youqian's alias in the sunset gathering place. Hard. It's too hard. The mustached man shook his head and sighed, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. The quality of this year's Youqian Prefecture's 4 regions joint exam is truly overwhelming. Not only are there many geniuses from other major prefectures, but even prodigies from the other 3 great royal domains have come in large numbers. He continued, according to tradition, only the top 3 in the prefecture level can earn a spot in the 4 great academies. Although Su Qian is a genius, having broken through to the Spirit Sea realm before 25, comparable to the talented offspring of the 4 great royal domains' major families, the gap with the royal families, and even the descendants of secret families, is still too large. The mustache man's tone was filled with helplessness. Having struggled in the Beast Master Society for many years, I'm well aware of the disparity between Beast Masters from humble backgrounds and those from prestigious families. They've bathed in spirit springs since childhood. Their food and drink are top-tier beast meat and spiritual fruits. Their vitality is abundant, and the difficulty of awakening at adulthood is enviably low. The lucky ones reach this stage before they're even 10 years old. For those from poor backgrounds, just feeding themselves is a struggle, he continued. The difference in cultivation time over several years or even a decade is significant, not to mention the family support those from prestigious families receive. The first main beast might be a wild or ferocious beast, but the second will definitely be a dominant or even noble beast. The gap is like a chasm. Unfair. It's so unfair. The charming female voice expressed a trace of indignation. The mustached man chuckled wryly. Huh. Where in the world is there true fairness? If there is, the number of spirit spring statues during awakening is perhaps the only mercy from the heavens. So what if they have talent? Many students in public schools can't afford spirit spring cultivation and end up leading ordinary lives. There's always a chance, isn't there? The female voice countered. Umph. Husband, it's getting late. We should go inside and rest. Hearing this, the mustached man twitched his face and wisely fell silent, thinking to himself, so, when out of words, you play the age card? The ancients were right. Women and petty people are hard to deal with. About half an hour later, the clouds dispersed, and on the other side, Ye Youqian's cultivation continued. Ye Youqian opened his eyes, emotions flickering within them 30% joy, 70% melancholy. An indescribable excitement surged through him. In a single breakthrough, he had leapt from the 9th star of the Spirit Spring realm to the 9th star of the Spirit Sea realm. Such an achievement placed him among the top ranks of his peers across the 4 great royal domains. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Had it not been for his contract with the Phantom Butterfly, he might still be struggling. In less than 2 months, Ye Youqian had traversed a path that would take an ordinary beast master nearly a century to complete. All of this was due to the nurturing mechanism of his primary beast. Ye Youqian understood well the immense time and resource costs beast masters bear to advance their primary beast. There are 2 key reasons for this. First, the strength of the beast directly impacts the confidence of the beast master. Second, soul feedback is a miraculous way for beast masters to ascend without flaws. The means to evolve or even mutate the race of a primary beast is a closely guarded secret among major powers. For ordinary beast masters, the great beast academies are their way forward. But for Ye Youqian, they have become the perfect opportunity for discrete development. With a thought, the beast compendium, like a book, swiftly entered his consciousness and sank into his mental sea. Ye Youqian focused, his awareness forming a human shape, appearing within the beast space. Looking around, Ye Youqian couldn't help but marvel. What a change! The appearance of the beast space had been completely transformed, primarily in the significant expansion of the Spirit Spring statues and the space itself. As the beast master broke through to a new realm, the height and size of the Spirit Spring statues grew exponentially, and the production of the Spirit Springs surged. The most striking was the Azure Spirit Spring statue, towering into the clouds at over 1,200 meters. Following closely was the Purple Spirit Spring statue, reaching over 1,100 meters. The other 7 statues, although slightly inferior, were also over 1,000 meters tall. Even more astonishing was the expansion of the beast space's domain, from the original 1,000 acres to 100,000 acres, comparable to a small town. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, eyes filled with awe. He wasn't sure about other Spirit Sea Realm beast masters, but he knew his situation was extraordinarily unique, almost miraculous. This was likely thanks to the golden light contributed by the Phantom Butterfly back then. A bold hypothesis emerged in Ye Youqian's mind. Could that golden light be related to the mysterious golden meteor energy that sparked an ancient war? Despite his excitement, Ye Youqian forced himself to calm down. Resting his chin on his hand, he voiced a concern from his heart. I've reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea Realm. The current Spirit Spring output should be able to meet the needs of the Phantom Butterfly and the others, right? He knew well that the Blue Star Sword King tree, as a top-tier beast among Dominator-level beasts, corresponded to the Spirit Platform Realm Beast Master. Generally, Only beast masters of this level can supply the spirit springs needed for a dominator level primary beast growth. His second primary beast, the Thunder God Radiant Elf, was a marquee level beast, requiring even more spirit spring energy. Originally, Ye Youqian had the potential to unlock another spirit spring statue through this soul feedback. But breaking through the Beastmaster realm was urgent, and using the spirit spring to nurture the primary beast's growth was the best way to increase their compatibility. Step by step, there's no rush, Ye Youqian reminded himself. With one dominator level and one marquee level beast, I should have no problem securing the top spot in the 4 domains joint examination. Satisfied with this thought, he nodded. Ye Youqian once again surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, "A tenfold increase, truly spectacular." The transformation of the beast space left him in awe, but it also reinforced his determination to move forward. The night was clear and crisp, with a bright moon hanging in the sky. In the courtyard, Ye Youqian relaxed comfortably on a custom-made recliner, holding a gentle Xingye fox in his arms, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. However, this leisure was soon interrupted. Just a minute ago, Ye Youqian's phone suddenly vibrated, delivering 3 messages in quick succession from the official Luo Tianwang domain. The special code unmistakably confirmed the authenticity of the information. Ye Youqian frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, "It's finally starting. But it seems there's a discrepancy with the intel I have." He quickly scanned the first message, which caught him by surprise. The briefing for the 4-domain joint examination highlighted a special notice. Due to the unique nature of the Youqian Mansion assessment, the number of candidates selected for the 4th round had been increased from the originally planned 1,100 to 11,000 at the request of various parties. Following this, the second message informed him that he had successfully advanced through the first 3 rounds, while also apologizing for the delay in the assessment caused by an unexpected incident with the chief examiner. The third message required candidates to arrive at the examination location by noon the next day, or they would be considered to have forfeited. Ye Youqian clicked on the link to the accompanying list of names, revealing a roster numbering over 10,000. He quickly skimmed through, noting his own number, 571 Ye Youqian. His eyes glanced over other names: Fu Chongqing, Sikong Wudi, Ji Xiaoping, Yuan Boya, Bode Elizabeth, Haas Alexander, Joel Edward, Bai King Lingshu, Wei Qingyu. Suddenly, a bold line at the top of the list caught his attention. This list was compiled by personnel assisting with the Youqian Mansion assessment, completely randomized. Please do not read into the order. Ye Youqian couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, such a sarcastic tone. Upon closer inspection, Ye Youqian noticed an interesting pattern. The first 100 names were all candidates from the Luo Tianwang domain, followed by names from the other 3 major domains. He estimated, those from outside domains make up at least 1/5. This 4-domain joint examination might be more complex than it seems. With curiosity piqued, Ye Youqian opened the second message and carefully read over the Youqian Mansion 4-domain joint examination rules. 1. Killing other competitors is forbidden. Violators will face immediate execution or exile. 2. The formal assessment consists of 3 stages: nurturing summoned beasts, exploring unknown dangerous areas, and arena battles. 3. In arena battles, apart from the main summoned beast, the number of other summoned beasts must not exceed 3, and their rank is limited to below the fierce beast level. Ye Youqian nodded in agreement. These rules largely matched his expectations. He knew well that nurturing summoned beasts, venturing to acquire resources, and battles between summoners were the 3 most crucial aspects in the life of a summoner. Finally, he opened the third message, learning that the 4-domain joint examination was organized by the prestigious universities of the 4 major domains, with prizes so generous they were staggering. Ye Youqian calculated to himself that, by the standards of previous years, the reward for the top spot was equivalent to that of an emperor-level summoned beast. Of course, such an honor could only be enjoyed by the ultimate champion of the 4-domain joint examination. The top rewards within the city were somewhat modest, roughly equivalent to the value of a marquee-level beast. However, this year's 4 regions joint exam was different, with participation from all 4 major academies. The rewards were undoubtedly more generous, and Ye Youqian was intrigued, eagerly clicking to see the details. As his eyes swept over the list of rewards, his pupils contracted sharply with shock. "The Star God cultivation method," he exclaimed internally. "Such a treasure exists, and I must have it." The reward list for the 4 regions joint exam in Youqian Prefecture was indeed enticing. The top place can choose any 2 from the following rewards: a marquee-level beast cub choice of type, 100 golden source crystal cards, a statue of a postnatal spiritual spring basic attribute, the Star God cultivation method below the source fire realm. The second place can choose any 2 from the following rewards: a random marquee-level beast cub, 100 golden source crystal cards, a statue of a postnatal spiritual spring fire attribute, the Star God cultivation method below the spirit platform realm. The third place can choose any 2 from the following rewards: A normal marquee level beast cub. 100 golden source crystal cards. The star god cultivation method below the spirit sea realm. The top 10 can choose any two from the following rewards. A normal marquee level beast cub. A fierce beast level cub choice of type. 50 golden source crystal cards. The top 100 can choose one from the following rewards. A beast cub choice of type. 30 golden source crystal cards. The top 1000 can choose one from the following rewards. A fierce beast level cub. 10 golden source crystal cards. Ye Youqian quickly calculated the value of the rewards. One golden source crystal card was worth 10 million, making 100 cards a staggering 1 billion. This fortune was enough to raise a marquee level beast to adulthood. Yet, his eyes couldn't stray from the star god cultivation method. Recalling the first time Yudi's soul feedback occurred, the fragmented memories contained only snippets of the star god cultivation method at the spiritual spring realm. He had thought he would have to wait for Yudai to trigger another soul feedback to obtain the subsequent methods. Unexpectedly, the four regions joint exam offered the star god cultivation method below the source fire realm as a reward. The four major academies truly live up to their reputation, Ye Youqian mused. They possess the ancient beast master's cultivation methods, and among the most powerful ones at that. His heart burned with ambition. Ha. The subsequent cultivation methods of the star god may very well be in the hands of the four academies. I must secure a place to enroll. Ye Youqian reminisced about the benefits he had tasted before. It was that time when he inscribed the formation, allowing Yudai to connect with the blue star, elevating from a servant-level species to a dominator level. For him, that experience was also a qualitative leap. A sense of urgency and excitement surged within him. Although the star god cultivation method was the most valuable item among the top rewards, for most beast masters, the option to choose any marquee-level beast was more appealing. The words choice of type held infinite possibilities. Given the resources of the four academies, ordinary marquee-level beasts were not rare, but among them were some extremely rare and powerful beings. Images of legendary beasts flashed through Ye Youqian's mind, like the thunder god's radiant elf, which, though marquee level, possessed skill strength comparable to imperial level, or those marquee level beasts with terrifying attributes like time and space. The value and combat power of these beasts were astounding, and when cultivated to their limits, they might not be inferior to typical imperial level beasts. If they completed species advancement or mutation, they could crush most imperial level beasts. Of course, comparing it to the Thunder God's Radiant Elf might be somewhat inappropriate, as it also possessed Eclipse-level skills. But this explained why even geniuses from the three major domains would travel great distances to Yuyan Prefecture. They must have received advance notice. Ye Youqian speculated that some among them might already own a marquee-level main beast. Taking a deep breath, Ye Youqian's eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit. Initially, he thought there might be another reason for the participation of these outsiders. But upon seeing the generous rewards for the top place, he immediately understood the significance of this four regions joint exam. It was a grand gathering of nearly all the monstrous beast masters of the four major domains, with the assessment quality of Yuyan Prefecture comparable to the final exams of previous years. Pressure surged like a tide, and Ye Youqian felt an unprecedented challenge. The Sunset Gathering Place, a vast-shaped area, stands protected by two formidable armies. The Black Whale Army and the Yuyan Prefecture Army are stationed on either side, fiercely guarding the area within. This region is divided from bottom to top into a safe zone, a danger zone, and an uninhabited zone, with adventure areas on either side ranked from A to E. Anyone wishing to venture through must pay a toll. It's a strict rule. In just half a month, a magnificent plaza has risen from the barren land within the danger zone. This will be the stage for the four regions joint exam Yuyan Prefecture assessment. In the center of the plaza, thousands of candidates file in, their appearances diverse, including many with blonde hair and blue eyes from foreign lands. Encircling the central area is a circular high platform, with tiered stone seats filled to capacity. Suddenly, a candidate excitedly shouts, "Look, that's the flag of the Yuming Academy." Knight Youqian follows the voice and sees, at the highest point to the north, a 10-meter-tall crimson flag waving in the wind, adorned with a clear pattern of a red and blue bianhua flower. The other three directions display the flags of Yunming Academy, Jingluo Academy, and Zurich Academy. Surrounding these four academies is the next tier, the Royal Beast Academy. The representatives from these institutions exude an impressive aura, mostly around 30 years old, with many accompanied by smaller beasts. Knight Youqian's gaze is drawn to a particular academy's site, adjacent to Yunming Academy. There, a woman with healthy, wheat-colored skin clad in form-fitting soft armor sits beside a large, furry wolf. This silver moon wild wolf has a distinctive silver patch on its forehead and yawns lazily. Suddenly, the silver moon wild wolf senses Knight Youqian's gaze and provocatively sticks out its tongue, giving its owner's leg a long lick, as if asserting its claim. Knight Youqian can't help but twitch his lips, rolling his eyes in silent exasperation. The black-skinned beast master girl keenly senses her beast's mood and unhesitatingly plops down on the wolf's basin-sized head. She crosses her long legs, dangling them carelessly in front of the wolf's eyes. Then, she throws a flirtatious wink at the handsome Ye Youqian, making him blush instantly. Ye Youqian's blush isn't due to shyness, but because the image of beauty and beast conjures a romantic picture in his mind, causing his blood to boil. The culture of this world is indeed a bit wild. A monarch-level silver moon wild wolf, if lucky, could even transform into human form. This phenomenon leads many Source Fire Realm beast masters to lose interest in their own kind, and lifelong singleness is not uncommon. I can't think about this anymore, or I'll lose all my dignity. Ye Youqian warns himself, quickly lowering his head and slipping into the crowd to escape the fiery gaze of the open-minded black-skinned girl. Just then, the clear sky is suddenly shrouded in darkness. A chilling aura spreads instantly, enveloping the area for miles. The thousands of candidates in the plaza simultaneously look up, their bodies trembling involuntarily, as if witnessing a ghost. In truth, the sight before them is indeed akin to ghosts, but these are not ghosts, they are the undead. In the sky, a terrifying bone dragon with a wingspan of over 100 meters hovers above the plaza. This bone dragon is devoid of flesh, composed entirely of gleaming white bones. Its appearance causes the surrounding temperature to plummet by several degrees, as the aura of death permeates the air. Its ghostly blue eyes silently observe the crowd below, as if scrutinizing each soul. What kind of dragon beast is that? Oh my gosh, its size is terrifying. A bone dragon with the appearance of a western dragon hovered in the air, its massive bone wings spread wide, casting a shadow below. The examinees whispered among themselves, their youthful faces flushed with excitement, more thrilled than if they had seen a stunning beauty. A dragon. Someday, I must contract a dragon beast, someone murmured. Standing in the crowd, Ye Youqian's eyes sparkled with the same desire as the other examinees around him. Being a dragon rider was one of the ultimate dreams for any passionate young man. Atop the bone dragon, a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe stood in midair, his voice steady and strong. I hereby announce the official start of this year's 4 regions joint exam. The formal assessment consists of 3 parts beast cultivation, with a time limit of 1 month. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of 9 colored lights streaked across the sky, forming 10 blue vortices, each 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, in the central square. Simultaneously, the device on Ye Youqian's right wrist lit up, prompting him to step into one of them. Lan Tianming's voice continued in the ears of each examinee. Enter and select the beasts for your assessment. Cultivate them to their limits within the given time. The greater the growth, the better your assessment score. A word of extra advice. Each examinee can choose to cultivate up to 3 beasts. If a beast evolves in its species, it will be yours. This hidden benefit made Ye Youqian's eyes light up, and he pondered. Free beasts? The quality of these exam beasts must be low, right? However, upon stepping into one of the vortices, the scene before him made him gasp. It was a vast, endless space, with compartments like cages housing various beasts. Vajra Ape, primary metal, secondary earth, Lord level 6 stars. Emerald-eyed dark snake, primary shadow, secondary water, ferocious beast level 9 stars. Rogue rabbit, primary wind, secondary earth, ferocious beast level 5 stars. Green coffin spirit, primary undead, secondary dark, Lord level 9 stars. Crimson flame red dragon, primary flame, monarch level 3 stars. Holy crap, they even have monarch level beasts. Ye Youqian's eyes shone as he drooled and cursed. Just how wealthy are the 4 academies? Damn, who could possibly raise a monarch level beast to emperor level? He walked quickly among the cages, scrutinizing each beast. Although beast masters had a limit on the number of beasts they could command, there was no such limit for blood contract beasts. In this assessment, he could choose to cultivate 3 beasts, and if he managed to evolve one, he could keep it. Even more astonishing was the seemingly endless number of beasts available, with every type and species imaginable, ranging from wild level to monarch level. This meant every examinee could select 3 high-level beasts of their choice, an incredible opportunity. While the challenge was significant, with a bit of luck and modesty, success was not out of reach. Outside, as all 11,000 examinees entered the vortices, Lan Tianming retracted the undead dragon beast and walked through the air to the Nether Academy's base. As soon as he landed, 3 figures approached. It was the other 3 academies' representatives for the Youqian Prefecture exam, all of whom were also at the Source Realm level. A graceful and charming woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. Brother Lan, it's been a while. How have you been? Ha. Getting guidance from a star-level master during a journey. This kind of opportunity truly makes me envious. Another person joked. You too, stop with the sarcasm, show some respect, the third person chimed in. Hearing his 3 friends teasing, Lan Tianming's face turned livid, his head throbbing, unable to remember what exactly had happened. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Which old guy from which force was so unscrupulous? Bullying a young man under 1,000 years old. Don't let me run into you again, or else. Well, never mind. I can't beat you. Better not to meet you. Lan Tianming felt incredibly wronged, and even more frustrated because he couldn't recall anything, only knowing he had been beaten by a fierce woman and locked in a small dark room for a whole month. The four regions joint exam in Youqian Prefecture had been delayed for a long time because of this, and he had become a laughingstock among his peers. It was too miserable. Hee, Brother Lan is such a generous man. He wouldn't take offense at a few teasing words. A graceful woman approached, clinging to Lan Tianming's arm like a little sister, her demeanor exuding a certain coquettish charm. All right, let's get down to business, another woman said, pulling the first woman aside. She looked at Lan Tianming, her face turning serious. Brother Lan, I visited the area where you went missing, and there were no unusual traces. It seems someone deliberately covered them up. We suspect the person you encountered might be from the Lanqing Church. Shui Lingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, a complex expression flickering in them. She continued, as for why these old folks are here, it's probably similar to the interests of our four academies. Lan Tianming listened, feeling a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, it must be them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me now. He paused before explaining. This time, all four academies are participating in the four regions joint exam. The main reason is to investigate the origins of Lan Youqian, especially with the Nether Academy being the most eager. Lan Tianming's gaze turned deep, as if piercing through time. In fact, the history of the four academies is extremely long, even longer than the history of the four royal regions, tracing back to before the ancient war, continued by the Beast Tamers who survived it. He elaborated on the background of the Nether Academy. Nether Academy is located in the Nether Flower Sea. In ancient times, they worshipped the god of the ancient Nether Flower Sea, gaining its protection and achieving thousands of years of peace in turbulent times. Its founder was a human child raised by the myriad calamity blood butterfly under Yumu's command. They have deep ties with the creators of the Lanqing Church, but vastly different philosophies, lacking the same fanaticism and aggression. Lan Tianming then briefly mentioned the other academies. The histories of Yunming Academy and Falling Sun Academy are similar to Nether Academy. Only the Whale Fall Academy is different, originating from ancient human beast tamers. Originally located on the edge of the Qinyu continent, the aftermath of the ancient war swept away its location. It was eventually re-established on the edge of the Blood Moon continent by surviving ancient beast tamers. Meng Yuer put away her tea set and asked seriously, Brother Lan, what do those old folks from Nether Academy mean? The other two also looked at Lan Tianming, eager for an answer. Lan Tianming shook his head with a wry smile, looking down at the square below. He said somberly, alas, as a source-level beast tamer, how could I know what those old folks are thinking? Our status in their eyes is akin to how we view the young ones in my beast-taming compendium world. My task this time is merely to oversee the four regions joint exam. After his words, the other three fell silent. Suddenly, Lan Tianming spoke softly. People always seek selfish desires, even after 100,000 years. How much faith and gratitude could those fortunate enough to survive still hold for that deity? Changing the topic, Lan Tianming looked at another man present, the head of Falling Sun Academy, Yang Yan. By the way, Yang Yan, how is the one from the Falling Sun ancient forest? Yang Yan replied with a wry smile. What else? If it weren't for the Academy's elders holding them back, they would have rushed out already. He then forced a smile and continued. In that ancient battle, the one from the Falling Sun ancient forest was the only victim. Sensing the aura of Lan Youqian nearly drove them to a frenzy. Hehe. The Earth Vein Beast ancestor was born from the Earth Veins of the Qinyu continent, and that opportunity was of no use to him. But the others fought so fiercely that they shattered the ancient continent, causing him unnecessary trouble. It's only natural for him to be upset. Meng Yuer laughed with a crisp sound, her delicate face full of mischievous glee. Ahem. Be careful, I'm still here. Yang Yin coughed twice, reminding them with a serious expression. Heh, don't think I didn't see you laughing just now. Meng Yuer lifted her petite chin, her eyes gleaming with cunning as she turned the tables on Yang Yin with a single sentence. Ahem. The assessment is important. The quality of this year's Youqian Academy candidates is exceptionally high. Maybe one or two of them will become Source Realm experts in the future. Yang Yin swiftly changed the subject, his gaze shifting to the plaza below. The other three exchanged smiles, tacitly letting the matter drop. Lan Tianming focused on the expansive plaza below, his eyes suddenly flashing with a sharp blue light. In an instant, four large screens appeared out of thin air in the four directions of the plaza, projecting the images of all 11,000 examinees to universities, academies, and all viewers. The electronics department's beast control is really useful. Meng Yuer's eyes shone with amazement as she playfully leaned close to Lan Tianming's ear, whispering, Brother Lan, have you ever secretly taken private photos of Sister Shui? I can offer a high price. The The burly Yan's eyes lit up at her words, and he couldn't help but glance up and down at Shui Lingyue's voluptuous figure, only to be hit in the face by a flying object. Shameless. Shui Lingyue's face flushed with anger as she glared at Yan. I haven't taken any of Shui Lingyue's. After all, she's quite self-respecting. Lan Tianming smirked, his tone teasing. But I might have a tiny bit of yours. Yan's eyes lit up again, looking expectantly at Meng Yue. Got you at last, Lan Tianming. You're in trouble now. Meng Yue instantly dropped her demure facade, her pretty face taking on a chilling air. Damn, I've been tricked. Lan Tianming shivered, blue light flickering around him as his figure vanished without a trace before their eyes. Lan, are you even a man? Get out here. Hiding in the Beast Compendium world is nothing to be proud of. Meng Yue transformed into a fiery gamer, unleashing a torrent of insults, each one unique. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not coming out. What can you do to me? I've been roaming the world for nearly 1,000 years, and you think a girl not even 500 years old can blackmail me? Lan Tianming reclined in the Beast Compendium, leisurely brushing off non-existent dust from his pants, looking down at his domain. The power of a Source Realm Beast Master lies in the word realm. At this level, the Beast Compendium has evolved into a real world of its own. Here, Lan Tianming is the supreme god. With a thought, he teleported to a special area within the Beast Compendium World Beast Cage dungeon. This place housed some of the best growing beasts of this world, serving as the source for the beasts in the assessment trials. A sprawling complex of buildings, covering nearly 100 miles, stood before him, divided into rooms of various sizes, housing an alarming number of beasts. Qinglin, everything okay? Lan Tianming materialized from the void, appearing directly in front of the Beast Cage dungeon's manager. Master, everything is proceeding according to your instructions, replied a beautiful woman with a slender upper body and a long, azure-scaled tail, resembling a Western mythological Medusa, except her hair was smooth and sleek. Good. Keep an eye out. Make sure nothing happens to these young ones. They're here to bring me benefits, free beast training. They're good people, Lan Tianming chuckled. This 4 regions joint exam is special, involving the soul reversal pill, so almost all hidden families have been mobilized. The 4 king domains seem desperate too. They must have some valuable items, and if they could boost a few marquee-level beast star levels, that would be great. As he spoke, he stroked Qinglin's coiled tail, his eyes filled with undisguised anticipation. Master, if someone elevates a beast species in the dungeon, wouldn't you be at a loss? Qinglin raised her head, her green snake eyes glowing gently as she asked softly. In a month? If they can do that, it's the beast's own capability. Lan Tianming laughed lightly. As for losses? Impossible. The academy foots the bill anyway, and I'll just inflate the report afterwards. I'd love it if they could take a few marquee-level beasts. His tone was full of the shrewd calculation of a financial expert. Master is wise. Qinglin looked at Lan Tianming with admiration, her eyes filled with reverence. The 4 regions joint examination is in full swing, with a month-long assessment taking place in the world of Lan Tianming's Beast Mastery Compendium. Inside the examination venue, supervisors are on high alert to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the exam. The candidates enjoy accommodations and meals equivalent to those of a 5-star hotel, but they are prohibited from leaving the premises, adding to the challenge of the assessment. Candidates face a significant challenge. Within just 1 month, they must rely on their own skills and luck to enhance the star level of their selected 3 beasts as much as possible, or even achieve species advancement. If they fail to meet the minimum requirement of advancing the star level of their chosen beasts, they will be eliminated. To ensure they advance to the next round, most candidates choose a promising wild-grade beast as a safety net. However, even this seemingly simple goal is a daunting task for many beast masters. The month passes quickly, and although resources can be purchased within the examination venue, the pressure of time is ever present. At an exit of the Beast Cage dungeon, Ye Youqian slowly approached the person in charge and handed over his carefully selected list of 3 beasts. He took half a day to make his choice, making him the slowest among the candidates. While others had long begun racking their brains to cultivate their target beasts, Ye Youqian remained calm and unhurried. For Ye Youqian, it was his first time seeing such a vast variety of beasts. Most were high-grade beasts, each detailed with species and subspecies information. Not wanting to miss this rare opportunity, he meticulously observed each beast, striving to gain knowledge and broaden his horizons. The person in charge, an elderly man in a gray robe, exuded an aura of a reclusive master with his long eyebrows and beard. He advised softly, "Young man, are you sure you want to choose these 3 beasts? Let me give you a kind reminder. It's best to choose one with a lower species level. Otherwise, aiming too high might prevent you from advancing to the next round, which would be a pity." Ye Youqian smiled politely and replied with confidence, "No need, I am confident." The old man nodded. "All right, number 571, you're registered. This is the token. Show it to the three beasts, and they'll understand. As long as you don't harm them, you can easily control them. Thank you, Ye Youqian said, taking the token and turning to leave. The gray-robed elder watched Ye Youqian's departing figure, shaking his head with regret. He murmured softly, "This kid, does he really think that getting a dominant grade beast is a big win? His vision is too limited. Once he passes the first assessment, even if he doesn't get into the 4 major academies, he might still have a chance at other beast mastery schools." 10 minutes later, Ye Youqian, holding a token engraved with a human snake tail pattern, arrived at the cage of the first beast he chose to nurture. The wall next to the cage displayed the basic information of this beast: Thunder Python, primary type thunder, secondary type wind, dominant grade 9 star. The Thunder Python had a formidable appearance. Its body was a meter wide and nearly 50 meters long, with a fierce triangular head and 2 prominent bulges on its forehead. It exuded the aura of a giant python on the verge of transforming into a dragon, instilling fear. Its purple scales crackled with volatile purple electricity, and its fierce vertical pupils darted restlessly, while its sinister fangs appeared intermittently, highlighting its danger. Ye Youqian communicated through a soul contract to the Thunder Spirit of Radiance. "Huanyuan, are you sure you can handle this guy?" Huanyuan was the true name of the radiant Thunder Spirit. The world only knows the Northern Zay god, but now a human beast master has come to know the true name of this godlike being. Ye Youqian stands deep in the beast cage dungeon. Before him are 3 9-star Lord-level beasts: the Thunder Snake, the Ice Butterfly, and the soul-devouring Oak Spirit. Huang Yuan's voice echoed in Ye Youqian's mind. "A month is a bit short, but a few more beatings should do it." Her tone was slightly uncertain. Ye Youqian responded firmly, "That's fine, I trust you. I'll do my best." Huang Yuan's purple eyes flashed with sharp lightning, like a goddess of thunder. Her gaze pierced through Ye Youqian's brow, directly meeting the restless Thunder Snake. Hiss! The Thunder Snake seemed to sense something, writhing uneasily. It didn't yet know that the coming month would be the most terrifying time it had ever experienced, truly understanding the power of thunder. Ye Youqian used a token to gain the initial trust of the Thunder Snake. He then proceeded to acquire the other 2 9-star, Lord-level beasts. The Ice Butterfly was enormous, standing 2 meters tall, with 3 pairs of wings like icy crystals, dazzling and magnificent. It had a cold temperament and loved the juice of spiritual fruits. Its primary element was ice, with wind as a secondary. The soul-devouring Oak Spirit appeared particularly terrifying, resembling a twisted locust tree 10 meters high. In reality, it was an undead life form, invisible to the naked eye, leaning towards the concept of spirits, dependent on the oak tree for existence. It was cruel in nature, enjoying the consumption of living souls. This information came from Udai, the former master of the Ghost Flower Sea. The term ghost indicated that this region was certainly not lacking in undead beasts. As for the Ice Butterfly, it was with Udai's approval that it agreed to help Ye Youqian cultivate it. Yumu was hailed as the second-best butterfly breeder in this beast world, with the 2 legendary beings of the Ghost Flower Sea serving as proof. Having chosen his cultivation targets, Ye Youqian led the 3 beasts towards the exit. He confidently told the gray-robed old man, "Sir, trust me. In a month, I'll make a stunning impact." The gray-robed elder was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "Kid, if you can really raise a 9-star Lord-level beast to a Duke level, even without the subsequent 2 assessments, the 4 academies will invite you to enroll. Don't forget to treat this old man to a drink then." "That's no problem." Ye Youqian's confident reply echoed in the deep, solitary corridor. The beast cage dungeon was vast, offering free accommodations for assessors, and a temporary beast market selling resources from servant level to Duke level. However, the prices were about 30 higher than outside, leading Ye Youqian to conclude that the examiner was profiting personally. His watch suddenly lit up, projecting a virtual map marking parts of this unique region. A system prompt sounded. "Ding, the unethical map is guiding you. Please choose one from the lava zone, primitive forest zone, water marsh zone, or snow zone, and the unethical map will navigate you in real time." The system kindly reminded, "Your non-private actions in the beast cage dungeon will be broadcast externally, so mind your manners. If there's no one in this world you care about, feel free." Additionally, areas outside the beast cage dungeon are dangerous, lawless zones, requiring a life and death contract to enter. If you wish to proceed, please ensure your safety. Ye Youqian realized this 4-region exam had set a bloody hidden rule. Without hesitation, he signed the life and death contract and headed towards the forest zone. This area bordered the snow zone, perfect for cultivating the Ice Butterfly and the soul-devouring Oak Spirit. He did not place these 3 beasts in his beast compendium space because his beast space was too unique, and it was uncertain if these 3 could be contracted yet, lacking sufficient trust. Additionally, he didn't want to expose information about Udai and Huanyuan. In the vast expanse of the primeval forest, the trees, though varied in species, are arranged in a peculiar pattern, as if this sprawling woodland were a meticulously planted grove. Time flies, and 3 days pass in an instant. Boom. In a certain part of the forest, towering trees over 1,000 square meters wither and decay in an instant. Blinding purple lightning strikes with the precision of electromagnetic lasers, targeting a giant serpent with purple scales. The spirit of Huangzong hovers in midair, wielding a purple longsword crackling with violent lightning energy, surrounded by flickering electricity, exuding an imposing presence like that of a thunder queen descending upon the world. The thunder python coils on the ground, letting out a pained hiss. Even though it ranks among the top in defense among apex beasts, its scales are now battered, blood flowing freely. Lightning strikes down like divine punishment, hitting its raised head and body with terrifying intensity, resembling the legendary tribulation of a python transforming into a dragon. Hiss. Sharp as blades, the lightning slices through, and the thunder python, comparable to a prehistoric giant, lets out a defiant hiss. Its vertical eyes, as large as bronze bells, flash with an unyielding light as it bravely confronts the lightning. This serpent dares to face the glory of the thunder. Sparks dance across the thunder python's body, like an X-ray revealing the skeletal structure of this 50-meter-long behemoth. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the thunder python falls heavily to the ground, rendered motionless by the lightning, its fate uncertain. In the distance, Ye Youqian leans against an ancient tree, holding a trembling Xingye fox in his arms. He takes a sharp breath, recalling the hellish trials the thunder python endured over the past 3 days. The serpent had attempted to escape countless times, yet it could never evade the relentless lightning pursuit of the terrifying humanoid creature. The sovereign aura of the thunder spirit of Huangzong instilled a sense of utter helplessness in the thunder python, making resistance seem futile. Every moment felt like being submerged in an endless sea of thunder, with no hope in sight. Don't be afraid. Ye Youqian gently strokes the head of the Xingye fox, reassuring it. The little snake is in a unique situation and can only transform through such life-and-death trials. The Xingye fox lifts its head, its enchanting eyes filled with a pitiful light, heart pounding with anxiety. As a thunder attribute beast, witnessing the harsh training imposed on Ye Youqian's second main beast, it couldn't help but worry about facing similar trials in the future. Little fox, you're still too weak. This training method isn't suitable for you right now, Ye Youqian softly explains. Upon hearing this, the Xingye fox freezes, tears welling up in its eyes, almost ready to cry. Drama queen. Ye Youqian chuckles, lightly patting the fox's head, then stands up and walks towards where the thunder python lies. Huanyuan, that's enough for today. Okay, Huanyuan responds, her figure transforming into a purple flash of lightning, landing beside Ye Youqian. Together, they approach the thunder python, which resembles a lifeless serpent. Ye Youqian looks at the charred scales scattered around the thunder python, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. What a pity, not even a good piece of skin left. With a clink, a crystal emitting a purple arc of light falls beside the thunder python's mouth. The dominant level thunder attribute crystal core exuded a tempting aura, almost as if it could revive the dead. The thunder python trembled as it struggled to straighten its body, opening its bloodshot, electric-filled vertical pupils. It flicked out its half-meter-long tongue, wrapped the purple crystal core, and swallowed it. Its purple eyes looked at Ye Youqian, flickering with a complex mix of gratitude. As a dominant level 9-star beast, the thunder python had reached its limit. It faced a choice, either stagnate or advance its species. However, evolving a species was no easy task. In the source realm of Lan Tianming, the azure serpent led a massive army of snake beasts. The thunder python held a position second only to the monarch-level snake beasts, with its formidable thunder attacks making it nearly invincible among its peers. It could have chosen not to participate in this trial, but the thunder python entered the dungeon with a glimmer of hope, expecting comfortable resources. However, what awaited it was Ye Youqian's relentless beatings. Although this intense thunder training might promote species evolution, the process was incredibly arduous. The thunder python even felt it might be struck dead by the thunder. The thought of a proud dominant level 9-star thunder python possibly being killed by thunder was utterly humiliating. With a door-die determination, the thunder python prepared to fight to the end against that terrifying humanoid beast mainly, because it could neither escape nor win. Ye Youqian turned towards the direction of the ice field, thinking it was time to return. The other 2 dominant-level beasts were left to be trained by Lan Xinjian Wangshu. Although Yudai had a cold personality, her methods were much gentler than Huang Yuan's. Over the past 3 days, the ice phoenix butterfly and the soul-reaping locust spirit had been living comfortably. They hunted wild beasts, leaving the souls for the soul-reaping locust spirit and bringing back the meat, most of which was given to the thunder python. The crystal cores were distributed based on suitability. The ice phoenix butterfly loved spiritual fruits and nectar, which the launching sword tree could provide. This special trial area was rich in resources, with even dominant-level spiritual fruits not uncommon. However, the number of high-level wild beasts was relatively scarce, prompting Ye Youqian to consider changing locations every 3 days. Suddenly, a villainous laugh echoed. Ye Youqian's eyes lit up, recognizing it as the voice of the soul-reaping locust spirit, indicating their return. A locust tree about 10 meters tall moved like a tree demon, its massive form agile and steps eerie, with its sinister laughter echoing continuously. On the trunk stood a woman in a simple dress, her fair feet bare, exuding an air of ethereal detachment like a celestial being. Her gaze carried a hint of joy as she looked at Ye Youqian. Beside her, an ice phoenix butterfly with 3 pairs of luminous wings stood like a serene maiden, vigilantly watching the surroundings, taking on the role of a guard. "You've returned, Yudai," Ye Youqian said softly. "Yes," Yudai responded briefly. "How was today's harvest?" "Not bad." "That's good." Their brief conversation ended, as if they were family who had spent a lifetime together, needing no extra sweet words to understand each other's hearts. With her cold eyes, Yudai glanced at the thunder python lying on the ground, then looked at the woman in purple standing beside Ye Youqian, and gently said, "Huang Yuan, you might end up killing it with lightning." Huang Yuan's response was as sharp as ever. "Lightning is destruction, but also rebirth." She was unwavering. The star fox trembled, and Ye Youqian gently stroked the little fox's head, silently comforting it. Ye's expectation is merely for it to advance its species, not to turn it into a dragon. "You're too extreme," Yudai continued. "You're meddling too much," Huang Yuan retorted. The two main beasts were at odds, and for a moment, Ye Youqian felt the urgency of being in a battlefield, wisely choosing to remain inconspicuous. The night was filled with a bright moon and countless stars. A gentle night breeze brushed against Ye Youqian's face, the starlight flickering like fireflies across his cheeks, bringing a touch of coolness. "Haha, am I in last place?" Ye Youqian chuckled softly as he glanced at the virtual interface on his right wrist. The leaderboard for the first round of assessment appeared before him, and he carefully examined the details of the top participants. Number 03, Ye Youqian, chose a beast intelligence of wild beast level 9 stars, fierce beast level 9 stars, and monarch level 3 stars. She successfully nurtured a wild beast level 9 star beast to a fierce beast level 5 stars, earning 16,000 points. Number 101, Yuan Boya, selected a wild beast level 8 stars, fierce beast level 9 stars, and monarch level 1 star, nurturing a fierce beast level 8 star beast to 9 stars, earning 900 points. As Ye Youqian munched on roasted beast meat, he analyzed these top 2 participants. Their choice of cultivation targets is quite reasonable. Cultivating a wild beast level is the easiest, but advancing a wild beast from 9 stars is quite challenging. Truly, Princess Xiaoping has abundant resources. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. I wonder what type of beast the princess chose. For someone like Ye Xiaoping, who came from a privileged background, the first assessment was merely a test. But for someone like Ye Youqian, from a poor background, this was an opportunity to narrow the gap with geniuses. Successfully evolving a 9-star beast could at least result in obtaining a fierce beast level 5-star beast. With extraordinary luck, he might even acquire a 5-star overlord beast. Having an overlord level beast would provide a foothold in the remaining 2 assessments. The 4 regions examination is somewhat fair, but not by much, Ye Youqian remarked softly, glancing at the points rules. Fierce beast levels range from 1,000 to 9,000 points, with species evolution earning 10,000 points. Overlord levels range from 10,000 to 90,000 points, with species evolution earning 100,000 points. Monarch levels range from 100,000 to 900,000 points. He quickly calculated. The points bonus for evolving a 9-star beast species isn't high, but once the beast species advances, it starts at around 5 stars. In essence, nurturing a wild beast level 9-star beast to a fierce beast level is more rewarding than raising a fierce beast level 8-star beast to 9 stars. It's an exponential shortcut. Ye Youqian took a large bite of roasted meat, his gaze falling on the thunder python in the pit, his eyes gleaming with confidence. With my choice of 3 overlord-level beasts, as long as one evolves, I'll secure the top spot. The sleeping thunder python instinctively flicked its tongue, its damaged scales flickering with purple arcs, recovering at an astonishing speed. What delighted Ye Youqian most was the 2 bulges on the thunder python's forehead that were growing, hinting at the budding form of dragon horns. Python transforming into a dragon, I wonder if it will trigger a species mutation. If so, the little snake's value would be immense. Despite his limited knowledge, Ye Youqian was familiar with the basic knowledge of snake and python beasts. He watched the thunder python's transformation with anticipation, filled with hope for the future. The bump on his forehead resembled a mysterious mark, highlighting his potential and talent for beast taming. Ye Youqian's gaze fell on the thunder python, a mighty serpent that had made significant strides towards transforming into a flood dragon after nearly half a month of rigorous training. He pondered silently, wondering whether the creature would ultimately advance in its species or directly evolve into a flood dragon. Flood dragons, mystical beings that could soar the skies without wings, possessed some characteristics of true dragons. In the Western dragon taxonomy, flood dragons were comparable to subdragons. Given the thunder python's strength, once it became a flood dragon, its combat power would certainly rival that of an ordinary Western dragon, perhaps even surpass it. With this thought, Ye Youqian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Among his 3 tamed beasts, the thunder python had the highest success rate, followed by the ice emperor butterfly, and lastly, the soul-stealing tree spirit. With half a month left until the end of the assessment, he was confident that as long as one of his beasts successfully evolved, he could outshine all competitors. Ye Youqian looked up, his eyes brimming with confidence. By now, half a month had passed in the outside world. Among the 11,000 candidates, most had successfully earned points and qualified for the next round of assessment. Many of the remaining candidates had also succeeded but had yet to register their results. One name among these candidates stood out: candidate 571, Ye Youqian. His fame did not arise from his excellence, but from his astonishing choice. The publicly available candidate information revealed. Candidate 571 Ye Youqian. Chosen beast information. All are 9-star overlord level. Current points, 0. This information, once disclosed, caused a stir both inside and outside the examination hall. This kid is incredibly arrogant. He actually chose 3 peak-level overlord beasts. Naive. Does he think he's a tier 4 beast trainer? It's obvious he's a clueless young man who thinks breeding beasts is easy. If it were, overlord beasts would be everywhere. I think this naive kid is just gambling. Imagine if even one of his 9-star overlord beasts succeeds, he'd probably top the first assessment. Hearing these discussions, clan leader Xia couldn't help but interject. What you said makes sense, but accomplishing something in a month that the major families of Sunset City couldn't achieve in generations is simply impossible. Haha, I was just saying. You're all smart people, you know the reality. Another clan leader replied with a laugh, then couldn't help but curse. I'm just pissed off. Damn it. What gives this kid the right to make such a choice? Sunset City, one of the 20 cities in Youqian Prefecture, was hosting the 4 regions joint exam for the first time in nearly a century. Naturally, the city's major families wouldn't miss this rare opportunity to witness the event. It was a chance for networking and possibly connecting with true nobles from Youqian Prefecture or even the great powers of the Luo Tianwang domain. However, when Ye Youqian's beast selection was made public, the heads of these families were furious. To them, a 9-star overlord beast was a foundation stone, something their families had strived for generations to cultivate without success. Now, an unknown young man dared to be so audacious. It was as if he was not just slapping their faces, but dancing on their ancestors' graves while mocking them. In short, Ye Youqian's actions had touched a nerve with these families lacking overlord beasts, inciting their anger. The key point was, out of 11,000 candidates, he was the only one bold enough to make such a choice. Even royal descendants like Princess Xiaoping and Yuan Boya didn't dare to be so presumptuous. Now, the audience was eager to see Ye Youqian in person. They wanted to know who this audacious individual was, and if he truly possessed extraordinary abilities. In a corner of the audience, a spirited white-haired old man silently watched the giant screen. He grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and gave a thumbs up to the screen. The old man thought to himself, "Kid, you've got guts. If you really succeed, I'd even let my precious granddaughter become your concubine." Time flies swiftly, and before anyone realized it, the final day of the assessment quietly arrived. The numbers on the leaderboard seemed to freeze, showcasing the efforts and foundation of the candidates over the past month. In this assessment, over 100 candidates successfully elevated their beasts to the next evolutionary stage. While most only reached the wild creature level, there were some truly remarkable achievements. At the top of the leaderboard, Fu Changqing's name shone brightly. The initial levels of his 3 beasts were Fierce Beast 9-star, Dominator 9-star, and Lord 3-star. They have now advanced to Dominator 6-star, Lord 5-star, and Lord 4-star, respectively. His score stands at an impressive 2.22 million, far ahead of the rest. Close behind is Haas Alexander, who started with beasts at the same level as Fu Changqing. His beasts are now at Dominator 5-star, Lord 5-star, and Lord 4-star, with a score of 2.16 million, just a hair's breadth from the top. In third place, Bud Elizabeth also performed exceptionally well. Her beasts progressed from Fierce Beast 9-star, Dominator 9-star, and Lord 6-star to Dominator 5-star, Lord 4-star, and Lord 7-star, earning her 1.96 million points. Rank 9th, Wei Qingyu chose 1 Fierce Beast 1-star and 2 Dominator 9-star beasts, which have now grown to Fierce Beast 2-star, Dominator 9-star, and Lord 6-star, amassing 1.602 million points. 10th place, Sikon Wudi, saw his beasts advance from Fierce Beast 9-star and 2 Dominator 9-stars to Dominator 5-star, Lord 4-star, and Dominator 9-star, with a score of 1.26 million. Even the candidate ranked 10,001st, Ye Youqian, managed to maintain his 3 Dominator 9-star beasts at their original levels. Although his score is 0, staying competitive in such fierce competition is no small feat. This assessment was undoubtedly a stage for the pinnacle families and royal descendants of the Four Realms to showcase their heritage. Young individuals, only 25 years old, were able to advance beasts from Fierce Beast 9-star and even Dominator 9-star to the next evolutionary stage, a feat that is truly astonishing. Among the top 10 on the leaderboard, 9 achieved this milestone. 4 came from the royal families of the 4 major domains, and 4 were descendants of hidden families. For these family scions, admission spots to the 4 major academies were of little consequence, as a word from their elders could easily secure them a place. After all, the current status of the 4 academies owes much to the unwavering support of these hidden families. However, the significance of this year's assessment was extraordinary, particularly the Ye Youqian Mansion assessment, which directly impacted the distribution of benefits from the reversal soul pill. To secure a share, these families spared no effort. Ordinary resources for the Lord level were nothing. To ensure success, even rare resources for nurturing Emperor-level beasts were lavishly invested in family scions like Sikong Wudi. At that moment, a series of steady footsteps resonated from a corner of the audience seats. A middle-aged man, wearing a robe adorned with cloud patterns, exuded an air of authority as he approached, his face beaming with joy. He walked straight to Old Wei and slightly bowed, performing a grand gesture of respect. Old Wei quickly responded, "Master, what are you doing?" Though he protested modestly, his smile nearly reached his ears. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and said, "Old Wei, you've really made me proud this time." The head of the Ye Youqian manor lifted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips, showing no concern for the unabashed grin on Wei Lao's face. Casually, he remarked, "Luck. Qingyu is just lucky, that's all." Wei Lao's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride as he met the manor lord's gaze directly, responding cheerfully, "Luck is also a part of one's strength, Old Wei." He paused, then continued, "My son's character is quite admirable, wouldn't you say?" Before Wei Lao could finish, the Ye Youqian manor lord gave him a meaningful look, only to be met with Wei Lao's icy stare. Awkwardly, the manor lord coughed a couple of times, quickly changing the subject. "Ahem, let's find somewhere to talk." With that, he took hold of Wei Lao's sleeve and briskly led him to his private viewing pavilion. Once they arrived, Wei Lao's displeasure faded, and he asked solemnly, "Su Chong, we've been friends for over a decade. Just speak your mind." Su Chong sighed deeply, his face showing a complex mix of emotions. In a serious tone, he said, "This time, the 4 regions joint exam is unprecedented in scale, attracting participation from the royal families and secret clans of the 4 regions. Behind these people are superpowers with existence at or above the source realm. You, an old fox, must have sensed something unusual, haven't you?" Impatiently, Wei Lao interrupted, "Speak plainly." Su Chong took a deep breath, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes as he began to explain in detail. The soul reversal pill. It forcibly awakens a beastmaster by sealing part of the spirit spring statues, causing semi-permanent soul damage. But that's not all. The key is that this pill has a certain degree of plasticity. It has been developed to allow someone who could originally awaken only 7 spirit spring statues to reach the level of 9 statues. Most crucially, by adding some special resources during the refining process, the attributes of the awakened spirit spring statues can be fixed to specific ones. "How is that possible?" Wei Lao exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. He had investigated related incidents involving Ye Youqian and knew some intelligence about the soul reversal pill, but clearly, it was more outrageous than he had imagined. A flash of insight connected recent major events in Wei Lao's mind. The war at the border of Yingwang Domain and Luotianwang Domain? This 4 regions joint exam. Su Chong nodded in confirmation. Exactly, but the 4 academies have shown no intention of intervening with the soul reversal pill. It seems they have internal disagreements and are not in a position to care. Lan Yitian. Wei Lao suddenly mentioned a name, startling Su Chong. "How do you know about that?" The Ye Youqian manor lord looked at Wei Lao in shock. Wei Lao shook his head, casually explaining, "When you get old, you tend to overthink and make some guesses. I'm just an old man at the spirit platform realm. I can't get involved in such major matters." Then he asked seriously, "What do you want me to do? Or rather, what does the domain want my granddaughter to do?" Su Chong stated his purpose directly. Encounter the people on the list and give them the points. When facing people from the other 3 major domains, try your best to fight. As for the family disciples of Luotianwang domain, do as you please. Wei Lao nodded, signaling Su Chong to continue. "Give your granddaughter a monarch-level beast." Su Chong offered. Wei Lao remained silent. 2. Su Chong gritted his teeth and upped the offer. Still silent, Wei Lao fixed his intense gaze on Su Chong. Veins bulging on his forehead, Su Chong seemed to reach his limit. One of them can be chosen freely. Finally, Wei Lao spoke. "Include the corresponding monarch-level resources." "Deal." Su Chong agreed, sealing the deal. Wei Lao smiled happily, thinking to himself, little Qingyu, this is all your grandpa can do to help you. From now on, you'll have to rely on your own efforts. Suddenly, remembering their earlier conversation, Wei Lao cursed. Even if that rascal raises a monarch-level beast, he's still not worthy of my granddaughter. Forget what I said before. Su Chong could only look on helplessly at the old man who disregarded honor and broke promises, silently accepting the abrupt change of plans. In a forested area, a magnificent hexagram magic circle gradually emerged, spanning over 100 meters across the ground. Despite the cold winter day, the circle bizarrely emitted waves of heat. Stepping inside, one's blood seemed to boil, and a dormant power within stirred eagerly. This was the effect of the summer frenzy of the Four Seasons inscription array, which could drive the beings inside into a state of wild growth at the cost of burning their lifespan, but it accelerated growth by approximately 10 minutes later, the heat waves dissipated, revealing a figure resembling a prehistoric giant serpent. It had prominent red and purple horns atop its head, flicking its tongue, with lightning flashing in its snake eyes as it stared intently at Ye Youqian, as if contemplating how to devour him. Suddenly, the sound of high heels stepping on snake scales echoed, like the footsteps of death. The thunder tribute flood dragon trembled immediately, hurriedly lowering its cold triangular head. A magnificent elf dressed in a form-fitting armor of purple and red appeared, with a katana emitting lightning hanging at her waist, her gaze as sharp as a lightning abyss. She stood on the dragon's head, looking down at Ye Youqian from above. Ye Youqian nodded approvingly and said, well done. But this little snake is a bit rebellious. It will need more training in the future. Hearing this, the thunder flood dragon's eyes quivered, its massive body trembling like a leaf, recalling the pleasant memories of the past month. The deadline for the assessment has also arrived. It's time to go back, Ye Youqian said softly. Meanwhile, on a white, jade-high platform at the Spectator Plaza, dignitaries from various regions gathered. A man with a square beard, dressed in a well-tailored suit, said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Esteemed Mr. Mead, it seems your Hanwang domain has outshone everyone in the first assessment." Mead Alexander responded politely, "Mr. Minamoto Reiko, your Sakura King domain also has 2 people in the top 10, which is quite impressive." Minamoto Reiko laughed heartily. Although we have 2 in the top 10, compared to Hanwang domain securing 1st, 2nd, and 5th, it pales in comparison." He glanced towards the envoy from the Luo Tianwang domain with a smile. A cold snort immediately followed. It's only the first round." The tone was filled with anger. The 4-domain joint examination of the Youqian Mansion pertained to the distribution of benefits from the reverse soul pill, with the top 10 candidates determining the allocation for the next 10 years. As the first assessment neared its end, Luo Tianwang domain only secured the 8th and 9th positions. While decent, the results were far from satisfactory. Notably, although Fu Changqing and Sikong Wudi had names characteristic of Luo Tianwang domain, their families were located in Hanwang domain and Yingwang domain respectively. If not for Wei Qingyu's unexpected rise, Luo Tianwang domain's performance in the first assessment would have been even more lackluster. This also explained why the Youqian Mansion's master was willing to pay a price to win over Wei Lao, promising 2 monarch-level beasts to Wei Qingyu. One reason was to enhance her combat power, and the other, in order to safeguard their substantial points in the remaining 2 assessments. The backing was naturally provided by the Luo Tianwang domain royalty. A few marquee-level beasts are insignificant to the royalty. In the square, the envoy from the Yingwang domain, a blond man in a suit, stood before Ji Qingyu. He was tall yet not bulky, exuding the aura of an aristocrat with a confident smirk. "Miss Qingyu, a bet is a bet. I look forward to having dinner with you," the envoy said playfully. Ji Qingyu's face turned slightly cold as she stared at the large screen below, her voice icy. "It's not time yet. Why rush?" The leaderboard on the big screen was glaringly prominent. 4 high-ranking beast masters from the 4 royal domains, who were potential candidates for advancement to the source realm, focused intently on the numbers changing on the screen. Ji Qingyu's brow furrowed with seething anger. "Xiaoping, you've really let your aunt down. Losing the first round makes it so much harder to catch up. The reversal soul pill belongs to our Luo Tianwang domain. It can't end up as scraps." She suppressed her rage, her chest heaving with frustration. The countdown was in its final stage, only 1 minute left. The outcome seemed inevitable. Suddenly, Ji Qingyu's eyes brightened, her lips parting slightly as a flush of excitement spread across her face. "It's changed. The leaderboard has changed." Her voice trembled with excitement. "Ye Youqian?" Her eyes widened. "I remember him. He's the first successful case of the reversal soul pill. He's one of ours from the Luo Tianwang domain." The leaderboard now displayed a new name at the top. First place on the points leaderboard, Ye Youqian. Details: chose beast intelligence as Dominator level 9 star, Dominator level 9 star, Dominator level 9 star. Current results: Marquee level 5 star, Marquee level 5 star, Marquee level 6 star. Points, 5.4 million. A staggering 5.4 million points, surpassing the previous leader Fu Changqing's 3.2 million. Ye Youqian's points alone equaled the combined total of the third and second place candidates, with room to spare. I must meet this outstanding young man. Ji Qingyu took a deep breath, calming her excitement. These 5.4 million points were undoubtedly a lifeline for the Luo Tianwang domain examinees, and she was determined to secure them. The Luo Tianwang domain's minimum goal was to claim a 30 share of the reversal soul pill bet, and these points were a strong guarantee. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuan Liguang shouted in frustration. To force the Luo Tianwang domain to concede, the Yingwang domain was willing to go to war. Even with the support of the other two major domains, they bore the highest cost and held the deepest grudge against the Luo Tianwang domain. The last thing they wanted was for the Luo Tianwang domain to gain significant benefits from this bet. How could it be possible to raise 3 Dominator level 9-star beasts to Marquee level in a month? This isn't something that can be achieved just by throwing resources at it. Two voices of discontent echoed simultaneously. The bet stipulated that if a Luo Tianwang domain examinee took first place in any assessment, they would permanently hold a 10 share of the reversal soul pill distribution. If they took first in all three, it would be 30, plus an additional 20 for the overall top spot, totaling half the benefits. And this 50 allocation wasn't limited to the next 10 years, but was permanent. Ye Youqian, a dark horse, had secured a permanent 10 share for the Luo Tianwang domain, and Ji Qingyu couldn't have been more pleased. As a Sourcefire Realm Beast Master within the royalty, she knew the value of the reversal soul pillet was crucial for some Source Realm Beast Masters to break through to the Star Lord level, an invaluable asset. Mr. Lan Tianming, I report, someone is cheating. A Sourcefire Realm Beast Master stood, bowing his noble head. Respected Source Realm entity, could you please release this Ye Youqian's beast training video, as detailed as possible? Mr. Lan, as a Source Realm entity, you must understand that relying solely on rare resources to raise a Dominator level 9-star beast to Marquee level is already a stroke of luck, especially within a month. This can't just be explained by good fortune. As I know, Ye Youqian comes from a humble background and couldn't possibly access such rare resources. The words of the 3 Source Fire Realm Beast Masters, infused with soul energy, reached into the world where Lan Tianming resided. Behind the azure curtain, a robust man furrowed his brow and looked outwards. Master, is something the matter? A gentle voice rose from beneath Lan Tianming, a playful serpentine tail covered in blue scales swaying. The first assessment has ended. I need to announce the results, Lan Tianming said, a hint of displeasure in his tone. His azure attire clung to his form like flowing light. Suppressing his irritation, he shifted his thoughts, appearing in the assessment square. Looking at the leaderboard, Lan Tianming's eyes showed surprise and a touch of delight. It's true? This little fellow has some secrets. This little guy has some secrets, huh? Lan Tianming looked at the leaderboard, surprise and a hint of delight in his eyes. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept by, accompanied by a voice that sounded both fierce and playful. Stupid man, humph. Meng Yuer appeared out of nowhere beside Lan Tianming, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Ahem, Yuer, don't mess around. Shui Lingyue quickly grabbed Meng Yuer's hand to prevent this impulsive woman from acting rashly. She turned to Lan Tianming and said seriously, we have important matters to attend to. This little guy really surprised me. Lan Tianming's eyes glowed with a strange light, reflecting someone's image in his pupils. As a master beast tamer of the Source Realm, he seemed to control the entire world, able to perceive everything within the realm with just a thought. Fortunately, he hadn't been monitoring Ye Youqian's activities over the past month, or he might have guessed the identity of the Blue Heartsword King tree. Yang Yin interjected casually. What's so surprising about this? Haven't we discovered plenty of prodigies in every assessment? Lan Tianming shook his head, clicking his tongue in admiration. It's different. This guy isn't just a prodigy. His opportunities make even me a bit envious. His words immediately piqued the interest of the other 3. Meng Yuer widened her eyes in curiosity. Oh, tell me about it. If it surprises me, I'll let bygones be bygones. You said it, and you all heard it, Lan Tianming said confidently, waving his right hand to project an image in front of the 4 of them. In the image, Ye Youqian's figure was clearly visible, alongside 3 newly advanced spirit beasts. In the scene, Ye Youqian faced a colossal thunderstorm dragon, nearly 100 meters long, with purple and red dragon horns on its forehead. He chuckled mischievously, playfully tapping the dragon's head with his right hand. Little snake, just accept your fate. Beside him, the majestic thunder god spirit stood tall, its purple eyes glinting dangerously as it stared coldly at the thunderstorm dragon. A temporary contract magic circle, gleaming with spiritual light, hovered before the dragon. The thunderstorm dragon's purple eyes were filled with aggrieved thunder, large teardrops rolling down as it stubbornly lowered its head. Ye Youqian continued to persuade. According to the rules, if I help you evolve, you belong to me. I've nurtured you to this point, so unless you die, just be my spirit beast. Suddenly, a blade hummed, accompanied by crackling lightning. The thunder god spirit pointed its menacing white blade at the dragon's head, issuing a final ultimatum. Ye Youqian quickly grabbed Lei Ma's hand, enjoying the excellent tactile sensation and the slight electric therapy effect. He continued to coax patiently. Little snake, see? I can control her. Don't worry, the past month's hellish training was necessary, otherwise, I'd have been gentler with you. Come, sign a contract with me. See, the ice butterfly and soul-seizing tree spirit have already signed. The thunderstorm dragon let out a pitiful hiss. Hiss hiss, you need to write an agreement, oh. Its tears had already formed a small puddle on the ground. Ye Youqian looked up in confusion. Without a signed contract, he couldn't understand what the little snake meant. The soul-stealing spirit tree let out a sharp, mocking laugh. As a spirit beast with undead attributes, it seemed to understand the cries of the living and took it upon itself to translate. A written agreement? Ye Youqian was momentarily stunned, but then a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. No problem, I'll get it for you. He swiftly retrieved paper and pen from his beast space, his wrist moving rapidly as he wrote 100 characters in tadpole script, then displayed the paper in front of the tearful little snake's eyes. To be honest, Ye Youqian couldn't understand what he had written, and the thunder-roaring sky Jiao was equally clueless. Hiss hiss. The little snake flicked its tongue, cautiously swallowed the agreement, lifted its head, and accepted Ye Youqian's temporary contract. Perfect, Ye Youqian thought to himself with delight. 3 marquee-level spirit beasts in hand. What a win. Now that they're contracted, I don't have to worry about the organizers not acknowledging them. He proudly put his hands on his hips and slipped an arm around the slender waist of the thunder god's radiant spirit, enjoying the electric therapy service, his eyes alight with excitement. With 3 marquee-level spirit beasts, along with the combat power of his 2 main spirit beasts, Ye Youqian was confident that he could hold his own even against a Source Fire Realm Beastmaster. The only downside was the enormous resource consumption. I'll supply all the spiritual springs to you Dai and Huang Yuan. As for the monarch-level spirit beast's regular diet of crystal cores and food, I'll temporarily use overlord-level quality, Ye Youqian contemplated. Contracting high-level spirit beasts was difficult for a beastmaster, but the subsequent nurturing was even more challenging. At the marquee level, the resources required were astronomical. Ye Youqian, being at the Spirit Sea realm, could only sign temporary contracts with 3 marquee-level spirit beasts to serve as temporary combat power. These contracts had low binding power, with an 80% chance of the spirit beasts rebelling. But Ye Youqian wasn't worried. Ever since Bing Huang died and the soul-stealing spirit tree received guidance from the Blue Heart Sword King tree and successfully advanced to marquee level, even if Ye Youqian tried to drive them away, they would shamelessly beg to stay. As for the little snake, if it rebelled, a good beating would suffice. A single overlord-level crystal core ranged from 700,000 to 7 million in price, with very few available on the market, making them practically priceless. As for marquee-level resources, Ye Youqian had only seen them at the last auction. Clearly, resources at this level were beyond monetary value. Ye Youqian speculated that Source Fire Realm Beastmasters had special trading channels, inaccessible at lower levels. Let's take it one step at a time. If I really can't afford it, I'll release them into the wild. Ye Youqian shrugged, murmuring with a sense of helplessness. Like humans, spirit beasts would starve to death without food. Marquee-level spirit beasts could barely be sustained with overlord-level resources, but if this continued long-term, their combat power would sharply decline, and they might even regress in rank. Although Ye Youqian was reluctant to part with the 3 marquee-level combat powers, he wouldn't gamble with their lives or futures. Outside, whoa, is that a mature spirit? And a lightning type at that? Yang Yin exclaimed in shock, his words full of astonishment. What an enviable opportunity. Spirits are born from the essence of heaven and earth, naturally beloved by the elements. Their birth is rare, and to grow to this level would take at least 10,000 years. Shui Lingyue's beautiful eyes shimmered with envy. Woo woo woo. At least a mature lightning attribute spirit, so cool. I really want to touch her horns. Meng Yue bit her lip, her eyes fixed on the humanoid spirit beast on the screen. What horns? Those are handrails, Yang Yin commented lewdly, immediately earning disdainful looks from the 2 women. A mature monarch-level lightning spirit, as long as it continues to absorb lightning elements, is just a step away from breaking through to emperor level, Lan Tianming said with envy in his eyes. More than that, a spirit that can make a marquee-level thunder dragon submit has talent and potential that won't stop at emperor level. This spirit has the potential to reach the meteor level. Shui Lingyue took a deep breath, biting her cherry lips, her eyes filled with envy. Only spirit beasts surpassing emperor level could entice Source Realm Beastmasters, whose discerning eyes immediately recognized the thunder god's radiant spirit's uniqueness. What a pity. It's that kid's main spirit beast otherwise. Lan Tianming took a deep breath, dispelling the longing in his eyes. Spirits are pure-hearted, the embodiment of unwavering loyalty. Once a main spirit beast of Ye Youqian, it would remain so for life, leaving other beast masters without a chance. Mr. Lan Tianming stood there expressionless, while Minamoto Yorimitsu clasped his hands together and cautiously asked, "Mr. Lan Tianming?" The other two followed suit, echoing as they approached. Lan Tianming gave the three of them a cool glance and said calmly, "Upon my investigation, there's nothing unusual about this matter. Take a day off and prepare for the second assessment." With those words, he turned and left, leaving the three of them looking at each other in confusion. At that moment, a human-sized vortex suddenly appeared in front of the 11,000 candidates. A commanding voice resonated in everyone's ears. "The assessment is over. The second round will be held tomorrow at noon. It's time for you all to leave." Before the voice had faded, a terrifying suction force suddenly emerged, instantly sweeping all the candidates back to the assessment square. The square erupted into chaos as various emotions intertwined. "Ha! I have a 5-star fierce beast now," one candidate shouted excitedly. "What's a fierce beast?" another scoffed. "I managed to cultivate a dominator level 1. I'll definitely be in the top 10 of this regional exam." Some were full of regret. "What a pity. I failed and let down the head of my family." Suddenly, a girl pointed at the massive floating screen in the sky, her voice trembling with disbelief. "How is this possible? Someone actually cultivated a marquee-level beast." With that, everyone's gaze was drawn to the most prominent spot on the leaderboard. There, the name, Ye Youqian, was boldly displayed, firmly in first place. Leaderboard first place Ye Youqian. Chosen beast information, Dominator level 9 stars, Dominator level 9 stars, Dominator level 9 stars. Current performance, Marquee level 5 stars, Marquee level 5 stars, Marquee level 6 stars. Score, 5.4 million. Following closely in second place was Leaderboard second place, Fu Chanqing. Chosen beast information, Fierce beast level 9 stars, Dominator level 9 stars, Marquee level 3 stars. Current performance, Dominator level 6 stars, Marquee level 5 stars, Marquee level 4 stars. Score, 2.22 million. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who is this person, so formidable? Are you kidding? Cultivating 3 marquee level beasts in a month. Is he even human? Could this person be a master from the Yuanhua realm? This is outrageous. I can't believe it. I must be dreaming. Someone, slap me, quick. Slap. Slap, 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 slap. Dozens of slaps immediately echoed, as others also wanted to confirm whether they were dreaming. "All right, I'm not dreaming," a candidate with a swollen face murmured. "Good heavens, is he even human?" Meanwhile, Ye Youqian found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He frowned as he looked around, realizing it was a roughly 100 square meter secret room, empty except for a coffee table and 2 tiger skin sofas. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A graceful figure with a captivating sway entered, her movements reminiscent of an alluring fox spirit. Ye Youqian took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of instinctive excitement. "This isn't a fox spirit, it's a snake spirit," he exclaimed inwardly. The newcomer was Qing Lin, one of Lan Tianming's humanoid beasts and the warden of the beast cage dungeon. She herself was an emperor-level beast. Ye Youqian suppressed his shock, his mind racing, and softly asked, "Miss Snake, may I ask why you've brought me here?" The enchanting snake spirit leaned close to Ye Youqian, examining him as if admiring the most handsome man in the universe, nodding repeatedly, "Hum. Ye Youqian watched Qing Lin's actions, feeling somewhat speechless. He didn't know what would happen next, but it was clear that this assessment was far more complex than he had imagined. Knight Youqian thought, "This snake spirit isn't playing by the rules. Is my dignity going to be ruined here?" He furrowed his brows, struggling internally. He was determined that his purity should be reserved for Yomu or the North Zay god, but if this snake spirit insisted, it would be against his will. After all, it wouldn't be his choice, so it wouldn't count. He discreetly observed the snake spirit and had to admit, "Well, by human standards, you are indeed quite handsome, little one." A seductive voice broke through, seemingly crushing the last straw of Knight Youqian's internal struggle. His heart sank. "It's over. This snake spirit is truly captivated by my looks. Since I can't escape, I have no choice but to accept my fate." Knight Youqian knew that humanoid beast tamers were at least marquee level. The ability to silently transport him to this unfamiliar room indicated that the one before him was likely even stronger. Facing a potential emperor-level beast tamer, even his 2 main beasts probably couldn't handle it right now. The snake spirit gave a charming smile and said, "Little one, the master will take a while to arrive. Let me see the thunder python from your beast space first." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Knight Youqian's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he chose to comply. Walking out the door, he found himself in a vast courtyard, spacious enough to accommodate the enormous size of the Thunder Sky Dragon. With a thought, the beast taming codex, glowing with 9 rays of light, flew out from his forehead and transformed into a book. He slowly opened the codex, which turned into a magnificent ink-colored scroll in the snake spirit's beautiful eyes, its interior a chaotic blur. So beautiful, Qinglin exclaimed, causing Ye Youqian to stand a little straighter. Come out, little snake, Ye Youqian called softly. After forming a contract, he had placed his 3 marquee-level beasts into the codex, which not only expedited their growth, but also made them easy to carry. Hiss, the Thunder Sky Dragon, even after its evolution, continued its habit of hissing like a python or snake. Its cold purple vertical pupils scanned around before settling on Qinglin. Instantly, tears as large as beans streamed from the dragon's eyes, as if it had seen its mother. The nearly 100-meter-long dragon lay at Qinglin's feet, crying miserably. What's wrong, little Thunder? Qinglin asked, puzzled. Huh? Abused? Struck by lightning every day? You're a thunder attribute beast. How can you be afraid of lightning? Almost died. Standing nearby, Ye Youqian heard these words, and a black line appeared on his forehead. He glared at the Thunder Sky Python with displeasure, thinking, this little snake's rebellious phase is quite long. I'll have to educate it well in the future. Qinglin gently stroked the Thunder Sky Dragon's scales, comforting it. Don't cry, you've evolved into a dragon now. What's a little hardship? The master keeps his word. How can I let him break it? Stay with your new master, and maybe one day you'll grow into an emperor-level beast. Then, you'll be the king of the Thunder Snake clan. Qinglin's words suggested she had no intention of reclaiming this rebellious dragon, but instead was happy to let it stay with Ye Youqian. For beasts, especially high-level ones, racial evolution is an eternal pursuit buried deep in their bloodline. Achieving that is worth any sacrifice. The Thunder Sky Dragon understood this too. But after enduring so much hardship over the past month, it couldn't help but pour out its grievances now that it had encountered a family member. Qinglin turned to Ye Youqian, her tone carrying a hint of gratitude. Young Beast Tamer, thank you for nurturing little Thunder to marquee level. I hope you treat her well. I've told her to listen to you. A Marquis level strength will be a great asset to you for a long time. In this world, Qinglin was a leader among snake and python beasts, akin to a clan chief. Seeing the Thunder Python's growth filled her with genuine happiness. Ye Youqian responded with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I will. The marquee-level serpent beasts come in a wide variety, each with its own growth patterns. This knowledge nourished Ye Youqian's heart like sweet rain. Qinglin's patient guidance benefited him greatly, and in a short period, he forged a deep friendship with the emperor-level serpent spirit. Ye Youqian eagerly absorbed knowledge about the characteristics and cultivation methods of serpentine beasts. His achievement of nurturing a small snake to the marquee level delighted Qinglin, the clan leader, and significantly increased her fondness for him. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the tranquil and spacious courtyard. A dashing figure dressed in dark blue attire emerged from the fluctuations. It was Lan Tianming. With sharp eyes and quick reflexes, Ye Youqian, who had already extracted information from Qinglin, immediately bowed in respect, saying, Greetings, Chief Examiner. Lan Tianming's face broke into a slight smile, and he nodded slightly. He teased, Ye Youqian, you're quite famous now. I bet your name and background are already on the desks of the Golden Throne halls in the 4 great royal domains. Ye Youqian scratched the back of his head, feigning the naive look of a young man inexperienced with the world. Haha, just a stroke of luck. Lan Tianming, however, replied earnestly, no, luck is a part of strength. Even I am envious of your opportunities. Upon hearing this, Ye Youqian's heart skipped a beat, but he suppressed his excitement, continuing to act naive. Lan Tianming, seeing through him, laughed. Haha, don't worry. That thunder spirit is your main beast, and I can't take it from you. Lan Tianming then adopted a serious demeanor. I came to you privately for 3 matters, all of which will greatly benefit you. Hearing the mention of benefits, Ye Youqian's eyes lit up, and his previous confusion vanished. Lan Tianming nodded in approval, satisfied with Ye Youqian's reaction. Lan Tianming then elaborated on the 3 matters, each providing significant assistance to Ye Youqian. The first matter was an admission invitation to the Nether Academy. Lan Tianming extended this invitation in his own name, independent of the quota for the 4 domains joint examination. As a Source Realm Beastmaster, Lan Tianming had 10 invitation slots each year, usually traded or sold to noble families, and even the 4 great royal domains. This time, he encountered Ye Youqian, a young man with exceptional talent, potential, and luck, and crucially, a clean background. If Ye Youqian accepted Lan Tianming's invitation, he would be marked as part of Lan Tianming's faction. In the future, should there be matters Lan Tianming needed to handle but couldn't directly involve himself, Ye Youqian would be a suitable choice. With 3 sovereign-level beasts and a humanoid thunder spirit, he possessed the combat strength of a Source Fire Realm Beastmaster, which was more than sufficient. The second matter involved the insider details of the Nethercloud Mansion's 4 domains joint examination. Lan Tianming explained everything clearly to Ye Youqian to prevent him from losing any deserved benefits. Once Ye Youqian left, the royal families of the 4 great domains would quickly approach him, aiming for his over 5 million points. In this matter, Lan Tianming promised protection, ensuring Ye Youqian wouldn't be oppressed by major forces. As the chief examiner, Lan Tianming had ample reason to intervene. Additionally, a Source Realm Beastmaster with connections wasn't afraid of the royal families of the 4 great domains. With over 5 million points, Ye Youqian suddenly found his options in the Qian realm greatly expanded. He was secretly delighted, as this massive amount of points not only provided ample food for his 3 marquee-level beasts, but also promised more benefits for him. Just then, Lan Tianming's gaze fell upon the thunder spirit of the radiant thunder god. As a Source Realm Beastmaster, his eyes shone with amazement and envy. Xiaoyi, how did you come across this thunder spirit? Lan Tianming couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with curiosity. Ye Youqian quickly fabricated a tale of a fortunate encounter, claiming he had stumbled upon and successfully bonded with it during the last thunder anomaly. Lan Tianming, upon hearing this, could only shake his head with a wry smile. What incredible luck! Lan Tianming exclaimed. You must have encountered a deceased thunder-type beastmaster. During that world-shaking event, this naive thunder spirit happened to cross paths with you. Lan Tianming went on to explain that the thunder anomaly involved a terrifying entity. He suggested that once Ye Youqian was strong enough, he could visit the Thunder Isles, where the rich thunder elements might help the thunder spirit break through to the Emperor level. Little did he know, the terrifying entity he spoke of was standing right in front of him. As the ruler of the Northern Zephyr Divine Kingdom, Ye Youqian had been absent for longer than the ancient trees, and the young Lan Tianming naturally couldn't recognize his true identity. Suddenly, a streak of purple lightning flashed, and the thunder spirit of the radiant thunder god transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly returning to the Beast Master Codex space. Ye Youqian quickly explained, Master Lan, my beast has a difficult personality and doesn't like strangers. Lan Tianming didn't mind, waving it off. It's fine, spirits are generally like that. He then began to introduce Ye Youqian to the unique attributes of spirit beasts. Spirits are the darlings of the world, Lan Tianming explained. They typically have only one elemental attribute and possess high innate talents. They start as Dominator level at birth and become Marquee level upon reaching adulthood. However, their growth is incredibly challenging and takes an extremely long time. Lan Tianming continued to analyze. Your thunder spirit already has an adult form, indicating it's a mature spirit. Given it can command a monarch-level thunder attribute dragon, it has significant potential. To reach the Emperor level, with normal nurturing, it would take at most 100 years. Hearing this time frame, Ye Youqian's expression darkened, and he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Noticing Ye Youqian's reaction, Lan Tianming chuckled and asked, What? Do you think 100 years is too long? At that moment, Lan Tianming suddenly changed his tone. No need to call me Master Lan anymore. Since you accepted my invitation, you're now my student. Call me teacher. Ye Youqian felt a bit uncomfortable, but obediently said, All right, teacher. I'm only 21, and you're asking me to nurture a beast for 100 years. Isn't that a bit too much? Lan Tianming laughed heartily. It is a bit, but not by much. Xiaoyi, you must understand that the path of a beastmaster is a long one. Despite the prestige of being a Source Realm Beastmaster, I'm actually nearly 1,000 years old and only have 5 Emperor-level beasts. Ye Youqian's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that be? You look so young, teacher. Lan Tianming's eyes held a profound depth, as if seeing through the boundaries of time and space. He gazed into Ye Youqian's eyes, his voice carrying a sense of age and expectation. Do you want to know how vast and mysterious this world truly is? Ye Youqian took a deep breath and answered with determination, I do. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, his eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. He said in a deep voice, Yes, I want to know. Lan Tianming nodded with satisfaction and began to explain. All right, this is the first lesson. I'll first talk about the heritage of my lineage and then tell you about the most important initial barrier for a beastmaster. As for the truth of this world, I'll naturally tell you once you have enough strength. There was a hint of weariness in his eyes as he continued. Over the past 500 years, I've seen too many geniuses fall. Among the 243 students I've personally accepted, more than half have already passed away, succumbing to overreaching ambition without the strength to match. Most of the rest remain below the source fire realm, struggling to uncover the mysteries of the soul. Lan Tianming's voice grew deeper. 35 of them reached the source fire realm, and they can become your allies in the academy. But only 2 have truly reached the source realm. They are unparalleled geniuses with potential even greater than mine. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared in Lan Tianming's eyes as he raised an eyebrow and said, Your 2 Source Realm senior sisters are extraordinary twin beauties from a wealthy background. Upon hearing this, Ye Youqian's breath quickened. The words wealthy beauties, source realm powerhouses, and twin beauties intertwined in his mind, culminating in a low exclamation. Wow. Lan Tianming nodded in satisfaction. Good. You remind me of my younger self. He then became serious and said, enough idle talk. Next, I'm going to discuss the most crucial secret for a beast master. He slowly recited an ancient saying, 3 years for a spirit spring, 10 years for a spirit sea, 100 years for a spirit platform. Ignite the source fire, live 1,000 years, establish the source realm, and rule a domain. Pausing, he added, there are also 2 lesser-known lines. When the soul fire burns, the immortal gate opens, granting 10,000 years of life. With a life soul, one bows to heaven and earth, vowing never to return as they gaze upon the stars. These words struck Ye Youqian like enlightenment, causing his mind to tremble. He seemed to see a path to higher realms, his excitement evident. Ye Youqian took a deep breath and eagerly asked, Teacher, the soul fire is related to the source fire realm, and the life soul to the source realm. Please tell me, how do I ignite the soul fire? Lan Tianming smiled approvingly. For you, it won't be difficult. The key to breaking through the source fire realm lies in the soul. The stronger your essence, energy, and spirit, the greater the chance of igniting the soul fire. Your thunder spirit has the effect of refining essence, energy, and spirit. Staying within the Beast Mastery Compendium for a long time can strengthen your soul. At the spirit platform realm, this effect becomes more pronounced. If you trigger a feedback loop, the effect would be enough to make spirit platform realm beast masters envious. He added, as for the life soul, that depends on luck and enlightenment. It's still too far off for you to worry about now. Ye Youqian listened and nodded thoughtfully. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ye Youqian's eyes, quickly replaced by worry. He was well aware of the close connection between the spirit spring statues and the souls of beast tamers, and his 7 spirit spring statues were still sealed. This would undoubtedly have a huge impact on igniting his soul fire. Lan Tianming keenly noticed the change in Ye Youqian's expression and immediately saw through his concerns. Xiaoyi, are you worried about the sealing of the spirit spring statues? Ye Youqian's heart skipped a beat, fearing Lan Tianming had discovered the anomaly in his beast taming space. However, Lan Tianming simply revealed Ye Youqian's situation with ease. As the first successful case of the reverse soul pill, today's unusual events at the Yuyan Mansion's 4-region joint exam were all caused by you. Hearing this, Ye Youqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Tianming had not discovered the anomaly in his beast taming space, which gave him some peace of mind. With a wave of his hand, Lan Tianming enveloped the surroundings with a powerful aura. Don't worry, the breaking seal pill known to ordinary beast tamers is just the most inferior method of unsealing. The Academy has more perfect solutions. Moreover, once your thunder spirit breaks through and triggers a feedback, it will naturally repair everything perfectly. The energy from a Junhao level soul's feedback is more than enough to unseal a few spirit spring statues less than 100 meters tall. At worst, you just need to take some medicine or consume spiritual items that heal soul damage. Ye Youqian was dumbfounded as he listened. Lan Tianming's words gave him a new understanding of the world. He respectfully said, Teacher, I was short-sighted. Lan Tianming continued to explain. It's normal, given your impoverished background. In fact, after visiting the Sunset Gathering and hearing about the Sunset Forest, you should have realized that. The territory that can only boast a place like the Sunset Forest in the Luotian King domain is just a small piece of land. If it weren't for someone watching over it, the Luotian King domain would have changed families 20 years ago. Then, Lan Tianming revealed the secrets of the Blood Moon continent to Ye Youqian, mentioning mysterious places like the Falling Sun Ancient Forest, the Netherworld Flower Sea, and the Thousand Skies Cloud Sea. These revelations expanded Ye Youqian's mind, painting a vast map of the territory. Finally, Lan Tianming handed Ye Youqian a letter of introduction and indicated it was time for him to leave. After expressing his gratitude, Ye Youqian stepped into the vortex and instantly appeared in a spacious plaza. Beside Lan Tianming, a seductive figure quietly appeared. Qing Lin, with her fair hands, climbed onto Lan Tianming's chest like an alluring mature snake spirit. She softly asked, Master, is it worth putting so much effort into a little guy with some talent, luck, and a few small schemes? Lan Tianming chuckled and replied, Who doesn't have secrets? Being cautious is normal. Everyone has secrets. Being cautious is normal, Lan Tianming said with a light chuckle, a hint of depth in his eyes. He continued, Xiaoya's talent and luck are truly extraordinary. If what he claims is true, then the original location of the Thunder Spirit is likely the realm of a deceased star, Lord-level Beastmaster. Qing Lin's enchanting serpent eyes widened with a hint of greed. She eagerly asked, What? Such a great opportunity. Why doesn't the master force him to reveal it? Lan Tianming replied unhurriedly, with a confident tone, Why rush? When the little one grows to a certain level, he'll naturally be led to that realm by the Thunder Spirit. By then, with my favor, I will surely benefit. Qinglin still didn't understand and pressed on. Master, what if the little one gets greedy and doesn't tell you? Lan Tianming suddenly laughed heartily. Huh? If he's unwilling to tell me, it means he has the confidence to handle it himself and might reach the origin realm one day. In my nearly 1,000-year life, it would be another achievement in nurturing talent. That would be a great fortune indeed. Qinglin frowned, unable to comprehend her master's thinking. Master, I don't understand. Even the realm of a fallen origin realm beast master would greatly benefit you. Why give it up? Lan Tianming chuckled softly. He reached out, gently picking up a strand of Qinglin's smooth hair, and said solemnly, you are a beast, instinctively desiring strength to survive better. It's normal you don't understand. But I, though a beast master, am first a human, a teacher at the highest human academy for over 100,000 years. Greed and self-interest are acceptable, but not at the expense of the younger generation. His gaze became profound, as if a divine light emanated from him. From ancient times to now, the founding principle of the Netherworld Academy has been to nurture the next generation of humanity. My teacher treated me this way back then, and naturally, I must treat my students the same. It's my duty as a human mentor. Qinglin bit her lip, still unable to grasp Lan Tianming's selfless behavior. She murmured, Master, I still don't understand. Suddenly, Lan Tianming's expression changed. He lightly slapped the junction of Qinglin's upper body and tail, his divine aura replaced by a slightly lecherous demeanor. Why does a beast need to think so much? Eat, sleep, follow my orders, and meet my needs. Resources, food, ideals, those are my concerns. Master, Qinglin playfully protested, and the conversation ended there. Time passed, and the scene shifted. Mr. Yi, please join me for a chat. A woman in a golden robe appeared before Ye Youqian, exuding nobility and elegance, reminiscent of Princess Xiaoping from the auction. Ye Youqian's pupils contracted slightly, and he nodded. All right. About 10 minutes later, Ye Youqian was led to a building not far from the exam venue. The building was resplendent, resembling a royal residence, with a plaque reading Royal Villa in gilded letters, emanating an aura of extreme opulence. In an elegant room on the third floor, spanning over 1,000 square meters, a beautiful woman awaited. Her attire was not as extravagant as Princess Xiaoping's. Instead, she wore loose-fitting sleepwear, appearing somewhat simple. Her high bun was secured with a green hairpin, and her long black hair cascaded to her waist. She reclined lazily on a leather sofa, her eyes lighting up with delight upon seeing Ye Youqian. What a handsome young man. Please have a seat, the beautiful woman said softly, her tone carrying a subtle hint of anticipation. Ji Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she softly said, you are very pretty too, sister. Ye Youqian glanced politely and responded, sister? Ji Qingyu raised her eyebrows slightly and covered her mouth with a charming laugh. You really know how to flatter, little one. Princess Xiaoping, standing nearby, frowned and spoke with displeasure. Aunt, you're hundreds of years old. Stop acting like a love-struck teenager and get to the point. Ji Qingyu took a deep breath, clearly annoyed by her niece's words. She shot Ji Xiaoping a sharp look and, with a hint of irritation, said, handsome young man, don't mind this flat-chested girl. I'm not that old, you know. If you don't believe me, feel this skin. It's as soft as an 18-year-old's. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Ji Xiaoping's forehead. She gritted her teeth, her sharp fangs gleaming with anger as she glared. Ye Youqian's eyes brightened, and after a couple of light coughs, he silently took out the token given by Lan Tianming and said in a deep voice, ladies, if I'm not mistaken, you're here for the points. Ji Qingyu suddenly leaned closer to Ye Youqian, her pale golden eyes sparkling with interest and her breath carrying a tempting fragrance, an admission certificate for the Nether Academy, and at a special instructor level. Little guy, what secrets do you hold that would make Lan Tianming risk offending 3 Source Realm powerhouses to get you into the Nether Academy? A flash of lightning crossed Ye Youqian's eyes as he snapped out of his daze, cursing inwardly as he quickly leaned back to distance himself. He thought, just a glance, and I almost fell for a charm skill. Luckily, Lema helped, or I would have been in trouble. Suppressing the confused excitement in his blood, Ye Youqian looked at the 2 women calmly. My teacher has his reasons. Let's skip the small talk. What are you offering? Ji Xiaoping's eyes were filled with anger as she glanced at the token on the table, pursing her lips in silence. Ji Qingyu, however, seemed intrigued and unfazed by Ye Youqian's attitude. How about becoming a royal consort? Ji Qingyu suddenly proposed. Since you're Lan Tianming's student, you're a good match for our Xiaoping. Both of you have awakened 9 spirit spring statues in the Beastmaster profession, quite a pair. Hearing this, the anger in Ji Xiaoping's eyes nearly ignited. Ye Youqian turned his head, boldly assessing her figure and appearance, further fueling her ire. Ye Youqian replied with difficulty, I can't take on that hand. This answer was like a bomb, instantly igniting Ji Xiaoping's fury. She abruptly stood up, grabbed Ye Youqian by the collar, and shouted, you jerk. I'm giving you a chance to rephrase that. Ye Youqian thought to himself. As expected, women with small hearts have small tempers, quick to explode. Not to be messed with. An enraged woman is like a living tigress, capable of devouring anyone in her path. Ye Youqian was well aware of this fact, so when confronted by Ji Xiaoping, he chose to remain silent. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed from his forehead, transforming into a striking and coldly beautiful woman, his thunder spirit. The purple lightning crackled in the air, climbing up Ji Xiaoping's pale wrist. The sharp pain forced her to release her grip on Ye Youqian. Seizing the opportunity, he freed himself, feeling a sense of relief. Ji Qingyu witnessed the scene, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. An adult thunder spirit. You actually possess such a rare beast. No wonder, no wonder, she murmured, taking a deep breath and quickly stopping her niece from summoning her own beast. Ji Qingyu's demeanor changed instantly, as she slightly bowed, expressing sincere apologies. Mr. Yi, since you are also a citizen of the Luotian royal domain, I believe your heart is with us. This upcoming 4 domains examination is crucial for the next decade of the Luotian royal domain's prosperity. Whatever you require, just ask, and I will make it happen, she said earnestly. Ye Youqian understood that Ji Qingyu's earlier actions were merely to test his resolve. From the moment the thunder spirit appeared, Ji Qingyu realized that Lan Tianming was truly a formidable figure supporting Ye Youqian. Behind him stood the prestigious Yuming Academy, a force the Luotian royal domain revered. Both parties were now equipped to engage as equals. Ye Youqian took the thunder spirit's slender wrist and gently seated her on the sofa beside him. He was delighted by his beast's loyalty, but recognized that this was not a battlefield, and he needed to manage his fiery companion. Ji Qingyu smiled, softly proposing, how about 1,000,000 points and a juvenile marquee-level beast? Ye Youqian took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with joy. After contemplating for a moment, he stated his terms. 1,000,000 points, exchanged for 10 marquee-level crystals and 5 half-dead overlord-level beasts. Ji Qingyu countered. 5 crystals, 10 overlord-level beasts. 8 crystals, 5 beasts. Ye Youqian stood firm. 6 crystals, 10 beasts, immediate payment. Ji Qingyu conceded at last. Deal. Ye Youqian agreed, feeling the terms were fair. They shook hands, sealing the agreement. Curious, Ye Youqian asked, beautiful elder sister, how do we handle the point transaction? Ji Qingyu explained that it couldn't be done yet. They would have to wait until the second round of assessments to trade points. She invited Ye Youqian to stay the night and join Xiaoping at the assessment plaza the next day. After speaking, 8 rays of light emerged from Ji Qingyu's forehead, forming into an elegant jade hairpin, her beast compendium, exuding both elegance and nobility, perfectly matching her demeanor. Ye Youqian noticed the 8 statues of spiritual springs in the room, thinking to himself, this woman must be the representative of the Luotian royal domain here. Buzz. The beast controlling manual, shaped like a jade hairpin, suddenly emitted a blinding black light, causing Ye Youqian to feel a deep, soul-penetrating unease. His pupils contracted as he realized that the woman before him was actually a master at the Yuanhua realm. A Yuanhua realm Beast Tamer is just right for handling the matter of the Nawandan, Ye Youqian thought to himself. Although the heads of the 4 academies were at the Yuanxi level, sending figures of the same level from the 4 great royal domains might overshadow the hosts. Meanwhile, the Lingtai realm seemed too low in status, making the Yuanhua realm the most suitable choice. Ji Qingyu gracefully waved her hand, and 30 fist-sized crystals floated towards Ye Youqian. 30 Junhao-level crystal cores, along with 50 frozen Dominator-level beasts, in exchange for your 5,000,000 points, she said softly. As soon as she finished speaking, a mysterious dark mist spread throughout the nearly 1,000-square-meter room. In an instant, 30 ice sculptures of varying sizes appeared before Ye Youqian. Each sculpture contained a Dominator-level beast, with detailed information tags hanging from their necks. Golden Ape, primary element gold, secondary earth, Dominator level 6 stars. Madheart Wolf, primary element shadow, secondary blood, Dominator level 5 stars. Unicorn Green Anaconda, primary element wind, secondary water, Dominator level 5 stars. Windwing Demon Lizard, primary element wind, secondary earth, Dominator level 5 stars. These newly adult Dominator level beasts seemed destined to become food, much like chickens in a poultry farm. Seeing Ye Youqian's astonished expression, Ji Qingyu chuckled. Ha ha ha, you look like you've never seen the world. In this world, it's survival of the fittest. For Junhao-level beasts, food is even more precious. Dominator-level food can be consumed by Junhao-level beasts in the short term, but long-term consumption can stunt their growth and even lead to a decline in their state and level. She cast a charming glance at Ye Youqian, moved gracefully towards him, and whispered in his ear, don't be fooled by this young and beautiful face. I'm a Yuanhua realm beast tamer. Keeping some food and resources for beasts is only natural. Our Ji family is the royal family of the Luotian domain, slaughtering no less than 100,000 Dominator-level beasts annually, not to mention the spoils from dangerous places like the Sunset Forest. With a seductive tone, Ye Youqian added, "Handsome, why don't you consider my previous proposal? If you find Xiaoping too plain, how about considering me?" Before she could finish, purple arcs of electricity suddenly surrounded Ye Youqian, striking towards the wrist of the Huangsong spirit beside him. Crack! Ye Youqian was jolted backward, quickly grabbing the Huangsong spirit, who was about to draw her blade. He promptly stood up, summoned the beast-controlling manual, and stored the 30 frozen Dominator-level beasts inside. "Ladies, the deal is done. I'll fulfill my promise in due time." With that, Ye Youqian hurriedly dashed out of the room, through the dim corridors, and into an unoccupied room. He decided to spend the night there and join Ji Xiaoping for the assessment the next day. This way, he could avoid the other 3 royal families and unnecessary disputes. Inside the room, Ye Youqian sensed a particularly violent mood from his second main beast, the Huangsong spirit. The intense killing intent made even him uneasy. He patiently coaxed, "Huang Yuan, calm down." To soothe the Huangsong spirit, Ye Youqian took out a fist-sized crystal, speaking as if coaxing a young girl. "Here, have a thunder attribute crystal core. It's Junhao, you know." The tangible thunder energy coiled like a purple serpent around the crystal core. The Huangsong spirit's fair hand reached out, picking up the crystal core, and her delicate lips parted slightly. Her neat teeth, like the sharpest blades in the world, easily bit through the hard Junhao crystal core, crushing and swallowing it. Hiss! Those fangs are something. Ye Youqian watched, taking a deep breath, quickly dismissing any unrealistic thoughts. The Huangsong spirit's piercing purple eyes gazed at Ye Youqian, her face calm, but the emotions conveyed through their soul contract were peculiar. She said softly, "I don't like that human." "Huh? Is this jealousy?" Ye Youqian's eyes widened, a hint of delight appearing on his face. Just then, a clear, cold voice echoed, accompanied by a dazzling blue light as a simply dressed, stunning woman appeared. She spoke calmly. "Ye, she's just protective of her food." As night fell, a quiet dispute over territory emerged. A cold voice shattered the silence, and with the fading of a dazzling blue light, a stunning woman dressed in simple attire appeared out of nowhere. Following her, a starry fox with pink fur on its head let out 2 cries, announcing its presence. Its enchanting fox eyes sparkled with interest as it elegantly lay at the woman's feet, ears perked up, ready to watch the unfolding events. The elegant spirit, Kang, tilted her head slightly, her piercing purple eyes meeting the serene gaze of the ethereal Lanshin, Sword King Shu. "What's the matter? Do you have any objections?" she asked with a hint of provocation in her tone. Lanshin Sword King Shu replied calmly, "Not at all. Just a reminder to the little one not to misunderstand. If a moment of impulse leads to a physical defect, that's easily fixed with some life energy. But if it leaves a psychological scar, I won't be able to help." Yudai rested her delicate chin on her hand, her cold demeanor replaced by a playful curiosity as she observed Ye Youqian, who was taken aback by her attention. Suddenly, Yudi's words echoed in Ye Youqian's mind. Impulse. Psychological defect. He instinctively pondered their meaning, looking up abruptly at Kang, his breathing quickening, and swallowed hard. Yudai smiled gently, softly reminding him, "Don't overthink it. It's not possible." After weighing the pros and cons, Ye Youqian wisely suppressed his impulsive thoughts. But then he was horrified to realize, "Oh no, can you all read my thoughts?" His eyes widened in embarrassment. Kang clarified, "Yumu excels in both soul and life domains. Knight, even with our soul contract, there are fundamental traits and abilities you cannot perceive." Yudai added, "Indeed, through the connection of the soul contract, understanding your thoughts is quite simple for us." Ye Youqian's face flushed with shame, feeling utterly exposed. Kang frowned, her purple eyes fixed on Ye Youqian. "It's strange why human emotions often harbor such absurd ideas." Yudai curiously asked, "Oh, have you often sensed such emotions before?" "Why haven't I?" Kang speculated. "Is it possible that no matter how peculiar human aesthetics are, they wouldn't harbor such thoughts about a towering blue tree?" Yudai realized, "Oh, I see." Ye Youqian coughed twice, trying to mask his embarrassment. He thought to himself that since the parties involved didn't seem to mind, why should he, as an admirer, worry too much? With this realization, he regained his confidence, ready to speak. However, a pair of eyes, crackling with intense lightning, interrupted him. Kang remarked casually, "Yi, it's not going to happen." Her lithe figure was enveloped by thunder, as if holding 1,000,000 volts of electricity, making Ye Youqian's heart race with fear. Though her words were cutting, they reflected reality. Suddenly, Ye Youqian was lost in thought. Knight Youqian reluctantly tore his gaze away from Lanma. Her ethereal presence reminded him of the sacred, untouchable woman from his inherited memories. He silently reminded himself, "This is Dai Dai, not to be offended." Huang Song, with her sparkling violet eyes, spoke with a hint of admiration, Yi, don't worry. The fact that Yomu stays by your side means she acknowledges you. Train hard for a few thousand years, and you could reach our level, or even surpass it. You're truly special. Her words hinted at her surprise at Ye Youqian's potential, which was also why she chose to stay with him. Yu Dai cleared her throat, breaking the brief silence. Ahem. Baizawa's origin is mysterious. She's a lightning element spirit born from the void's peculiar land. Her creation was more arduous and time-consuming than this world's spirits. Her long solitude makes her possessive of things around her. Yi, you should be mindful of this. Huangsong immediately retorted. Yomu is a homebody, overly curious. Ye Youqian quietly noted. Yu Dai is a homebody, curious, easily deceived, a loner, lacks affection, an opportunity to exploit. The argument between the two divine beasts unfolded in the lavish room, much to the little fox's amusement. It secretly hoped, if all nine were to join, that would be a real celestial battle. Suddenly, a hand flickering with lightning grabbed the little fox by the scruff. Huangsong said, "This fox is nice, much better looking than that snake. I'll take charge of its training." Remembering the tragic fate of the thunder python, the little fox cried out, "Awoo! Master, save me." It looked at Ye Youqian with teary eyes. Ye Youqian pondered for a moment and said, "I was just about to bring this up. The little fox does need to enhance its strength. Don't worry about the resources, just let me know what you need. But be gentle, unlike with the thunder python." Upon hearing this, the little fox perked up its ears, eyes brimming with grateful tears. Huangsong nodded. "Don't worry, I know my limits." With that, she whisked the little fox into the beast taming compendium. Inside the compendium's space, two marquee-level beasts were feasting. Under Ye Youqian's pained gaze, they devoured 10 adult dominator-level beasts in one go. The thunder python, being purely carnivorous, alone consumed 8 dominator-level beasts, each worth nearly 10 million. Including a marquee-level crystal core, the total value was beyond monetary measure. This meal would sustain it for half a month. The soul-devouring wraithwood needed less meat, requiring only 2 dominator-level beasts per month. However, as an undead beast, it needed soul resources more. Luckily, the marquee-level crystal cores Ye Youqian acquired included an undead one, and the leftover dominator-level beast souls from the thunder python perfectly met its needs. As for the ice phoenix butterfly, Lanma, a butterfly-rearing expert, took care of it, sparing Ye Youqian the worry. With a pained expression, Ye Youqian sighed. High-level beasts are truly hard to sustain. I finally understand why my teacher keeps so many beasts. He felt the weight of responsibilities beyond his current level, feeling the pressure. Yet, the greatest gain this time was understanding the intentions of the two big shots. He planned, after the 4 regions joint exam, once I enter the Nether Academy, the resource issue should be resolved. With this thought, Ye Youqian's eyes filled with boundless anticipation for the future. As night fell, a sly chuckle emanated from the soft 10-square-meter bed. Ye Youqian muttered to himself, "Hee hee, thrilling. It's got that battlefield vibe." The dream scenario finally realized. The next day, the sun shone brightly. In the central square, over 10,000 candidates stood in orderly rows. Their expressions varied. Some were brimming with confidence, while others appeared anxious. Despite the vastness of the square, it was filled to capacity by the crowd, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Among the crowd, whispers spread like wildfire. "Have you heard? The quality of this assessment is terrifying," a young man murmured. "Not only are there princes from the 4 great royal domains, but even Fu Changqing and Sikong Wudi are here. Aren't they from the secret families of the Blood Moon continent?" His companion gasped. "It said their family has beast masters who surpass the source realm. Their foundation is as strong as a royal domain." "Exactly," the young man replied indignantly. "People like them can easily get into the 4 great academies. Why do they need to join this level of assessment? It's taking opportunities away from ordinary folks like us." "Don't be discouraged," another candidate chimed in. "We just need to perform well enough to get into a regular beast academy. The 4 great academies might be out of reach, but at least we should give ourselves a chance." Such conversations echoed throughout the square, with feelings of resentment and helplessness spreading like ripples. Little did they know, this was precisely the information the 4 great academies intended to disseminate, aiming to push these honest candidates to give their best while avoiding unrealistic aspirations. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar shattered the sky. Everyone looked up to see the clouds parting as a colossal creature descended from above. It was a gilded dragon, a marquee-level beast with a pure dragon lineage. Its entire body shimmered like it was cast in opulent gold, with a pair of massive golden wings spanning over 50 meters. Its fierce and imposing appearance exuded an indescribable aura of nobility. "It's here," someone whispered. "A marquee-level gilded dragon as a mount. This isn't just participating in the assessment, it's a display of power." In the stands above the square, dozens of representatives from various beast academies looked up, their eyes fixed on the young man atop the gilded dragon. Is that the first successful case of the soul reversal pill? One academy representative murmured, "What a lucky guy. What a pity." Another shook his head with a sigh. "Such a genius is destined to belong to the four great academies. We don't even have the chance to compete." Before long, the other candidates arrived and gathered on time. Suddenly, an even more awe-inspiring dragon roar echoed through the sky. A skeletal dragon spread its vast wings, descending over the square like a dark cloud. All the marquee-level beasts present lowered their heads and let out low growls, showing submission. "Silence," a steady voice echoed in everyone's ears, as if whispering right beside them. "First, let me introduce the rules for this assessment." The entire place fell silent instantly, everyone holding their breath, waiting for Lan Tianming's next words. "First, candidates who accumulate over 1 million points can proceed to the third assessment. Second, the second assessment will still take place in my domain. Candidates can freely take on tasks to earn points and resources, or trade with other candidates, completely at their discretion." The voice of Lan Tianming echoed through the assessment site, announcing an important rule change. He solemnly emphasized three main principles. No harm should come to the beast masters. Violators will face consequences. Participants can use three non-primary beasts, but their level must be below the Emperor class. The assessment will last for 1 month. As soon as he finished speaking, a human-sized black vortex suddenly appeared in front of each examinee. This scene left everyone present, including the heads of the Beast Academy, astonished. Liang Shi from the Dragon Academy couldn't help but quietly question the rationale behind this change, but was quickly hushed by a companion. The candidates stepped into the vortices, and Ye Youqian found himself in a space resembling an adventurer's guild. In the center, 4 large screens hovered, densely packed with various tasks ranging from simple gathering missions to dangerous hunting quests. Ji Xiaoping approached Ye Youqian to remind him of their previous agreement. The two went to Ji Xiaoping's temporary stall, where Ye Youqian readily transferred 5 million points and casually took a dark attribute crystal core as a consolation prize. Ji Xiaoping coldly reminded Ye Youqian that he was now eligible for the third assessment and suggested that she could continue buying any future points he earned at the same price. Ye Youqian made a playful remark about Ji Xiaoping's figure, then turned and fled, leaving Ji Xiaoping shouting in anger. Although Ji Xiaoping was a princess, she didn't want to lose face by chasing after Ye Youqian. Other candidates in the task plaza looked on in confusion, while Ye Youqian had already disappeared into the crowd. "Look at the scoreboard." A startled shout instantly drew the attention of all the examinees. Everyone looked up to see Ji Xiaoping at the top of the leaderboard with an astonishing 6.7 million points, followed closely by Fu Chanqing with 2.22 million points. However, this ranking only lasted for a brief 10 seconds. Suddenly, the leaderboard underwent a dramatic change. Haas Alexander soared to the top with 11.2 million points, but his glory was short-lived as he was quickly surpassed. It turned out that the royal seed candidates from the 4 major domains had engaged in a frantic exchange of points at the start of the second assessment. Within just a day, all 11,000 students had more or less interacted with these seed candidates, each aligning themselves with a particular faction. Half an hour later, the scoreboard finally stabilized. Shockingly, only 5 candidates remained on the list. Even more surprising was that Ye Youqian, with a top 5 performance, was ranked last. The leaderboard was as follows. First, Haas Alexander, 75.6 million. Second, Bode Elizabeth, 70.2 million. Third, Ji Xiaoping, 69.2 million. Fourth, Yuan Boya, 56.01 million. Fifth, Ye Youqian, for 100,000. Ye Youqian's name appeared prominently again among the many examinees. At the booths of the various Beast Master Academies, high-level Beast Masters of different ages and temperaments commented, "Ha, this little guy has made a splash again. I think this little guy is definitely doing it on purpose." The top 5 being in last place. This is the first time in over 100 years that we've seen something so interesting. Their words were filled with admiration for Ye Youqian. Meanwhile, the young people in the task plaza were full of regret. Wow, how did I not think of that? A method to leave a lasting impression on the Beast Master Academies, and I didn't think of it. That Ye guy is a genius. Someone suddenly realized. Damn, what are you all waiting for? Go do a task, submit it, and make it into the top 10. Yeah, this is a free chance for impression points. Don't miss it. Everyone snapped out of it and sprang into action. At this moment, the top 5 candidates on the leaderboard were riding on starry foxes, resembling adult horses, speeding toward a task location. Ye Youqian had already gained the approval of Lan Tianming, achieving the main goal of participating in this 4-domain joint exam. Now, he only wanted to earn more points, acquire more marquee-level crystal cores, and obtain dominator-level beast corpses to provide resources for his demanding subordinates. As for the star god cultivation method, there would be plenty of opportunities after entering the Nether Academy. Suddenly, a loud commotion came from behind. Ye Youqian turned around to see a giant ape resembling a small King Kong. Following it was a familiar silhouette that made him stop in his tracks. Coming to find me. Ye Youqian mused to himself, stroking his chin narcissistically. Ah, my undeniable charm. Truly a sinful man. The person was approaching him. Wei Qingyu, the cherished granddaughter of Elder Wei, emerged as a dark horse in the four regions joint examination, drawing everyone's attention with her outstanding performance. Ye Youqian sat astride the Starfield fox, his gaze casually sweeping over the two women beside Wei Qingyu. One was blonde with wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a deep red evening gown that highlighted her noble and elegant demeanor, like a socialite attending a high-end event. The other wore a pure black JK uniform, her oval face calm and cold, with long black hair flowing down to her waist, resembling a beautiful ice mountain. People from Hanwang Domain and Ingwang Domain? Why is Wei Qingyu with them? Ye Youqian frowned, suspicious that Wei Qingyu might have betrayed her country for some special reason. At that moment, Wei Qingyu, seeing Ye Youqian as a savior, quickly ran towards him. Her face was filled with anxiety and panic as she whispered in his ear, "Wealthy brother, help me. I'm being pestered." Ye Youqian looked around and asked in confusion, "There are no extra men around. Is it a tracking beast pestering Miss Qingyu?" No. It's a person." Wei Qingyu shook her head urgently, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the two people on the shoulder of the King Kong ape. Ye Youqian's frown deepened. The second test has just started, and the people from Ingwang Domain and Hanwang Domain have already joined forces? Wei Qingyu hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that. The King Kong ape is my beast. I'm being pursued relentlessly, can't fight back, can't escape, so I made an excuse to catch up with you for help." Her cheeks flushed, making her look innocent and naive. "Huh? Your pursuers are those two women?" Ye Youqian gasped in surprise. Wei Qingyu was almost in tears. "No, Miss Shirakura was forced to. During the first test, Sister Yuer helped us a lot, but I didn't expect her to have ulterior motives. Boo-hoo. Please save me. I long for love, but not same-sex love." Ye Youqian, after hearing the whole story, thought that this Yuer Edward must be a gentleman, since Wei Qingyu was unharmed. He said firmly, "Don't worry, I'll step in at the crucial moment." In the otherworldly continent, the lilies bloomed, and Ye Youqian was happy to appreciate them, broadening his horizons. With Wei Qingyu's mediation, he temporarily gained the privilege to enjoy the scene. In the following days, Ye Youqian completed his tasks while enjoying the company of beauties, leading a happy life. However, every night, the misdirected Cupid's emotions surged, creating quite a scene. Initially, Yuer Edward was wary of Ye Youqian's presence, but upon seeing his three marquee-level beasts, she reluctantly accepted his presence, pretending he wasn't there. This allowed Wei Qingyu to catch her breath, though it left the other JK girl, Shirakura Rensetsu, looking perpetually dazed and confused, as if questioning her existence. Shirakura Rensetsu was the legitimate heir of a secret family in Ingwang Domain, while Yuer Edward hailed from a powerful family in the British Domain, a superpower controlling the underground world. The second assessment was in full swing, and the task released by Yunmeng Academy sparked intense contention. The task, named Ice Heart Fruit Introduction, required participants to search the vast snowy regions for this dominant resource and return successfully. Notably, this spiritual item has a communal symbiosis characteristic. The rewards were substantial, with each ice heart fruit earning 200,000 points. Deep within the snowy plains, beneath the endless expanse of ice and snow, lay a hidden canyon. Here, ice heart flowers grew over an area spanning hundreds of miles, producing fist-sized, jade-like fruits. Originally, this was the territory of a group of howling ice apes. There were about 20 of them, with the strongest leader being an adult king-level beast. Additionally, the group included 2 king-level and about 10 peak dominator-level howling ice apes. However, in just one day, this powerful king-level beast group was completely annihilated. Wei Qingyu covered her cherry-like mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes reflecting the figures of nearly 100 people. Among them were seed candidates like Fu Changqing and Sikong Wudi. Their goal was evident in nearly 100 ice heart fruits here, with a total value of over 20 million. Almost all the experts from the 4 great royal domains had gathered. On the periphery, nearly 1,000 onlookers, mostly ordinary beast tamers, watched helplessly, their eyes wide with greed. "Rich little brother, should we try to get a piece of the action?" Wei Qingyu's eyes showed a hint of difficulty. She had an agreement with the head of Yuyan Domain to stand by the Luo Tian royal domain. This had earned her 2 king-level beasts, a fact that made Ye Youqian feel frustrated whenever he thought about it. His 5 million points deal with Ji Qingyu seemed less rewarding than Wei Qingyu's 2 million or so gains a short-sighted loss. Indeed, in reality, Ye Youqian was relatively freer than Wei Qingyu, as his relationship with Ji Xiaoping was merely transactional, without any binding orders. "No need to worry, Qingyu." Joel Edwards suddenly appeared, wrapping an arm around Wei Qingyu and playfully saying, "If Luo Tian royal domain asks, just say you were held back by your sister. Ji Xiaoping would be too pleased to care." "Miss Joel, Your little darling is about to run away. Ye Youqian raised an eyebrow, helping Wei Qingyu out of the situation. On the shoulder of a gorilla-like King Kong ape, a JK girl carefully stepped with her long legs, seemingly ready to rush toward the Ying Wang domain's camp. Rin Shui, you're being naughty again. Joel Edwards' blue eyes flashed with a hint of blood, and a 3-meter-tall figure instantly appeared in front of Baitsong Rin Shui. The battlefield's thick stench of blood swept in, as the blood from the howling ice ape's corpses seemed magnetically drawn towards this beast. Wei Qingyu marveled silently. Bloodthirsty Maria, King level 8 star. This was information she had painstakingly obtained after dedicating herself to the Witch of Sacrifice. A King level 8 star's power was enough to make countless assessors despair. This woman from the Yingwang domain was terrifyingly strong. Squeak. The sound of grinding teeth echoed, as Baitsong Rin Shui glared with resentment at Ye Youqian, the scoundrel who had tricked her countless times over the past month, leaving her humiliated. Ye Youqian shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze brazenly sweeping over by King Glingshu's tattered black silk-clad legs. Joel Edward raised her beautiful eyes slightly, puzzled, and asked, Mr. Yi, aren't you going to fight for your kingdom? Ye Youqian shook his head, looking amused. The benefits from the Ji family aren't worth getting involved in this chaos. A shrewd glint flashed in his eyes. Now, with the month-long deadline coming to an end, the battle for the Bingxin fruit is bound to be fierce. I estimate there will be at least 10 marquee-level beasts on the battlefield. I'm not interested in such a brawl. He glanced at the 3-meter-tall bloodline beast nearby and asked, Miss Joel, with your strength, perhaps you could turn the tide? Joel Edward lifted her chin, a noble arrogance unique to the aristocracy of the king's domain gracing her face. If it weren't for my father's orders, I wouldn't bother with this assessment. Besides, didn't I say earlier? Just keeping Qingyu and Lin Shui occupied, preventing them from joining the battle, is enough. She continued to explain that Wei Qingyu had nurtured a marquee-level beast, the King Kong ape, in the first assessment, and with the promise of 2 more marquee-level beasts from the Lord of Yuan Mansion, they had 3 marquee-level forces. This strength could change the outcome of the Bingxin fruit battle. As for Bai King Lingshu, Ye Youqian had seen her summon 2 marquee-level beasts, ranking her among the top 3 contenders in the Sakura domain assessment. Joel Edward flirtatiously winked. Besides, keeping Mr. Yi occupied is enough for my family. This gesture reminded Ye Youqian of the ghostly old man's words. Women of the king's domain are proud in front of ordinary people, but in front of stronger individuals, their pride turns to submission. Unfortunately, Ye Youqian's current strength wasn't enough to subdue this woman unless he went all out. Suddenly, the blood of the howling ice ape's corpse below stirred, drawing everyone's attention to Ye Youqian's group. The marquee-level aura from the King Kong ape and bloodthirsty Maria was intimidating. In the center of the battlefield, a tall, blonde man bowed Elizabeth. The prince representing the king's domain placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly, respectfully saying, Oh, noble Lady Joel, please lend me your strength to fulfill our previous agreement. This humble gesture immediately drew countless shocked and curious gazes. The aura of 2 marquee-level beasts left everyone gasping. Voices of discussion echoed in the canyon. Hiss. 2 marquee-level beasts. This woman is terrifying, probably one of the top 3 in the king's domain. Huh? Why is Ye Youqian mingling with people from the king's domain? Whoa, could it be that this guy can't resist the allure of beauty? Huh? Woman, you don't understand. These 3 women, each with their unique charm, beauty, and figure, are top tier. Which of the brothers here can resist such beauties? Amidst the discussions, the identities of Ye Youqian's group were exposed. No one could guarantee at least 1 marquee-level beast strength, especially Ye Youqian, who was confirmed to possess 3 marquee-level beasts. Terrifying. Let's go, let's go. This world is too crazy. Since when did marquee-level beasts become as common as cabbage, appearing in heaps? Sigh? Can't compete. Better to take the time to complete a task and earn some money. Most of the assessors on the periphery sensibly chose to leave, leaving behind only those with a glimmer of hope, lurking in the shadows, ready to snatch a few Bingxin fruits and make a fortune. Prince bowed. If I join the battle, these 3 beside me surely won't stand by idly. Joel Edward said with a sly smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Her words were like a bombshell, instantly capturing the attention of all the factions on the battlefield. Everyone's gaze inevitably shifted to the 3 individuals beside Joel. Ye Youqian, Wei Qingyu, and Bai Kang Lingshu, each possessing the power of a marquee, were enough to tip the balance of the entire battle. The strength of Ye Youqian and his companions was well known, with at least 3 marquee-level warriors present. The newly risen Wei Qingyu, although from the Luotian region, also had a marquee-level powerhouse as a trump card. Information on by King Glingshu indicated she had 2 marquee-level warriors under her command. The princes of the 3 great royal domains exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly. They calculated that even if they couldn't completely subdue these powerhouses, they could at least hold back Ye Youqian and Wei Qingyu, significantly weakening Ji Xiaoping's force sees a trade-off well worth it. In Bode Elizabeth's eyes, there was a hint of admiration, and her voice carried a touch of anticipation. Oh my God, I really look forward to witnessing Ms. Joel's prowess next time. This statement was undoubtedly an endorsement of Joel's proposal. Ji Xiaoping cast a cold glance at Ye Youqian, a sneer forming at the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself, man, I knew you were unreliable. In fact, from the moment Ye Youqian received the recommendation letter from Blue Sky Ming, he had already transcended the control of the Luotian region. From the start, Ji Qingyu never expected much from him. Their relationship was merely one of mutual interest. As for Wei Qingyu, as long as she could hold back Joel Edward and Bai Kanglingshu, that would be sufficient. Ji Xiaoping's eyes gleamed with cold light as she surveyed the people from the other 3 royal domains, exuding an air of dominance. Enough talk. Are you going to come at me one by one, or all at once? Her words instantly sparked a commotion. Everyone knew that the Luotian region had already secured a permanent share of future profits from the reversal soul pill. In the second assessment, the other 3 royal domains would never allow Ji Xiaoping to take the top spot. From the start, this assessment was extremely unfair to Ji Xiaoping's side. Ye Youqian's eyes brightened, and he lazily leaned on the sturdy shoulder of a King Kong ape, watching the scene with interest. He couldn't help but praise. As expected of a princess, so bold. Ji Xiaoping seemed ready to take on all 3 at once. As his words fell, nearly 10 brilliant lights burst forth from the floating Beast Mastery Codex. Marquee-level beasts emerged from the thick snow, standing majestically, awaiting their master's command. Ji Xiaoping snorted coldly, a 9-colored light flashing from her brow, symbolizing the 9 spiritual spring statues. She disdainfully said, "Humph. A bunch of nobodies with less than 9 spiritual spring statues dare to call themselves royal lineage. My Luotian region is the largest and strongest, thanks to the contrast you 3 domains provide." Unlike Ye Youqian, Ji Xiaoping was a true prodigy. Upon reaching adulthood, she awakened 9 spiritual spring statues, was titled princess, and groomed as the next empress of the Luotian region, a direct royal heir. Fire, water, wind, light, dark, time, space, and undeath 9 attributes shone as if favored by the heavens. Resources were abundant, and she had her pick of rare, high-grade beasts. Suddenly, a silver light streaked through the air like lightning, and nearly 1,000 ice heart fruits vanished into thin air. A spatial ripple appeared on Ji Xiaoping's shoulder, revealing a silver mouse-sized beast cuddling an ice heart fruit, happily munching away. Well done, Ji Xiaoping softly praised. Void-devouring mouse, someone exclaimed. How is this possible? How could the Luotian region entrust such a beast to a royal below the source fire realm, especially a woman? A marquee-level beast with spatial attributes is so rare, yet Ji Xiaoping has formed a contract with it. The eyes of Jen Hakoya and the 3 princes were fixed intently on the silver mouse perched on Ji Xiaoping's shoulder, their faces filled with shock and envy. Noticing their reaction, Ji Xiaoping let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I have you to thank for this. Without your interference, even with my father's help, I doubt I would have obtained the only marquee-level 7-star devouring space rat from the treasure trove. A glint of pride flashed in her eyes. As for how to form a pact and gain the recognition of a marquee-level 7-star space attribute beast, do you really think I'm as worthless as you? Her words cut through the 3 princes like a winter blade. Ji Xiaoping continued to taunt. If you have the skill, catch up to me. Then, maybe I'll consider you worth a glance. With that, her figure twisted and seemed to teleport 100 meters away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jin Hakoya shouted, "We can't let her get away, or this victory will belong to the Luo Tunwang domain again. You know the consequences." He was the first to command his beast to give chase. The others hesitated for a moment, but soon followed with determined eyes. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted the pursuit. What a pity. The Luo Tianwang domain has more than just Ji Xiaoping. Fu Changqing's cloak fluttered in the biting wind as he continued. My father was right. The Ji family's bloodline is inherently greedy. Haven't you learned anything from the events 20 years ago? A hint of shock crossed Ji Xiaoping's beautiful eyes. Fu Changqing, you also have a space attribute beast. Standing tall with eyes as bright as stars, Fu Changqing exuded the grace of a scholar. He calmly advised, Princess, give up on being first this time. Out of respect for our family's history, I can let you go. No way. Ji Xiaoping flatly refused, her eyes burning with anger. Fu Changqing's tone turned icy. Very well, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, a blizzard suddenly engulfed the area, as terrifying as a natural disaster. Simultaneously, on the cliff edge, a colossal gorilla-like creature, reminiscent of a prehistoric beast, moved with an imposing aura. Engagement cancellation trope? Ye Youqian asked in surprise. Bai Songlin Shui rarely spoke, but explained, no, the Fu family was once the strongest in the Luo Tunwang domain 20 years ago. Yo Edward, with one arm around Wei Qingyu and the other around by Songlin Shue's waist, said calmly. I can't see clearly anymore. Let's go. The second assessment quickly reached its conclusion, ending with the Hanwang domain in first place and the Luo Tianwang domain in second. The leaderboard results were shocking. Out of 11,000 examinees, only around 100 remained. After witnessing the deployment of dozens of marquee-level beasts, most examinees chose to give up, completing tasks to exchange for resources rather than staying on. I'm out of here. Even if I don't get into the Beast Academy this time, the resources and beasts I've earned are enough for me to grow to the Spirit Sea realm. Reaching the Spirit Platform realm in the future is also very likely, one excited examinee said. Heh, I've saved 1,000,000 points and exchanged them with Princess Xiaoping for a 9-star Overlord-level beast. Now, even a master at the Spirit Platform realm doesn't scare me, another boasted. TSK, a 9-star Overlord-level beast. Buddy, are you sure you can afford to maintain it? Someone questioned. What's there to fear? Just feed it beast-level resources. Sacrificing a soul contract means I can live comfortably for a lifetime, no loss. The person replied nonchalantly. The third assessment involved battles between beast tamers. Most wisely chose to withdraw, not wanting to take the risk. Beast tamer battles? Interesting, Ye Youqian chuckled, his eyes suddenly lighting up as a surge of excitement from the blood pact flooded his mind. With a thought, the beast taming manual emerged from his brow and delved into his consciousness. On the statue of the thunder attribute Spirit Spring, the mighty Tsang elf was stroking the head of a pink fox-like creature the size of a horse. This peculiar being had alluring fox eyes, and its 3 pink tails bounced joyfully. Ye Youqian exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, little fox, how did you change your appearance? In the assessment square, one by one, young figures emerged from the black vortex, their faces beaming with joy. The rewards from this assessment far surpassed those of previous years, thanks to the generosity of the 4 royal domains. Why are you smiling so strangely, Qian? A gentle inquiry interrupted Ye Youqian's thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. Ye Youqian looked up and gave an awkward smile. Inside the beast-taming space, the little fox had undergone an astonishing transformation. Its fur, originally blue and purple, had turned completely pink, including its most distinctive feature, the foxtails. Purple arcs of electricity danced over blue starlight, adding a stunning hue to the 3 pink foxtails. Looks great. Ye Youqian nodded, eyes sparkling with anticipation. He silently checked the little fox's information. 3-tailed, thunderous fox, ferocious beast level 2-star status, infant evolution potential, atavism 90. Its ferocious beast skills included treasure intuition, star absorption, star-marked fox claw, thunder step, and thunder flash. This incredibly lucky starfield fox had absorbed a trace of thunder essence, promising limitless potential in the future. Thunder essence? Is it the work of the Huangsong spirit? Ye Youqian raised an eyebrow, deciding not to delve into it for now. After all, the Huangsong spirit was right there, and he would naturally discover her secrets in time. The little fox let out a pleased whimper, its bright, cunning eyes darting around. A pair of fair hands gently stroked the 3 soft pink tails, and purple eyes were filled with satisfaction. Pink looks better, murmured the Huangsong spirit, evidently the creator of the little fox's new look. Suddenly, the Huangsong spirit's purple eyes constricted sharply as she looked up at the sky of the beast-taming codex, as if trying to see beyond it. Did you sense it too? Yo Jiao landed lightly on the edge of the Thunder Spirit Spring statue, a hint of hesitation flashing in her starry blue eyes. Is it a human beast tamer or a meteor-level beast? The Huangsong spirit asked Yo Jiao with a serious tone. It's a bit vague, likely a source realm-level beast tamer, but the strength is quite high. Probably not an ordinary person, Yo Jiao replied. No time left, it's already started. The Huangsong spirit's expression turned grave. I hope it's not what I suspect. Meanwhile, outside, Ye Youqian suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his right hand. He quickly withdrew his consciousness from the beast-taming codex and looked down to see a faint golden mark etched into his skin, like a curse or some peculiar fate. Ouch, that hurts. What's this? Why is there a mark on my hand? Ye Youqian exclaimed, looking around. Huh? You all have one too. The people in the assessment square all checked the backs of their hands, discovering that each had a mark of a different color, like a birthmark they were born with. Nearly 10,000 puzzled eyes turned to the leaders of the beast-taming academy and institution on the high platform, seeking answers. However, those figures, at least at the spirit platform realm, appeared exhilarated, raising their right hands as if they had encountered the adventure of a lifetime. This scene only deepened the crowd's confusion and curiosity. Examiners kept a cautious distance from each other, their expressions alert as if ready to summon their beasts at any moment. The plaza buzzed with a cacophony of self-promotional shouts. Choose me. Choose me. I'm in the Yuan Fire Realm, not even 500 years old. Spirit Platform Realm, Xiao Yuan, under 100 years old. Just a Spirit Platform Realm, and you dare compete with us. The prominent figures stood tall, their eyes fixed on the sky, shimmering with intense longing. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the clamor. Those with a mark on the back of their hand, stay. The rest, if you want to live, get out. As soon as the words were spoken, a colossal white skeletal dragon spread its wings, casting a massive shadow over an area spanning 1,000 miles. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, squinting at the faint golden mark on the back of his right hand, a crooked arrow shape, flickering faintly. Teacher, he murmured, filled with doubts, what is this? This question lingered in the minds of nearly 10,000 examiners present. Ye Youqian glanced around, his gaze lingering on those standing on the high platforms. From the eager eyes of the Yuan Fire Realm experts, he realized that this anomaly might be a tremendous opportunity. An invisible pressure rose within him. This is troublesome. I might not be able to leave. The Four Regions Joint Examination is a renowned event on the Blood Moon continent, held every 4 years. Even in just one city of the Yuyan Prefecture, the examination attracted a massive crowd. Surrounding the examination plaza were high platforms resembling ancient Greek colosseums, filled with spectators. Over 70 of these were Beast Tamers, numbering over 100,000, and most were of considerable rank. The teacher did not move to send the examiners away. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for something. The other 3 heads of the 4 great academies maintained the same stance. Ye Youqian felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Could this anomaly contain an opportunity that even Yuan Realm Beast Tamers cannot resist? Suddenly, a startled cry broke the silence. Look at the sky. Everyone looked up to see a vast shadow above the head of the skeletal dragon, breaking through the clouds at an alarming speed. Within just 20 seconds, a black dot in the sky gradually revealed its true form from behind the veil. What's happening? Is the sky falling? I think I see a whirl. Wait, those 9 peaks in the shadow look like statues of spirit springs. Fearful and curious murmurs erupted, as if the prelude to the end of the world was unfolding amidst the chaos. On the high platforms, reactions varied. Yuan Fire Realm Beast Tamers cursed loudly. Damn it! Why wasn't I chosen? Meanwhile, Spirit Platform Realm Tamers cheered excitedly. Huh? Beast Tamers above the Spirit Platform Realm don't meet this entity's requirements. This is incredible. An opportunity. A massive opportunity. Xiao Yuan stepping into the Yuan realm is just around the corner. They gazed crazily at the phantom world above. Suddenly, a thunderous roar like the earth's lament resounded, and a strange golden aura spread, sweeping over everyone present. Those with a mark on their right hand instantly vanished within this bizarre aura, while others remained unharmed. Ye Youqian abruptly looked up, meeting Lan Tianming's complex gaze. Words imbued with soul waves echoed in his mind. A bloody inheritance. Fight until only 9 inheritors remain. Upon hearing Lan Tianming's words, Ye Youqian's pupils dilated in disbelief. Before he could voice his questions, his figure vanished from the spot. Rustle. A gentle breeze swept through, softly brushing past the blooming peach grove. Ye Youqian awoke abruptly, a sharp headache hitting him like a heavy blow, causing him to clutch his head and gasp in pain. After about half a minute, the pain gradually subsided, and he opened his eyes to look around. In front of him was a scene reminiscent of a dreamlike paradise. Everything from the branches and leaves to the fruits displayed a captivating shade of pink, stretching endlessly into the distance. Ye Youqian squinted, a complex and conflicted expression crossing his face. Bloodline legacy, the Knight of the Beast Master, he murmured, recalling the information about the anomaly that Lan Tianming had shared with him at the last moment. Although he felt grateful, Ye Youqian also understood that even if Lan Tianming entered this world, he wouldn't be able to truly protect him. Unfortunately, beast masters above the Lingtai realm were not accepted by this world. Ye Youqian's thoughts drifted to deeper realms. With a bow to heaven and earth, the soul of fate awakens, he pondered. The heaven and earth, in this phrase, marked the entry into the source realm level. A source realm beast master's beast compendium could evolve into an independent world, with the 9 spiritual spring statues continuously absorbing source power from the outside to infuse it. Over time, everything in this world, even wild grass, could evolve into precious spiritual materials. In this realm where the world is eternal and life is endless, the sole task of a source realm beast master is to develop and cultivate their world. The more high-level resources that match the attributes of the world, the more stable it becomes, providing immense benefits to the beast master, serving as their greatest support in cultivation and battle. However, even such seemingly indestructible beings have exceptions. The Knight of the Beast Master is a blood-soaked opportunity, a contingency set by dying high-level beast masters for their unfulfilled obsessions. The chosen beast masters will fight each other, seizing everything from the defeated until only 9, or even just 1, remain to inherit it all. Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, the complex emotions in his eyes gradually transforming into determination. He knew well that the strong set the rules, and the weak had no choice. Since he had been chosen to participate, Retreating would mean giving up the right to live. In this harsh world, only by facing the challenge heed-in could he grasp a chance at survival. Come forth, Ye Youqian whispered softly, and as soon as he spoke, the beast mastery tome emerged from his brow. The tome transformed into a scroll resembling an ink painting, filled with chaos and emitting a radiant blue starlight. The light coalesced into the form of a woman in plain attire, her beauty unparalleled, her demeanor as cool and serene as moonlight, and her alabaster feet sculpted as if by the divine. Alongside her appeared a majestic spirit with an aura as fierce as a thunder god. Ye Youqian asked in a deep voice. You too are aware of our current predicament, aren't you? The majestic spirit shook its head and sighed. Humans, they remain as cruel as ever, especially towards their own kind. The ethereal woman gently inquired. Yi, what do you intend to do? Ye Youqian looked up at the sky, and after a moment of silence, he spoke with a complex tone. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is a constant truth of the world. His voice suddenly turned steely. Right now, each one of us chosen is a hunter in this dark forest. The difference is, some are blissfully ignorant, while others have already sharpened their knives in the shadows. This world is rich with resources, so both of you should stop holding back and enhance your strength as quickly as possible. Finishing his words, Ye Youqian plucked a fruit from a branch of a pink peach tree and took a bite. The sweet juice slid over his tongue and down his throat. Within a minute, his cheeks flushed, veins bulged, and a surge of vital energy and source power flooded through his body, rapidly enhancing his physique. Ye Youqian was astonished to find that just one fruit had more than doubled his physical strength at the 9-star Linghai realm. He looked around and realized he was in an endless peach grove, estimating there were at least 100,000 peach trees, each laden with nearly 30 ripe fruits. What kind of fruit is this? The effect is terrifying, Ye Youqian murmured to himself. It must be comparable to a top-tier second-level potion for enhancing the physique. Are Source Realm Beast Masters really this wealthy? Suddenly, a message flashed in his mind from the mark on his hand. Sweetheart Peach, Grade, Tier 4. Effect 1. Significantly enhances the physique of a Beast Master, up to 10 fruits per stage. Effect 2. An excellent food source for flesh-type beasts, with prolonged consumption continuously strengthening the physique of marquee-level flesh-type beasts. Introduction. In ancient times, it was commonly used as food for marquee-level ape-type beasts. Ye Youqian pondered. What does ancient mean? Could it be that the original inhabitants of this world lived in a period between ancient times and now? As he was lost in thought, the ethereal woman quietly approached and softly suggested in his ear, Yi, you should pick some and save the seeds. You can plant them in your own realm later. Ye Youqian's eyes lit up. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? With that, he quickly harvested all the fruits from a dozen sweetheart peach trees and stored them in his beast space. What a pity, all these sweetheart peaches, Ye Youqian said with a look of regret. The majestic spirit suddenly burst into laughter, and for a moment, her smile made the dreamlike pink peach grove seem dull in comparison. Ye Youqian suddenly realized something and exclaimed, Where's the ethereal woman? What did she do? The majestic spirit stifled her laughter and pointed ahead with her slender fingers. Following her direction, Ye Youqian saw a clan of blue heart-sword king trees rooted in the ground, their countless azure roots sprawling like tentacles over the surrounding sweetheart peach trees, devouring them in the blink of an eye. Ouch! My heart aches. Ye Youqian clutched his chest, finally understanding the meaning behind the majestic spirit's laughter. This was clearly an act of wiping out an entire grove, severing the foundation. The deep blue roots of an ancient tree, towering about 3 meters high, resembled an endless swarm of devouring insects, burrowing deep into the earth. They spread out furiously, targeting each sweet peach tree in their path. These fourth-tier spiritual trees, once capable of producing precious fourth-tier spiritual fruits continuously, were now slowly being consumed as nourishment for the blue roots with the passage of time. A faint thump, thump sound, reminiscent of a heartbeat, emanated from the countless blue roots. This sound seemed to carry a profound truth of the universe, playing a soul-stirring melody. Half a day passed, and the vast sweet peach grove was left desolate. The once lush forest now stood barren, devoid of even a single weed. The neatly arranged pits on the ground were the only evidence of its former existence. Spanning an estimated 100-mile radius, the grove's value was immeasurable. 10 billion? 1 trillion? It was simply beyond calculation. Ye Youqian observed this scene, his voice dry as he remarked, This is such a waste. His gaze extended beyond 100 miles, unable to spot a single sweet peach tree. Huangsong the spirit, sensing Ye Youqian's emotions, raised her swan-like elegant neck, her purple eyes fixed on him. Arcs of electricity seemed to dance in her eyes, reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. What? Feeling reluctant? She asked, disappointment tinging her voice. As one of Ye Youqian's main spirit beasts, alongside Yudai, she was his strongest support. Her godlike status seemed to pale in comparison to some trash in Ye Youqian's eyes, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Ye Youqian quickly explained, "No, it's just a pity. Growing up poor, I can't stand seeing such wastage." He sighed, his eyes filled with distress. Poor. Huangsong's purple eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation. She then asked, "Knight, weren't you a scion of a noble family among humans?" At this, Ye Youqian laughed heartily. "Huh? A noble family? Not a chance. Before I was 18, being able to fill my stomach was the greatest happiness. The 3 years after that, I was grateful to eat once every 2 days." He chuckled, shaking his head, his gaze falling on the blue heart sword king tree at the center of the barren land, his eyes shimmering with starlight. "If I hadn't been lucky enough to summon you, I might have." Although he didn't finish his sentence, through the emotional waves of their soul contract, Huangsong clearly sensed Ye Youqian's current state of mind: gratitude, relief, and deep, unwavering affection. In an instant, Huangsong's purple eyes trembled slightly, feeling a weight on her heavy heart. "It's over. I'm too late," she sighed inwardly. This little guy has been completely won over by that reclusive, soul-peering girl. As a former deity of a nation, the embodiment of thunder's essence, Huangsong possessed a naturally clear soul, capable of seeing through the emotions of living beings at a glance. Her memory was filled with countless vivid examples, including beggars and the poor from every country. She knew well that a little charity could earn a lifetime of gratitude from a good-hearted poor person. He was in such a situation before, and it was Yomu who walked with him step by step. Huangsong's purple eyes flickered, turning to glance at the blue heart sword king tree, a trace of unwillingness in her gaze. She realized that her place in Ye Youqian's heart might never surpass that of the reclusive girl. So frustrating. Huangsong silently grumbled to herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of defeat. "I've reached sovereign level 7 stars, while she's only at overlord level 4 stars. With eyes like thunderous abysses, the Kaso spirit glared at the blue heart sword king tree, whose aura was rapidly escalating. Her chest heaved with rage, and a cold, powerful snort escaped her lips, carrying the authority of a commanding female general on the battlefield, causing Ye Youqian to involuntarily glance her way. "What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Please don't strike me with lightning." Ye Youqian thought to himself, getting struck by lightning for nothing is just not worth it. He promptly shut his mouth and stood quietly to the side, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. He dared not provoke the one beside him. Even the slightest touch could result in a free, microelectric therapy session. If he truly angered her, a sudden outburst might leave nothing but ashes. Although beast masters have some immunity to their own beast's attacks, the gap between them was too vast for such protection to be effective. Perhaps when Ye Youqian reaches the source fire realm, he might be able to explore this further. Suddenly, a bright blue root burst from the ground, swiftly coiling around Ye Youqian's waist and yanking him towards the blue heart sword king tree. Wow, this breakthrough speed is insane. Ye Youqian awoke instantly, sensing the state of the blue heart sword king tree, his heart pounding. Initially at overlord level 4 stars, the blue heart sword king tree had absorbed the entire sweetheart peach grove, upgrading at an astonishing rate to 8 stars. Ye Youqian estimated that once it fully digested the energy, it could reach the pinnacle of the overlord level. Even more astonishing, the blue heart sword king tree triggered a soul feedback from overlord level 6 stars to 7 stars. This energy, containing special rules, could not be absorbed by the ghost butterfly, lingering within the blue heart sword king tree and hindering its breakthrough. Thus, it actively pulled Ye Youqian over, seeking assistance to channel it. "This is outrageous. I told you to train properly without holding back, and here you are, leaping straight to the peak," Ye Youqian said with a wry smile, helplessly observing as the bright blue roots twisted him into an awkward position. Meanwhile, another master beast was watching intently, seemingly not wanting to miss a moment, making the situation even more awkward. Luckily, the little fox and the 3 ice phoenix butterflies were still confined in the Beast Master Codex, allowing Ye Youqian to retain some dignity. Unbeknownst to him, the Kaso spirit was subconsciously clenching her silver teeth, staring intently at the scene, thinking, "I knew it, that shooting girl is up to no good, so scheming." Despite her anger, she understood the bigger picture. Soul feedback is an extremely important opportunity for a beast master, so the Kaso spirit could only watch, her anger transforming into the thunderstorm dancing in her purple eyes, undulating continuously. On the other side, Ye Youqian held his breath, focusing intently as he guided the soul feedback energy towards the 3rd spirit spring statue. After reaching the spirit sea realm 9 stars, the 9 spirit spring statues had grown significantly, requiring more soul energy. If he were to break through to the spirit platform realm, even more energy would be necessary. Unlock the remaining 7 spirit spring statues in the spirit sea realm 9 stars, Ye Youqian thought to himself. Suddenly, a cool voice echoed in his mind, prompting him to change his plan. "Yayo, Use all the feedback energy to expand the boundaries of the codex world. The ghost butterfly's voice was as cool as ever, but the affectionate tone brought warmth to Ye Youqian. Why? Ye Youqian hesitated for a moment before asking. Time is running out. You must enhance your strength, ideally breaking through to the source fire realm. The ghost butterfly's words carried a hint of urgency. All right, I trust you. Ye Youqian replied without hesitation, immediately channeling the feedback energy into the apex of the codex world. The subtle tremor awakened the little fox from its slumber. Ghost butterfly? To what extent should it be done? Ye Youqian sensed the expansion of the codex world's boundaries as the energy flowed in, stretching endlessly. To the maximum, the ghost butterfly responded swiftly, continuing, Yayo, your codex world's potential is the strongest I've ever seen. With me here, there's no need to worry about the spirit spring statue's seal issues. The ghost butterfly addressed Ye Youqian's doubts, like a reassuring older sister, putting him at ease. Meanwhile, not far from the increasingly agitated Kaso spirit, a faint golden vortex appeared out of nowhere, with a small figure flickering in and out. Ha! My apologies, friend, but for the future of the Tsuchimikado family, I must ask you to offer your life and soul. The arrogant words announced a challenge with no room for retreat. What awaited him was a blade as if forged in the depths of a thunder abyss, cold yet beautifully tragic. As Tsuchimikado Chini stepped out of the pale golden vortex, a boastful laugh echoed through the air. I will surely triumph in this trial and ascend to the source realm, he declared confidently. Yet, fate mercilessly mocked the ambitious young man at that very moment. The short-statured youth was stunned by the scene before him as he appeared. A glint of greed flashed in his triangular eyes as he locked his gaze on a captivating woman. Unfortunately, his brief indulgence in desire marked the end of his life. Thunderblade, wild assault. A sharp shout pierced the silence, followed by a fierce purple lightning bolt. This bolt, like the scythe of death, mercilessly struck the defenseless Tsuchimikado Chini. Blood splattered as excruciating pain washed over him like a tide. It was only then that Tsuchimikado Chini awoke from his stupor, but it was too late. He looked down to find his body split in two, his lower half collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Fear, cold as ice, froze the greed on his face. You. His voice was abruptly cut off, unable to finish even his final question. Until his last moment, he never understood why someone would ambush at a random teleportation exit, nor did he know who the ruthless woman was. Pathetic, the Huangsong spirit commented coldly, her voice dripping with disdain for the weak. With Tsuchimikado Chini's death, a series of mysterious changes began to unfold. A stream of multicolored light emerged from his forehead. It was his beast mastery codex, now emitting a mournful wail as if lamenting its master's demise. The space trembled, and an invisible force gathered the beast mastery codex and the corpse together. With a sound like shattering glass, the codex disintegrated into countless fragments, swirling around the body. In the pool of blood, a dark red flower slowly bloomed, its slender stem like a graceful maiden, its petals delicate yet beautiful. This eerie flower, known as the soul return flower, embodied everything of Tsuchimikado Kianai's beasts, flesh, soul, and all the powers within his beast mastery codex. It quietly awaited the victor to claim it, becoming a precious reward in this bloody battle. About half an hour later, Ye Youqian opened his eyes, feeling the energy from the soul feedback had been exhausted. His beast mastery codex world seemed like a bottomless pit, endlessly craving more power. He quickly approached the Huangsong spirit and gently asked, "What happened?" "Oh, what is this?" The Huangsong spirit replied coolly, "Soul return flower. The mark on the back of your right hand will give you the answer." She seemed to be in a bad mood, and Ye Youqian wisely refrained from pressing further. Ye Youqian extended his right hand, lightly touching the blood-red soul return flower. Instantly, information surged into his mind. Soul return flower type, death contract spoils. Effect, flawlessly enhances realms, height and size of the spiritual spring statue, territory of the codex world. Trait, an excellent resource for rapid beast growth, with no level restrictions. Description, the spoils of the victor in a bloody battle, each containing the lament of a creature at the brink of death. Ye Youqian couldn't help but swallow, his gaze at the soul return flower filled with complex emotions. This beautiful yet eerie flower embodied the end of a life and held limitless opportunities. In this ruthless world, only the victors can glimpse the dawn of hope, while the defeated become mere stepping stones for others. The rebirth flower, a mysterious and deadly plant, quietly grew in front of Ye Youqian. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes, as lives had already been lost by his hand. In this world of beast tamers, beasts were not only partners in battle but extensions of their master's will. Ye Youqian thought disdainfully that this slaughter could be entirely blamed on his beast. Looking around, Ye Youqian frowned and asked with confusion, "Huang Yuan, where did that unfortunate guy's beast go?" The amount of blood on the ground was only enough for an adult, Yet beasts typically had much larger bodies than humans, and the traces of battle should have been more evident. However, aside from where the rebirth flower stood, there were no other signs of a fight. Huang Tsang's spirit disdainfully sheathed his long sword and coldly commented, "That guy was incredibly stupid. He came here through the legendary formation and didn't summon his beast immediately." Ye Youqian nodded thoughtfully and began to explain the brutal rules of this bloody trial. Teleportation is a crucial part of this game. Killing an enemy within a day grants a chance for random teleportation. Usually, there are other trial participants within a kilometer radius of the teleportation point. This rule forces the chosen ones to constantly seek prey. He paused and continued. Moreover, the size of the teleportation vortex can only accommodate creatures of normal human size. Suddenly, Ye Youqian realized, "I see. That unfortunate guy's beasts were probably all large. They came out of the teleportation vortex and were instantly killed by Huang Tsang's spirit. Truly foolish. That guy's beasts had such bad luck." As he spoke, Ye Youqian extended his right hand, uprooted the rebirth flower, and threw it into the beast codex. Instantly, a spiritual spring surged, and upon touching the rebirth flower, it ignited a bizarre, blood-colored flame, like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Hiss! Ye Youqian gasped. "This energy is so strong. It's probably comparable to half of the energy returned from Udai this time." He was astonished to find that the original 100,000 mu of the Codex's world expanded to 200,000 mu, finally stabilizing at 250,000 mu with the help of the rebirth flower. In his shock, Ye Youqian began to calculate the terrifying potential of this bloody trial. All 11,000 participants were involved, along with at least 100,000 spectators, among which a conservative estimate suggested 50,000 were Origin Fire Realm Beast Tamers. The total reached an astounding 60,000, with only 9 ultimate victors. The rest would become the spoils of the victors, serving as nourishment for limitless growth. "No wonder those Origin Fire Realm experts are so eager," Ye Youqian murmured. "With so much rebirth flower energy, it could likely stack up to create an Origin Realm powerhouse directly. No matter how high the potential of my Beast Codex, after this opportunity, reaching the Origin Fire Realm should be easy." This speculation left Ye Youqian both excited and fearful, as the last trace of mercy in his heart was completely suppressed by greed. He realized that on this bloody path, there was no turning back. The victor becomes king, the loser a bandit. This is the cruel reality. Ye Youqian said coldly. "Once Udai's breakthrough ends, it's time for us to start hunting." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he secretly anticipated who the next lucky one would be. At the same time, he pondered whether there were resource points suitable for the Blue Heart Sword King tree and Huang Tsang's spirit in the random teleportation area. Huang Tsang's spirit's purple eyes flickered, and looking towards where the Blue Heart Sword King tree was, he said with commanding presence, "With me here, as long as the opponent doesn't have Emperor-level power, you don't need to worry." The Blue Heart Sword King tree's rank has advanced to Dominator level 9 star, revealing its perfect evolutionary potential with signs of atavism. It possesses multiple Dominator-level skills, including Confusion Fruit Bomb, Blue Heart Fruit, and Dream Fruit, along with abilities like Swift Movement, Entanglement, and Illusion. Among its marquee-level skills, Blue Leaf Sword Rain and Sword King Cannon are quite powerful, while its Eclipse-level Devour and Conversion skills are truly remarkable. With the sacrifice of a large area of 4th tier resource points, the Blue Heart Sword King tree has leapt to the peak of the Dominator level. Its size has surged from 3 meters to 10 meters, equivalent to a 3-story building, placing it in the upper middle tier among Dominator-level beasts. However, what truly determines a beast's combat power is the strength of its skills. Ye Youqian's attention was caught by the skill name, Rebirth of All Things, and his intuition told him it was an extraordinary ability. Unfortunately, he could only glimpse its true power by witnessing the Phantom Butterfly's execution of it. However, he now had a more direct approach, simply asking. Ye Youqian approached the base of the Blue Heart Sword King tree, gently touching its jelly-like soft trunk, and softly inquired, "Phantom Butterfly, what does this new skill do?" Suddenly, the 10-meter-tall Blue Heart Sword King tree radiated a dazzling azure light, as if the whole space had transformed into a blue ocean. The light quickly gathered and contracted, eventually forming a graceful human shape. The blinding light was akin to a flashbang exploding nearby, forcing Ye Youqian to squint his eyes. His vision temporarily faltered. "Sorry, I just broke through and couldn't control my power," a cool voice apologized, tinged with a hint of urgency and confusion. "It's okay." Ye Youqian shook his head, blinking as his vision gradually cleared. However, the sensation in his right hand left him momentarily stunned. I'm here." Phantom Butterfly's voice softly echoed. Suddenly, a sharp electric buzz resonated in Ye Youqian's ears, and a chilling, killing intent, like a tangible cold wind, swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. You should let go, or you might get a good beating," Phantom Butterfly said with a playful smile, her azure eyes twinkling mischievously. Snap! A fair, slender hand suddenly grasped Ye Youqian's right wrist, sending a strong electric current coursing through his entire body. Zzz. Amidst the buzzing, Ye Youqian's body trembled violently, involuntarily taking a step back, nearly stumbling to the ground. A moment later, Ye Youqian coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. He turned his head away, avoiding the pair of stern purple eyes crackling with electric arcs, as if ready to unleash divine retribution at any moment. By the way, Ye Youqian quickly stood up, changing the subject. Last time, you mentioned that even I couldn't see your fundamental abilities. Could you explain that in detail? Well, how should I put it? Phantom Butterfly tapped her delicate pink lips with her alabaster finger, her brilliant azure eyes studying Ye Youqian with interest, as if lost in thought. Seeing this, Ye Youqian's face flushed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slightly awkward smile. Humph. The Quankang spirit snorted coldly, abruptly interrupting the silent exchange between Ye Youqian and Yu Dai. Her voice was as icy as her demeanor as she began explaining the higher levels of beast mastery. Beyond the Emperor level, there are 3 more tiers: Meteorite, Exalted, and Sovereign, she said with a hint of impatience. To reach the Meteorite level, a beast must equate to a star of the same elemental attribute. Such beasts transcend ordinary life. In ancient times, they were called gods. She paused, then continued. These gods can control a star, wielding the power to destroy worlds with a mere gesture. We call this power the origin. For instance, I possess the thunder origin. She cast a disdainful glance at Ye Youqian. Without reaching that level, you naturally can't perceive it. Hearing this, Ye Youqian looked up, gazing at the sky. The image of the blue star he once glimpsed appeared in his mind, and many of his doubts were suddenly clarified. He realized that a god who masters an origin remains a god, even in death. This explained why Yu Dai and the Quankang spirit, after being resurrected, could once again delve into the void and reclaim their lost power, re-entering the sovereign realm. Ye Youqian speculated that the critical level must be the peak of the Emperor level. Suddenly, he recalled Yudi's previous reassurance about not worrying over the sealed spirit spring statue. Now he understood that as long as one of his beasts reached the Emperor level peak, returning to the sovereign realm was imminent. The soul energy feedback at that level could restore not only the 7,000 metal spirit spring statues, but even something as towering as the Himalayas. So, you're saying I can practically reach the origin realm just by relying on the soul feedback from you two? Ye Youqian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. He thought to himself, this is truly a sweet deal. However, his daydream was quickly shattered. Have some ambition, the Quankang spirit scolded mercilessly. Yes, your vision is still too narrow, Yudai added. Ye Youqian's mouth twitched, wanting to retort, but finding himself at a loss for words, standing there awkwardly. Seeing his reaction, Yudai couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was as melodious as silver bells, and she gently explained, Yi, you must understand that an Origin Realm Beastmaster essentially transforms the space of their beast home into a world entirely under their control. Above the Origin Realm is the Star Lord Realm, also known as the Ruler of Rules, the World Master. She continued, there are generally 2 paths to reach that realm. The first is to continually develop your world until it meets the standards of a full-fledged world. In ancient times, and even earlier, most Origin Realm Beastmasters followed this path. But the biggest drawback of this method is the incredibly long time it takes. And if the 9 major attributes within the world become unstable, there's a risk of falling, not to mention the endless heavenly tribulations. Therefore, in the world of Caesar, few Star Lords exist to engage in battles, and they are rarely known to the world. Yudai paused, then said, the second way is to cultivate the 9 primary beasts to the meteorite level, ultimately merging 9 origin stars into one, thus breaking through to the Star Lord realm in one fell swoop. We hope you will follow this path. After hearing this, Ye Youqian couldn't help but marvel. Wow, other beastmasters are tirelessly nurturing their beasts, but here he was, being perfectly arranged by his beasts. He didn't have to do anything and could still reach the Star Lord realm. Suddenly, a question crossed his mind. He frowned and asked, if I've absorbed the stars from which your power originates, what will happen to you? The 2 women exchanged a glance, a satisfied smile appearing in their eyes. Don't worry, they said in unison. How could a sovereign realm beastmaster control just 1 star? As long as you have the capability, losing 1 billion origin stars is still manageable for us. Upon hearing this, Ye Youqian sighed inwardly. Wow, they're like wealthy patrons. He couldn't help but think of a saying. If a woman is 3 years older, she brings gold. If 30 years older, she brings a kingdom. If 300 years older, she brings immortality. If 3,000 years older, she ranks among the immortals. If 30,000 years older, she's served by the Queen Mother. If 300,000 years older, she stands at Buddha's gate. If 3 million years older, she rules the celestial realms. If 300 million years older, she's Pangus Jr. This saying was practically a reflection of Ye Youqian's current situation. By the way, Yudai, what exactly is the Caesar world you mentioned earlier? How many continents are there in this world? Ye Youqian asked curiously, his eyes glinting with a thirst for knowledge. Yudai turned gracefully to face Ye Youqian and began to explain. The Caesar world is a vast and mysterious existence composed of three supercontinents, Qianyu, Qianyuan, and Qianzhou. These three continents stand in a triadic formation, surrounding the central region of the world, the star source sea. Her voice was soft and rhythmic as she continued. The star source sea is a unique area where the days are short and the nights are long, with an abundance of star energy. It is considered the most mysterious domain of the Caesar world. Beyond these three supercontinents lies an ocean that seems endless, dotted with countless islands like stars in the night sky. The largest of these islands can accommodate more than a dozen ancient empires. Huangsong's spirit patiently added, but then her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. However, I sensed something unusual upon my revival. It seems that the Qianyu continent has collapsed, leaving only a small central area. Did something significant happen after I left? She turned to the ethereal Yudai, her purple eyes filled with inquiry. Yudai appeared somewhat flustered, hastily turning away and gently shaking her head, indicating that her memory had not fully returned and she could not provide a definite answer. Observing this, Ye Youqian chuckled inwardly, suppressing his urge to laugh out loud with a couple of coughs. He took a deep breath and decided to reveal the truth. In fact, it was the result of an ancient war. The Qianyu continent suffered severe damage, leaving only a tenth of its original size, now known as the Blood Moon continent. He paused for a moment, carefully choosing his words. Yomu was one of the main participants in that war, and his actions were quite grievous. More crucially, the North Zhe god kingdom you once established, Huangsong's spirit, did not survive that ancient war and has vanished into the annals of history. Sensing that this topic might upset Huangsong's spirit, Ye Youqian quickly shifted the conversation. However, we are now facing a bloody heritage trial, which is an excellent opportunity for us to enhance our strength. We should prepare to act. With that, Ye Youqian closed his eyes, focusing his will on the mark on the back of his right hand. Suddenly, the faint golden mark began to stir like a dormant serpent. The arrowhead-shaped tip emitted a pulse of unsettling energy, tearing open the space before Ye Youqian to reveal a 1-meter diameter black vortex. This is a teleportation array, Ye Youqian explained. After consuming the soul-returning flower from Tsuchimikado Zenichi, I gained the ability to use it once a day. Huangsong's spirit stepped confidently in front of Ye Youqian, slightly bending her body in a protective stance. Stand behind me. With that, she entered the black vortex first. Ye Youqian's eyes showed a trace of admiration as he etched the scene into his memory, then followed closely behind. Yudai also joined them, awkwardly bending to enter the dark vortex. The scene shifted abruptly to a tranquil forest stream, where an old and a young figure stood in a tense standoff. The young man appeared tormented, his eyes bloodshot, and one hand clutched his forehead, veins bulging as if enduring immense pain. Archbishop Zhang, why did you kill my beast? The young man's voice was hoarse, filled with anger and sorrow. During the second trial, didn't you say you wanted to take me as a disciple and have me join the Body Beast Academy? Why suddenly attack and kill my main beast? That was my main beast. The young man's emotions were on the verge of collapse, his anguished cries echoing. The death of his main beast caused the connected spiritual spring to completely collapse, sending an indescribable soul-rending sensation throughout his body, nearly rendering him unable to stand. The young man's heart was filled with confusion and resentment, but mostly terror. He realized that his opponent was serious, and without his strongest beast to protect him, he had no chance of surviving against this person. The elderly man named Zhang had a fierce glint in his aged eyes, looking at the boy like a hunter eyeing his prey, full of desire. Young man, don't blame me. Blame your bad luck. The old man's voice carried a hint of cruel pleasure. Swift tiger, block him. The boy shouted in panic, ordering his beast to hold off the enemy as he turned to flee. Heh. Zhang sneered. Your only peak sovereign-level beast is dead. You pose no threat to me now. Just accept your fate and become the fuel for my ascent to the top. With a thought, an enormous dragon beast appeared over the stream. Its feet were as large as basins, sending up 10-meter-high splashes as it ran. Fong Dragon. The boy recognized the dragon beast, despair filling his eyes. This was not a sub-dragon, but a true dragon beast, a mature, marquee-level creature. As the Fong Dragon's ferocious jaws tore apart his sovereign-level 5-star swift tiger, the boy felt a soul-shredding agony. It meant his second main beast was also dead. Zhang Tingxiao, I curse you to die without a complete corpse, the boy shouted through gritted teeth. But before he could finish his curse, a thunderous dragon roar interrupted him. The space shook violently, and a mysterious force, like an invisible hand, gathered everything about the boy. With a piercing, shattering sound, the boy's beast compendium disintegrated into countless shining fragments. From the boy's body, a bright red resurrection flower quickly grew. Its long stem stood tall like a graceful maiden, its petals delicate, yet beautiful, ripe for the picking. Curse me, Zhang Tingxiao sneered, stepping through the stream to the resurrection flower. His aged eyes gleamed with greed and longing. Ha ha, I thought I'd never reach the source fire realm in this life, but the heavens have given me an opportunity of a lifetime. I must seize it and reach new heights. Just as Zhang Tingxiao prepared to absorb the resurrection flower, a dazzling blade of lightning flashed by. It was so fast that even his marquee-level 5-star Fong Dragon couldn't react. With a ripping sound, Zhang Tingxiao was split in two, never understanding who killed him even in his final moments. The Fong Dragon let out a mournful cry, its agony echoing with a soul-deep wound. The space trembled again, as if diamond walls were squeezing the Fong Dragon's living space until it was crushed beyond recognition. Only then did the space return to normal. This brutally clear scene was reflected in a pair of stern purple eyes. In less than a minute, a second resurrection flower, tinged with a bloody fragrance, stood gracefully, waiting for someone to claim it. Splashes echoed as an excited voice rang out. Thank you, nature, for this gift. In an instant, a pair of fierce purple eyes flashed with thunderous majesty, looking directly at the speaker like a queen. Hiss! Ye Youqian instinctively shivered, quickly correcting himself. Thank you, my wife, for this gift. Hearing this, the purple-eyed spirit hesitated, a slight blush coloring her fair face. She turned her head awkwardly, her delicate hand playing with the purple strand of hair that fell by her temple, revealing a hint of girlish shyness. By the stream, Ye Youqian concentrated deeply, absorbing energy from two soul-returning flowers. Beside him stood two exquisite figures, silently guarding him. One was fierce like a thunder queen, the other serene like an exiled immortal. Yomu frowned, her long blade trembling slightly in her hand. She murmured, something feels off. This place seems to hold more than just a legacy. Yudai elegantly rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the sky with thoughtful blue eyes. Indeed, the resources here, even predating ancient peach trees, date back at least 50,000 years. Yet the energy is overwhelmingly dense, without a hint of decay, perfectly preserved. Huangsong, the elf with purple eyes, spoke with a hint of regret. We should have taken the little one away back then. After a moment's hesitation, Yudai said meaningfully, what if this grand feast is meant for Yi? You mean, Huangsong began, but Yudai interrupted. Let's take it one step at a time. Between the two of us, a source-level beastmaster can't cause much trouble, Yudai said with the confidence of a seasoned leader. That's true, Huangsong nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the beastmaster's codex, Ye Youqian's consciousness took form, channeling the turbulent spiritual spring to deplete the energy of the two soul-returning flowers. He mused, with a spirit sea level, a spirit platform level, plus more than 3 lord-level beasts, and an adult marquee-level beast's energy, letting the little fox absorb, it might easily elevate it to a lord level. Finally done, Ye Youqian sighed with satisfaction, surveying the current state of the Beastmaster's Codex world. 9 towering spiritual spring statues stood majestically, like the legendary Buzhou Mountain, supporting a vast Beastmaster space. 7 resembled him, while the remaining 2 resembled Huangsong and Yomu in humanoid form, like giant figurines. These 2 unsealed spiritual spring statues produced astronomical amounts of spiritual spring daily, rivaling a typical source fire-level beastmaster. Since participating in the 4 domains exams, Huangsong and Yomu frequently stayed outside, causing the total spiritual spring to surge like a raging river. Ye Youqian's eyes reflected nostalgia as he muttered, what was that golden light? It caused such miraculous changes in the Beastmaster's Codex. He once asked Yudai, but she was equally puzzled. Nonetheless, both Yudai and Huangsong were satisfied with the size of Ye Youqian's spiritual spring statues. The space had tripled, reaching 750,000 mu. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with 7 parts shock and 3 parts anticipation. This is terrifying. At this rate, my future Beastmaster's Codex space will be so vast, it might surpass an entire royal domain. It's time to leave. With a thought, Ye Youqian opened his eyes. A faint fragrance lingered in the air as he looked up to see a pair of perfect jade feet hovering above him. What the? The novels were right. Even a goddess's foot scent is fragrant. Yudai, your celestial image is shattered. Ye Youqian's mouth twitched, and he raised his right hand abruptly. With a slap, he swatted the dangling jade foot aside, eliciting an indignant, delicate shout. As night deepened, the forest grew silent. Ye Youqian glanced up helplessly, meeting the piercing blue eyes of Lanma. Suddenly flustered, Lanma's cool demeanor vanished as she quickly turned her head away. Haha, Yomu, you lost, pay up. The excited shout of the Huangsong elf shattered the silence. Lanma flipped her delicate hand, and a blue glow appeared, conjuring a blue heart fruit with a creamy aroma out of thin air. The Huangsong elf, quick as lightning, snatched it up and began munching happily. Ye Youqian finally realized they were just teasing him. Noticing Lan Ma's sharp, gleaming white fang, he thought, better not provoke her, and wisely pretended nothing happened, relieved to have caught the scent of something delightful. Suddenly, a howl pierced the calm. A woo. A pink-furred fox, as large as a full-grown apocalyptic horse, joyfully bounded through the dense forest, its three pink tails swaying behind, drawing all eyes. Little fox, yes, just like that, run faster. Jump, jump higher. Ye Youqian cheered silently in his mind. Atop the large pink fox, the Huangsong elf, clad in purple soft armor, swayed with the motion, her graceful form rising and falling. She wrapped her arms around Ye Youqian's waist, her purple eyes glinting as she sensed his excitement. She scoffed inwardly, not bothering to comment. Suddenly, Ye Youqian gasped, feeling as if a 220V electric current had shocked him, his heartbeat nearly skipping a beat. Are you all right? The Huangsong elf asked softly, her lips curling with a hint of mischief in her eyes. I'm fine. Ye Youqian straightened up, assuming a steadfast posture as if nothing could faze him. Yi, should we call out the thunder-roaring sky dragon? It's big and moves fast, the Huangsong elf suggested, testing the waters. Ye Youqian's eyes flickered as he firmly replied. No. This place is full of ancient trees tens or hundreds of meters tall. The big snake is too large to use as a mount. Then there's nothing we can do, the Huangsong elf sighed. I am the embodiment of thunder, which can be dangerous to those I touch. Luckily, you're a beast master with some immunity to damage. Given the circumstances, one of you should stay close to me, or it could be risky. Their playful exchange was amusing. Meanwhile, the little fox, thrilled to be out, dashed around like a hyperactive husky, its energy overflowing. As Ye Youqian's weakest beast, the little fox had its unique value, which made him quite satisfied. As time passed, the sun set, and today's adventure came to an end. The area around the stream was an endless forest, which should have been home to many wild beasts. However, Ye Youqian hadn't encountered any, which was unusual. With a fourth-level spiritual tree like the Sweetheart Peach Tree here, and such abundant spiritual resources, why can't I find a single beast? Ye Youqian pondered by the fire, leaning against the sleeping little fox. Could it be a unique rule of this land? Or did all the beasts die when that beast master perished, leaving no trace behind? Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew by, and Yudai, dressed in simple attire, quietly approached Ye Youqian, also resting against the sleeping little fox. The two women divided their duties by day and night. Currently, Yudai was a 9-star dominator, consuming significant energy daily even when idle, while the Huangsong elf required even more. Thus, both needed to absorb energy, essentially feeding. Ye Youqian's spiritual spring conveniently served as their best energy source. Naturally, Ye Youqian wholeheartedly supported this arrangement. The more the Huangsong elf and Yudai absorbed from his spring, the higher their compatibility, making it a profitable exchange for him. Knight, you might be right. Before the master of this realm perished, they eradicated all the beasts. The voice of Yudai was as gentle as flowing water, drifting into Ye Youqian's ears. He furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why? Ye Youqian pondered for a moment. There are no wild beasts in this realm, and resources have been reduced by more than half. He quickly contemplated the predicament before him. The beast manual recorded at least 3 marquee-level beasts, each a significant consumer of resources. The ice phoenix butterfly was manageable as it fed on plants. The little fox was omnivorous and could barely cope. As for Yudai and the Huangsong spirit, Ye Youqian didn't need to worry about them. The real trouble lay with the other 2 purely carnivorous beasts. The food stock wouldn't last a month. Next time we encounter a dominator or marquee-level beast, I'll take them down to give the little snake a feast, Ye Youqian decided silently. Who knows how long this inheritance trial will last? If 2 marquee-level beasts starve to death, it would be a real joke. Just as he reached a decision, Yudai spoke again. Knight, what do you think our role as beast tamers and beasts should be in the world of Caesar? Ye Youqian was taken aback, falling into deep thought, his gaze gradually becoming profound. To seize the creation of the world and strengthen ourselves, ultimately breaking free from the world's constraints, he finally said in a deep voice. Every living being is like a locust parasitizing within the world. I'm surprised you have such insight. Yudi's enchanting eyes widened slightly, her fairy-like face showing surprise and appreciation. She then added gently, indeed, for this realm, all beings with self-awareness are pests. To ensure the long-term existence of this realm, they must be eradicated. Otherwise, sooner or later, a locust capable of breaking the world's shell will emerge, exposing this realm to the world of Caesar, and ultimately becoming part of the outside. Ye Youqian's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had grasped a crucial clue. I understand now. This realm is like an eggshell, and we, the chosen ones, form the yolk. The various resource points within the realm are akin to the egg white, serving as nutrients for growth. And the essence of the inheritance trial is to birth a fledgling capable of breaking the shell, but the number is limited to 9. He suddenly considered another possibility. You die. If you become powerful enough, could you break through the world's barrier from the inside and forcibly end this bloody feast? It's possible, but the cost is high. Yudai nodded slightly, her eyes twinkling with mischievous light. Knight, would you be willing to give up such a great opportunity? Ha ha ha, the big fish eats the little fish. It's the truth of the world. Missing such an opportunity might lead to a lifetime of regret. Ye Youqian shook his head firmly, his gaze as unyielding as iron. He had no interest in being a martyr, doing harm to himself for the benefit of others. Well, I'll help you, Yudai said with a gentle smile. Thank you. Meeting you has truly been the greatest fortune of my life, Ye Youqian replied, a content smile appearing on his face. The next day, the morning sun hung high in the sky. The little fox once again took on the role of the pink steed, joyfully running through the vast forest, its limbs moving lightly among the trees. About 2 hours later. Stop. Ye Youqian's previously shifty eyes instantly changed, now glistening with sharp, cold light. He raised his right hand, and the mark on its back glowed with a faint golden hue indicating someone was within a kilometer radius. We've encountered people. Prepare to act. Ye Youqian turned and said in a deep voice to the Huangsong spirit, who had already placed their right hand on the hilt of their katana, ready to draw it at any moment. In this bloody feast, no one can remain uninvolved. Everyone encountered is an enemy. The little fox stepped cautiously, making a faint rustling sound as it followed Ye Youqian's orders, silently approaching the target. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a pounding noise, like a giant's footsteps, filled the air, causing alarm. Who's there? Show yourself if you dare. A deep voice of a middle-aged man pierced the silence. Clearly, the opponent was also skilled in secrecy, having sensed something amiss and summoned his beast. Ye Youqian smirked inwardly. If I showed myself just because you called, wouldn't that be embarrassing? He quickly assessed the situation, realizing the opponent was likely not a young contestant, but a strong figure from one of the major beast academies. After all, aside from beast masters from noble families, only those from these academies might know the secrets of the beast master's night. With this understanding, Ye Youqian's reservations disappeared. In a narrow encounter, the brave win. Little snake, it's your time to shine. At his command, the beast master's tome emerged from his forehead, and the massive, thunderous sky serpent appeared, charging towards the left forest as ordered. Palace Master, follow up and focus on ambush support. Ye Youqian instructed the newly appeared soul-stealing locust. A sinister laugh echoed as the locust, resembling a tall locust tree, merged into the dense foliage, following the thunderous sky serpent from the side. Little Bing Bing, stay by my side to protect me. Huan Yuan, act freely. Your target is the enemy's beast master. Ye Youqian issued commands, deploying 4 marquee-level beasts at once. The weaker little fox was safely stored in the beast master's tome. Boom. The intense rumbling echoed around, accompanied by the enemy's terrified pleas. A fully grown marquee-level beast. Big brother, big sister, I mean no harm. Spare me. My war bear. Damn it. The enemy's shouts turned from pleading to cursing, finally falling silent. How boring. Is this all the strength the Beast Academy folks have? Ye Youqian shrugged, noting that he hadn't even exerted his full strength before the opponent fell. With another sinister laugh confirming the battle's end, Ye Youqian proceeded towards the destination. A blood-scented reviving flower swayed its blossoms seductively. The ancient trees around were shrouded in a thick, bloody atmosphere, indicating a fierce battle had taken place. The thunderous sky serpent slithered in front of Ye Youqian, its crimson tongue curling around 3 pristine crystals. 3 Dominator-level crystal cores, not a bad haul. Ye Youqian nodded in satisfaction, then asked, did you manage to eat all 3 Dominator-level beasts? The 2 beasts confirmed, each having consumed 1, while the last was only able to extract the crystal core before being crushed, becoming nourishment for the reviving flower. Fire, water, earth attributes. None of them suitable. Ye Youqian shook his head, casually tossing the 3 crystal cores into the beast master's tome. He plucked the swaying reviving flower and threw it into the tome as well, controlling the spirit spring to crush it and expand the space. Go in. I'll summon you later, Ye Youqian said softly, and the 3 beasts entered the tome. With a thought, a black vortex about a meter high appeared before him. As blue light flickered, a celestial-like ghost butterfly emerged. The 3 stepped into the vortex. Yuan Boya, it's actually him? Good. I have no qualms about taking him down. The Sakura King domain and the Luo Tian King domain share a border, and grudges between them have accumulated over time, like an unfathomable chasm of historical hatred. For Ye Youqian, a traveler from another world, there was no inherent reason to harbor animosity toward the Sakura King domain. However, The name Sakura King Domain reminded him of the little Sakura culture from his past life, which he found distasteful. Ye Youqian prided himself on being open-minded and felt no guilt when dealing with the men of the Sakura King Domain. Yet, when it came to beautiful women, he was willing to show leniency. For instance, he had been quite impressed by Kang Lingshu when they last met. Her resilience, her restrained demeanor, and her sense of justice that was as prominent as a papaya left a lasting impression on him. Suddenly, a sharp creak echoed as the Huangsong spirit landed, stepping on a piece of rotten wood. This subtle sound immediately caught the attention of a man 10 meters ahead. "Ah, a celestial beauty," the man exclaimed in a sweet, familiar tone to Ye Youqian. The prince of the Sakura King Domain, with his beady, triangular eyes, glimmered with greed and cruelty, failing to recognize the identity of the person before him. Although Yuan Boya was struck by the beauty of the Huangsong spirit, he did not act recklessly. He wisely commanded a peak-level beast of dominion to probe ahead, demonstrating a level of intelligence uncommon among typical antagonists in novels. At that moment, two more figures emerged from the black vortex behind the Huangsong spirit. Yuan Boya's eyes widened in shock as he slowly called out, "Smiling cat, come back, quickly." The massive red cat, comparable in size to an adult Siberian tiger, was Yuan Boya's blood contract beast, known for its speed and charm at the peak dominion level. However, despite its strength, it was merely a blood contract beast, unqualified for the main beast contract. This detail alone was enough to showcase the depth of the royal family's resources, causing awe. Ye Youqian stood behind the Huangsong spirit, gently stroking her red horns that crackled with electricity, as if asserting his ownership. He taunted, "Your Highness, these aren't some cheap decorations. Look at these arcs, how beautiful they are." This provocative gesture infuriated Yuan Boya, who thought to himself, "Ye Youqian? I remember him. The first woman must be a humanoid beast. Impossible. How could a mere commoner possess such a precious beast?" Yuan Boya's pupils narrowed, barely able to contain his jealousy. Suddenly, Yuan Boya's gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath, quickly suppressing his urge to act. He shouted internally, "No. The beauty of the other one is too outrageous. She's also a humanoid beast. This guy is definitely not of common birth." As a royal descendant, Yuan Boya had a keen eye. He knew that only beasts at the marquis level and above could take human form, and such beasts often had combat power disproportionate to their level. In the first 4 domains joint exam, Ye Youqian had made quite a name for himself, with news spreading that he had acquired 3 marquis-level beasts. This suggested that Ye Youqian might have 5 marquis-level combatants under his command, enough to make Yuan Boya proceed with caution. Ye Youqian glanced at the tense and wary Yuan Boya, unhesitatingly summoning his beast compendium. The 3 little darlings inside were ready to spring out at any moment and turn the tide. Seeing Ye Youqian poised for action, Yuan Boya quickly said, "Ye Jun, let's talk. Since you managed to teleport here, you must be aware of your situation." "What do you mean?" Ye Youqian asked, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. "In this bloody inheritance, many participants are involved." Ye Youqian listened to Yuan Boya's words, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. It was said that there were no fewer than 5 beastmasters with peak strength at the Junho level, yet there were only 9 slots for the inheritance. Yuan Boya's intelligence was indeed noteworthy. Ye Youqian looked directly at Yuan Boya, silently signaling him to continue. Yuan Boya obliged by listing 5 names: Fu Chongqing, Ji Xiaoping, Joel Edward, Xiao Yuan, and Sikong Wudi. Ye Youqian had some knowledge of the first 4, especially Joel Edward, but the name Xiao Yuan piqued his curiosity. "Who is Xiao Yuan?" Ye Youqian asked. Yuan Boya explained, "A mentor at the Green Mar Beast Academy, at the pinnacle of the Lingtai realm, and one of the leaders of this event. A veteran powerhouse known for his ruthless methods, possessing a demon-type beast." His tone conveyed clear respect for Xiao Yuan. Having extracted the information, Ye Youqian nodded, giving Yuan Boya a seemingly benevolent smile, though his words were as cold as ice. "Attack." Before the words had fully left his mouth, thunder struck. Lightning filled the sky like swords aiming at Yuan Boya, moving at an astonishing speed. If not for the keen senses of the phantom cat, Yuan Boya might have met his end. With a tearing sound, blood rained down. The phantom cat blocked the fatal blow for its master, but at the cost of being torn apart. "Ah, Ye Youqian, you're dead," Yuan Boya screamed, clutching his head. The presence of his lifelong companion, the phantom cat, vanished instantly, and the backlash of the blood contract hit him. His narrow, triangular eyes blazed with hellish fury. This deadly battle was inevitable. "Earthquake bear, kill him," Yuan Boya roared. A giant bear, resembling a prehistoric gorilla, leapt out from the forest behind Ye Youqian. Ye Youqian sneered. "Well, it seems you were prepared from the start. If negotiations fail, go for a kill shot." Without turning his head, he coldly addressed Yuan Boya, "Little snake, you can feast this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground trembled violently. A terrifying dragon over 100 meters long, with twin horns on its head, rose up. As a thunder attribute Junhao-level beast, its speed was astounding. The thunder-roaring Jiao opened its massive maw, swiftly coiling around the briefly airborne earthquake bear. The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by deafening roars and thunderous booms. Suddenly, a streamlined, violent figure shot out from the forest on Ye Youqian's left, a cold light flashing by. With a clang, a transparent ice wall, 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters thick, blocked the ambush. Ye Youqian glanced to his left, coldly commanding, "Ice, entangle it." A massive, jet-black mantis beast, its forelimbs like 10-meter-long blades, viciously struck the ice wall summoned by the Ice Emperor butterfly. Cracking sounds echoed as the sturdy ice wall was instantly covered with web-like fractures. This was a defensive skill of a Junhao-level beast, and such damage with a single strike would have dire consequences if it hit Ye Youqian. Ye Youqian turned, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Is there more?" His mocking tone fueled Yuan Boya's anger. "Damn it, Ye Youqian, do you really want to be my enemy?" Yuan Boya's eyes burned with rage as he took a step back, two newly summoned beasts vigilantly guarding his sides. Ye Youqian chuckled coldly. "In this bloody trial where it's either you or me, isn't that the way it is? Yuan Boya, remember, your prince status means nothing here. If this is all you've got, then this time next year will be the anniversary of your death." Ye Youqian bared his teeth in a grin, his expression both excited and calm. His composed handling of two attacks placed an invisible pressure on Yuan Boya. At this moment, Ye Youqian resembled a ruthless villain, stopping at nothing. "You die. Take action," Ye Youqian ordered coldly. The human-formed blue heart sword king tree, "You die," stepped forward, raising her slender, pale arm high before clenching her fist. Instantly, a dazzling emerald light burst from within her, causing the forest within a kilometer radius to tremble violently with her at its center. Ancient trees seemingly crossed centuries of time, growing madly. The sparse vegetation on the ground surged instantly, covering every inch of land. In the blink of an eye, the entire area transformed into a dense green sea. Ye Youqian conveyed instructions through the soul contract to the Huang Tsang spirit. "Huang Yuan, keep the pressure on them. No need to rush, just hold them." "Understood." The Huang Tsang spirit's face lit up with a smile, her purple eyes sparkling with cunning. She continuously shifted positions within the green sea, lightning crackling around her, poised to strike at Yuan Boya's throat at any moment. From the start, Ye Youqian used Yu Dai's intelligence to set a trap for Yuan Boya with two marquee-level beast companions. The Huang Tsang spirit's assault was aimed at provoking the opponent, giving Yuan Boya the illusion that he could kill Ye Youqian. However, Yuan Boya had his own plans. He commanded the earthquake bear to act as bait, drawing Ye Youqian's attention in hopes of revealing the second humanoid beast companion. Meanwhile, the shadow-type assassin king, the shadow blade mantis, silently approached as the real threat. Unfortunately, Ye Youqian was prepared, perfectly blocking both attacks and successfully restraining the two marquee-level beast companions. When the area within a kilometer turned into a green sea, Yuan Boya realized he had been outmaneuvered by Ye Youqian. The terrifying speed and attack power of the Huang Tsang spirit put immense pressure on Yuan Boya, forcing him to keep his two marquee-level beast companions for self-defense. Otherwise, a single misstep would lead to death by lightning. As time passed, the restrained shadow blade mantis and earthquake bear were doomed. Damn it! Damn it! I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Yuan Boya's forehead veins bulged as he struggled. He calculated internally. I still have 3 marquee-level forces, while Ye Youqian's known information includes 2 that haven't taken action yet. Damn it! What level is that other would attribute humanoid beast companion? Yuan Boya's pupils contracted, his jaw clenched. The shadow blade mantis and earthquake bear sent urgent requests for rescue, making him realize the dire situation. Damn it! It must be that humanoid beast companion making a move. In reality, Yu Dai indeed acted, but not by joining the battle. Instead, she observed from the battlefield's edge. She unleashed the blue leaf sword rain, a vast blue sword formation spanning 100 meters across, hovering over the battlefield where the ice phoenix butterfly was. Thousands of sharp blue leaves attacked the shadow blade mantis like flying daggers, creating a spectacular, yet deadly scene. The ice butterfly showcased its exceptional battlefield control as an ice-type beast, with bone-chilling cold permeating the area, significantly slowing down the speed that the shadow-type beasts prided themselves on. The ground suddenly cracked open, and sturdy ice walls rose up, blocking the path of the shadow blade mantis. This precise setup created a perfect opportunity for the blue leaf sword rain to strike. Although the blue heart sword king tree was not of the lord level, its blue leaf sword rain skill had reached that standard. Faced with the high attack, low defense, and agile shadow blade mantis, this move inflicted devastating damage. Countless sharp blue leaves poured down like a torrential storm, turning the shadow blade mantis into a giant blue pincushion. Black blood flowed like a gentle stream, and the thick scent of blood filled the air. Its vitality was visibly draining away, and it seemed unlikely that this powerful beast could last another minute. Meanwhile, Yudi's right hand made a gripping motion, manipulating azure branches to intertwine and form a massive cannon muzzle. This cannon, stretching 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, brimmed with a surging azure light within its barrel. The Sword King Cannon, also a Lord-level skill, was the key to the Blue Heart Sword King tree's ability to fight above its rank. The only drawback was that it required charging, making it hard to hit highly agile targets. On the other side, the thunder-roaring python was tightly coiled around the earthquake bear. The massive beast struggled desperately but couldn't break free, effectively becoming a sitting target. At that moment, a blinding blue light burst out like a laser. This scene reminded Ye Youqian of the time he was struck by blue celestial bodies. The beam from the Sword King cannon hit the earthquake bear's head, as large as 10 basketballs, squarely in the face. In an instant, the earthquake bear was disfigured, blood streaming down as it lost consciousness. The thunder-roaring python seized the moment, its icy fangs swiftly plunging into the enemy's bloody face. Victory seemed imminent. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Ye Youqian's eyes, confirming his suspicions. Even as a regional prince, contracting a few lord-level beasts was the limit. Gaining the allegiance of an emperor-level beast was an insurmountable task. In fact, the situation was not far from Ye Youqian's assumptions. Emperor-level beasts were rare treasures even for Source Realm beastmasters. A prince not yet at the Source Fire Realm, attempting to contract such a powerful beast, would be opposed by royal elders. If not for the extraordinary circumstances of this 4 regions examination, Yuan Boya could at most have 3 lord-level beasts, and they had to be primary contracts. Otherwise, lord-level beasts would undoubtedly refuse. Everything that unfolded in that brief half-minute left Yuan Boya in a dilemma. Time was of the essence, and he had to decide quickly, or he would perish. Seeing his 2 main beasts on the brink of death, losing these 2 lord-level powers would make it impossible to shatter the 2 spirit spring statues, even if he could defeat the formidable Ye Youqian. Survival in the ensuing bloody inheritance trial would be unlikely. Ye Youqian's precise responses led Yuan Boya to suspect he might possess a lord-level reconnaissance beast. Thus, his final, yet over-revealed lord-level beast was likely a less combat-capable type. This thought flashed through Yuan Boya's mind like lightning, and a gleam of determination appeared in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely summoned his last lord-level beast. An 8-star lord-level twin-headed lion beast. I don't believe you can withstand it. Attack, target the beastmaster, Yuan Boya commanded silently. A thunderous lion's roar echoed across the sky as the twin-headed lion beast crashed to the ground like a Tintin mountain, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its 4 eyes locked onto Ye Youqian, 100 meters away. With another earth-shattering roar, tangible sound waves, like lion roars, sped toward Ye Youqian. A direct hit would surely obliterate him. At the critical moment, an urgent yet cool voice rang through the air. Yi, get down. Ye Youqian's pupils contracted sharply as he realized the imminent danger. Knight, get down. A sharp, urgent voice shattered the silence. Ye Youqian's pupils constricted as he realized the situation was on the brink of disaster. A figure as graceful as a celestial being swiftly stepped forward, standing firm in front of Ye Youqian. In an instant, a dazzling blue light flickered, transforming into an extraordinary blue giant tree. This tree, towering over 10 meters tall, was lush with branches and leaves, with various heavy fruits hanging from its boughs, exuding an irresistible allure. Do it! Ye Youqian screamed internally, his pupils vibrating intensely as he quickly signaled the Huangsong spirit. The shadow of death loomed over his heart. He knew the Blue Heart Sword King tree was merely at the pinnacle of the dominant level. Facing a full-force attack from a marquee-level beast master like Yuan Boya, especially one with a treacherous sonic attack, was akin to gambling with his life. At that moment, Ye Youqian's heart seemed to stop, closer to death than ever before. His gaze was fixed on the towering blue ancient tree before him, its formidable presence shielding him from the world's storms. Boom! An expanse of green light enveloped the scene. In front of the Blue Heart Sword King tree, nearly 100 ancient trees grew wildly, only to be reduced to fragments under the assault of the fierce sonic waves. Fortunately, the ambush was successfully thwarted, and Ye Youqian's stagnant heartbeat resumed, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere instant. Suddenly, the deafening roar of a lion echoed through the sky. The tangible sonic waves aimed directly at Ye Youqian behind the Blue Heart Sword King tree. Block it! You must block it! Ye Youqian's pupils shook, his mind screaming. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, yet also stretched into eternity. Ye Youqian's back was drenched in cold sweat, but the anticipated brutal scene did not occur. Instead, the terrifyingly powerful, mountain-like 2-headed lion before him let out a deathly wail, crushed under an unseen force. The plan worked. Ye Youqian collapsed backward, sitting down in relief, the joy of surviving a disaster evident on his face. As the second wave of the lion's roar was about to hit, the Huangsong spirit transformed into lightning. Her majestic purple eyes glowed with thunderous power as she dashed towards Yuan Boya. Thunderblade, storm. With a fierce shout, countless bolts of lightning erupted like a violent storm, charging at Yuan Boya, who was hiding behind his two marquee-level beasts. A beast resembling a 10-meter-tall ape stepped forward. Covered in dense red fur, it bravely faced the lightning storm with its arms raised. With a tear, the sharp lightning, like the world's most cutting blade, easily sliced through the ape-like marquee-level beast's defenses, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. With just one strike, this adult marquee-level beast was at a disadvantage, severely injured. At that moment, a cold gleam silently approached the Huangsong spirit, aiming for a fatal strike, while Yuan Boya watched expectantly. Tricked you. The Huangsong spirit's lips curled slightly, her purple eyes sparkling. Her graceful form suddenly disintegrated into countless bolts of lightning. This was the first stage of the Huang Thunder's triple transformation. I am lightning. A skill so cunning it allowed her to transform into countless lightning bolts, easily evading the sneak attack from Yuan Boya's last marquee-level beast. Meanwhile, deep within the dense, ancient forest, a towering locust tree quietly approached Yuan Boya. A piercing, ghostly wail suddenly echoed through the air, the cackling sound like a blade slicing through the atmosphere, instantly leaving Yuan Boya in utter shock. The shadow of death loomed over him, fear surging like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the urgent, terrified calls of two Duke-level beasts resonated in his mind. Come back. Hurry. The red-haired ape responded instantly, spinning around in a frenzy and leaping towards its master. But just at that critical moment, a commanding voice thundered across the sky. Not a chance. Before the words had fully left the air, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck near the Huangsong spirit, paralyzing the red-haired ape and another beast in their tracks. This was the Emperor-level skill Thunder Abyss, Purgatory. Although primarily a control technique, when executed by a 7-star Duke-level Huangsong spirit, its power reached the pinnacle of Duke-level strength. The shadow-type beast that had ambushed the Huangsong spirit suffered a severe blow and collapsed heavily to the ground. The thick-skinned red-haired ape was also firmly restrained by the terrifying Thunder Abyss, unable to move. At that moment, another chilling, ghostly wail echoed. An eerie voice declared, Necromancy, Duke-level skill soul seize. As soon as the words were spoken, a dark shadow appeared silently behind the isolated and defenseless Yuan Boya, like an agent of death. The shadow lunged forward, followed by the sickening sound of chewing. Yuan Boya's soul was devoured by the soul seize wraith spirit, plunging him instantly into eternal damnation. The prince of the Sakura kingdom met his end in this bloody opportunity. Seeing this, Ye Youqian couldn't help but silently praise. Well done. In his view, the once mighty two-headed lion now resembled a heap of decaying flesh, dragged towards Yuan Boya's corpse by strange spatial ripples. A similar scene unfolded on the battlefield of the Ice Phoenix Butterfly and the thunder-roaring Sky Jiao. Hurry, gather as much as you can, Ye Youqian shouted. Following the order, the thunder-roaring Sky Python sprang into action, opening its massive jaws to bite into the head of the earthquake bear, skillfully extracting the crystal core, then tearing off a bare leg to swallow. This Duke-level flesh was an excellent source of nourishment, greatly benefiting its growth. The scene with the Ice Phoenix Butterfly was almost surreal. The dark blade mantis's head inexplicably detached, and dense ice elements, like invisible hands, calmly broke open the skull to retrieve the crystal core. Meanwhile, the Soul Seize Wraith spirit abandoned Yuan Boya's corpse, instead pouncing on the two Duke-level beasts, greedily and ruthlessly devouring their remnant souls. A soul-shaking, mournful howl reverberated across the battlefield, lingering in the air. Ye Youqian stood up, eagerly walking towards where Yuan Boya's body lay, awaiting the maturation of the resurrection flower. With 5 Duke-level beasts, Yuan Boya's high-quality beast compendium, and countless high-level resources, these spoils would surely aid him greatly. Suddenly, a sinister ghostly cry sounded beside Ye Youqian, with a hint of seeking praise. Ye Youqian did not hold back his compliments, turning to the Soul Seize Wraith spirit with a thumbs up. Well done, master. Next time, I'll get you some resurrection flowers to try. They're even more delicious than souls. The Soul Seize Wraith spirit responded with another ghostly wail, conveying a sense of anticipation. At that moment, a cool voice spoke with a hint of reproach. Ye, next time, don't be so reckless. This is the only time. Until you reach the Sourcefire realm, don't use yourself as bait again, it's too dangerous. I alone am enough to slay these 5 Duke-level beasts. The Huangsong spirit's tone remained sharp, exuding a queen-like majesty. Ye Youqian laughed heartily, rubbing the back of his head. Ha! You have to try everything once. Otherwise, I'd really be a useless freeloader. Ye, you did well this time. Here's your reward. With that, a pair of warm cherry lips brushed against Ye Youqian's skin, sending a thrilling sensation through him. Suddenly, the Huangsong spirit leaned in close to Ye Youqian's ear, speaking with rare gentleness. For your first time commanding a battle, especially against multiple Duke-level opponents, you've done quite well. You deserve a reward. Hearing this, Ye Youqian's eyes widened in disbelief. But the next second, a jolt of high-voltage electricity surged through his face, leaving him twitching and shivering uncontrollably. Oh gosh, Ye Youqian could only manage a garbled moan. Knight Youqian trembled violently like someone having a seizure, uttering strange, unintelligible sounds. His emotions were like a roller coaster, plummeting from a peak, a complex feeling only he could truly comprehend. Nearby, a little fox witnessed this comical scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter, joyfully rolling on the ground. Its adorable antics brought smiles to the faces of the two women present. At that moment, Knight Youqian's attention was captured by a stunning figure. The enchanting woman was like a blooming garden, overshadowing everything else around her. Regaining his composure, he grumbled, "What? Jealous?" The spirit, with its purple eyes flashing, lifted its swan-like neck proudly, scrutinizing Knight Youqian. Her dazzling eyes sparked with a hint of danger. Sensing the tension, Knight Youqian quickly added, "Deny it all you want." With that, he darted behind the ethereal woman in plain attire, roughly grabbing the blood-scented rebirth flower. He sat cross-legged, tossing the flower into the Beast Master Codex. Yudai noticed and stifled a laugh, trying her best not to let it escape. Her white skirt fluttered as she stood protectively in front of Knight Youqian. Seeing this, the spirit released its grip on the knife handle, its purple eyes reflecting a contemplative look. Inside the space of the Beast Master Codex, Knight Youqian's will materialized in human form. With hands raised high, he controlled the river-like spiritual spring on the ground, forming it into a 100-meter-long dragon beast shape that lunged at the rebirth flower. The massive blue spiritual spring twisted and turned like an enraged dragon, tearing at the flower. Waves of pure energy in a blood-red mist scattered like petals, merging into the void of the codex, continuously expanding its domain. Half an hour later, Knight Youqian lowered his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just as I expected, this was totally worth it. The rebirth flower obtained from slaying Yuan Boya had expanded the codex's space by an astounding 1 million acres, reaching a terrifying scale of 1.75 million acres. In square kilometers, the Beast Master Codex's space was approaching 1,100 square kilometers. To put it in perspective, a small city covers only about 40 square kilometers, and Sunset City, where Knight Youqian resided, spans roughly 5,000 square kilometers. Knight Youqian couldn't help but wonder, what could be the ultimate limit of this space? He hovered in the air, overlooking the vast Beast Master space. 9 towering statues of spiritual springs, each over 1,000 meters high, stood like ancient beasts, exuding a sacred and majestic aura. The next day at noon, warm sunlight bathed the earth, bringing a pleasant and comfortable feeling. 100 miles away from the edge of the primordial forest, an endless sea of green bamboo stood silently, its tranquil atmosphere filled with the refreshing scent of bamboo. The mark on the back of Knight Youqian's right hand flickered, providing him detailed information about this spiritual entity. Jade Bamboo, Grade 4. Effect 1. Naturally resilient, with strong survival capabilities, able to purify air and water sources. Effect 2. Can be used as a primary material for crafting elixirs and potions that clear the mind and remove negative effects. Effect 3. An excellent food source for herbivorous beast companions like pandas. Description: plant a seed in spring, harvest a forest in summer. An economical and eco-friendly spiritual entity, quite impressive, Knight Youqian remarked, then turned to Yudai beside him. Yudai, it's all yours. You can now break through to the Marquis level. At night, Ye Youqian looked at Yudai expectantly and gently said, "Save some bamboo shoots. You can plant them in your domain later. These spiritual items are quite valuable." Upon hearing this, Yudai raised her fair wrist. Instantly, a dozen half-meter-tall green bamboo shoots broke through the ground and neatly piled up in front of Ye Youqian. With a thought, the beast taming compendium, shining with 9-colored light, emerged from his brow, and the thunder-roaring sky python came out. Without waiting for Ye Youqian's command, the python volunteered, using its powerful tail to gather the green bamboo shoots and toss them into the compendium. Meanwhile, in the center of the jade bamboo forest, a towering 10-meter blue ancient tree was growing rapidly. Its branches and leaves swayed continuously, and its azure roots delved deep into the earth, greedily absorbing the energy of the fourth-tier spiritual items. Ye Youqian silently watched this spectacular scene. On the ground, the roots, like demonic tentacles, crawled and slithered around, extracting and devouring everything in the vicinity. Fourth-tier spiritual items correspond to Lord-level beasts, but they are mainly used for Marquis-level beasts. They are precious resources that can elevate a Lord-level beast to its peak, though they have specific applications. For example, if given to a young national treasure panda, allowing it to eat and sleep daily, it would naturally grow to the peak of the Lord level. Its value is self-evident. At this moment, a stern voice sounded in Ye Youqian's ear. It was the Huangsong spirit asking, "What? You're not feeling regretful anymore?" Ye Youqian shrugged, grabbed the Huangsong spirit's delicate wrist with his right hand, and pulled her to his side. Instantly, a domineering thunderous aura surged across his chest. Hiss! Ye Youqian gasped, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Are all spirits this grudging?" Uft. The Huangsong spirit was amused by Ye Youqian's grimacing expression. She looked up slightly, her purple eyes curving into crescents as she softly said, "You couldn't handle it, yet you insisted on showing off. Why bother?" Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Ye Youqian stood atop a nearly 10,000-meter-high mountain, witnessing a soul-stirring sight. A colossal beast statue towering like a deity on the land. The statue's features were exquisite, each line seemingly crafted by the heavens, lifelike and realistic. Its verdant hair cascaded like a heavenly river down to its waist, and its pointed ears resembled those of elves from fantasy novels, breathtakingly beautiful. The statue was so immense that Ye Youqian had to look up to see it, its true size beyond imagination. A Source Realm Beastmaster's Spirit Spring statue. This exaggerated? Ye Youqian took a deep breath, his eyes full of shock and awe. This must be 500,000 meters high. The number of spirit springs it can produce in a day is unimaginable. A cool voice sounded, assuredly saying, "Ye, with your potential, when you reach the Source Realm, your spirit spring statue will definitely surpass this one." Ye Youqian smiled, glancing around and taking in 1/9 of this domain, softly laughing. "I look forward to that day." Centered around the elf-like spirit spring statue is a vast and continuous mountain range. The central basin is where the spirit spring statue stands. The verdant hair and rich life aura indicate that the beast bound to this spirit spring statue is of the wood attribute. Thus, the domain is extremely rich in wood attribute spiritual items, with their grades increasing closer to the central area. 5th-tier spiritual items correspond to marquee-level beasts, while 6th-tier items correspond to emperor-level beasts. A hint of longing flashed in Ye Youqian's eyes as he softly asked, "You die. If we devour all the wood attribute spiritual resources in this domain, can you break through to the peak of the emperor level? You die. If we were to absorb all the wood elemental resources in this region, could you possibly reach the peak of emperor level?" Ye Youqian asked softly, a hint of longing in his eyes. His gaze was fixed intently on Yudai, awaiting her response. Yudai, with her ethereal aura undiminished, nodded slightly and confirmed, "It's possible, but we would need at least 3 large 6th-tier resource points." Ye Youqian took a deep breath, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. He looked at the wood elemental spring statue not far away, then turned to his first main beast, the Yuming Blue Heart Tree. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious light, as if he saw infinite possibilities. The state of the Yuming Blue Heart Tree was clear, a marquee-level beast with 4 stars and excellent evolutionary potential. It possessed the marquee-level skill Heart of the Netherworld, along with abilities like Bewildering Fruit Bomb, Blue Heart Fruit, Dream Fruit, Toxin Endowment, Perfect Wood Element Affinity, and Undead Star Language. It also mastered Emperor-level skills such as Netherworld Sword Rain, Netherworld Soul Devourer Cannon, Wild Growth, and Soul of Flora, as well as 2 Eclipse Moon-level skills, Devour and Transform. This marquee-level beast, which touched the essence of death, had the potential to fight beyond its rank with its 4 Emperor-level skills. After devouring the 4th-tier resource point, the Jade Bamboo Grove, it evolved from the Blue Heart Sword King Tree to the Yuming Blue Heart Tree through racial metamorphosis. To Ye Youqian's surprise, Yudi's racial designation at the marquee level already had a connection with the Netherworld Flower Sea. This discovery led him to speculate that the Netherworld Flower Sea might not be the birthplace of the Yomu, but rather, it became one of the most formidable lands in the ancient continent because of Yomu's presence. With this thought, Ye Youqian couldn't help but anticipate Yudi's evolution to the Emperor level. The fusion of undead power and life force into a single beast was such a rare combination that it might not exist anywhere else in the world. A bold hypothesis surfaced in Ye Youqian's mind. At its peak, could Yomu have been a master of both life and death, 2 fundamentally opposing forces? As he was lost in this thought, a gentle breeze brushed past, scattering blue strands across his cheek. Accompanied by this delicate sensation, a cool voice broke the silence. "Yi, what are you thinking about?" Ye Youqian shook his head slightly, not inclined to delve further. "Nothing, let's go." He mused that as a beast master, nurturing a beast to its pinnacle was the greatest joy. Although he was unlikely to gain much in this regard, with his hopes pinned on a legendary beast of the past, he had resolved to properly train the little fox after this opportunity ended and relish the joy of being a beast master. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The bloody trial of inheritance continued. growing more intense. Suddenly, a pink fox, as large as a full-grown horse, appeared in view. Its three tails danced joyfully, accompanied by the rush of wind, as it leapt into the central area. About a kilometer away, a towering statue stood like a pillar of the world, reaching into the sky. Stop! Ye Youqian suddenly shouted, his pupils trembling violently, clearly sensing something unusual. Just now, the mark on Ye Youqian's right hand suddenly became scorching hot, as if it had come alive. A special message was transmitted to him and appeared in the mind of every survivor. It was an introduction to the upcoming Night of Slaughter. Before dusk tomorrow, all survivors will be transported to 9 different spaces to determine 9 winners. The rules are as follows. 1. Titles are awarded based on the number of enemies killed, ranked from highest to lowest. Within a 10-meter range, you can sense the title sequence of enemies. 2. Victors who accumulate 1,000, 3,000, or 10,000 kills will earn a servant token. The token holder can control the life and death of a servant with a single thought, but the servant must bind with a spiritual spring through a blood oath. A bound servant loses their eligibility in this Beastmaster Night competition, and their life is linked to the master's. If the master wins, the servant can survive and leave. 3. Consuming a servant token allows you to seize an enemy's servant. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, and the image of Wei Qingyu appeared in his mind. She was the only person he couldn't bear to harm. He silently felt grateful that the creator of this realm had designed the servant token, offering him a glimmer of hope. Old Wei, I have never forgotten your kindness to me. If there's a chance to save Wei Qingyu, I'll do everything in my power, Ye Youqian murmured to himself, gazing up at the bright blue sky, yet feeling a chilling coldness. The image of the irritable old man appeared before him, and his expression grew complex. This bloody massacre was too brutal, and no one could escape it. Ye Youqian could only hope that Wei Qingyu was near the wood element spiritual spring statue. Otherwise, he would be powerless. In all things, if you wish to have a clear conscience, do your best, Ye Youqian consoled himself. Then he turned to the ethereal Yu Dai and Huang Tsang beside him and said in a deep voice, before night falls tomorrow, find a lucky one quickly. I need to break through to the spirit platform realm. In nearly 4 months of slaughter, nearly 600 lucky ones had perished by Ye Youqian's hand. With so many souls fueling it, the space within his Beastmaster Codex had expanded to its limit, reaching an astounding 50,000 square kilometers, surpassing the entire area of Yuyuan province. Ye Youqian speculated that if he broke through to the spirit platform realm, the space might reach 1/10 the size of the Luotian monarch domain. At this moment, the ethereally beautiful woman in simple clothes, Yu Dai, closed her eyes, and a brilliant blue light radiated from her body, transforming into a towering tree over 100 meters tall. The tree's exterior branches and leaves were a ghostly blue, while the inner branch patterns had a hint of red and gray. The trunk and bark were a soft azure, with tiny red and gray lines creeping over them. Most striking was the tree's heart, shimmering with a dazzling blue light, as beautiful as starlight. Yu Dai's soul of plants skill, upon her evolution to the sovereign level, had reached the power of an emperor-level skill. This ability allowed her to communicate with plants within a 10th of centimeter radius, listening to their soul sounds, making it a perfect reconnaissance skill, especially effective in forests and plains. Yi, to the left, about 1,000 meters away, Yu Dai's cool voice sounded, her alabaster finger pointing in a direction. A cruel smile curved on Ye Youqian's lips. Let's go. Let's see who this lucky one is and pay them a little visit. With that, he stored the little fox into the Beastmaster Codex and summoned the Thunder Sky Python, heading left with overwhelming force. Deep within the dense jungle, inside a massive cave about 5 meters high on the side of a small mountain, a voice rang out, both shocked and delighted. Keiichi Tsuchimikado pricked up his ears, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The bloody night is approaching, just the opportunity to strengthen my power, he thought to himself. Keiichi quickly summoned his beasts, positioning them silently around the cave. He leaned casually against the rock at the entrance, pretending to rest. His practiced movements showed this was not his first time setting such a trap. Not far away, the sound of a massive creature crashing through the dense foliage echoed, its speed causing a commotion audible from 100 meters away. Keiichi smirked inwardly, but maintained a confident smile. Can't even hide properly. What a reckless fool. Having survived this trial for over 4 months, Keiichi was confident in his abilities. Coming from the secretive Tsuchimikado clan of the Sakura Kingdom, he knew his current combat strength was extraordinary among his peers. I was initially dissatisfied with the family's orders, but now I see it was a blessing to come here, Keiichi thought, gratefully. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least 30 years to reach the spirit platform realm. In just 4 months, I've advanced from a 5-star spirit sea realm to a 5-star spirit platform realm. Among the 9 victors this time, I will surely have a place, maybe even reach the source fire realm. However, in the dark forest's ever-shifting rules, the roles of hunter and prey are never fixed. On the other side, Ye Youqian stood atop the thunder-roaring Jiao, turning to ask Yu Dai in a deep voice, "What's the enemy's strength?" Yudi's voice was cold and calm, seemingly dismissing the formidable lineup that would impress even a Source Fire Realm Beastmaster. 3 marquee-level beasts, around 6-star aura. 1 earth element, lurking beneath the path. 1 shadow type, hidden in the forest to the left. The last one is inside the cave. Additionally, 5 overlord-level beasts are positioned around the cave, watching us. Ye Youqian nodded, satisfied with the quality of this prey. Not bad, he thought. The Soul Return Flower not only elevates a Beastmaster's realm, but is also a key to evolution for beasts. At this stage, nearly every enemy possesses an overlord-level peak power. The weak have long been eliminated. Those who remain are formidable. Attack, Ye Youqian ordered decisively. As his words fell, everything within a 100-mile radius suddenly grew wild and rampant, turning the once dense jungle into a sea of green. Cruel screeches echoed relentlessly, targeting Keiichi's position. "They're here," Keiichi no longer feigned, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching thunder-roaring Jiao, feeling an unprecedented life-and-death crisis. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the cave as a massive infernal lizard emerged, charging fiercely at the incoming thunder-roaring Jiao. The 2 giant beasts clashed instantly, their intense battle shaking the entire valley. Seizing the moment, Keiichi slipped into the dense forest to hide, strategizing his next move. Cautious indeed. I need to quickly locate that guy. He remained vigilant, instructing his 3 overlord-level beasts to continually watch the surroundings. In the deadly duels between beastmasters, the decapitation tactic is undeniably the best choice. Keiichi was well aware of this, his eyes scanning the forest for his opponent, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Not only did Tiyuman Keiichi have this thought, but Ye Youqian did as well. The ground in front of the cave was suddenly covered by a thick layer of frost, stretching over 100 meters. The ice sovereign butterfly hovered in the air, its transparent wings fluttering, releasing waves of cold that reinforced the ice layer, firmly trapping the earth attribute beast beneath it. The trapped beast let out a frustrated roar, causing the frozen ground to tremble. Meanwhile, a shadow silently approached Ye Youqian. It locked onto its target swiftly, its crimson eyes gleaming with murderous intent, and swung a sharp scythe. With a shh sound, like a blade slicing through fabric, accompanied by a blinding purple arc, lightning flashed, and a large head fell to the ground. The shadow's crimson eyes still shimmered with eager malice. 1 strike kill. Ye Youqian marveled silently. Huangsong is terrifyingly strong, probably possessing the power of an emperor-level beast now. His eyes glimmered as the information of the Huangsong sprite reflected before him. Huangsong Sprite of Thunder. Rank, Marquee level 9 stars. Status, Peak. Evolution potential, Ancestral. Racial talent, Triple Thunder Transformation. Marquee level skills, Perfect Thunder Affinity, Thunderblade. Heaven Split, Thunderblade. Storm, Thunderblade. Moonslash, Thunderblade. Wild Assault, Thunderblade, Flash. Emperor level skill, Thunder Abyss, Purgatory. Eclipse level skills, Thunder Devour, Conversion, Eternal Thunder Heart. Ye Youqian thought to himself, this naturally bred Thunder Sprite is the embodiment of lightning, with a Marquee level peak strength comparable to ordinary adult Emperor level beasts. Huangsong Sprite has grown to the Marquee level peak in just 4 months, only a step away from reaching Emperor level. He recalled the price paid for this growth. Most of the soul-returning flowers harvested during this time had been consumed by the Thunder Queen's small mouth. Otherwise, he would have already reached the spirit platform realm. Initially, Huangsong Sprite hesitated, but after Ye Youqian's persistent persuasion, it finally accepted with delight. In this bloody inheritance, only a Marquee-level peak strength could provide Ye Youqian with enough security. Compared to the uncertain power of the phantom butterfly, the Huangsong Sprite, exuding an aura of intimidation, was more suitable to be his first Marquee-level peak strength. More importantly, the resource points in this area were mostly plant-based, suitable only for the phantom butterfly. To be fair, Ye Youqian reluctantly gave up part of the soul-returning flower's benefits. Just then, Tiyuman Keiichi suddenly exclaimed, "Hiss! How is this possible? Dead. My Marquee-level 7-star Shadow Owl, dead in 1 encounter." He clutched his head in agony, his pupils quaking, disbelief etched across his face. Immediately, a chilling ghostly wail echoed in his ears, like the intimate whisper of a reaper. Kikik. A sinister, ghostly shadow became the last thing Tiyuman Keiichi saw. "It's over." A soul-wrenching scream reverberated through the sunless green ocean, echoing endlessly. A blood-red, delicate flower sprouted from the corpse, its slender stem standing tall like a graceful maiden, the petals fine yet beautiful, waiting for the victor to pluck it. Ye Youqian was thrilled. A century-old spirit platform. I never imagined that at just 21, I could traverse a path that typically takes a beastmaster 100 years to complete. He extended his right hand, gripping the stem of the soul-returning flower, yanking it from Tiyuman Kiichi's body and tossing it into his Beastmaster's compendium. The spirit platform realm, I can't wait. Ye Youqian murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In a chaotic forest, a handsome young man sat cross-legged. Despite an aura of poverty surrounding him, it did nothing to diminish his charm. Above his head, a beast-taming manual, resembling an ink painting, floated in the air, emitting a gorgeous blood-red glow. Inside the manual, the consciousness of Ye Youqian materialized in human form, fully focused on controlling the vast, river-like flow of spiritual spring water. This spring carried crimson, soul-returning flowers towards the central area of 9 spiritual spring statues. At this moment, Ye Youqian's manual space had expanded to its limit, and the next step was to condense the spiritual platform. The location for the spiritual platform was chosen at the intersection of the 9 spiritual spring statues, which was not only the core of the beast-taming space, but would also become the future central hub for beast tamers. Therefore, the quality of the spiritual platform was crucial. Ye Youqian understood that the more substantial the accumulation in the spiritual spring and spiritual sea realms, the more stable and larger the condensed spiritual platform would be. From low to high, the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet represented the strength of the spiritual platform and foreshadowed the limits of a beast tamer's future achievements. Each level of the spiritual platform corresponded to a star level, and reaching the 9th level meant stepping into the peak of the spiritual platform realm, qualifying one for the Sourcefire realm. Ye Youqian, with a serious yet expectant expression, murmured to himself, "Let's see what level of spiritual platform I can condense." As soon as he spoke, the blood-red soul-returning flowers were crushed by the surging spiritual spring, dispersing into blood-colored soul fragments. Since Ye Youqian had reached the limit of the spiritual sea realm and couldn't absorb this energy, the fragments instinctively sought space for upward development breakthrough. In an instant, the manual space, comparable to the territory of Yuyuan Prefecture, shook violently, with the central area cracking inch by inch, spreading like a spider web. The spiritual spring gushed into the cracks, and the 9 spiritual spring statues emitted a blinding light, with the purple and blue lights being the brightest. After consuming a vast amount of energy, a platform spanning 10,000 meters took shape. This first level of the spiritual platform was dark purple, reaching the extreme of beast-taming knowledge and strength. Ye Youqian laughed heartily, very satisfied with this result. However, the next scene left him stunned. The second level of the spiritual platform followed suit, forming with a diameter of 5,000 meters, also dark purple. As time passed, the third, fourth, up to the 9th level of the spiritual platform emerged one after another. Ye Youqian stared blankly at the 9-layer spiritual platform before him, his eyes first flashing with shock, then turning into ecstasy. Wow, I just broke through, and I've climbed from the first star of the spiritual platform realm to the peak in one go. The 9 layers of the spiritual platform stacked on top of each other, each smaller than the one below. At the topmost 9th layer, the width was only a little over 100 meters. Above the 9th layer stood a dark purple statue the same height as Ye Youqian, in a posture of holding something with both hands. Upon closer inspection, a wisp of black flame seemed to flicker inside the statue. Soul fire. Ye Youqian gasped, "Wow. Teacher Lan Tianming was right. The difficulty for me to condense soul fire is tens of thousands of times simpler than for other beast tamers." At this moment, if Lan Tianming were present, he would surely exclaim, "I just meant it would be much easier, not at this cheat-like speed." Night Youqian gazed at the wisp of black flame, feeling exhilarated, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. The soul fire had ignited. Now all that remained was to continually infuse it with spiritual spring and soul energy to complete it. Once achieved, he would break through to the source fire realm, a level corresponding to the Lord level in beast taming, marking a leap in his life stage. He pondered that Lord-level beast tamers possess innate abilities related to their species, while human awakenings vary widely. Each source fire realm beast tamer's innate talent might be similar, yet never identical. Suddenly, a scene beyond his understanding unfolded before Night Youqian, causing him to look up sharply. The various lights on the 9 spiritual spring statues faded, replaced by a mystical golden glow. This light surged like a tide towards the 9-fold spiritual platform, transforming its originally dark purple hue into a magnificent gilded color from bottom to top. At the altar-like top of the platform stood a humanoid golden statue modeled after Night Youqian himself, radiating a brilliant light. This golden glow reminded him of the moment Lan Ma joined the group with resources, marking the beginning of everything. The instant the golden glow merged into the spiritual spring statues, their height skyrocketed from a mere 20 centimeters to a towering 100 meters, a miracle in itself. This spectacle was happening again. Night Youqian knew this was an incredibly auspicious sign. A beast tamer's essence lies in the 9 spiritual spring statues, closely linked to the 9 major beasts. The ninefold spiritual platform has profound connections with the Beast Tamer. Ye Youqian realized his potential had been elevated once more. As the ninefold spiritual platform was completed, a breathtaking territorial expansion unfolded before Ye Youqian. The 9 spiritual spring statues rose from over 1,000 meters to over 10,000, finally stabilizing at an astonishing 50,000 meters. To put this in perspective, the external source realm's spiritual spring statue is about 500,000 meters tall. Yet, even at the peak of the spiritual platform realm, Ye Youqian's statue already stood at a tenth of that height. Based on the experience that each major realm breakthrough expands at least tenfold, Ye Youqian's future spiritual spring statue height should reach at least 5 million meters. This concept is staggering after all. The tallest peak on Earth, Mount Everest, is only 8,848.86 meters. Even more terrifying is the expansion of the Beast Taming Manual's territory. It ballooned from around 1,100 square kilometers to over 40,000 square kilometers, more than 200 times its original size. Hiss! Ye Youqian gasped, exclaiming, "When I break through to the Source Fire realm, the territory within the Beast Taming Manual might rival that of a royal domain." Outside, 2 ethereal women with celestial looks and demeanor watched the scene with satisfaction in their eyes. Above Ye Youqian, a massive vortex greedily devoured the source energy between heaven and earth. Centered on the 500,000 meter spiritual spring statue, source energy from tens of thousands of miles around surged towards the black vortex above Ye Youqian's head. A Beast Tamer's realm breakthrough aligns with the rules of heaven and earth. Even if this realm were reluctant, it had no choice but to contribute source energy accumulated over nearly 100,000 years. Vegetation withered, ancient forests decayed, mountains became barren, and most everything transformed into pure energy to nourish Ye Youqian's breakthrough. Huangsong, with arcs of electricity flashing in her purple eyes, marveled, as expected of Yomu, the butterfly-raising master. She then humbly asked, "Yomu, what exactly did you do to the little cutie?" The power of breaking through to the spiritual platform realm is simply outrageous. In response, the ethereal woman in plain clothes smiled gently, resting her delicate, jade-like hand on her chin, pondering with a soft smile, "I'm not telling you." The Thunder Queen, hearing this, was enraged, grinding her teeth in frustration as thunder roared around her. "Yumu, have you ever heard of a mystical item called thunderstruck wood? It's known to be deadly to creatures of the undead." The Huangsong elf's cherry lips curved slightly, her ivory fangs glinting menacingly in the sunlight as a dangerous glimmer flickered in her eyes. "I think if we used you to create thunderstruck wood and forged it into a blade, it might just be sharp enough to take down that dimwit in the dark abyss." As soon as she finished speaking, a deep cough interrupted their conversation. Night Wanderer Qian softly chuckled. "Stop bickering, and let me show you something amazing." Hearing this, the Huangsong elf's purple eyes sparkled with lightning, and her lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Sure, let's see if it can take a beating." Night Wanderer Qian's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, when did Little Wings become so mischievous? Could Yudi have taught her? No, Yudi, with her fairy-like grace, wouldn't speak in such a coarse manner. Just then, Yudi, dressed in plain clothes, covered her mouth and laughed softly, her laughter so vibrant and youthful that it shattered her ethereal demeanor. Despite her real age being at least 100,000 years, at that moment, she appeared as fresh and radiant as a young maiden. Night Wanderer Qian sighed helplessly, still preferring Yudi's original serene beauty, reminiscent of a moonlit cloud. "Let's get serious and go take a look inside." With a thought, the beast taming codex emerged from his brow, forcefully pulling the 2 women into the beast taming space. Inside, Night Wanderer Qian glanced around, frowning. "Huh? Why is it so desolate here?" Yudi wouldn't have eaten even the grass, would she? The once vibrant meadows and forests had vanished, leaving the 10,000 mountains barren, and even the formerly blue sky had grown dull. Honestly, if those old relics from the Blue Heart Church found out, they'd probably chase me with a 40-meter-long sword. Night Wanderer Qian joked to himself. Meanwhile, Huangsong Elf and Yudi opened their eyes inside the beast taming codex, their beautiful eyes widening in awe. The sight before them was truly astonishing. 9 spiritual spring statues towering over 50,000 meters high, and a domain spanning over 400,000 square kilometers. Impressive even for a source realm beast tamer. Yet, Night Wanderer Qian was only at the spirit platform realm. The potential of his future was unimaginable. The Huangsong elf turned to Yumu and softly said, "I initially planned to help the little guy reach the Star Lord realm before finding a way to sever the soul contract. After all, our peak realms are far beyond what an ordinary beast tamer could sustain." She looked up, a hint of surprise and expectation in her purple eyes. "Now, I think staying with the little guy for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad. For us beast spirits, having enough to eat and drink and maintaining peak condition is already quite good. Night, perhaps he really can support us in the future." Huangsong Elf and Yumu's realms were so high, akin to deities, that the energy required to sustain their existence was immense. Yumu had a forbidden land, the netherworld flower Sito, provide her with the necessary energy. Similarly, the Huangsong Elf once ruled over a divine kingdom for the same reason. Why aren't you saying anything? The Huangsong Elf's face showed a hint of annoyance as she turned to the fairy-like woman in plain clothes, her pupils contracting in shock, her face revealing a look of amazement. With a resounding whoosh, lightning and blue light intertwined and flashed, descending like a divine miracle onto the central 90-yard platform of the Beast Taming Codex world. Two stunning women stood silently on the platform, their beautiful faces unusually blank, clearly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. After a long pause, the spirit of Huangsong finally regained her composure, taking a deep breath as her chest heaved. Her purple eyes flickered with urgency as she exclaimed, "Yomu, could this aura be that thing?" However, the ethereal beauty referred to as Yomu did not respond. She gracefully knelt on one knee atop the 90-yard platform, her fair hand gently caressing the face of the golden statue that bore the likeness of Ye Youqian. Closing her eyes, she instantly connected her consciousness to her own spiritual fountain statue. In an instant, azure light surged like a tidal wave, illuminating an area of 400,000 square kilometers. The scene was reminiscent of the blue leaf heaven phenomenon that once shook the four great realms, with the sole difference being that this time, the spectacle unfolded solely within Ye Youqian's beast-taming space. Nonetheless, the grandeur of the sight was enough to leave one awestruck. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the heart of the azure spiritual fountain statue, shining like a crown on a divine throne. Yomu slowly rose, an overwhelming aura of majesty emanating from her, as if a goddess under blue leaf heaven had descended, her divine presence unparalleled. "I remember now," Yomu softly said. "I succeeded. But unfortunately, I also failed." Such cryptic words would surely confound Ye Youqian, but for the spirit of Huangsong, combined with the current spectacle, they sparked a glimmer of understanding in her beautiful purple eyes. The spirit of Huangsong withdrew her gaze from the azure ethereal statue and mimicked Yomu's gesture, touching the golden statue. Instantly, the purple thunder spiritual fountain statue representing her erupted with countless lightning bolts, surging like a raging dragon into the sky, merging with blue leaf heaven. The thunderous light roared, as if the wrath of the gods was pouring down upon the earth. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared in the eyes of the purple spiritual fountain statue. A hint of excitement colored the spirit of Huangsong's exquisite face, her long lashes trembling slightly, adorned with violet thunderlight, an unparalleled beauty. "Yomu, what do you think?" The spirit of Huangsong looked up, gazing at her companion. Without waiting for a response, her purple eyes gleamed with anticipation as she softly said, "The little one. No. He is worthy to be my beast tamer master." The term master was not something the proud spirit of Huangsong would typically use. However, what Ye Youqian could offer was not wealth, resources, or even the potential to sustain the spirit of Huangsong in the future, but a glimmer of hope, a chance to fulfill the pursuit of tens of thousands, if not millions, of years. This opportunity had been born the moment they became Ye Youqian's primary beasts, and now it was finally revealing its true form. The two women exchanged glances, reading each other's thoughts in their eyes. Yomu chuckled softly. "He keeps calling me Blue Mama, but as the ruler of the Netherflower Sea, I'm no one's mama. It's time for the little one to understand the greatness of the blue leaf heaven's ruler." Hearing this, the spirit of Huangsong clutched her waist, laughing until her face was flushed with joy. She took a deep breath and teased, "Haha, aren't you enjoying it? You used to love raising butterflies and human children. Our master certainly has some of the peculiar tastes typical of humans. As a beast tamer, he must take the responsibility of nurturing his beasts seriously." Their conversation was undoubtedly filled with playful complaints about Yi. Meanwhile, in another space, Ye Youqian suddenly sneezed twice in a row. Rubbing his nose, he wondered suspiciously, "Is that mischievous spirit thinking about me? That seductive siren is thinking about me?" Ye Youqian muttered to himself, instinctively touching his nose. Suddenly, the clear sky erupted with a deafening roar as a blinding purple lightning bolt tore through the heavens. Within the electric light, a graceful woman with purple hair descended from the sky, appearing instantly before Ye Youqian. Her slender fingers gripped his collar like steel clamps, lifting him off the ground. Her lips curled slightly, and her half-closed purple eyes glowed with an intense aura, surrounded by fierce lightning. She raised her swan-like neck, her voice carrying a menacing tone. "I'll give you a chance to rephrase that." Cold sweat poured down Ye Youqian's face. The pressure from her thunderous purple gaze was overwhelming, as if she could shatter him at any moment. Even more terrifying was the surge of electric current coursing through his body like a wild snake. At this critical moment, a cool voice broke the tension. "Calm down. Don't be so aggressive all the time. You might scare the master. Before the words had fully settled, a pair of fair, jade-like wrists had already grasped the hands of the luminous spirit, rescuing the trembling Ye Youqian. Master, Ye Youqian murmured, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He raised his hand and slapped his ear, as if checking for auditory hallucinations. What's going on? Am I hearing things? I'd better be more careful in the future. If I end up getting hurt over some trivial advantage, it wouldn't be worth it. The luminous spirit huffed coldly, taking a deep breath, her sharp purple gaze fixed on Ye Youqian. Her voice was solemn and earnest. The world knows me as the North Zay Divine Master, but they don't know I'm also the ruler of the Thunder Abyss. Then another voice echoed, equally grave and dignified. You die, the ruler of the blue leaf sky, an eternal being who controls the path of life and death. These words reverberated in Ye Youqian's ears, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Despite having known them for a long time, he sensed the special significance of this moment. Ye Youqian nodded heavily and spoke in a deep voice. I understand. He knew in his heart that a name is a testament to existence, a unique imprint in the river of time. For beings like Yu Dai and the luminous spirit, their true names were rarely known, if ever. Only those with close ties at the same level would share their real names. In ancient legends, Yomu was known as the ruler of the underworld, an absolute sovereign of a forbidden realm, akin to a deity. Meanwhile, in her era, the luminous spirit was known to the world only as the North Zay Divine Master, with peers referring to her as North Zay. Over the ages, Ye Youqian had become the first human to know their true names. Undoubtedly, this was a recognition of his identity as their master by these powerful beings. Ye Youqian cautiously asked, Lan, cough, you die, does your true name have any special effects? A hint of blush appeared on Yudi's cool face, her eyes soft as she gazed at Ye Youqian. Special effects? Not really. It's just a name that has accompanied me for millions of years, known only to you. Ye Youqian's heart pounded, and he eagerly turned to the luminous spirit. And you, Huan Yuan, is it the same for you? The luminous spirit's lips curled slightly, her purple eyes fixed on Ye Youqian, as if probing his thoughts. Ye Youqian furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling a detail. Does a dragon also know? Male or female? He blurted out, remembering the legend of the thunder dragon tamed by the North Zay Divine Master. The luminous spirit snorted, her face remaining calm and composed, maintaining her usual stern demeanor. Guess for yourself. Yet, in her heart, she secretly chuckled, finding Ye Youqian's bewildered expression amusing. Yue Jiao felt puzzled by Yuqian's strange thoughts. As a creature born almost directly from the essence of thunder, they had no need for reproduction, nor did they possess corresponding desires. Yue Jiao patiently explained, Yi, not all spirit beasts choose to take human form. Huan Yuan was born as it is, and I chose this form to better communicate with humans. Youqian nodded thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand, still curious. That thunder dragon, is it male or female? The Huangsong spirit, understanding Yuqian's thoughts, couldn't help but laugh. Yue Jiao rolled her eyes at Youqian, playfully flicking his forehead with her slender fingers. Little one, can't you stop thinking about such nonsense all the time? Youqian grimaced, complaining. Can you two stop reading my mind all the time? What if I get used to it and turn into a complete weirdo? Hearing this, the two women exchanged glances, helplessness in their eyes, thinking, isn't he weird enough already? The night was like blood, with a blood-red moon hanging high in the sky, sending chills down one's spine. Survivors in the 9 regions felt the cold to their bones, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Tomorrow at this time, a bloody night would descend. After over 4 months of brutal fighting, constantly teetering on the brink of life and death, anxiety and fear shadowed them, a torment worse than death. In less than a day, this cruelty would be magnified dozens, hundreds of times, with only 9 able to claim ultimate victory. To the west of a massive statue towering 500,000 meters high, a mountain-like King Kong ape sat, its rumbling growls echoing endlessly. Wei Qingyu, covered in mud, her pleated skirt stained with crimson, looked like a beggar. She said pitifully, Xiaojiang, I'm sorry for making you hungry. The King Kong ape let out drum-like roars, as if comforting the human who helped it evolve from a dominant level to a monarch level. Spirit beasts, too, were emotional creatures, often more grateful than humans. Wei Qingyu took a deep breath, determination shining in her eyes. Xiaojiang, we can win. Before entering this bloody legacy, she already had 3 adult monarch-level spirit beasts, enough to impress ordinary Source Fire Realm spirit beast masters. Fortunately, Wei Qingyu hadn't encountered enemies like Youqian or Yuanboya. After learning the harsh truth, she resolutely abandoned mercy, began hunting opponents, and strengthened herself just to survive. You're right, Xiaojiang. Once the bloody night begins, there will be food. Wei Qingyu looked up at the blood moon in the sky, cruel yet beautiful, like a burning beacon of resilient life. The once bustling scene of the Grand Four Regions joint exam venue had vanished. Most people were forcibly dispersed, leaving only representatives from the major Beastmaster academies, the four great king domains, and a few special individuals. Wei Lao, swaying slightly, carried a jug of wine and staggered towards the northwest corner of the audience seats. The Lord of Yuyun Mansion, dressed in a robe adorned with cloud-like patterns, looked at his former friend with a complicated expression, silently lamenting his current state of decay, neglecting his Beastmaster Association duties, and spending his days in a drunken stupor, awaiting the final outcome. Above the sky, an illusory world hung like a mirage, faintly revealing 9 towering statues. Lan Tianming glanced at Wei Lao, who was drinking gloomily, then looked up at the sky and whispered hoarsely, "For months have passed. It's about time for this to end." Suddenly, Lan Tianming's pupils contracted as he stared intently at the illusory world above. Reflected in his eyes was a hint of blood, and he thought to himself, "Is this the Bloody Night? Alas, the outcome might be even more brutal than I imagined." He shook his head, deciding to inform the others. This unexpected turn of events caught the four king domains and the four academies off guard, yet they were helpless. The illusory world in the sky was not a real place, but a mirage-like illusion. The actual location could be anywhere, from a grain of sand to the void above the sky. Without finding the node, even Star Lord level experts were powerless, left with nothing but frustration. About 10 minutes later, a large group gathered on the high platform of the audience seats, totaling over 100 people. Among them, dozens wore dragon-patterned robes, exuding noble aura, representing the royal elites of the four great king domains. Almost everyone present had reached the Source Fire realm, with even 4 ancient figures of the Source realm personally attending. There are 26 Beastmaster academies, and after the incident, their high-ranking officials arrived one after another for various reasons. Some came to witness the rare Beastmaster night, while others hoped to seize an opportunity. The lineup from the 4 academies was even more impressive, with 4-star Lord-level powerhouses attending at once. Such figures could command the respect of royalty in any king domain. Even those reclusive ancient figures, devoted to training in the dangerous void, came to join the excitement. "Tianming," a deep voice called out. Lan Tianming quickly clasped his hands together and respectfully greeted. "Dean Su, the Bloody Night has begun. This Beastmaster night might not be simple." A soft, alluring voice sounded. Lan Tianming followed the sound, frowning with irritation but suppressing it. A figure in a black robe, revealing a graceful silhouette, caught his attention. Though her face was indistinct, her every move exuded an enchanting charm. Lan Tianming was well aware that this woman, hiding her true appearance, was an old witch and likely connected to the group that once knocked him out, possibly even this woman herself. But he had no evidence and dared not speak recklessly, knowing he wasn't her match. Since she hadn't harmed him, Lan Tianming buried his resentment, wisely showing no dissatisfaction. For months, it's finally coming to an end. Everyone's gaze turned skyward, awaiting the final outcome of this Beastmaster night. Dean Su shook his head and sighed, his face full of emotion. Beside him, the woman's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, as if she was desperately searching for something. Her back was drenched with sweat, a testament to her focus and tension. "It's confirmed," the woman in the black robe murmured to herself. "It's within this realm. I wonder which lucky little fellow has caught the favor of the Blue Heart Moon Sovereign." She exhaled a heavy breath, a flicker of undisguised jealousy passing through her charming eyes. Her thoughts raced. "I need to inform those guys. With the Blue Heart Moon Sovereign here, this lucky one will surely stand out." Then she hesitated. "Should I inform the Lord of the Netherworld Flower Sea?" Her steps paused involuntarily, her eyes glinting with contemplation. Meanwhile, within the realm, crack! A loud explosion echoed as lightning struck a pile of dry wood. The violent collision of electricity instantly generated high heat, igniting the entire stack. "Well done, little fox," Ye Youqian praised. A pink fox, as large as an adult horse, had 3 lively tails flickering with electric arcs. It skillfully gathered the scattered wood and tossed it into the fire, its movements smooth and practiced, clearly experienced. Ye Youqian gave the little fox a thumbs up. Meanwhile, from the Beastmaster book hovering over his right shoulder, a stream of blue spiritual water flowed out, suspending about 50 pounds of beast meat in the air. Suddenly, a flash of lightning, and Huang Tsong, the spirit, appeared with furrowed brows, looking puzzled at Ye Youqian, who had forcibly summoned her. "Huang Yuan, lend me the knife," Ye Youqian said, rubbing his hands with anticipation. What are you up to?" Huang Tsong's purple eyes narrowed as she glanced at the floating beast meat, immediately grasping Ye Youqian's intention, a hint of anger crossing her brow. "Goodness," she thought to herself, "he's treating my life-bound weapon as a meat cleaver. Ever since he learned my true name, he's become more and more presumptuous. His resistance to lightning has also increased. Next time he dares to touch, I'll have to zap him good. Just for a bit, let me try it." Ye Youqian admitted his true motive. He knew Huang Tsang could sense his thoughts. Cutting meat was just an excuse. He really wanted to play with the thunder knife. Sensing danger, the little fox quickly made its escape. Are you sure? Huang Tsang's lips curled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of menace. Yeah. Ye Youqian nodded solemnly, determination in his eyes. Here. Huang Tsang's delicate hand gripped the knife, drawing it with lightning speed, stopping the blade a centimeter before Ye Youqian's chest. Thunder flashed brilliantly, both dazzling and thrilling. The knife had a purple handle, its blade slightly curved, resembling a katana, and over half a meter long. Lightning patterns were engraved on the left side of the blade, while the right side was pitch black. Thanks. Ye Youqian grasped the handle. In an instant, a sharp electric hum rose from the handle, currents surging into his body, causing him to stagger and almost lose his grip. He actually held it. This bastard's resistance to lightning has increased again. Huang Tsang blushed slightly, as if reminded of something embarrassing. Slice. A flash of cold light, accompanied by blinding thunder, and the knife effortlessly sliced through a large chunk of beast meat, as if cutting through paper. These effects are amazing. Ye Youqian swung the knife dozens of times, thoroughly enjoying himself, gently stroking the blade with admiration in his eyes. Give it back. Huang Tsang snatched her weapon back, swaying her hips as she slipped back into the Beast Master book, disappearing. So stingy, Ye Youqian muttered to himself. It's just a weapon, playing with it won't break it. He turned to where the little fox was, asking proudly. Impressive, right? Yip yip. The little fox responded enthusiastically. A confident smile spread across Ye Youqian's face as he controlled the spiritual water to lay out the sliced meat, placing it over the fire to roast. Devouring meat like this is truly satisfying, though it's a pity there's no wine. Ye Youqian leaned against a large stone, skillfully grasping the front paw of the pink-haired fox, foam. He whispered, Little fox, show me your claws. The pink-haired fox let out a pitiful whimper and reluctantly extended a sharp claw from its paw pad. The claw gleamed silver under the moonlight, a deadly weapon indeed. Ignoring the little fox's protests, Ye Youqian brought the claw to his mouth, carefully picking out the meat strands from between his teeth. Once finished, Ye Youqian grabbed a fluffy pink foxtail and gently wiped his mouth. The little fox looked even more aggrieved, its ears drooping, and its alluring eyes glistening with watery charm, making it irresistibly adorable. Unable to resist, Ye Youqian patted the little fox's head before standing up. He summoned two of his main beasts and spoke softly to one of them. Huan Yuan, you can fly. Scout the skies for high-level spiritual resources. We only have 1 day left, and the stronger you die becomes, the better our chances. The proud Huang Tsang spirit nodded slightly, transforming into lightning and leaping into the sky, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Ye Youqian looked around. They were less than 100,000 meters from the massive wood element spiritual spring statue. According to the distribution of resource points in the Beastmaster realm, the closer to the spiritual spring statue, the denser the elements and source power, making it an ideal place for planting high-level spiritual materials. I didn't expect that breaking through to the spirit platform realm would nearly drain this area's energy, Ye Youqian murmured, a hint of worry in his eyes. I hope we can find some surviving spiritual resources. About an hour later, a sudden thunderous sound echoed in the clear sky. Lightning poured down like a waterfall, condensing on the ground into a stunning purple-haired woman. She wore a form-fitting soft armor that perfectly highlighted her astonishing curves. Her aura was cold and noble, like a queen of thunder descending to the mortal world. How did it go? Ye Youqian eagerly approached to ask. The Huangsang spirit's lips curved into a slight smile as she gracefully stepped beside Ye Youqian. Her purple eyes gazed at the Beastmaster's compendium hovering over Ye Youqian's right shoulder, and she said, Yomu, you're in luck. I found something good. Thank you. Came Yudi's cool voice from within the compendium. Ye Youqian turned to the pink, three-tailed fox, raising an eyebrow. The little fox immediately understood, leaping high and disappearing into the Beastmaster's compendium. Let's go. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, and with a thought, the compendium transformed into a 9-colored holy light, entering his brow and into his consciousness. Ye Youqian looked solemn, spreading his hands with a determined expression. The Huangsang spirit's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Deep breath. The initial pain is normal. She stepped forward, bending slightly, wrapping her arms around Ye Youqian's waist and knees. In a classic princess carry, the roles seemed reversed. Take off. The Huangsang spirit laughed heartily, her face exuding the majesty of a thunder queen. Meanwhile, Ye Youqian's face turned a deep shade of purplered from embarrassment, and purple from the shocking electric currents coursing through his body. The sensation was beyond mere exhilaration. Hiss! How much further? Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, clinging tightly to the neck of the majestic Huangsang spirit. The howling wind slashed at him like knives, and thunder rumbled inside him, making every inch of his skin tremble. A faint and elusive fragrance reached his nose, offering a small comfort amidst the pain. Almost there. Hang in there. The Huangsong spirit replied with a mischievous laugh, her voice dripping with schadenfreude. Come on, use that stubborn determination of yours. Ye Youqian cursed silently. Revenge. Pure revenge. What a petty woman. No, she just looks like any woman who's excessively beautiful. He endured the torment of the raging wind and thunder, knowing he had to suffer this agony for his beast to grow. About 20 minutes later, a deafening crash echoed as lightning struck the ground. Ye Youqian felt a wave of relief and hurried to escape from the terrifying humanoid beast. However, as he stepped forward, he slipped and fell heavily to the ground. The Huangsong spirit's gleeful laughter rang out again, her purple eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Finally managed to teach this little troublemaker a lesson. If Ye Youqian weren't her beast master, he might have been doomed. Unfortunately, he was, and he was of unparalleled importance. Stop laughing. Help me up. Ye Youqian shouted in anger, struggling to rise, but repeatedly failing. The close contact for over 20 minutes left him feeling as if fierce currents coursed through his body, punishing him with every slight movement. All right. The Huangsong spirit covered her lips with her delicate hand, walking slowly to his side to help him up. Her gentle and careful movements were like those of a wife caring for her sick husband. Yet, in this seemingly tender gesture, lightning flickered again. Hiss! Ye Youqian gasped, nearly losing his temper. At that moment, a soft blue glow emerged from Ye Youqian's brow, manifesting as the delicate form of a blue butterfly. Yudi's cool voice held a hint of reproach. Enough teasing him, or you'll regret it once the little one grows stronger. Yudai took over, draping Ye Youqian's right arm over her shoulder. A refreshing scent of grass filled the air, bringing him some comfort. Yudai, you're the best, he sighed, casting a resentful glance at the amused Huangsong spirit, his mind racing with 108 different revenge plots. Feigning hurt, the Huangsong spirit turned her head, avoiding Ye Youqian's gaze. Master, you asked for this yourself. Why blame me? Inside, she was flustered by the emotions and thoughts she could sense. All right, let's focus on the task at hand. Yudai interrupted their bickering, her blue eyes fixed ahead. The faint golden mark on the back of Ye Youqian's right hand glowed, providing him with information about the rare spiritual entity before them. Ghost Mulberry Spirit Tree, Grade 6 Supreme. Effect 1. Mulberries have the ability to repair soul damage, able to heal Source Realm Beast Masters and Emperor-level beasts. Effect 2. Mulberries serve as food for Emperor-level undead beasts, enhancing their potential. Effect 3. Mulberries and leaves are excellent materials for crafting high-grade soul-related elixirs and potions. Effect 4. Feeding butterflies and moths capable of transforming into butterflies with mulberry leaves can induce a 30 chance of species mutation below Emperor level. Effect 5. If the Ghost Mulberry Spirit Tree absorbs enough life and death essence, it may develop intelligence and become an Emperor-level beast with Comet-level growth potential. Description: a rare and powerful Grade 6 Supreme Spiritual Entity. Once it develops intelligence, it is almost guaranteed to become a Comet-level beast. Hiss! Ye Youqian gasped. Once this thing develops intelligence, it can become a Comet-level beast. No wonder it's rated as a Grade 6 spiritual entity. He looked up at the towering mulberry tree before him, standing 1,000 meters tall and 100 meters wide. Its gray-white branches and leaves were lush, adorned with countless crimson mulberries like stars in the sky, a truly magnificent sight. How long will it take for you to absorb it, Yudai? Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. This 6th-tier Supreme Spirit Tree was invaluable, yet it had to be sacrificed to enhance the power of his beast. He took a deep breath, suppressing his reluctance. The situation was dire, with a bloody night approaching. Would it be a battle of hundreds, or thousands, or even tens of thousands? There was no time to waste in boosting their strength. A confident glint appeared on Yudi's cool, delicate face, and a brilliant blue radiance burst forth from her graceful form. In an instant, a towering tree over 100 meters high rose from the ground. Its crown and leaves were a deep blue, with hints of red and gray intertwining inside. The thick branches and bark were a soft azure color, adorned with intricate red and gray patterns. Most striking was the dazzling blue light at the tree's core, as beautiful as starlight. With a rip sound, the blue roots, marked with red and gray patterns, plunged into the Ghost Mulberry Spirit Tree's branches, heart, and even deep into its roots underground like greedy serpents. Thump, thump. A sound like a heartbeat echoed from all directions, as if a strange creature was devouring the flesh of its prey. Ye Youqian watched the scene intently, deeply shocked. The devouring ability at the eclipse moon level was terrifying. The 1,000-meter-high spirit tree silently withered and decayed, eventually disappearing completely. The whole process took less than half an hour, leaving only a ground covered in mulberry leaves, a testament to its former existence. A massive, bottomless pit over 100 meters in diameter stretched into the darkness. Once the devouring was complete, The transformation began. Ye Youqian gazed at the nether blue heart tree, now in its true form, gaining a new understanding of the fearsome power of plant-type beasts. Their vitality was tenacious, their methods primitively brutal, perfectly blending life's mercy with death's cruelty. The rank information of the nether blue heart tree entered Ye Youqian's mind. Marquee level 7-star status, excellent evolutionary potential, possibly ancestral. Racial talent, heart of the nether. Marquee level skills, bewildering fruit bomb, blue heart fruit, dream illusion fruit, poison infusion, perfect affinity with wood elements, necromantic star speech. Emperor level skills, nether sword rain, nether cannon, wild growth, soul of flora, ghost mulberry spirit fruit. Eclipse moon level skills, devour, transform. Countless skills below marquee level, with 65,821 more skills to unlock and fuse, requiring evolution to higher tiers to gradually activate. This marquee level beast, touching the essence of death, with 4 emperor level skills, possessed terrifying power to fight beyond its rank. A 6th-tier spirit tree, at least 50,000 years old, after being devoured and transformed, enabled Yudai to leap from a 4-star to a 7-star marquee level, crossing 3-star levels, a truly astonishing feat. It's important to note that the growth cycle of a marquee level beast is typically measured in centuries, particularly for plant-type beasts, which demand incredible time and resources. However, this ghost mulberry spirit tree was a genuine 6th-tier spirit tree, its value comparable to a meteor-level beast. Moreover, Yudai was essentially a ghostly wood, one of the absolute dominators of ancient times, so it was logical for her to grow so significantly after consuming such high-quality resources in one go. Ye Youqian's eyes reflected the information on Yudai, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light flickered as a massive blue-hearted tree, reminiscent of an ancient divine tree, suddenly disappeared. In its place stood a woman in a simple dress, exuding an ethereal aura. Her face was stunningly beautiful, with a gentle smile playing on her delicate features, as she gazed tenderly at Ye Youqian. Ye Youqian looked up, surprised, and asked, turning into a human form, "Won't it affect the soul's feedback?" "It's all the same, don't worry," Yudai replied with a cool voice. She lightly raised her delicate hand, and azure branches shot out like serpents, wrapping around Ye Youqian's waist. The sudden force caught him off guard, and he was pulled into Yudi's embrace. His mouth gaped open, eyes wide with shock, and his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted behind Ye Youqian. Blinding lightning appeared out of nowhere, resembling a world-ending thunder tribulation from a cultivation novel, with the booming sound shaking the heavens. In an instant, the space within 100 meters around Ye Youqian transformed into a sea of thunder. "Gah!" Ye Youqian exclaimed. "I'm a victim here too, Huang Yuan. Don't strike me, it could really kill me." Instinctively, he reached out, trying to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yudai calmly said, "Don't worry, B-Eyes knows her limits. She's just having a fit of impotent rage." Her words made Ye Youqian's heart tighten with a thrill. However, just then, the soul's feedback arrived. Ye Youqian's consciousness was forcibly pulled into the sea of his mind, sinking into the space of the beast mastery tome, losing all sense of the outside world. He sighed softly. What a pity, such a rare experience. Then he focused his mind, concentrating on controlling the energy of the soul's feedback, channeling it through the spiritual spring to the golden statue in the center of the 9th spiritual platform, cradling a wisp of source fire. With a hissing sound, that wisp of source fire absorbed the pure soul energy, rapidly growing stronger. It multiplied from a single strand into countless threads, eventually converging into a flame as profound as an abyss. A mystical feeling surged within Ye Youqian, as if he had touched upon some boundary of life. This boundary, though solid, was not unbreakable. If he could just let this flame continue to grow, reaching its limit, the flame of life would ignite into an eternal blaze. The source fire never extinguishes, and the soul never perishes. This is the source fire realm, Ye Youqian realized. I'm still quite far off. It seems I'll need the soul feedback energy from both Yudai and Huang Yuan reaching the emperor level to achieve that step. He pondered. However, the gains from the Bloody Night might accelerate my path to the source fire realm. The resurrection flower also contains pure soul energy, along with many pure elemental energies, which are second only to the feedback energy as fuel. When his consciousness returned to his body, Ye Youqian opened his eyes and gently moved his body. A soft sensation spread through his skin, bringing a sense of satisfaction. However, when he met those sharp purple eyes, his heart gave a jolt. "Gah!" Ye Youqian instinctively reacted. "Don't be hasty." He struggled to stand, cautiously distancing himself from the comforting embrace, well aware of the Huangsong spirit's tempestuous temper. The Huangsong spirit's purple eyes flashed with a hint of anger before she turned and transformed into a streak of lightning, darting into the beast mastery tome, leaving Ye Youqian with only a graceful silhouette. Yudai leaned down, her azure eyes sparkling with amusement, and asked, Yi, are you really so afraid of her? Ye Youqian sighed, looking skyward at a 45-degree angle, feeling rather helpless. Sigh, just 2 main beasts are like this, if all 9 were gathered. I'm afraid I couldn't handle it. The sun set in the west, and the last trace of red twilight vanished. The cold night, like a beast from the abyss, enveloped the entire world. A crescent moon rose, blood red, as if transforming the land into a blood prison. A chilling cold gripped every survivor's heart as the bloody night descended. With a wave of his right hand, Ye Youqian engulfed the ethereal butterflies and Huang Tsang spirits into his beast space, the 9-colored light disappearing into his forehead. At the same time, the blood-red crescent moon cast down tens of thousands of icy blood rays, one of which enveloped Ye Youqian. In the blink of an eye, Ye Youqian vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast, boundless space, facing a towering 90-year spiritual platform, its edges extending beyond sight. In front of the platform stood a 100-meter dark purple humanoid statue, lifelike as though it could breathe. Is this the Source Realm level Beastmaster? Ye Youqian wondered. It seems this is the center of the world, the outskirts of the 90-year spiritual platform. Suddenly, the mark on the back of his right hand glowed with a bright pale golden light, and a sharp pain accompanied a surge of information into his mind. Sequence 9. Total kills, 568. Potential, Star Master 3 stars. This is my sequence information? Only 9th? That's underestimating me. Ye Youqian muttered, then summoned Blue Butterfly and Huang Yuan. As he focused on the mark, more information emerged. 9th, Bloody Battlefield Participants, 2263. Battlefield, Forest of Frenzy. Description, a primitive forest terrain, covering 5 square kilometers. Every hour, the battlefield shrinks by 1/5. Only the last victor and their followers can leave alive. Special reminder, among the top 20 sequences, there are 3 people. Poison Circle? Ye Youqian blurted out. The term seemed fitting for the current situation. In the sky, a blood-red inverted disc descended, trapping the 2,263 people in the Forest of Frenzy. Only when the final victor is decided will this poison circle disappear. Suddenly, the rustling of trampled grass echoed. Ye Youqian turned sharply, his pupils slightly shaking. Within a 100-meter radius centered on him, nearly 100 people looked around cautiously, their expressions shocked. Ye Youqian's eyes flickered, reflecting messages as he quickly estimated the opponent's approximate strength. Sequence 86-81. Total kills, 68. Potential, Spiritual Platform 7 stars. Sequence 57-85. Total kills, 168. Potential, Source Fire Realm 3 stars. There are quite a few who have survived until now, Ye Youqian thought. Unfortunately, soon there will be only 9 left. He remained on high alert, ready to summon the 3 Hall Masters, as the Beast Compendium hovered like an ink painting over his right shoulder. At that moment, a sharp cry shattered the brief balance on the battlefield. He's Sequence 9, we must unite, or we'll surely die at his hands. A ragged yet beautiful fairy suddenly shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention to Ye Youqian. Damn it! Ye Youqian turned sharply, his eyes flashing with cruelty and rage. With one sentence, this woman had placed him against nearly 100 people present. If not handled well, he would undoubtedly face a group attack. Ye Youqian, he's Ye Youqian. The whispers began around him, and a tense atmosphere quickly enveloped the battlefield. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized Ye Youqian. A shout of alarm pierced the silence, and people retreated like a receding tide, terrified that this prodigy, capable of nurturing 3 marquee-level spirit beasts, might suddenly lash out and kill. Ye Youqian, someone exclaimed, trembling. Look at those 2 beauties with red horns by his side, they must be marquee-level spirit beasts in human form. Fear was etched on the faces of the 100 or so people present, each dreading becoming Ye Youqian's target. Human form marquee-level spirit beasts were formidable, enough to instill fear in anyone. At that moment, a young man with a gaunt face and bloodshot eyes shouted, "What are we afraid of? Do we have any other choice? Let's join forces. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we can't muster 3 marquee-level spirit beasts." With those words, he was the first to summon a marquee-level spirit beast, glaring coldly in Ye Youqian's direction. "Yes, let's team up," another person echoed. "Those of us ranked beyond the top 20 have no chance of survival unless we work together. Let's take out the strong first. Count me in. Take him down, haha. If I absorb Ye Youqian's rebirth flower, what level might I reach?" At these words, a greedy glint appeared in the eyes of nearly everyone present. The weak united, while the strong stood alone. In this bloody feast, the weak had to band together to grasp even a slim chance of survival. However, just as the crowd was ready to move, a brilliant flash of lightning struck. The man who had incited their greed was instantly decapitated, blood spurting like a fountain. Courting death, the Huangsong elf said coldly. Her petite frame was enveloped in thunder, rising lightly into the air like a feather, as if a goddess of lightning gazing down upon mortals. He's killed someone. Damn it. Let's all attack at once. We can't give him a chance to pick us off one by one. Charge, or we'll all die. A cacophony of battle cries erupted, as spirit beasts of various forms glared at Ye Youqian, launching fierce attacks at their master's commands. Ye Youqian shook his head, somewhat exasperated by the Huangsong elf's fiery temper. Couldn't you just kill a few to intimidate them, scare them witless? He murmured to Yudai. Yudai nodded in agreement, gently raising her slender wrist. Instantly, the plants within a kilometer radius grew wildly, as if they had experienced millennia of growth. Even a wild grass reached 2 meters in height, while ancient trees towered 100 meters high, obscuring the enemy's view and attacks. Meanwhile, Ye Youqian was swiftly relocated by azure roots wrapped around his waist. The Huangsong elf transformed into a god of slaughter. Wherever the blinding lightning struck, a life ended. It was a one-sided massacre. The Huangsong elf's decapitation strategy was astonishingly efficient once a beastmaster died. Their spirit beast was crushed into nourishment for the rebirth flower by special rules. As a 9-star marquee-level spirit beast with emperor-level skills and a thunder attribute, the Huangsong elf's damage output was no less than that of an ordinary emperor-level spirit beast, with speed undeniably of emperor-level caliber. In this environment, ordinary marquee-level spirit beasts couldn't even catch her trail, let alone defend against her. There they are, a beastmaster with a detection skill shouted frantically, fleeing the scene in terror and hiding away. Kill him. If we kill Ye Youqian, we win. Either way, we're dead. We might as well take a chance. Brothers, charge with me. Kill. We can definitely take him down. The battlefield echoed with frenzied shouts as crimson flowers swayed, marking the fall of each warrior who dared to challenge death. Damn it. She's caught up, the young man exclaimed in despair, his eyes flickering with a mad gleam. Tianqing Niu, attack that spot, quickly. With a thunderous bellow, a massive creature appeared before the crowd. This was Tianqing Niu, a beast with the bloodline of a marquis. It had curved azure horns on its head, a lower body like a winding giant serpent, and a pair of pristine wings on its back, giving it a bizarre, yet somehow sacred appearance. Tianqing Niu opened its enormous mouth, gathering a blue energy wave with a diameter of 10 meters. The energy fluctuation was so intense that the surrounding air began to distort. With a loud bang, the wave shot out like a grenade, its recoil causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to sink half a meter. Just then, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Huangsong, an elf resembling a queen of thunder, instantly locked onto the threat to Ye Youqian. With a sizzle, the young man's eyes reflected the dazzling lightning before life slipped away from him. Meanwhile, although the blue wave missed its target, it exploded in the air, clearing a 100-meter-wide area. As the dust settled, a man and a woman stood revealed, surrounded by sturdy ice walls that effectively blocked the wave's aftermath. Ye Youqian slowly rose to his feet, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes as he stared at the enemies charging toward him. The air filled with shouts of combat. Kill him. Don't waste this chance. Quick. We can't let Ye Youqian escape again. If we kill him, we'll have a way out. Chaos erupted as over 80 high-level beasts let out frenzied roars, their eyes bloodshot, fearlessly charging at Ye Youqian. Among these beasts, the weakest were of the Dominator level, and 12 emitted the formidable aura of a marquis. In the face of what seemed like a massive beast tide, Ye Youqian suppressed his inner unease. He calmly calculated the distance no more than 200 meters, which the Dominator-level beasts could cover in just 5 seconds. The air was thick with murderous intent, like a sword hanging over his head. Ye Youqian took a deep breath and coldly commanded, Huan Yuan, full power. Yudai transformed into her true form, a majestic ancient tree towering over 100 meters high. The azure branches and leaves wrapped around Ye Youqian like a dragon, securely protecting him within. Suddenly, an angry shout pierced the sky, and within a kilometer radius, the thunder elements frantically converged, creating a deafening roar. Lei Yuan Purgatory, whispered the Huangsong spirit, holding a thunder blade horizontally in front of her chest. In an instant, terrifying purple lightning erupted, enveloping the space centered around Ye Youqian. Boom. The thunderous power turned the area within a kilometer into a horrifying thunder abyss. High-ranking beasts charging at Ye Youqian were struck down, their bodies torn apart, falling lifeless to the ground. The density of the lightning was lowest where Yudai was, but its power was still enough to instantly kill an unprotected Ye Youqian. This was the limit of the Huangsong spirit's micromanipulation. In just 1 second, only 3 beasts of the marquee level, 7-star or higher, remained on the battlefield. They dragged their battered bodies, eyes filled with rage and murderous intent, rushing towards where Ye Youqian stood. Whoosh! A flash of lightning, and a blinding blade sliced through the necks of the 3 beasts. The cuts were charred and emitted a fragrant aroma. Boom. The last wave of enemies fell to the ground, leaving only some scattered soldiers fleeing in panic. It's over. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, signaling Yu Dai to release the protection. The thunder abyss quickly dissipated, revealing a field of crimson resurrection flowers, waiting for the victor to harvest. Huang Yuan, kill them all. Ye Youqian's voice was filled with extreme anger, his eyes full of killing intent. However, the command he gave the Huangsong spirit in his heart was entirely different. Understood. The Huangsong spirit's purple eyes flickered as she responded. She transformed into a streak of purple lightning, darting into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Beside Ye Youqian, a blue light shimmered as Yu Dai took human form, cautiously guarding him. Ye Youqian quickly approached the resurrection flowers, roughly pulling them from the skeletal remains and tossing them into the space of his beast compendium. His movements were swift, as if eager to leave this place. Suddenly, a glint of cold light rose from the ground beneath Ye Youqian's feet. A grotesque humanoid creature, wrapped in bandages, appeared, with hands that were bizarrely shaped like blades. It had been hiding in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as a solid ice wall blocked the deadly blades. An ice-cold butterfly, as tall as a person, glared at the enemy with eyes full of anger. Cold air emanated from her, clearly not intending to let this treacherous assassin escape. However, Ye Youqian had other plans. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted as a terrifyingly large python emerged from the beast compendium on Ye Youqian's shoulder. Its gaping maw lunged at the strange humanoid creature. Unfortunately, the creature was incredibly fast, transforming into a pool of black water and merging into the shadows on the ground, disappearing without a trace. Yong Yong. The ground trembled as a gigantic mammoth-like beast appeared out of nowhere, charging at Ye Youqian. Roar! The thunder python, unwilling to be outdone, roared and confronted the enemy. Boom! Boom! It was as if two mountains collided, the loud booms resounding continuously, accompanied by furious roars and the heavy scent of blood. Meanwhile, a black bear and an ape-like marquee-level beast also appeared, charging fiercely at Ye Youqian. Can't hold back anymore? Ye Youqian sneered. Yu Dai's ability to communicate with plants was an unparalleled probing skill in the Forest of Fury. The hidden old foe had long been discovered, but due to the distance, the exact location was somewhat unclear. To be fair, this guy was cautious, only revealing himself after the battle, hoping to catch Ye Youqian off guard and reap the benefits. Two of them. Yu Dai, can you handle it? Ye Youqian looked up at the ethereal blue-haired woman, asking gently. Half a minute, Yu Dai replied succinctly. All right, go ahead. Ye Youqian nodded, completely trusting Yu Dai. Boom. Boom. The ground shook violently, dust filling the air. Yu Dai transformed into her true form, her branches and leaves etched with gray and red patterns, sharp and resilient like the world's finest swords. In one encounter, she forced the two marquee-level beasts into retreat. Impressive. On a battlefield with uneven ground, a woman with sun-kissed skin cautiously crawled. Perched on her shoulder was a mechanical beast resembling a giant butterfly, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. She felt a sense of relief. Although that pretty boy had two humanoid beasts, thankfully, the thunder spirit had already left. Otherwise, an unavoidable deadly battle would have ensued. She tightened her grip on a black, gnarled stick that exuded a certain crude aura. Quickly assessing the situation, she thought, that guy's ice phoenix moth hasn't even reached 7 stars, yet he dared let his wood element humanoid beast leave. There must be a marquee-level beast hidden. She smirked with confidence. I've got 2 peak marquee-level beasts ready, you're done for. Having made up her mind, she swiftly stood up, brushed the dust from her chest, and dashed along the battlefield's edge. A shadow emerged beneath her feet, revealing a bandage-wrapped figure hidden within. With this mysterious force, she moved with incredible speed. In no time, she closed in within 100 meters of Ye Youqian. Suddenly, ice formed on the ground, rushing towards her like a running glacier. Have I been discovered? She wondered. But then a fierce smile spread across her face. But it's too late. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, crush him for me, she shouted excitedly. A blinding silver light accompanied by thunderous mechanical roars suddenly appeared. A mechanical Tyrannosaurus, towering at 200 meters and covered in shiny silver metal bones, charged at Ye Youqian. Ice, block it, Ye Youqian commanded calmly. Instantly, the human-sized ice phoenix moth spread its shimmering white wings, unleashing a torrent of icy currents towards the mechanical beast. Simultaneously, several hundred turtle ice walls materialized, obstructing the path of the mechanical giant. Crack! Crack! The ice walls shattered like fragile glass, only momentarily hindering the mechanical beast. The massive creature's presence loomed over Ye Youqian. Boy, you're still too green. The woman laughed shrilly, her voice dripping with malice. Mechanical beasts aren't afraid of elemental attacks. Just accept your fate. Ye Youqian remained unfazed, not moving an inch. In that critical moment, a piercing ghostly wail suddenly erupted. A chilling, twisted figure emerged from a withered locust tree, lunging at the woman. Impossible. Her pupils dilated with terror. It's an undead marquee-level beast, damn it. Simon, save me. The soul-stealing locust spirit had eluded her detection, launching a long-prepared ambush. Undead beasts, especially ghostly ones, had unpredictable attack methods and often ignored physical defenses. Without skills to resist soul attacks, she would surely meet her end. At the last second, the shadow beneath her surged forward, shielding her. A strange howl echoed, blocking the fatal strike from the soul-stealing locust spirit. The battle had just begun, and the clash between the two sides was far from over. Run, quick! The sun-kissed woman, barely escaping danger, shouted hoarsely, not pausing to celebrate her survival. The bandaged humanoid creature swiftly picked her up, carrying her away from the menacing soul-devouring elm spirit at an incredible speed, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Haha, Ye Youqian, such boldness, such cunning. The woman laughed with excitement, her eyes shining with a fervent glow. I almost died there. But even if that thunder spirit returns now, it can't save you, haha. A slight smirk appeared on Ye Youqian's lips, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Is that so? He replied calmly, already certain of his victory. In this battle, Ye Youqian was confident of his win. The appearance of He Lao Lu signaled that all cards were on the table, and that humanoid shadow-type beast was his last Duke-level combat force. In a battle between beast tamers of the same level, having all beasts fight while hiding in the shadows was a sure path to defeat. The opponent only needed to summon a fierce beast-level creature to instantly put an unprotected beast tamer in mortal danger. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed across the clear sky. The radiant thunder spirit dove down from the clouds, having been lying in wait for the opponent's moment of vulnerability. Meanwhile, the ice radiance butterfly had bought it crucial seconds. Try thunder transformation first form I am thunder. A sharp, powerful voice shattered the sky. The radiant thunder spirit transformed into countless dazzling bolts of lightning, surging like silver snakes into the approaching mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Blinding arcs of electricity flickered and scorched within the terrifying body of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, filling the air with the pungent smell of burnt ozone. The massive mechanical beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up clouds of dust. Its silver mechanical eyes flickered with a final trace of defiance before dimming forever. How is this possible? The sun-kissed woman stared at Ye Youqian in disbelief, her voice shrill with shock. How could you breach the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's insulated protective layer? How? As lightning crackled, the radiant thunder spirit reformed, her graceful figure standing atop the massive corpse of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Her crimson high-heeled battle boots rested on the beast's head as she gazed silently at the panicked enemy below. Heh, it's quite simple. Ye Youqian chuckled softly, his tone tinged with a bit of pity. Because my wife's thunder element far surpasses any thunder you could possibly conceive. The sun-kissed woman looked into the radiant thunder spirit's stern purple eyes, her heart filled with despair. She knew she had lost, and the price would be her life. Yong, the Duke-level beast, resembling a mammoth, sensed its master's despair and roared with anger, its voice full of unwillingness, as if scolding. You dark-skinned fool, I haven't given up, so why are you despairing? If you know you can't win, why aren't you running faster? In this brutal spectacle, the death of a beast tamer also meant the demise of their contracted bias, a harsh and unchangeable rule. Wife, the radiant thunder spirit's stern purple eyes showed a flicker of confusion before she sensed Ye Youqian's intentions and understood. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, inwardly mocking the man's shamelessness. Make haste, don't overthink it. There will be plenty of time for deep conversations later. Ye Youqian's lips curled into a slightly amusing smile. Hearing this, the Huangsong spirit tightly gripped the thunderblade with her fair wrist and shouted, Thunderblade! Wild assault! Before the words even finished, the blade's light had already reached, locking firmly onto the tan-skinned woman. In the shadows, the strange, bandaged humanoid beast had no choice but to reveal its true form to shield its master from the chilling blade light. The sound of clashing metal echoed incessantly, with sparks flying everywhere. The Huangsong spirit resembled a fierce valkyrie, each strike carrying immense force, unstoppable and unparalleled. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as despair flashed in the crimson eyes of the bandaged humanoid beast. Its arm, sharp and resilient like a blade, which had slaughtered countless formidable foes, was forcibly severed by the thunder spirit. Thunderblade, flash! The Huangsong spirit shouted again. The sharp blade light cut through the beautiful night like the first light of dawn, splitting the enemy in two. In a flash of lightning, the sixth attacker, who ambushed Ye Youqian, was instantly decapitated. A pitiful beast howl sounded as two marquee-level beasts, beaten back by the ethereal butterfly, were reduced to minced meat under the cruel and bloody rules. An invisible hand of rules controlled the tan-skinned woman's beasts, crushing them until they condensed into a vivid crimson rebirth flower. The battle ended there. Hurry, don't hesitate. Eat the rebirth flower here quickly, and let's get out of here. Ye Youqian shouted, hastily tearing off the rebirth flower formed from the tan-skinned woman and tossing it into the beast compendium. With Ye Youqian's approval, the thunder-roaring sky serpent excitedly let out a cry, twisting its massive serpent body, and greedily swallowed 5 rebirth flowers whole, not even bothering to chew. The soul-absorbing acacia spirit was evidently the most excited, as the rebirth flowers, containing pure soul energy, were the most delicious food in the world for her. Unfortunately, her movement speed was too slow, unable to compete with the thunder-roaring sky serpent, let alone the ice phoenix butterfly. Despite her seemingly small and cute appearance, Bing Bing was exceptionally fierce when it came to eating. With a flap of her luminescent wings, she reached a rebirth flower in the blink of an eye. Slightly bowing, the flower instantly froze, then shattered, absorbed by the ice phoenix butterfly like invisible ice elements. As for the other two, while speed was the Huangsong spirit's forte, when it came to eating capabilities, the ethereal butterfly was undoubtedly the best. Ye Youqian heard the anxious whimper of a small fox. Looking up, he saw a cute pink fox head poking out from the beast compendium on his shoulder, resembling an ink painting. The pink fox ears stood erect, and its little pink tongue stretched out like that of a greedy husky, drooling. Ye Youqian took a good look, and the little fox was fully visible. It lay on the ground, its 3 pink tails wagging excitedly, crescent eyes filled with extreme longing, like the gaze of an ultimate foodie. Hiding behind the big shots to pick up scraps and evolve, huh? Ye Youqian shook his head, amused by the gluttonous little fox. Knight Youqian raised his right hand and gently grasped the little fox by the neck, lifting it up with affection in his voice. Go on, but only eat 3 rebirth flowers. As his second contracted beast, this adorable and sensible little fox had won his favor and showed great potential. The little fox let out a cheerful cry. Master is the best. Flattering him, it then trotted over to a rebirth flower and devoured it in a few quick bites. Repeating the process, it swiftly consumed 3 flowers, then reluctantly ran back to Knight Youqian, wagging its fluffy tail in a cute and submissive manner. Knight Youqian chuckled softly, and with a thought, a suction force drew the little fox into the beast compendium. Inside, there was a spiritual spring belonging to him, a peak spiritual platform realm Beast Tamer, which was better suited for the little fox to digest the energy of the rebirth flowers. Even the lowest quality rebirth flowers were formed from the souls, flesh, and essence of several dominant beasts and spiritual sea realm beast tamers. The little fox, being only at the fierce beast level, would have struggled to digest even 1 flower if it hadn't reached the threshold of ancestral return. These 3 rebirth flowers are enough for the little fox to evolve to the dominant level. Knight Youqian thought with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. 5 tails or 6. I'm quite eager to see. The characteristic of fox-type beasts lies in the number of tails. An emperor-level fox beast is sure to have 9 tails and the ability to transform. The lord level has between 7 and 8 tails, with only the latter being able to take human form. At the dominant level, a fox with 5 to 6 tails has a better chance of developing 8 tails when evolving to the lord level. Knight Youqian pondered, what will the little fox look like when it transforms? He decided to collect some photos of beautiful women in the future, so his fox could learn from them and pursue perfection. In a secluded tree hollow, Yu Dai, in human form, vigilantly guarded Knight Youqian. Meanwhile, Huangsong Spirit and the Ice Phoenix Butterfly returned to the Beast Compendium to digest rebirth flowers into combat power while absorbing attribute crystals and spiritual springs to recover their strength. Inside the Beast Compendium, 9 gold spiritual platforms span the central area. Knight Youqian controlled the spiritual spring, sweeping up rebirth flowers and tossing them into the black soul fire held by a golden statue. The sizzling sound was unending, like hot oil meeting water, burning fiercely for several minutes before calming. The black soul fire grew slightly, exuding a faint sense of spirituality. Too slow. Is it because there are too many impurities? Knight Youqian frowned, deep in thought. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground echoed. A fair hand grasped his right shoulder, turning him around forcefully. The stunning face of Huangsong Spirit was so close that Knight Youqian couldn't help but be amazed, his heart racing. Huangyuan, what's the matter? Knight Youqian asked nervously. Huangsong Spirit held his hand, the soft touch accompanied by a stimulating electric arc. Come with me. I have a way to remove the impurities from the rebirth flowers. Knight Youqian tried to stay calm, obediently following her. Huangsong Spirit explained as they walked. The source fire only needs pure soul energy. The components in the rebirth flowers are complex, making absorption time-consuming and somewhat wasteful. She floated in the air, pulling Knight Youqian to the top of the thunder attribute spiritual spring statue. Ye Youqian gasped as he saw a giant hexagram engraving, like an unfinished array diagram, etched onto the towering spiritual spring statue. This scene reminded Ye Youqian of the special situation when he inscribed a star array on Yudi's spiritual spring statue. It was his first opportunity, broadening his understanding of this world of Beast Tamers exponentially. The appearance of the inscription array awakened long-lost memories in Ye Youqian. As he gazed at the thunder formation, as large as a basketball court, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. The star god cultivation method, the ancient supreme path for beast masters, was now within reach, yet seemingly unattainable. Since participating in the Four Domains examination, Ye Youqian had not rested for a moment and was embroiled in a bloody inheritance for over 4 months, leaving him no time to focus on the star god cultivation method. After Yudai recovered her memories, the complete star god cultivation method was within reach, but Ye Youqian knew that this was not the priority. The most pressing task was to stand out in this brutal inheritance. Failure would render all efforts futile. Just as Ye Youqian was lost in thought, the Huangsong spirit quietly approached. Her lips parted lightly, releasing a sweet, enticing breath that instantly pulled Ye Youqian back to reality. He swallowed subconsciously and tried to remain calm, saying, "Just recalling some past events." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell on the Yudai statue by the spirit spring. In contrast, the vividly detailed 9-layer inscription array appeared even smaller, like a delicate sticker on the wall. Sensing something, the Huangsong spirit's violet eyes narrowed sharply, and she spoke with a hint of edge in her voice. Did Yomu connect with her blue leaf sky? Ye Youqian looked up in surprise and praised, "You have keen eyes." He then noticed the doubt in the Huangsong spirit's eyes and gently asked, "Is there a problem?" The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The Huangsong spirit's violet eyes flickered with complex emotion, suspicion, confusion, and a hint of dissatisfaction. She summoned thunder to encircle them, standing atop the thunder spirit spring statue, and asked solemnly, "Tell me in detail, did you only connect with one blue star using yourself as a medium?" Ye Youqian nodded in confirmation, a nostalgic expression on his face. He marveled, "That experience was the most magical scene I've ever witnessed. It felt as if I was the master of a star, the god of stars in the void." The Huangsong spirit snorted coldly, thunder flashing in her violet eyes, clearly displeased with Ye Youqian's attitude and his way of diverting the topic. A special sense of frustration rose within her, and she bluntly questioned, "Aren't you worried about the hidden thoughts of the shooting girl? What if it inadvertently affects you, and you don't even know how you died?" Facing the Huangsong spirit's anger, Ye Youqian stepped forward, meeting her thunderous gaze, and said earnestly, "I trust you, Dai. If not for that fortuitous encounter, I might still be struggling to make money to pay off debts, still in a difficult situation." These words clearly provoked the Huangsong spirit, her chest heaving with emotion, and her violet eyes flickering with complex feelings. After confirming Ye Youqian's true thoughts at that moment, she grew even more furious. Seeing this, Ye Youqian continued, "I am a beast master, and you are my main beasts, my greatest reliance. I trust you just as completely." Ye Youqian spoke with a serious tone, his eyes flashing with sincerity, which was not lost on the radiant spirit with purple eyes. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as his genuine words struck a chord with the Queen of Thunder. "Yes, I understand," the radiant spirit said softly, turning her face slightly. "Yumu is different from me. If her blue leaf sky is exposed, it might attract powerful enemies of the same level. While Yumu can protect herself, the cost could be your permanent loss of that spirit spring statue." Ye Youqian's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and a hint of melancholy appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and asked, "What is the blue leaf sky? Is it the name of that blue star?" The radiant spirit shook her head, her purple eyes filled with complexity and inner conflict. But under Ye Youqian's eager gaze, she gently explained, "That blue star is only a small part of blue leaf sky, a mere insignificant node to be precise." "Go on," Ye Youqian prompted with keen interest. Suddenly, a ghostly blue branch appeared like a serpentine grass vine, wrapping around Ye Youqian's waist and pulling him into a soft, fragrant embrace. "You shouldn't. This is my territory. How dare you intrude without permission?" the radiant spirit exclaimed, her purple eyes crackling with thunder, her body poised to unleash her fury. Yudai tightened her grip on his wrist, laughing lightly. "If I hadn't come, someone would have stolen the crystal." The radiant spirit's fierce, thunderous aura suddenly halted, her cool face turning a shade of red as she stammered, "Just now. It seemed, maybe." "You're making it up," she retorted, gritting her teeth. Yudai gently touched Ye Youqian's cheek, her ghostly blue eyes filled with tenderness. "Knight, don't listen to Bei Zai's wild guesses. She knows nothing beyond playing with thunderblades," she explained, bowing her head. "The star god you cultivate was originally realized by a human child I once nurtured. Back then, I was only a servant level, with blurry memories. The star formation you created triggered a link to blue leaf sky. Fortunately, your power is too low, and the star formation is of poor quality, so it can only link to a single blue star. Rest assured, my star servant knows what to do with just one star. Immersed in Yudi's gentle presence, Ye Youqian nodded unconsciously in understanding. Let go, the radiant spirit demanded, gritting her teeth. No, Yudai replied firmly, holding her head high. Then I'll take him by force. The Thunder Queen, with her fiery temper, moved to act. Caught in the eye of the storm, Ye Youqian's arms were stretched taut. With a ripping sound, his conjured arms broke apart. About 10 minutes later, Ye Youqian thought to himself, it's a battlefield of emotions. His eyes flickered with worry, yet there was an inexplicable thrill. Watching the women connected to him clash was, indeed, one of life's great pleasures. Humph. Hee. The two women faced off, but without losing their composure, resorting instead to verbal jabs and revealing each other's secrets. At this moment, each held one of Ye Youqian's arms, while he lay stiffly on the ground atop the head of the Thunder Spirit Spring statue, having lost both arms. Ye Youqian's eyes darted around, occasionally tilting his head, seemingly unfazed by the pain of his missing arms. There was a more significant view before him that needed to be etched into his memory. The heated argument between the Huangsong spirit and Yudai echoed within the Beast Taming Codex, as the two stunning women clung to each other's arms, exchanging sharp words of blame. The Huangsong spirit gritted her teeth and said, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have helped you find that 6th-tier supreme spirit tree. How dare you act so arrogantly? Not to be outdone, Yudai retorted. Huh. I should have taken Yi back to the Netherworld Flower Sea and let him contract the 8 fallen subordinates after unsealing the Spirit Spring statue, enjoying that enormous opportunity all by himself. Their fierce quarrel intensified the tension, making them seemingly forget Ye Youqian's presence. Suddenly, a crimson soul, crackling with lightning, inadvertently stepped on Ye Youqian's chest. The numbing electric current, accompanied by a sharp pain, made him gasp. He quickly pressed his lips together, widened his eyes, and silently endured the torment. Next, a flawless, alabaster foot accidentally stepped on Ye Youqian's face, causing his heart to nearly stop. Hiss! He gasped again, took several deep breaths, and finally couldn't help but growl. Enough! I can't take it anymore. Give me back my arms, and stop arguing. Hearing this, both women looked down at Ye Youqian, a hint of surprise flashing in their beautiful eyes, followed by laughter. At that moment, Ye Youqian looked disheveled, with footprints on his face, utterly embarrassed. Here you go, they said, laughing softly with their hands covering their mouths, their faces blooming like spring. Sensing Ye Youqian's impending outburst, the women obediently stood by, waiting for his response. Strangely, their relationship seemed to improve at that moment. Ye Youqian shook his reattached arm and righteously stated, honestly, if you ever get into a dispute again, let me know so I can mediate. The Huangsong spirit and Yu Dai exchanged glances, rolling their eyes silently, thinking, is that what you call mediation? We won't bother pointing it out. It is worth mentioning that Ye Youqian, within the Beast Taming Codex, essentially exists as a spiritual entity rather than his physical self. Although he can feel pain, injuries like severed limbs do not cause any substantial harm. Feigning ignorance of the women's reactions, Ye Youqian asked in a deep voice, tell me, what exactly is Blue Leaf Heaven? Upon hearing this, Yu Dai composed herself, her playful expression fading as she softly explained. The advancement of a meteor star-level beast involves refining stars that match its elemental attributes. Successfully refining one star makes it a meteor star-level 1 star. 9 stars make it a meteor star-level 9 star. However, the actual limits of meteor star-level beasts vary greatly, and the disparity between meteor star-level 9 stars can be vast. As for my former realm, it surpassed the meteor star level. Blue Leaf Heaven is the name I gave after linking and connecting the numerous stars I refined. Ye Youqian's eyes shone brightly as he quickly asked, so, one of the conditions for a meteor star-level beast to break through to the next level is fully linking 9 stars. In theory, yes, Yu Dai nodded. And what is a star attendant? Ye Youqian asked, visibly awestruck, beginning to grasp the vast power of Yomo. Yu Dai paused to gather her thoughts, then explained, star attendants are unique beings born within Blue Leaf Heaven. They inherently possess meteor star-level quality and can harness the power of Blue Leaf Heaven. Star attendants are born from Blue Leaf Heaven, and as long as Blue Leaf Heaven remains intact, they cannot die. They serve as guardian spirits of a realm, with absolute loyalty to Blue Leaf Heaven. Oh, and there's also some of the humans I raised, who were either critically injured Star Lords or Beastmasters unable to break through to the next realm, chose to offer their souls to form a contract with Blue Leaf Heaven. This decision not only granted them immortality and immense power, but also transformed them into beings known as divine attendants, allowing them to freely roam the world of Caesar. Upon hearing these words, which were brief yet filled with profound mystery, Ye Youqian couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. He finally understood why Yomu was revered as a deity in legends. Such a level was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ye Youqian's mind. He quickly asked, "You die? Weren't the two legendary butterfly beastmasters you raised referred to as star attendants in the legends?" Yudi's cool, deep blue eyes flickered slightly, and her tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Those two broke through on their own. Out of gratitude for raising them, they are now helping guard the netherworld flower sea. She paused before continuing. It's been a long time since I saw them. I wonder how they're doing now. Have they been bullied by those old folks? Old folks? Are they enemies? Ye Youqian frowned and asked in a deep voice, "After the ancient war, you fell. Can Blue Leaf Heaven and the vast netherworld flower sea really be protected?" A gentle expression appeared on Yudi's delicate face as she looked tenderly into Ye Youqian's eyes. "There will be some losses, but the foundation will remain unshaken. The fact that the netherworld flower sea is still under their care is the best answer." Clearly, Ye Youqian's concerns touched a soft spot in Yudi's heart. Huang Sanjing curled her lips and said, "Don't worry. Battles at the eclipse moon level aren't child's play. In a fight to the death, both sides are bound to suffer heavy losses unless there's a deep-seated grudge." She shifted her tone, her expression turning serious. "However, if Yomu's situation and location are exposed, it would be a different story. Once someone controls Yomu's true form, seizing Blue Leaf Heaven becomes easy. That's why I was so puzzled earlier about why Yomu would connect with Blue Leaf Heaven." A hint of worry appeared in Huang Sanjing's purple eyes as she continued. "At that level of confrontation, Yi, surviving would be nearly impossible for you. The most crucial thing is that your contract with Yomu might be hidden from Star Lords, but not from higher-level Eclipse Moon Beast Masters. If this information gets out, it will cause a massive upheaval." Ye Youqian remained silent for a moment, sorting through the various relationships before saying, "I understand." He waved his hand, summoning a torrent of spiritual spring water in which floated over 60 vibrant crimson, soul-returning flowers. One of them, thriving more than the others, stood half a head taller and had a sturdier stem. This was the last trace of the tan-skinned sixth elder in the world. "Drink," Huang Sanjing shouted, as blinding purple lightning, like a fierce thunder serpent, coursed over each soul-returning flower, reducing them to powder. This process lasted a full 10 minutes, during which piercing soul wails echoed all around, like the mournful song of the departed, exceptionally poignant. Finally, in front of Ye Youqian floated various colored powders, sorted by type, with one crimson-black mass being pure soul energy. "Yi, leave the rest to me," said Huang Sanjing. "All right," Ye Youqian replied, controlling a stream of spiritual spring water to envelop a large mass of the powdery substance and move it towards the 90-yard spiritual platform where the golden statue stood. Sizzle. The black soul fire burned fiercely, growing in size until it reached the size of an adult human skull. On the other side, Yudai watched as Huang Sanjing, busy inscribing formation diagrams on the spiritual spring statue. A knowing look flashed in her deep blue eyes. "Eyes, are you planning to connect with the Huang Lei Abyss?" Huang Sanjing turned back, her purple eyes flickering with unease, and said solemnly, "I always feel there's some kind of malice in this world. Being more prepared gives us more assurance. Otherwise, if what we suspect is true, the cost to protect the master would be too great." Hearing this, a gentle expression appeared on Yudi's cool, delicate face, and she said softly, "I thought I was the only one preparing. Eyes, I acknowledge you." What? Do you really think of yourself as the leader?" Huang Sanjing snorted, her purple eyes showing a hint of dissatisfaction. "Are not." Yudai chuckled softly, her fairy-like, cool face exuding confidence. In a vast territory of less than 5 square kilometers, the sounds of fierce battles and the mournful cries of giant beasts echoed all around. On this battlefield, the struggle between life and death was a constant. Amidst the dense forest, a rare clearing set the stage for a dramatic scene. A young girl, dressed in luxurious attire, knelt on the ground, her former dignity lost as she trembled and pleaded, "Please don't kill me. Ye Youqian, I am the daughter of the Wang family head from Loa City in the Yuyan Prefecture. If you kill me, my father will never forgive you. I'll do anything. Just spare my life." In front of her lay a massive scarlet serpent, 10 meters long, lifeless eyes reflecting its demise. Next to the serpent stood an elf named Huang Tsang. She wielded a thunderblade, her scarlet high heels stained with the serpent's blood, making them all the more striking. Huang Tsang approached the girl with long, graceful strides, her purple eyes crackling with electricity. Her presence radiated fierce lightning, like serpents of thunder, as if she were a ruthless queen of storms. With a piercing tear sound, blinding lightning flashed. The girl's life ended abruptly, her body transforming into a vibrant rebirth flower. Ye Youqian sighed softly, saying, "Don't blame me. Even if I don't kill you, with your strength, you wouldn't last long. Blame the cruelty of fate." He stepped forward to the rebirth flower, plucked it with his right hand, and casually tossed it into the Beast Mastery Codex on his shoulder, a scene like an ink painting, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Huang Yuan, let's find a place to rest. I'm a bit tired, Ye Youqian said quietly. He raised his right hand, revealing a faint golden mark that flowed gently, as if alive. Sequence 9. Total kills, 996. Potential, Star Master 5 stars. Less than 5 hours had passed since the start of the Bloody Night. The number of lives claimed by Ye Youqian had risen from an initial 568 to nearly 1,000. Every hour, the battlefield shrank by 1/5, and the intensity of the slaughter only increased with time. Soon, a campfire crackled, with chunks of scarlet serpent meat skewered on 5 sturdy branches. The roasted meat glistened with oil, golden and aromatic. Nearby, a pink-furred, three-turtle five-tailed fox stood, its enchanting eyes fixed on the roasted snake meat, swirling with anticipation as it softly whimpered to alert Ye Youqian. It's done, you can eat, Ye Youqian said. Let her try it first to make sure it's not poisonous. Help yourself. He gently patted the little fox's head to show his approval. With permission granted, the fox joyfully grabbed a large piece of roasted meat, holding it with its pink paws like a child, and began to devour it. Its pink tongue licked the oily snake meat as its 5 tails wagged happily. Eat slowly, don't choke, Ye Youqian chuckled, amused. Despite having evolved to the Dominator level, this little fox still retained its gluttonous nature. 5-tailed Thunder Fox. Rank, Dominator level 5 stars. Status, Adult. Evolution Potential, Ancestral Regression 50. Dominator level skills, Treasure Sense, Star Absorption Art, Star Mark Fox Claw, Thunder Step, Thunder Flash, Soul Extinguishing Thunder. This extraordinarily lucky star wild fox possessed the rare attributes of Thunder, Undead, and Starlight. After absorbing the energy of 3 rebirth flowers, the little fox successfully regressed from the fierce beast level to the Dominator level, with the potential to further evolve towards the monarch level species. A blue glow emanated from the beast manual on Ye Youqian's shoulder, cascading down like flowing water and landing behind the little fox who was happily feasting. Ethereal blue branches coiled around it like a serpent, tightly restraining the greedy creature. Little fox, save some for your master. Don't eat it all. Yu Dai's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable command. She appeared by the campfire, her ethereal presence making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. Ye Youqian waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. We have plenty of food in storage. I'll just grill some more later. He reached out with his right hand, gently grasping Yu Dai's delicate wrist, and the branches loosened their hold on the little fox. Come here, Yu Dai called softly. The little fox cautiously scanned its surroundings, particularly the sky, making sure the purple-haired woman it feared was nowhere in sight before letting out a cheerful cry. A woo. It leaped up, landing on Yu Dai. Its pink fox ears perked up high, and its 5 tails wagged joyfully as it nuzzled against Yu Dai's clothing. Such a glutton, aren't you afraid you'll burst? A smile appeared on Yu Dai's cool, beautiful face. With a gentle flick of her wrist, several blue leaves with gray and red patterns materialized in her hand, shimmering with a sapphire glow. The little fox eagerly nudged its head into Yu Dai's palm, its pink tongue curling around the leaves, which vanished instantly into its mouth, producing satisfied chewing sounds. Wow, foxes really are omnivorous, even eating leaves, Ye Youqian remarked in surprise. Yu Dai, did the little fox develop an undead attribute because it ate your leaves? A slight smile played on Yu Dai's cool, beautiful face. Yi, do you remember the ghost mulberry spirit tree? Ye Youqian suddenly understood. You fed it the ghost mulberry spirit fruit. Yu Dai nodded, gently stroking the little fox's head, her face full of contentment. Indeed, it seems women find it hard to resist cute furry creatures, Ye Youqian mused to himself. The ghost mulberry spirit tree is a 6th-tier extraordinary spiritual tree. Once it gains intelligence, its potential rivals that of a meteoric special spirit object. After consuming the ghost mulberry spirit tree, Yu Dai gained the ability to produce ghost mulberry spirit fruit. If the little fox eats it, there's indeed a chance of developing an undead attribute. The combination of thunder and undead attributes is quite impressive. He nodded in approval, agreeing with this development path. Suddenly, the ground of the frenzied prison forest, enclosed by a blood-red barrier, shook violently. Ye Youqian looked up sharply, his expression grave. The battlefield has shrunk again. It seems the final showdown is imminent. As one of the battlefields of the Blood Night, the entire sky over the frenzied prison forest was perpetually shrouded in a blood-red hue. Although there was no distinction between day and night, the light was moderate and did not affect visibility. Every hour, the vast forest would contract, forcing prisoners to encounter each other and engage in brutal combat. With the rule that only one person could survive, everyone was an enemy. Ye Youqian stood up, grabbing a large piece of grilled snake meat and quickly devouring it. Just then, a blinding purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, transforming into a purple-haired woman clad in fitted soft armor upon landing. Her presence was commanding, surrounded by lightning, as dazzling as a queen of thunder. Huang Yuan, what's going on? Ye Youqian asked, swallowing the last bite of meat. Wei Qingyu has been found. The Huangsong spirit raised her eyebrows slightly, locking eyes with Ye Youqian as if probing his thoughts. She's under attack and probably won't hold out for long. Under attack? Is Wei Qingyu that strong? How many are there? Ye Youqian asked, somewhat surprised. 3. They look quite similar, having summoned a total of 9 sovereign-level beasts, the Huangsong spirit replied, her tone softening slightly. Let's go. It's time to repay Wei Lao's kindness, Ye Youqian said, discarding the skewer of grilled meat. With a thought, the beast manual on his shoulder flew above the little fox, absorbing it inside. His expression was calm, his tone slightly cold. Of course, that's assuming she's willing to accept the role of a subordinate. If not, she can't blame me. Boom. The battlefield trembled violently, divided into 3 fierce combat zones. In the first area, a massive golden-furred gorilla roared repeatedly, its mountain-like body entangled with 3 creatures resembling giant lizards. It fought bravely, taking on 3 opponents at once, but was overwhelmed by numbers. Its shimmering golden fur was covered in deep bite marks, dripping with blood. In the second area, a giant blue one-horned python opened its massive jaws, clamping down on an enemy's midsection. Despite facing the relentless assault of 2 marquee-level beasts and being battered and bruised, it refused to let go, showing incredible resilience. In the third area, a marquee-level beast resembling an ancient crocodile was locked in combat with 2 beasts of the same rank. Its sturdy scales provided a last line of defense, helping it barely hold its ground in this uneven battle. At the edge of the battlefield, a flamboyant woman with purple lipstick shouted excitedly, "Ha! Wei Qingyu, you're done for. It's just a shame about that space attribute beast." Beside her stood a man and another woman, all 3 bearing a striking resemblance to each other, clearly related by blood. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and 3 uniquely shaped beast tomes hovered around them, hinting at marquee-level beasts yet to be summoned. Suddenly, a silver blade of light shot towards the flamboyant woman from 10 meters away, like an arrow. With a bang, a pre-established pale golden shield shimmered into existence, barely blocking the sudden attack. At the same time, a strange-looking beast revealed itself. It resembled a 3-tailed octopus, but had a single large pale golden eye for a face. The only man among them immediately ordered, "Over there, kill the alien. Kill her." As soon as he spoke, a faintly distorted figure emerged beside a towering 50-meter brown ancient tree. It was a terrifying mantis-like creature walking upright. Its mouth, filled with barbs, opened wide, and its tongue, covered in spikes, shot out like lightning, aimed at the source of the silver light. With a thud, the tongue struck flesh. Despite the silver light's near teleportation speed and some form of invisibility, the trail of crimson blood exposed Wei Qingyu's location. The fearsome alien predator, like a hunting leopard, unleashed incredible energy from its limbs, furiously pursuing its target. The flamboyant woman taunted, "Ha! Wei Qingyu, you could have escaped at the cost of a few beasts. How foolish to attack knowing we're lying in wait." She tried to further provoke Wei Qingyu, hoping anger would make her slip. In fact, her tactic was working. Wei Qingyu's location was compromised, and with severe injuries, it was only a matter of time before the bloodthirsty alien caught up. Wei Qingyu felt a wave of urgency and a hint of despair. She thought to herself, "What should I do? Xiao Gang and the others are tied up and can't break free. They'll die eventually. The Sky Hawk can only fly me away, but without the 3 marquee-level beasts, can I survive?" In this critical moment, a gambler's voice echoed in her mind. "All you need to do is kill those 3. No, even killing just one could give you a fighting chance." Her eyes flickered as her mind raced. With the Skyhawk's ability to teleport and hide in the void, it's possible. Finally, Wei Qingyu gritted her teeth and made up her mind. "There's no other way. I'll take the risk." Wei Qingyu's eyes flashed with determination as she commanded the Skydive Falcon to maneuver closer to the siblings. She was prepared to risk everything for one last chance. The alluring woman smirked inwardly, having anticipated Wei Qingyu's choice. Analyzing the trajectory of the alien hunter's pursuit, she easily predicted Wei Qingyu's actions. The only variable was timing. Beside the siblings, a beast resembling a peculiar eyeball emanated an aura of light and sanctity. This marquee-level 8-star creature, with its enhanced light shield innate ability, could withstand regular attacks from Emperor-level 5-star or lower beasts. The alluring woman felt triumphant, confident in her advantage. The young man glanced at Wei Qingyu with regret. He softly lamented the fate of this stunningly beautiful and exceptionally talented woman, who could even nurture a pinnacle overlord-level beast to marquee level. If they were outside, he would pursue her at any cost. The alluring woman gently admonished, "Cousin, once the Blood Night ends, we'll ascend to the Source Fire Realm. Becoming a beast master of the Source Fire Realm before 25 opens endless possibilities. A mere branch family girl from the Wei family is nothing. Another woman playfully teased. Cousin, aren't you greedy? Isn't having sister Xian enough? Her eyes glinted with a hint of mischief. The alluring woman snorted, clearly displeased with their relationship. She warned, don't think I don't know about you too. Wait until uncle finds out. You'll be in trouble. The other woman laughed dismissively. What's there to fear? Cousin Xingyun is the strongest, and we've long agreed to become his followers. Given his nature, it's only a matter of time. Li Qingyun smiled smugly, his eyes full of agreement. The alluring woman voiced concern. Cousin Xingyun has already killed 1,000 people and obtained a follower token. I'm just short of 30 people. It should be fine, but I'm worried that if you become my follower, then I become Qingyun's, something might go wrong. Suddenly, a sharp silver light struck the left side of their light shield, leaving a crack that was quickly repaired with new energy. The alluring woman looked up at Wei Qingyu in the sky and sneered. Still resisting, are you? The alien hunter launched an attack, but Wei Qingyu was prepared. The silver hawk on her shoulder emitted a bright silver glow, swiftly carrying her away. Within seconds, Wei Qingyu launched dozens of attacks, with silver blades colliding against the golden light shield, yet unable to break through. She knew that any hesitation would lead to being pierced by the alien hunter's tongue. Suddenly, the alien hunter paused momentarily and turned towards Wei Qingyu's azure python. At that moment, the iron ape seized the opportunity to break free. A crescent-shaped silver blade sliced through the air, striking a giant lizard's eye. The lizard let out a thunderous wail as the iron ape, enveloped in a strong earthen glow, leapt forward, knocking the injured lizard unconscious before viciously biting another lizard's carotid artery. Li Qingyun was furious, mentally shouting at the alien hunter, "What are you doing? Wei Qingyu is over by the iron ape? Kill her." The alien hunter's scarlet eyes flickered with anger as it realized it had been deceived. Near the azure python, there was only a piece of clothing stained with Wei Qingyu's blood, but no sign of her. The alluring woman, with sharp perception, immediately spotted Wei Qingyu's hiding place. She commanded her giant lizard beast. The iron ape is acting strangely, avoiding stepping on Wei Qingyu. Quick, use your skill to attack indiscriminately around it. In an instant, a deadly wind blade domain enveloped the mountain-like iron ape, forming a lethal whirlwind. Wei Qingyu, hiding beneath the iron ape, was also within the attack range. Despairing tears welled up in Wei Qingyu's eyes as she regretted her impulsiveness. The skydive falcon, though marquee level, was only 4 stars, with an attack range limited to 10 meters. On these 3 battlefields, each beast was as large as a small mountain. Recklessly intervening, a single misstep could cost her life. The iron ape abruptly turned, clenching its left fist to protect Wei Qingyu within its grasp. With one hand lost, it could only endure the enemy's attacks. The wind blade storm raged on. If the iron ape released its grip, Wei Qingyu would be torn to shreds in an instant. Yet, without releasing, the skydive falcon's spatial movement ability was blocked by the massive fist, unable to be utilized. Wei Qingyu found herself trapped in a deadly predicament, teetering on the edge of life and death. The colossal King Kong ape stood in the center of the battlefield, its fangs bared, eyes bloodshot, exuding a crazed desperation akin to a dying beast. Known for its formidable defense, this earth elemental beast was now drenched in blood, its vision blurring from excessive bleeding. Its life was ebbing away rapidly. "Xiao Gang, don't worry about me, give it your all. Just like when we first entered here." Wei Qingyu shouted, her eyes, once gentle and soft, now filled with ferocity. Over 4 months of brutal fighting had erased all innocence from her heart, transforming her from a carefree, gentle young girl dreaming of pure love into a hardened warrior fighting for survival. The King Kong ape let out a despairing howl towards the sky. Suddenly, its large, pale golden eyes contracted sharply, reflecting the image of 2 figures, more specifically, a young man. This was someone familiar to it, who had shared good times with its master, possessing an easygoing yet slightly roguish demeanor. The ape roared again, this time with a hint of pleading. It didn't want to die like this. It had only recently evolved from a dominant level to a lord level, and hadn't passed on its lineage yet. It dreamed of finding a group of robust, well-furred female King Kong apes, preferably with other species of ape beasts, and even lord-level ones, to pass on its excellent lineage. Huh? Did it see me? Is it asking for help? Ye Youqian murmured, then turned to look at the beautiful face of the Huang Tsong spirit beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Huang Yuan, make your move. These 3 beasts won't last much longer." "This little monkey is quite smart," praised the Huang Tsong spirit. She released her princess-scary posture and shot down like purple lightning, landing instantly beside Wei Qingyu. At that moment, a ferocious-looking alien beast lunged at the King Kong ape holding Wei Qingyu, its mouth full of barbed teeth opening wide. With a splat, a jet of dark green corrosive liquid spewed out, sizzling through the air like concentrated acid meeting flesh, trailing black mist. Courting death. The Huangsong spirit's purple eyes narrowed, a flash of anger crossing her face. This ugly creature dared to spit at her, sealing its own fate. Thunderblade, storm, she shouted, gripping a thunder-infused blade. A fierce purple vortex gathered, like a vacuum at the storm's center. With a flash of lightning, the vortex shot out like a cannonball, moving with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning in an instant. As the vortex spun faster, it whipped up a violent storm, engulfing the alien beast's corrosive spray. In less than 50 meters, the whirlwind expanded from a 5-centimeter diameter to a thunderous tornado over 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters high. Blinding purple lightning snaked through the storm, annihilating everything in its path. The alien beast writhed helplessly in the raging storm, roaring in futility. Its massive body had no foothold in the air and was at the mercy of the fierce winds. Unbeknownst to it, a humanoid creature it had angered was preparing a deadly strike. The ethereal spirit clenched a lightning blade in its pale hands, extending it across the sky. In an instant, the elemental forces of lightning converged, forming a colossal blade over 100 meters long. Within just 3 seconds, it was fully charged. Thunderblade, heavens cleave, the spirit shouted, slashing down fiercely. The gigantic lightning blade followed, carrying the power to destroy everything, striking the airborne target with devastating force. The thunderblade pierced through the alien beast effortlessly and continued to slice into the earth, creating a crack over 1,000 meters long and 100 meters deep. Blinding lightning crackled within the fissure, like divine wrath descending, terrifying to behold. The alien beast of the Junho level fell, and the anger in the spirit's delicate face eased slightly. She swiftly turned, wielding her lightning blade towards a Junho-level giant lizard that had just regained consciousness 20 meters away. The lizard, not fully aware, saw only a blinding flash of purple light in its final moments. Though the process seemed long, it lasted no more than 5 seconds. The spirit had achieved an astonishing feat, slaying 2 Junho-level beasts, showcasing her fearsome power. At this pace, dealing with the remaining 2 lizards within half a minute seemed feasible. Meanwhile, Ye Youqian hovered in midair like a deity, with a pure white ice butterfly by his side. He descended step by step as if walking down a staircase, with cold air swirling beneath his feet, forming solid ice platforms to support him. Suddenly, an excited roar broke the rhythm of the battlefield. The golden ape released its protective grip on Wei Qingyu, its fist glowing with an earthen hue, resembling an iron gauntlet. It targeted a Junho-level giant lizard that had unleashed a storm of wind blades, delivering a heavy punch to its head. Seizing the opportunity, the golden ape launched a ferocious assault on its foe. Its remarkable strength suggested that Wei Qingyu had trained it to a 9-star Junho level, enabling it to face 3 adversaries at once. Ye Youqian's gaze remained fixed on Wei Qingyu amidst the chaos below. Suddenly, a pair of watery eyes met his, locking their gaze. Noticing this, Ye Youqian smirked slightly, his pace unhurried. "Little snake, go help your kin," Ye Youqian called out, ensuring Wei Qingyu could hear. Her eyes widened in realization, filling with tears that streamed down her face. A thunderous hiss echoed as a massive, terrifying serpent beast, weighing several tons and spanning over 100 meters in diameter, emerged from Ye Youqian's beast home. The thunder roar serpent hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lightning coursed over its body as it charged towards the green giant serpent with incredible speed. The deafening roars of the beast's brutal clash resounded across the battlefield. About 10 seconds later, Ye Youqian finally reached Wei Qingyu, a gentle apology on his handsome face. "Miss Qingyu, I'm sorry I'm late." As he spoke, Wei Qingyu threw herself into his embrace. Nearby, the ice butterfly watched the sky hawk warily, ready to respond to any sudden threats. Wei Qingyu sobbed in Ye Youqian's arms, her soft touch stirring deep emotions within him. He looked up at the sky, noting the unusually large blood moon tonight. Everything had unfolded as Ye Youqian had anticipated, rescuing her in the nick of time, offering aid in her darkest hour. He was confident that this display would convince Wei Qingyu to become his servant. Ye Youqian, the cunning strategist, had once again demonstrated his masterful tactics. In the midst of a battlefield shrouded in smoke and fire, a man and a woman held each other tightly, their thoughts diverging. Wei Qingyu raised her head and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her fair fingers. When her gaze fell upon Ye Youqian's chiseled face, the harrowing scenes of a daring rescue flashed through her mind. Ye Youqian appeared like a deity descending from the heavens, each step exuding an aura of invincibility. In that moment, he became an eternal beacon in Wei Qingyu's heart, a moment worthy of a lifetime of reflection. Her eyes sparkled with complex emotions, a mix of admiration for the hero and regret for missed opportunities. "Don't cry, we'll both make it out alive," Ye Youqian said, looking directly into Wei Qingyu's eyes with a voice full of determination and an unwavering confidence in his gaze. Wei Qingyu was momentarily stunned, but then came to a realization. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely said, I am willing. Hmm? Willing for what? Ye Youqian didn't immediately understand her meaning, his brow slightly furrowed. The servant token, you're just 4 heads short of earning it. I'm willing to become your servant, to give everything for you in this lifetime. Wei Qingyu declared with unwavering resolve. Ye Youqian was silent for a moment before readily agreeing, secretly pleased. He couldn't help but reflect that novel protagonists always save the day at critical moments, truly understanding human nature. Although he felt a twinge of guilt, the outcome was favorable, wasn't it? On that bloody night, contestants could see each other's kill counts and potential ratings. Wei Qingyu was not ungrateful. She had made the most sensible choice. Only by becoming Ye Youqian's servant did she stand a chance of surviving this brutal game. Meanwhile, the battlefield where the Vajra ape fought had settled, with 3 marquee-level giant lizards, all fallen. On another front, with the addition of the thunder-roaring python, the scales of victory began to tip in Wei Qingyu's favor. Huan Yuan, go help Yu Dai. Ye Youqian shouted toward the direction of the Huangsong spirit. In the place where the Li siblings stood, a mystical ancient tree over 100 meters tall stood majestically. Its ethereal blue branches, like arms of immense power, were fiercely battling 3 marquee-level beasts, astonishingly holding the upper hand. Impossible, the Li siblings exclaimed. My Typhoon Eagle is a 9-star marquee level, yet even with its strength, this tree beast shouldn't be overpowering 3 marquee-level beasts. While collaborating against Wei Qingyu, they remained vigilant, each keeping a marquee-level beast in reserve as a safeguard. However, the scene before them defied all expectations. What kind of beast is this? Has she reached the Emperor level? The Li siblings gritted their teeth, the death of their beasts causing them immense psychological distress. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, they roared in anger. The hallmark of an Emperor-level beast is a domain. If she had an Emperor-level beast, we would have been defeated long ago. Gazing at Yu Dai in her true form, the Li siblings were filled with confusion and despair. The tide had completely turned against them, trapping them while facing an enemy of terrifying strength. With the failure to eliminate Wei Qingyu, the chance of victory was nearly non-existent. Amidst flickering lightning, a figure appeared in Madeira, majestic spirit wielding a thunder blade hovered, its purple eyes gleaming with the might of thunder. Thunder abyss, purgatory, the spirit declared, standing poised with its blade. In an instant, terrifying thunder elements gathered, forming countless bolts of lightning that transformed into a thunderous abyss stretching over 1,000 meters. A domain, a thunder domain, an emperor-class beast. The flamboyant woman, Li Sun, collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. It's over. I can't accept this. The other 2 were furious, roaring in anger as the dazzling spectacle of the thunder abyss unfolded before them. The terrifying power of the lightning rampaged, relentlessly striking the pale golden shield protecting the 3. This shield, which could normally withstand an Emperor-class beast's attack, was now assailed by a skill akin to an ultimate move of such beasts. Crack! The shield shattered like glass, and the lightning, like a divine punishment, enveloped the 3, reducing them to dust in an instant. Buzz! At the moment of their death, the cruel rules of the Beast Master's Night descended, an invisible force crushing their remaining beasts into fragments. Ultimately, 3 blood-red resurrection flowers fell into the hands of Ye Youqian. Wei Qingyu remained silent, having already prepared herself mentally. The stronger Ye Youqian became, the greater her chance of survival. Little brother with money, there's only 1 head left now. Rest assured, I will keep my promise. Wei Qingyu stated solemnly, her expression resolute. Yes, I trust you. Ye Youqian nodded, then shook his head, looking westward. The head count is enough. Wei Qingyu was shocked to see Ye Youqian's information showing his head count had increased from 999 to 1,000. Huh. Without even a beast to detect undead stealth skills, playing the 6th is just asking for death, Ye Youqian sneered. Following his gaze, Wei Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. She focused and saw a blurred, twisted figure emitting a sinister, piercing shriek, like a ghost. Ha ha ha. The soul-stealing locust sensed Wei Qingyu's gaze, letting out a few seemingly good-natured laughs as it carried a vivid, scarlet resurrection flower, merging into the locust tree and dashing towards Ye Youqian. Its speed was not slow, covering about 100 meters in 3 seconds, but compared to a typical Lord-level beast, it was worlds apart, and even less than the peak Master-level beasts specializing in speed. This guy, if not for racial mutation, would spend a lifetime relying on the peculiarities of the undead to play tricks, Ye Youqian silently assessed. His gaze fell on the pale golden imprint on the back of his right hand, information flickering in his eyes. Servant token. Grade, level 7. Effect, enslavement. Drawback, requires the target to have no resistance, or it will fail. Advantage, can enslave a beast master, but they must be below the origin fire realm. and even if the servant later breaks through to the origin realm, they will remain under control. Description: only a meteor-level beast or a Star Lord-level beast master skilled in soul enslavement can create this item. It requires immense resources, comparable to nurturing a peak origin fire realm beast master. With just a few words, Ye Youqian immediately recognized the item's value. With a thought, the mark on the back of his right hand glowed, and a phantom pale golden crescent mark rose, floating in the air. Qingyu. Ye Youqian looked at Wei Qingyu, silently awaiting her decision. The majestic spirit and the ghostly butterfly quietly moved closer, vigilantly standing by his sides to guard against any surprises. Huff, huff. Wei Qingyu took a deep breath, her chest heaving, and her hands trembling slightly. Her gaze involuntarily flickered towards the ethereal figures of Yu Dai and Huang Tsang, and a hint of awe flashed in her beautiful eyes. Coming from a distinguished background, she immediately recognized these two stunning women as rare humanoid beasts of extraordinary caliber, destined to reach the imperial level. Wei Qingyu's eyes lingered on the purple-haired woman, and she sighed inwardly, admiring her elegance and beauty. Suddenly, she was startled, her heart racing. What's happening? Why am I feeling this way about a woman? She wondered, alarmed. Oh no, I've been corrupted by that mischievous Yuer. With this thought, her eyes reddened, almost on the verge of tears. Suppressing her complex emotions, Wei Qingyu mustered the courage to step forward, standing before Ye Youqian. She looked up at his familiar, handsome face, her cheeks turning slightly red. Ye Youqian's features were youthful, yet carried the charm of a mature man, making her heart race. You, rich little brother, once I become your servant, you better not bully me. Wei Qingyu said softly, her voice tinged with nervousness and anticipation. Ye Youqian shrugged casually. Don't worry, I'm an upright man. He silently added to himself. I already have two formidable figures at home, and one with a Yandere tendency. Bullying you? That would be asking for trouble. That's a relief. Wei Qingyu nodded with a smile, her expression softening. She unhesitatingly bit her fingertip, letting the crimson blood drip onto the ethereal golden crescent mark. Buzz. Instantly, Wei Qingyu felt her soul tremble as if penetrated by an invisible force. This force was intense and assertive, rushing towards her nine-layered soul fire. The dark purple soul fire erupted with resistance, fiercely burning against the intruder. Qingyu, accept it, Ye Youqian reminded her in time. Okay. Wei Qingyu took a deep breath, focusing her mind to control the fiercely flickering soul fire, letting it yield to the crescent mark infused with Ye Youqian's will. As the contract was completed, Ye Youqian glanced down at the golden crescent mark on the back of his right hand. He suddenly realized that with just a thought, he could cause Wei Qingyu's soul fire to explode, annihilating her soul instantly. This was no servant contract. It was a heartless slave contract. Ye Youqian examined Wei Qingyu's information. Name: Wei Qingyu. Status: Sequence 9 servant. Description: lost eligibility for the Beastmaster Knight legacy. Will be forcibly repatriated after the Bloody Night ends. Potential: Source Realm 5-star. Repatriated. Ye Youqian frowned, finding this contrary to his expectations and the intelligence provided by Lan Tianming. Logically, after the Bloody Night, the Bloody Legacy should conclude, allowing the victor and their servants to return to their original world. The term forcibly repatriated seemed redundant. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Ye Youqian's mind. Could it be that only one person can survive? Is the legacy singular? He gasped. This is too cruel. What is the obsession of this world's creator? Ye Youqian looked up at the sky, where a fragmented blood moon hung in the blood-tinged firmament like a demon's eye, coldly watching the slaughter of the insignificant beings below. Meanwhile, after checking her own information, Wei Qingyu's eyes sparkled with joy. Once the Bloody Night ends, I can go back. She was so thrilled, she almost rushed to embrace Ye Youqian and share her joy. Blinding arcs of purple lightning flickered between Ye Youqian and Wei Qingyu, causing her to take a step back, intimidated by the thunderous glow in his eyes. She timidly defended herself. Sister with the purple hair, I'm already the servant of the rich brother. I can't harm him, so please, don't be impulsive. Ye Youqian coughed lightly, reached out to pull the arm of the Huangsang spirit, preventing any innocent casualties. He thought to himself that this woman was surely aware Wei Qingyu was now his servant. She was just concerned that Wei might try to seduce him. The little snakes have already cleaned up the battlefield. Ye Youqian shifted the topic. Let's find a place to absorb the spoils and prepare for the final battle. After the Bloody Night is over, Qingyu, you'll be able to go back. He looked up at Wei Qingyu and commanded coldly. Qingyu, once you return, you are not to disclose any information about me, understood? Wei Qingyu nodded, her lips pressed together. I understand. By the campfire, Ye Youqian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. A woman with an ethereal, otherworldly aura leaned silently against him. In the distance, a withered giant locust tree stood alongside lush ancient woods, while the massive thunder-roaring dragon coiled like a giant purple-patterned boulder. Wei Qingyu, squatting across from Ye Youqian, curiously asked the ethereal butterfly, Sister Yu, why did you become the rich brother's beast? Isn't it supposed to be difficult to form a contract with a humanoid beast like you? The ethereal butterfly raised an eyebrow, her delicate hand caressing Ye Youqian's face, her eyes filled with teasing intent. Oh, I just like handsome little human guys. Wei Qingyu muttered inwardly. Is being handsome all it takes to do as you please? So frustrating. I wish I had a beautiful big sister beast too. Within the Beastmaster Codex, Ye Youqian stood at the center of a golden 90-year spirit platform, tossing a handful of dark red powder into the soul fire held by a golden statue. The pure soul energy was absorbed, causing the soul fire to grow stronger. Black liquid flowed from the statue's palm, and its eyes gradually took on a human-like blackness. Ye Youqian contemplated the immense and high-quality soul energy needed for a beast master to advance from the spirit platform realm to the source fire realm. The most challenging part was igniting the soul fire. The next step was soul ignition. The golden statue served as a natural soul vessel for a beast master, gaining consciousness upon integrating with liquid soul energy. Once the eyes appeared entirely human-like, he would have officially entered the source fire realm, with a lifespan extending from 1,000 to 10,000 years. He took a deep breath, reflecting on the past, a mix of wild ambition and nostalgia in his eyes. His eyes were just a fifth away from fully lighting up, and perhaps by the end of the bloody night, he could step into the source fire realm, becoming a 22-year-old source fire realm beastmaster. Suddenly, the voice of the Huangsong spirit echoed in his mind. Yi, come over. The thunder inscription array is complete. In the vast space of the Beastmaster Codex, a colossal statue over 50,000 meters tall stood, resembling a majestic thunder valkyrie. On the smooth skin of the statue's back, a 1,000-meter-wide inscription array glowed with intense, thunderous brilliance, resembling a mountain surrounded by an abyss filled with purple lightning, standing in the dark void. Ye Youqian's pupils contracted, as if witnessing a terrifying thunder abyss, akin to the most dangerous place in the void. The Huangsong spirit explained, this is the thunder abyss, where I was born. In human terms, it's one of the 9 forbidden voids, the thunder abyss. With this inscription map, I can connect to the thunder abyss and advance to the emperor level in one stroke. Ye Youqian was overjoyed at the news. That's fantastic. Above the Blood Moon continent, at an altitude of millions of meters, a spectacular sea of clouds unfolds. White, purple, and red clouds intertwine, creating a breathtaking canvas in the sky. These clouds are massive, with the largest surpassing the total area of the 4 great kingdoms, and even the smallest comparable to a city. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierces the silence, echoing across the vast cloud sea. Following this, countless similar cries rise and fall. The clouds abruptly part to reveal a gigantic beast, as large as the mysterious Ye Youqian manor, soaring freely. This creature resembles the legendary pterodactyl, featherless with enormous wings, a long, wide beak akin to an ostrich. Its keen eyes scour the depths of the cloud sea for potential prey. Trailing behind are thousands of smaller pterodactyl-like beasts, following their leader. This immense group flies for thousands of miles, eventually settling on a colossal mountain floating in the cloud sea. This mountain dwarfs any on the Blood Moon continent, perpetually shrouded in purple mist, occasionally pierced by lightning as thick as a 1,000-foot dragon. The mountain is rich in high-grade thunder resources and may even nurture thunder spirits. This is the habitat of the Beast Horde, one of thousands of giant peaks in this unique area known as the Thousand Skies Cloud Sea. It is often compared to the Netherflower Sea and the Falling Sun Ancient Forest, regarded as a mystical region. The history of the Thousand Skies Cloud Sea dates back to the world's inception, as ancient as the realm itself. It hosts a diverse array of beast species, some tracing back to ancient times. The most peculiar among them is the Yunming beast, a cloud attribute creature, intangible and elusive, capable of manipulating clouds to bear all things. The peaks in the Thousand Skies Cloud Sea are essentially fallen star fragments in the void. When these fragments descended upon the world of Caesar, they were supported by the special mist produced by the Yunming beasts, gradually forming this unique region. Here, one might even encounter mythical beasts from the void. Thus, the Thousand Skies Cloud Sea often serves as a transit point for creatures from the Caesar continent venturing into the void. Despite its cloud-like, drifting nature, its vast size makes it relatively easy to locate. Suddenly, the pterodactyl-like leader lets out a fierce cry, followed by a series of warning calls. It seems to sense a terrifying presence approaching, immediately ordering a retreat. Failure to quickly distance themselves could mean facing unpredictable danger. The massive beast horde swiftly forms ranks, circling the mountain shrouded in purple mist, curiously watching the impending event. About 20 seconds later, a rumbling thunder echoes across the mountain. Intense and violent lightning approaches from afar, dark purple bolts as fearsome as ancient dragons descend upon the Caesar continent. Everything in their path is reduced to dust by the overwhelmingly destructive power of the lightning. Instantly, 1% of the thick mist above the thousand skies cloud sea is cleared. Countless beasts look up, gazing curiously at the void close at hand. Nearby, only an abyssal, silent space is visible. However, extending the gaze further reveals countless stars shining with their own brilliance. Among the sea of stars, the purple abyss of lightning is surrounded by mountains of various colors, becoming the most striking feature of this extraordinary landscape. Dark purple lightning bolts, like ancient divine dragons, exude a terrifying aura that seems to resonate with the soul, as if drawn by some mysterious force, descending eagerly from the void into the world of Caesar. On a cloud within the thousand skies sea, a scruffy old man riding a massive two-headed pig turned to his companion and asked, "Old boy, what kind of lightning is this? Why does it make my soul tremble?" His companion, an even older man with graying hair, stared intently at the dark purple thunder dragons in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. "Holy crap, that's star soul lightning," he exclaimed, swallowing hard. "Damn it, let's go for it." The white-haired old man immediately summoned 5 lightning attribute beasts, including a meteor-level overlord thunder dragon, with the weakest being at least emperor level 7 stars. They charged towards a dark purple thunder dragon with reckless abandon. The scruffy old man was initially stunned by this revelation, then a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. "Star soul lightning, it's actually this," he muttered to himself. "This is a treasure that can elevate the potential of emperor-level lightning attribute beasts to meteor level. And with such a large star soul lightning, capturing one could replenish the thunder source in my world, stabilize the balance, and keep me comfortable for thousands of years." Looking around at the greedy figures surrounding him, the scruffy old man cursed under his breath. "Damn it. People have already started, there's no time to inform the sect. Get as much as we can." With that, he excitedly summoned his only 2 lightning attribute beasts. Star Soul Lightning is a 7th-tier meteor-level entity, one of the intangible thunder sources. It has 2 major effects. Firstly, when Emperor-level lightning attribute beasts devour and absorb it, there's a chance they can break through their limits, acquire the Star Soul Thunder Source, and have the opportunity to reach meteor level. Secondly, it can stabilize the world source balance of realm-level beast masters, enhancing their foundation. This lightning is intangible, yet capable of obliterating souls. If one can withstand its power, their soul undergoes a miraculous transformation, becoming resistant to most soul-based skills. Notably, only pure lightning attribute stars can give birth to star soul lightning of such magnitude, resembling a giant serpent. Hundreds of star soul thunder dragons descended upon the Caesar continent, piercing through the void, sweeping past the thousand skies sea, and ignoring physical laws like phantoms as they flew towards the Blood Moon continent. Within the thousand skies sea, Emperor-level lightning attribute beasts frantically charged at the Star Soul Thunder Dragons, striving to seize the Star Soul Thunder Source. Initially, only 5 realm-level beast masters cooperated to divide an area and extract the Star Soul Thunder Source. As time went on, the situation evolved into a struggle, eventually escalating into a brutal fight for possession. Suddenly, the space trembled violently, and 3 vortices of different colors appeared out of thin air, signaling the arrival of star-level powerhouses. An authoritative voice resonated. "Anyone below star level, leave." Instantly clearing the battlefield. The white-haired old man, rubbing his hands like a child eager for praise, looked at one of the 3 star-level powerhouses, a woman with purple hair, and called out, "Master." The woman with purple eyes showed a trace of approval and gently said, "Little boy, well done, stand behind me." "Hee hee, just lucky, I guess." The white-haired old man grinned like a wrinkled chrysanthemum, causing the purple-haired woman's eyelid to twitch as she quickly looked away. She thought to herself, "He used to be such a handsome youngster. How did he become like this? This old woman must be a sucker for good looks." In a corner of the vast expanse of the thousand skies, 3 powerful Star Lord cultivators skillfully captured Star Soul Thunder Dragons, much like experts catching fish. Their efficiency far surpassed that of lower-level cultivators like the untidy old man, as they could perfectly refine one valuable resource from every 3 Star Soul Thunder Dragons. This resource was enough to help an Emperor-level 9-star Thunder attribute beast break through to the Meteor Star level. Although Star Lord level Beast Tamers correspond to Meteor Star level beasts, not all of their main beasts reach this level, though most are close. This opportunity in the thousand skies, with hundreds of Star Soul Thunder Dragons swimming around, meant that even if each person only captured 10, they could cultivate 5 to 10 Meteor Star level beasts in the future. Such rich rewards were enough to make any Star Lord level Beast Tamer give their all. Though the 3 had their suspicions about the origin of this opportunity, they tacitly kept silent. The sheer number and terrifying quality of the Star Soul Thunder Dragons could only be nurtured in a void-forbidden area like the Thunder Abyss. The being capable of summoning so many was undoubtedly the Northern Zay God Lord, who had vanished nearly a million years ago. Two of the Star Lord level Beast Tamers exchanged a meaningful glance, their thoughts turbulent. Could the Northern Zay God Lord have emerged in this era? Was it related to the recent blooming of the blue leaf flower? Legend had it that the Northern Zay God Lord had close ties with the ruler of the underworld Flower Sea, which might explain the current anomaly. In the understanding of these Star Lord level Beast Tamers, the Northern Zay God Lord remained the sovereign of the Thunder Abyss, standing at the pinnacle of the void multiverse. They, mere children of tens of thousands of years, dared not harbor any greed. About half an hour later, the Star Soul Thunder Dragon stopped appearing, and the remaining ones vanished beneath the thousand skies. A refined and handsome man, holding a folding fan with a painting of a noble lady, softly inquired, "Master Ye Youqian, I heard there was a Thunder Abyss phenomenon in the Luai's archipelago recently. Could it be related to that being?" Another Star Lord level man chuckled. "Brother Zhou, Master Ye Youqian's presence here is the best proof, isn't it?" At this, the purple-haired woman's eyes flashed with displeasure, and she said sternly, "Just remember your promise. Information about that being is not for Star Lord level Beast Tamers to know." Jose smiled apologetically. "I spoke out of turn. Master Ye Youqian, I, Jose, have gained this great opportunity and will fulfill my promise to serve as a guest elder for Luais for 10,000 years." He was more determined than ever to align himself with Luais. As wanderers without a sect, the coming of the blue leaf heaven would surely bring chaos. With the Northern Zay God Lord, whom Luais worshipped, now present, it was the perfect haven. Master Ye Youqian's eyes showed a hint of relief. Fortunately, she had been in the thousand skies, not far from her disciple, and quickly drew in two wanderers with promises. It was a complete victory for Luais to gain 2-star Lord-level combat strengths for free. "Shall Bai," Master Ye Youqian turned to the person next to her. "This area has been sealed by guest Elder Zhou, so news won't leak out for a while. Stay here and search for any newly born thunder attribute beasts from this opportunity and bring them back to the sect." After Ye Youqian softly instructed, a gleam of excitement flashed in the eyes of Jose and Zhou Kuching, clearly intrigued by her suggestion. The energy left behind by a 7th-tier Star Soul Thunder Dragon is as beneficial as heavenly rain, with the potential not only to transform thunder, but also to give birth to thunder attribute spirits. Such spirits can at least reach the Marquis level and possess some characteristics of the Star Soul Thunder, making them highly valuable. What is even more enticing is the possibility that among the Emperor-level Beast Tamers who manage to obtain the essence of the Star Soul Thunder Dragon, there might be a future meteorite realm powerhouse. Ye Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes glinting mischievously as she gently reminded, "Zhou Kuching, let's go." Jose and his companion had no choice but to follow her lead. The scene shifts to the Youqian Prefecture on the Blood Moon continent. The assessment plaza is eerily quiet, yet hidden within the spot where Ye Youqian initially stood is a vast expanse. It turns out that this brutal Beast Tamer's legacy night takes place within the assessment plaza, right beneath Ye Youqian's feet. Inside the Beast Taming Codex, Ye Youqian takes a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a breathtaking scene. The Huang Tsang spirit, like a goddess of thunder, stands with eyes closed above the statue of the Thunder Spirit Spring. Beneath her, a thunder inscription formation spanning over 1,000 meters hums with energy. A dark purple Star Soul Thunder Dragon roams the formation, spiraling around the Huang Tsang spirit. Amidst the dragon's cries, dark purple lightning arcs glimmer with intense brilliance. Guided by the Spirit Spring statue, an unending stream of Star Soul Thunder essence flows into the Huang Tsang spirit. She emanates a chilling, awe-inspiring aura, as if she were a divine maiden amidst a thunder abyss. As time passes, the Huang Tsang spirit's aura rapidly ascends, exuding an overwhelming presence that commands respect from heaven and earth. Another dark purple thunder domain, over 1,000 meters in range, emerges on the Thunder Inscription formation. This is the exclusive ability of an Emperor-level beast, akin to the realm of a Source Realm Beast Tamer, capable of altering its size at will. Within it, combat power multiplies exponentially, akin to the master of a domain. A flicker of doubt crosses Ye Youqian's eyes as he murmurs, "Emperor-level 5-star? No, it's already grown to 6-star." The Huang Tsang spirit's advancement is not a racial mutation but a racial evolution, seemingly differing from the ancestral return description mentioned earlier. Ye Youqian is puzzled, wondering about the special meaning of that question mark symbol. With the final roar of the Thunder Dragon fading, the Huang Tsang spirit slowly opens her eyes. Her fierce gaze crackles with dark purple thunder arcs as she looks straight at Ye Youqian. Ye Youqian scrutinizes the Huang Tsang spirit, noting that her appearance has not changed much. Curiously, he extends his right hand, grasping the air, relying on memory to assess. Suddenly, he realizes, larger. Indeed, it's grown a size and pulses like a heart. Yes, it has indeed grown stronger. As Ye Youqian nods to himself, he is suddenly startled, exclaiming, "Damn, This is the soul's feedback ability, accumulated within the Huang Yuan. Before he can finish speaking, a bolt of lightning flashes, purple hair swaying as it brushes against Ye Youqian's cheek. A pair of pale, yet powerful hands firmly press on his head. The close-up purple eyes sparkle with dark purple thunder, and her flawless face exudes a valiant aura akin to a valkyrie. A pair of red thunder horns add a touch of demonic allure to her. In Ye Youqian's vision, the detailed information of the Huang Tsang spirit appears. Thunder God Huang Tsang spirit. Rank, Emperor level 8 star. Status, perfect evolution. Potential, ancestral return. Racial talent, triple transformation of Huang Thunder. Emperor level skills, perfect thunder affinity, Thunderblade. Open sky, Thunderblade. Storm, Thunderblade. Moonslash, Thunderblade. Frenzied assault, Thunderblade. Flash, Star Soul Thunder domain. Meteorite level skills, Thunder Abyss, Purgatory. Eclipse Moon level skills, Thunder Devour, Conversion, Eternal Thunder Heart. Skills below Emperor level are omitted. Introduction, a special creature from the Void Danger Zone Thunder Huang Abyss, and also the most unique one. Suddenly, Ye Youqian collapses to the ground, his body flickering with intense thunder brilliance, convulsing uncontrollably, unable to stand. He laments inwardly. It's over. This woman's thunder quality is even stronger now. Even the will and soul aggregate can't withstand it. A hint of reluctance flashes in his eyes as he realizes that in the future, he will have to act according to the Huang Tsang spirit's whims. What is your talent, Yi? The Huang Tsang spirit supported Ye Youqian, and as their skin touched, lightning flickered, with intense currents surging into his will and soul like living entities. Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Don't move, the Huang Tsang spirit warned in a low voice. Hiss, I can handle it. Ye Youqian took a deep breath, shook his head, and stood up resolutely. With a thought, he instantly found himself in the center of the resplendent golden nine-ear spirit platform. In the center of the platform stood a golden statue, roughly the same height as Ye Youqian. Its eyes, which were originally a brilliant gold, had transformed into ordinary pupils, with a shimmering aura surrounding it, as if possessed by spirits. This is the Source Fire Realm. Ye Youqian placed one hand on his waist and the other on the statue's shoulder, his eyes reflecting memories, a sense of longing in his expression. With the power of the Huang Tsang spirit, Ye Youqian had broken through from the Marquis level to the Emperor level in one leap, experiencing a major and two minor breakthroughs. The enhancement from the soul's opposing energy allowed him to awaken the statue's intelligence, officially entering the Source Fire Realm. As his level advanced, the space within the Beast Master Compendium was undergoing dramatic changes, expanding in scope. The larger the space, the deeper Ye Youqian's foundation for eventually reaching the Source World Realm would be. Outside, a vortex over 100 meters in diameter spun above Ye Youqian's head, its terrifying suction voraciously consuming the source energy of the area, transforming it into the nourishment for the expansion of the Beast Master Compendium space. This was undoubtedly plundering the essence of this land, but fortunately, its original master was long gone, and Ye Youqian, as the successor, had gained the approval of the world's will. A mysterious will guided the source energy within the world, converging towards the vortex above Ye Youqian's head, aiding his successful advancement. Not bad. Yudai lifted her swan-like neck, a faint smile of delight appearing on her cold, exquisite face. Opposite the closed-eyed Ye Youqian, Wei Qingyu's eyes were wide with shock. The Source Fire Realm. He's broken through to the Source Fire Realm. And as a genius with 9 innate spirit springs, what will the space of his compendium be like, and what kind of talent will awaken? Wei Qingyu felt both amazement and a hint of curiosity. Talent, the hallmark of a Source Fire Realm Beast Master, is as coveted as the prospect of surpassing human lifespan, envied by countless lower-level beast masters. Talents vary from person to person, enhancing beast skills, assisting in beast growth, or granting combat abilities to the beast master. Someone's coming. Yudai stood up, a trace of coldness in her deep blue eyes. This was a critical moment for Ye Youqian's breakthrough, crucial to her future achievements, and could not be disturbed. Sister Yudai, let me handle it. Wei Qingyu stood up, volunteering, as she summoned her 3 marquee-level beasts, including a powerful ape. All right, in that direction, just hold the line. Yudi's brows relaxed, her tone softening slightly, finding Wei Qingyu more agreeable. Her deep blue eyes flickered, contemplating. Humans value bloodline inheritance. She might be a suitable choice. Yudai was quite open-minded, unlike a certain purple-haired humanoid creature with a big heart, yet a small mind. Although marquee-level beasts could take human form, their essence was entirely different from humans, making the likelihood of producing offspring exceedingly slim. Even if such a being were born, it would be a third kind of creature, somewhere between humans and beast tamers, with an uncertain future. If Wei Qingyu knew what Yudai was thinking, she would probably feel ashamed and angry, her expression indescribable. In contrast, Ye Youqian would be overjoyed, secretly grateful for such a fortunate event. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the roar of a giant beast echoed like a terrifying natural disaster. Ye Youqian stood calmly amidst it, listening to what seemed like a miraculous scene from the dawn of time. His beast-taming space expanded at an astonishing rate, 400,000, 500,000, 700,000, 800,000, finally stopping at 5.6 million square kilometers. This vast territory was comparable to a king's domain. Ye Youqian calculated in his mind that if he reached the source realm stage and his space evolved into a real world, expanding tenfold as a minimum, he alone could control territory equivalent to 10 kings' domains. Such vast land would mean abundant resources, capable of supporting a considerable number of emperor-level forces. However, he also understood the importance of balancing the various elemental origins of the world and the heavy tasks of establishing and cultivating resource points, which is one reason why Source Realm Beast Tamers rarely show themselves. 9 spirit spring statues stood majestically, towering at an astonishing height of about 500,000 meters. Ye Youqian gazed at these massive statues reminiscent of the legendary Buzhou mountain. 7 of them resembled him, while the other 2 depicted Yu Dai and the Huangsong spirit. He couldn't help but wonder if what Yu Dai said about being able to lift the ban on the remaining 7 spirit spring statues was true. After all, from his understanding, it was hard to imagine how much soul energy would be needed. As he pondered, a purple figure appeared like lightning. The Huangsong spirit, clad in soft purple armor, her long hair flowing, covered her mouth with a playful smile that instantly transformed her dignified aura into a lively and spirited presence. Ye Youqian's eyes lit up, instinctively reaching out, but seeing the lightning surrounding her delicate form, he reluctantly withdrew his mischievous hand. Huan Yuan, you lied to me. I don't believe it. Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, staring into those purple eyes that seemed to flicker with lightning, trying to catch any change in emotion. The Huangsong spirit turned her head with a playful tone. I told you, Yomu, that shooting girl is quite wicked, but you didn't believe me. Now look, with so much soul energy needed, where do you think you'll find it? Ye Youqian immediately realized she was lying and pretended to be upset, shouting loudly. Oh, my irresistible charm. If you wanted me, you could have just said so instead of deceiving my pure feelings. I'm still a child. Ugh. The Huangsong spirit rolled her eyes in disdain. Stop acting. Don't you think I know what's in your heart? Feeling tricked, she decided to reveal the plan she and the other girl had made. Ye, we pushed you to quickly break through to the source fire realm for 2 reasons. First, this world is unusual, filled with malice aimed at all beast tamers involved. Second, Yomu and I discussed that to secure our status, we should slow down your rate of contracting master beasts. It's a bit selfish, but not too much. Hearing this, Ye Youqian rolled his eyes and collapsed weakly to the ground, as if exhausted and heartbroken. He lamented, Why? Why didn't you discuss it with me? Why treat me like this? My mermaid. My dragon girl. My blade sister. My sea of blood white-haired lowly. Gone. All gone. Finally, he solemnly declared. Just wait. I'll overturn the entire world if I must, to set your reflections right in it. Seeing this, the Huangsong spirit became more convinced that their plan to slow down Ye Youqian's contracting of master beasts was the right choice. She knew that Ye Youqian often probed them for information about the fallen god-level beasts, asking about everything from their home addresses to gender, appearance, temperament, and measurements. Such small schemes couldn't escape her and Yudi's notice. Do you really think those guys you mentioned are as easy to deal with as we are? The Huangsong spirit scolded with a cold face. And that sea of blood white-haired lowly. That old woman loves human blood the most, especially from handsome young men. Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, quietly muttering to himself. Too despicable. Too much. How despicable. How outrageous. Ye Youqian gritted his teeth, silently fuming. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the Huangsong spirit. Her eyes were slightly raised, her face cold and haughty, with the gaze of a queen. Humph. The Huangsong spirit snorted disdainfully, her eyes full of contempt. Ye Youqian, unwilling to back down, flashed a hint of fierceness in his eyes. Just wait, you'll regret it sooner or later. The Huangsong spirit's lips curled into a taunt. I'm waiting, I won't resist. If you dare, come at me. Ye Youqian took a couple of deep breaths, struggling to suppress the urge to act. He knew it wasn't a lack of desire, but rather the power of the thunder that his body couldn't withstand. Suddenly, Ye Youqian sensed a peculiar vibration emanating from the golden statue. He immediately stood up, walking forward with a serious expression. As he raised his right hand to touch the statue, his entire body trembled as if shocked. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes were filled with joy. The expansion of the Beast Mastery Codex space had halted, and his innate talent had come to fruition. The soul coexistence type of talent unfolded before him. Special Amplification Effect 1, which uses a soul contract as a bridge to merge with the main beast, allowing the Beast Master to gain 100 of its skills, attributes, and talents. Effect 2, which uses the power of the Beast Mastery Codex world to enhance the merged state, amplifying combat power. This powerful talent comes with its costs and flaws. It causes damage to the Spirit Spring statue and the Codex world's territory. With the current strength of his soul fire, he can only merge with one main beast for a period of 35 minutes. Exceeding the combat power amplification limit will lead to irreparable consequences, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Ye Youqian quickly analyzed the advantages of this talent. It compensates for the Beast Master's own weaknesses and allows for a massive burst of combat power in a short time, overwhelming strong opponents. This talent can only be awakened by a Beast Master naturally endowed with 9 Spirit Spring statues, with the statues reaching a height of 400,000 meters and the Codex world's territory reaching a foundation of 5 million square kilometers upon reaching the Source Fire realm. Haha, finally a way to deal with Huang Yuan. Ye Youqian's lips curled into a sly smile. He realized that the fusion of soul coexistence was not just about merging bodies and gaining combat power, but about merging souls and everything else. At that point, there would be no distinction between the two, no secrets left. A mental pleasure? Ye Youqian's eyes lit up as this thought crossed his mind. At that moment, the Huangsong spirit seemed to sense something. Her purple hair fluttered with a flash of thunder. She glimpsed into Ye Youqian's thoughts and understood the effect of the soul coexistence talent. For the first time, she was frightened into fleeing. This talent is absurd, the Huangsong spirit thought, her heart in turmoil, her purple eyes flickering. If he forcibly acts, as long as I'm nearby, I can't resist. The thought of Ye Youqian potentially uncovering her secrets, her feelings towards Yudai, threw her heart into chaos. Ye Youqian landed lightly on the head of the Thunder Spirit Spring statue, rubbing his hands together, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He gazed at the flickering purple eyes of the Huangsong elf and asked suggestively, Huang Yuan, what do you think? Absolutely not. The Huangsong elf responded in a panic, realizing the need for clarity, and added, as long as I'm here, you don't need to fight unless it's absolutely necessary. Ye Youqian grinned widely, almost to his chin, with a hint of mischief. He thought to himself, good things take time. With the Huangsong elf by my side, there's bound to be a chance sooner or later. I'll talk to Yudai later and see what it's like to experience the power of a Junhao-level beast. It must be fascinating. He nodded, full of anticipation, while meticulously planning the first thing to do after contracting with his primary beast initiate a soul symbiosis. New brooms sweep clean. Asserting the Beast Master's household status is always a good move, Ye Youqian vowed silently, insisting it wasn't out of personal curiosity to uncover any secrets of the Beast Master. What a delightful day. Ye Youqian opened his eyes and turned to see a woman beside him, ethereal as an immortal, in a simple white dress. Her exquisite beauty was complemented by long, waist-length blue hair and a graceful figure. Her charming face held a smile, as if she was perceiving something. Did you find out? Ye Youqian stood up, raising his right hand to grasp Beauty's fair wrist, looking directly into her deep blue eyes. Yes. The beauty replied with a smile, her voice soft and gentle like flowing water. Is it possible? Ye Youqian was overjoyed, thinking how considerate Lan Ma was, truly deserving to be his first primary beast. No. The beauty replied with a smile, and Yi felt a pang in his heart. Ahem. Yi, give me some time. I need to prepare myself mentally. Lan Ma, you're the best. Ye Youqian said emotionally, hugging the ethereal woman beside him tightly. Call me Yudai. Don't use that name. It sounds awful. Ahem, all right. Ye Youqian coughed lightly, showing an awkward yet polite smile. Then, Ye Youqian looked up, following the sound of fierce beast battles coming from nearby, his expression turning cold as he said sternly, Huang Yuan, don't hide, or I'll act. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple figure shot out from the beast manual on Ye Youqian's shoulder, darting towards the battlefield. Young lady, you can leave now. Take your beast with you. The words were cool and filled with authority, with a deep-seated anger ready to be unleashed. The Emperor level 8-star Huangsong elf, possessing meteor-level skills, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. This bloody night would end without any suspense. Yudai, why is her species still the Huangsong elf? Ye Youqian asked curiously. Well, if you want to know, let go of my hand first. I didn't notice. Ye Youqian released his grip awkwardly. Yudai stood up, straightening her slightly disheveled dress, placing her slender fingers on her lips, and spoke slowly. Lei Huang Yuan is where she was born. Also, she is the first Huangsong elf, bearing the name of the Thunder God, and was a 1-star lunar eclipse level at birth. As long as she responds to Lei Huang Yuan's will, she can instantly reach the peak of the lunar eclipse level. This process can only be slowed down, not undone. The price is being eternally bound to Lei Huang Yuan, possibly becoming part of its will, losing her personal will. For this reason, she came up with a solution, using herself as a template, creating similar Huangsong elves based on thunder to bear Lei Huang Yuan's will in her place. Meanwhile, She roams the void, searching for resources to help her grow. The Huangsong elf is unique. There's only one in the universe, understand? Hearing this, Ye Youqian's eyes sparkled, nodding solemnly, and Yudai smiled with satisfaction. By the way, those Huangsong elf replicas, Yudai, do you know approximately how many there are? Ye Youqian inquired further. Well, I remember there are about 100, all vessels eroded by Lei Huangyuan's will. Although Huangyuan can command them, they're essentially just caretakers of Lei Huangyuan. Yudai explained. Hiss. Ye Youqian took a deep breath and murmured, 100-fold happiness? Yudai lowered her slender fingers from her lips, her deep blue eyes filled with helplessness, gently shaking her head, silently looking up at the blood-red sky. Ye Youqian's train of thought was something she couldn't quite comprehend. Though she didn't find it entirely wrong, she still felt at a loss for words. Don't overthink it. If you upset her, she might really strike you down, Yudai kindly warned, a hint of worry in her voice. Ye Youqian coughed lightly, trying to dispel the untimely thoughts from his mind. He was well aware of the fiery temperament of the Huangsong spirits and decided it was best to be cautious in the future, keeping his hands to himself. Just then, a sharp cry for help pierced the night sky. Ah, Sister Yudai, save me. A graceful figure, tossed like a ball by violent winds and lightning, flew rapidly towards Ye Youqian. Behind her, a giant ape the size of a small mountain, along with Duke-level beasts resembling a green python and a giant crocodile, were desperately chasing after her. A flash of azure light appeared, and dozens of glowing blue tendrils quickly wove into a net, cushioning Wei Qingyu's flight and catching her securely. However, she still bounced like a ball, only to be ensnared midair by the blue tendrils that wrapped around her waist, leaving her dangling awkwardly. Ye Youqian widened his eyes, looking up at the suspended Wei Qingyu from below, the view quite spectacular. Shock spread across his handsome face. Wow, she's bold, he thought to himself. Ah. Wei Qingyu let out a delightful scream, her face instantly turning bright red. Ye Youqian smartly averted his gaze, pretending as if nothing had happened. It had to be said, his thick skin was impressive. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble, accompanied by intense lightning that illuminated the crimson night sky with a mysterious purple hue, adding a fierce majesty. The mountain-sized giant ape, along with the other two Duke-level beasts, finally reached a safe area, collapsing to the ground with heavy breaths, causing the earth to tremble. Ye Youqian looked up, gazing at the towering lightning summoned by the Huangsong spirit, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Interesting, he murmured. Yudai covered her mouth with a light laugh, offering a friendly reminder. Eyes is straightforward, but also sensitive. Don't provoke her. As she spoke, her alabaster-like wrist gently waved, and the blue tendrils gently placed Wei Qingyu on the ground. Don't worry, I know my limits, Ye Youqian shrugged, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. We've been around each other long enough that she's somewhat used to me. As long as I don't go too far, it should be fine. Besides, isn't that what you're for? Eyes is now an 8-star Emperor level. I can't handle that. It won't be long before she reaches 9-star. Then, she'll be ready to return to the peak at Lei Huanyuan. Yudai watched Ye Youqian's shifting expressions, reading his thoughts with a playful look on her cool face. I understand. I'll be careful. Ye Youqian suddenly backed down, planning to bide his time before making any big moves. The bloody night is coming to an end, Yudai said softly. An 8-star Emperor-level Eyes can hold her own against beasts below 6-star Meteor level. It's time to conclude this unexpected event. She slightly raised her head, gazing at the deep red sky, where a crimson moon was only 1/9 away from being full, a hint of worry in her blue eyes. With those words, Yudai transformed into a stream of azure light and disappeared into the beast compendium world. An Emperor-level 8-star beast? Capable of contending with a Meteor-level 6-star Beast Tamer? Wei Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the ethereal butterfly. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion, as if she had just heard something beyond belief. Although Wei Qingyu, the granddaughter of the esteemed Wei Lao at the peak of the spirit platform realm, had some understanding of high-level beast tamers, meteor-level beasts were still legendary creatures to her. She frowned, pondering the terrifying origins of her wealthy brother's thunder elf and how he managed to form a contract with it. Suddenly, Wei Qingyu lifted her head abruptly, her beautiful eyes flashing with shock. She realized that her brother was already a source fire realm beast tamer, stronger than her grandfather. With an emperor-level main beast, stepping into the source world realm was just a matter of time. In the Luo Heavenly King domain, a source fire realm beast tamer could be granted the title of Marquis, while the source world realm was known as the King Sealing realm, on par with the Luo Heavenly King. As she thought about this, Wei Qingyu's eyes sparkled with admiration, and a sense of reverence filled her heart. She also understood why those source fire realm experts were so frantically vying for this bloody inheritance. The rewards were indeed extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Wei Qingyu mustered her courage, planning to connect with Night Wanderer Qian while the Thunder Elf was absent. However, At that moment, the bloody curtain trapping the contestants suddenly contracted, targeting Night Wanderer Qian. Wei Qingyu reached out, trying to touch Night Wanderer Qian, only to find that a mysterious force was pulling them further apart. Night Wanderer Qian turned around, a bright smile on his face, and softly bid farewell. Miss Qingyu, until we meet again. Please tell Wei Lao I will always remember his kindness. Also, the old ghost's grave is overgrown. It wouldn't hurt to go dance there and relax sometimes. As the bloody night concluded, Wei Qingyu, as a follower, was forcibly expelled. Night Wanderer Qian's journey was far from over. As he turned, he noticed a blood-red crystal floating behind him. Was that 1/9 of the inheritance? As he pondered, the crystal suddenly burst, mysteriously appearing in his mind's sea, merging into the golden statue of the Beast Taming Compendium. In an instant, Night Wanderer Qian staggered backward, his mind reeling as a flood of unfamiliar memories unfolded like a 3D movie in his head. Meanwhile, a look of conflict and panic flashed across Wei Qingyu's delicate face, finally turning into determination. She shouted, "Wealthy brother, I'll wait for your return." However, Night Wanderer Qian was already engulfed in a seemingly real illusion, unable to hear Wei Qingyu's words. With a flash of lightning, the graceful Huang Tsong elf appeared out of thin air. Her piercing purple eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing that Wei Qingyu, whom she had thrown, had vanished without a trace, returning to the original world along with the 3 marquee-level beasts. There was no flicker of emotion in her eyes at the departure of this ordinary human woman. However, when her eyes, crackling with arcs of lightning, fell upon Ye Youqian, a flash of anger shattered her usual dignified and stern demeanor. Her gaze fixed on the beast compendium floating in front of Ye Youqian's brow, and her voice was filled with barely concealed rage. "Yomu, why didn't you stop it?" the Huang Tsong elf coldly accused. "This isn't some bloody legacy. It's a struggle for life, a transformation into a death spirit. That despicable beast master sacrificed his 9 major beasts at the brink of death, just to seize a chance at rebirth. The malice of this world stems from this. That bastard's obsession is resurrection." Her tone was icy and sharp, with an anger that seemed almost tangible, ready to erupt at any moment. If entities like Lan Tianming from the outside world, who have reached the source realm, heard the terms struggle for life and transformation into a death spirit, they would be deeply shaken, unable to regain their composure for a long time. It's known that even beast masters who've established their own realms and have lifespans as long as the heavens cannot truly achieve immortality. Time has its cycles of decay and growth, and even the strongest cannot escape the threat of calamities. Every source realm beast master must strive to maintain the balance of various attributes within their realm to mitigate the impact of calamities when they strike. The more balanced these elemental attributes are, such as earth, fire, water, wind, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, time, and space, the easier it is to face future calamities. These attributes are the dream of source realm beast masters seeking the spirit spring statue attributes. According to the eternal laws of the void multiverse, there's a minor calamity every 100 years, a major one every 1,000 years, and a world-ending calamity every 10,000 years. These are punishments for those who seize from the void and draw upon the world's source power to strengthen themselves. Calamities come in many forms, most often triggered by an imbalance of basic attributes, but none are as terrifying as the calamity of life and death. The calamity of life and death ranks among the most formidable world-ending calamities. To withstand it, one must master the fundamentally opposing attributes of life and death, or possess a powerful contracted beast with life and death attributes. An ancient saying goes, "Great disasters bring great fortune." Beast masters who survive the calamity of life and death have a chance to receive an altar reward that reverses life and death. In the face of death, they need only sacrifice the lives and souls of their 9 major beasts to gain an opportunity for transformation into a death spirit. This method, though cruel, is extremely practical. In comparison, the bloody legacy of the Beast Master's Knight also stems from the blessings of surviving calamities, but its difficulty and severity are much lower. The former requires facing a Onsen Tinthasandier's world-ending calamity, while the latter is merely a Onsen 1,000 years major calamity, with a much higher probability of receiving blessings, making the two incomparable. The lifespan of a Source Realm Beastmaster can typically reach 20 to 30,000 years, barring any unforeseen accidents or self-destruction. The 9 main beasts they bond with are cherished companions, with immeasurable devotion and time invested in them. In a Beastmaster's heart, these primary beasts often hold a position even more significant than their closest family members. Even when faced with the threat of death, many Beastmasters would rather sacrifice themselves than let their main beasts undergo necromorphosis. They choose to dissolve the soul contract and transfer their lifetime knowledge to their 9 main beasts in a special way, compensating for the damage caused by the contract dissolution. This practice is not uncommon, and has led to the formation of numerous secret realms within the grand world of Caesar. These secret realms, in the form of small worlds, integrate with the stable larger world under the guidance of magical rules, complementing and enhancing each other. In the Beast Master manual floating above Ye Youqian's brow, a scene unfolds like a painting. Azure light swirls and coalesces into the figure of Yudai. Her ethereal face carries a hint of coldness as she stares directly at the opposing Huang Tsang spirit, ready for confrontation. A mere source realm beast dares to compete with my master, Yu Mu, for life. Yudai said coldly. Eyes, you should know how rare this situation is. If we help our master win, everything in this vast world, even that of the source realm beast master, will belong to our master. It's an incredible opportunity for a Source Fire Realm Beastmaster to perfectly inherit the entire legacy of a peak Source Realm Beastmaster. Once the Master breaks through to the Source Realm, he will reach unprecedented heights. Clearly, Yudai had foreseen everything the moment the blood-red crystal was born. Unfortunately, her views clashed with those of the Huang Tsang spirit, as she planned to have Ye Youqian absorb all of this Source Realm Beastmaster's power for himself. The Huang Tsang spirit sighed and moved her hand from the hilt of her thunderblade to gently caress Ye Youqian's cheek, her purple eyes filled with pity. You're too extreme, too eager for quick success, which will only harm him. Eyes, you were born in the Eclipse Moon realm and can't understand the price and struggle required to rise from insignificance. The little one and I have both been in extremely difficult situations for years. I evolved step by step from a servant level to the master of the Netherflower Sea, reaching the level of Blue Leaf Heaven's master. I believe the little one can do the same, perhaps even better. Yudai stepped forward, grabbed the Huang Tsang spirit's hand from Ye Youqian's face, and threw it aside. Her slender fingers lifted Ye Youqian's chin, and a smile danced in her deep blue eyes. You used to worry all the time about me defecting, sneaking around like a thief so adorable. Her cool words carried a sense of nostalgia, and her ethereal face showed the tenderness of a nurturing mother. The Huang Tsang spirit was silent for a moment, pursed her lips, and her purple eyes flashed with anger as she spoke in a deep voice. You know that's not what I meant. A single necromorph is manageable, but the impact of a Source Realm Beastmaster's tens of thousands of years of vast memory alone is enough to make one lose themselves. He's only 21, how can he maintain his true self? Upon hearing this, Yudai's willow-like eyebrows arched slightly, and she teased with a smile. Oh? Didn't you know? The little one has already lived 2 lifetimes. The Huang Tsang spirit looked bewildered. Why didn't I know? 2 lifetimes. Ye Youqian had a previous life? To live again. That level of heavenly blessing is usually reserved for a peak Star Lord Realm Beastmaster. Ye Youqian, a Star Lord Realm in his past life? Impossible, right? Why didn't I sense anything unusual? Suddenly, the Huang Tsang spirit's purple eyes trembled in realization, glaring furiously at Yudai. You shootin', you sealed Ye's past life memories and plan to play that disgusting cultivation game again. Hee, what's it to you? You were just late to the party. Yudai provocatively raised her eyebrows, standing her ground without backing down. CHCH. The sound of grinding teeth echoed as the Huang Tsang spirit clenched her silver teeth, suddenly feeling an itch in her hands, tempted to draw her thunderblade and test it on a piece of fine lightning-struck wood. The bloody night faded away, revealing a scene so chilling it made one break out in a cold sweat. A massive, dark purple spirit platform had emerged from the ground, towering approximately 9 stories high, with the base appearing to be at least 10,000 meters away. At the top of the platform, 9 victors sat with their eyes closed, as if in slumber, each protected by a powerful beast. More than half of these beasts had humanoid forms, their expressions vigilant, constantly on guard, yet seemingly in a mutual agreement not to attack. Surrounding the platform was an endless sea of blood red, countless dark red flowers watching the scene like specters. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the sea of flowers to ripple with stunning waves, and the fragrant scent wafted through the air, tempting even the resolute Huang Tsang spirit to take a deep breath. She was astonished to realize they were soul-returning flowers, and in staggering numbers. Huang Tsang spirit, known for her straightforward nature, stamped her long legs on the ground, propelling her graceful figure skyward like a bolt of lightning. Her purple eyes, crackling with energy, reflected the awe-inspiring sight. A sea of dark red flowers, 1,000,000 strong, encircling the 90-yard spirit platform with a diameter of 10,000 meters, all oriented towards the highest point where the 9 of Ye Youqian were located. Looking further, 9 colossal statues stood like ancient legendary mountains. Each statue was unique, with features like pointed ears and tails, yet maintaining a humanoid form. Most strikingly, the gaze of these towering giants was fixed on the top of the spirit platform, as if awaiting something. An ancient sorrow, spanning millennia, emanated from their lifeless eyes, stirring in Huang Tsang's spirit a mix of pity and overwhelming anger. She realized these statues might be the lingering wills of the 9 primary beasts of that despicable beast master, still trapped here, unable to find peace. Shaking her head, she dove back down to Ye Youqian's side, staying close as she awaited his awakening. Meanwhile, changes were unfolding outside. Wei Qingyu fell from the void like a bouncing ball. Looking up, she saw that the world, once a paradise, was now shrouded in a gray haze, with thick black mist at the edges, creating an intensely uncomfortable atmosphere. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of something slicing through it. Several imposing figures appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Wei Qingyu. To her shock, she recognized one of them as the previous generation's king of Luotian, and the other 3, clad in different styles of royal robes, likely represented the kings of the other 3 domains. Wei Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing with thoughts until she reached a conclusion. There was indeed something hidden behind this year's 4-domain exam of Yuyan Mansion. Otherwise, the kings of the 4 great domains would never have appeared here simultaneously. Don't be afraid, young lady. Tell me, who is your master? A middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe adorned with cherry blossom patterns asked eagerly. His eyes were sharp, as if trying to discern something from the young lady in front of him. Just then, a rough voice interrupted. Yuan Shampao, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. You're embarrassing the entire Sakura King domain. As soon as the words were spoken, a middle-aged man with a resolute demeanor and imposing appearance pushed the former aside. He was the former King Luo. Stepping forward like an emperor incognito, he asked gently, "Young lady, you should recognize my face. Rest assured, as someone from my Luo King domain, I will ensure your safety. Tell me, who was the final victor in the area you were in during that bloody night? What is their name? Which family? From which king's domain?" The man named Ji Wuba looked expectantly, waiting patiently for an answer. Wei Qingyu frowned slightly, pondering internally. How does he know about the bloody night? Does he even know about the servant token? After careful consideration, she solemnly replied, "Yuan Boya. Damn it, what bad luck." Ji Wuba swore under his breath and walked away, cursing. "Ha ha, I knew it. Someone from my Sakura King domain would definitely pass the initial trial," said Yuan Shampao, the king of the Sakura King domain, laughing heartily and feeling immensely satisfied. "Huh, Yuan Shampao, you're celebrating too early." Ji Wuba turned back, sneering sarcastically. "This bloody legacy will have only one victor. Ask yourself, can your inept grandson really compete with either Joel Edward or Fu Chanqing?" Yuan Shampao retorted. "Even if my grandson is weak, he made it to the final 9. But your Luo King domain is pitiful. You've lost even the last bit of face that you relied on women to gain. You bastard." Ji Wuba was at a loss for words, cursed angrily, and stormed off. In this once-in-a-century inheritance event for the source-level Beast Tamers, no one from the Luo King domain was chosen to advance to the final 9. The most hopeful candidate, Ji Xiaoping, unfortunately encountered Fu Chanqing and was eliminated in a crushing defeat. Fortunately, Fu Chanqing spared her life, considering their family ties, by giving her a servant contract. In ancient times, the Fu and Ji families were close allies, having survived the Great War 100,000 years ago. The Ji family joined forces with the Fu family and other remaining families to establish the Luo King domain, with the Fu family playing a significant role. Privately, the Ji royal family and the Fu family were equals, often intermarrying, practically inseparable. However, a rift 20 years ago drove them apart. Ji Wuba retreated to his own realm for a while, watching the disappointed face of Ji Xiaoping, and sighed. Ah, that incident 20 years ago, such a pity about Fu Gui. The old Fu family is not prosperous, and if Chongqing succeeds this time, maybe we should marry Xiaoping to him to ease tensions. Ji Xiaoping gritted her teeth, glaring at him. "Grandfather, how can you say that? Didn't you promise that once I reached the source realm, I could become the queen of Luo?" "Rubbish," Ji Wuba scoffed. "You're already someone else's servant, your life hanging by Chongqing's whim. Making you the queen of Luo King domain would have the ancestors rolling in their graves." Hearing this, Ji Xiaoping's proud face fell, her eyes filled with resignation. Suddenly, she looked up and curiously asked, "Grandfather, who is this Fu Gui you mentioned?" "That boy was the spark that led to the Fu family's split with us 20 years ago. Though he was just an illegitimate child, his talent was exceptional," Ji Wuba explained. "Oh, and Ye Youqian, the orphan Fu Gui adopted, is quite a troublemaker, just like him. Sadly, he's probably having a drink with the dead in the abyss of spirits now." Ye Youqian? Ji Xiaoping's beautiful eyes lifted, recalling the charming youth with a bright future who was known for his flippant words. Indeed a pity. With his potential, he might have reached the source realm one day. She shook her head and continued to inquire about the gossip from that major event 20 years ago. Strange, this memory inheritance is like a slideshow, with text descriptions. It's absurd. Ye Youqian's consciousness was drawn into the Beast Tamer's codex, submerged in the blood-red crystal burning in the soul fire. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.